Brother Bloodcloud. Archon Silksnow sent another mental message to the black-robed elder who stood virtually side by side with him. Downlord Darknorth is probably just a bit weaker than me, but my true body is still on the way back from the outside world. My avatar doesn't have any good weapons on it, it's probably not a match for Darknorth. Of all the emperors present, you are the only one capable of defeating him in a head-on fight. You shall be the one to decide how we are to deal with Darknorth. Emperor Bloodcloud was one of the old freaks who supported Archon Silksnow from the shadows. He was Silksnow's equal in power. He doesn't have an invulnerable form, does he? Emperor Bloodcloud asked. He does not, Archon Silksnow responded with certainty. He had used a treasure to kill Ning, and back then Ning hadn't revealed an invulnerable form. Archon Silksnow felt certain that Ning didn't have an invulnerable form. In addition, he had never heard of anyone developing an invulnerable form based on the Tao of the sword. Alas, he had no idea that while it was indeed extremely difficult for the Tao of the sword to produce an invulnerable form, there was always an exception. After Ning's Omega Sword Tao had reached the 4th stage, he had finally gained an invulnerable form for himself, the Shadowless form. If he doesn't have an invulnerable form, I'm confident in being able to kill him. Emperor Bloodcloud nodded. I'm sending Emperor Blackrot to go first and test him out. Watch carefully, Archon Silksnow said. Very well. Emperor Bloodcloud nodded. Just by standing there, the group of emperors inspired terror in the countless cultivators who were watching, but Ning was completely unfazed. Downlord Darknorth, was it you who killed Brother Nightwell? A cold voice rang out, followed by an ugly, black-winged alien emperor flying out of the group, filled with murderous malice. It was. Ning's voice filled the entire region covered within his heart world projection. And you are Emperor Blackrot. Have you decided to throw your life away, just as Emperor Nightwell did before you? To use the terminology of the 3 realms, Emperor Blackrot belonged to the dire monster category. He had been born as a winged monster who was born with a fondness for eating rotten meat. He had an extremely strange and evil disposition, and his favorite hobby was massacring people, waiting for their bodies to rot, and then eat their rotting corpses. That was it, he murdered people to eat them. This fiend had long ago offended many other cultivators who wished to kill him, and so he joined the auspices of Silksnow Fiend Palace. Throw my life away? To you? Emperor Blackrot was enraged. Prepare to die. Ning's body flickered slightly as he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, then brought his 6 northbow swords to the ready. Emperor Blackrot transformed into an enormous tornado of black mist which swept straight towards Ning. This wasn't a simple invulnerable form, in truth, this was the attack which Emperor Blackform was most skilled in using. Anything touched by this black mist would immediately rot away until nothing was left. Even Supreme Downlords would be unable to withstand this attack. In addition, a terrifying illusion was hidden within the black mist. Anyone trapped within it would smile and seek out death without even trying to fight back. Downlord Darknorth has started to fight against Emperor Blackrot. Emperor Blackrot is an extremely terrifying eternal emperor. Not even Supreme Downlords dare to offend him. The countless cultivators within the sacred city all watched. Suppress! Ning let out a cold shout. The formerly restrained energy of the heart world projection instantly flared in the area where the black mist was located. The terrifying heart world projection was like a cage that completely trapped the black mist, causing its flying speed to lessen dramatically. You can die now. The 6 swords struck out like tidal waves, carrying an aura of utterly destructive power with them. Countless tsunami swords swept through the black mist which so many Downlords were terrified of. Although it contained extremely strong corrosive and poisonous properties and was filled with terrifying illusions, it wasn't actually less effective than Emperor Nightwell's invulnerable form in terms of ablating the power of enemy attacks. No! Emperor Blackrot instantly felt despair, and he let out a horrified scream. The last thing he felt before perishing was regret, and venomous hatred towards Archon Silksnow. It was Archon Silksnow who had warned him that Dark North's illusions were very powerful, but that Dark North was slightly weaker than the Archon himself. Blackrot had felt certain that even if he had to fight Archon Silksnow, he would still be able to block a few dozen attacks. Dowlord Dark North, however, had just annihilated him with just a single attack. Weaker than Archon Silksnow? He was clearly much more powerful. Whoosh! His black mist form was completely extinguished by Ning's sword shadows, and Emperor Blackrot became the second emperor to perish under Ning's sword since Ning's decision to reveal his brilliance. The world returned to its normal calm. Ning called his swords back and sent them back into their sheaths. He stood tall and simply stared at the 25 completely awestruck emperors. Archon Silksnow in particular had a look of utter disbelief on his face. He truly couldn't believe what had just happened. Just a short while ago, he had completely dominated Dowlord Darknorth. How had the man become this powerful? This was completely impossible. No. This makes no sense whatsoever. Archon Silksnow couldn't understand it. How could a Dowlord be this powerful? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 12, All Together. Book 36, Dowlord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 12, All Together. Archon Silksnow and all of his eternal emperors were dazed and in a state of disbelief. They had been accustomed to being exalted figures for countless years, and they were used to holding Dowlords in disdain. There was a qualitative difference between emperors and Dowlords, and the chasm between the two was as great as the gap between heaven and earth. Ever since the most ancient of times, there had never been a Dowlord who could stand at the very apex of power in the endless territories. What did the apex of power mean? It didn't mean you were necessarily the strongest, but it meant that you did not need to fear anyone. The archons of the sacred cities were capable of making this claim. They might not be able to defeat the three hegemons, but at least they were confident in staying alive in the face of a hegemonic attack. Unless, of course, the three hegemons were willing to pay the enormous price needed to kill an archon. Otherwise, killing them would be extremely hard. These people made up the very apex of power in the Flamedragon realmverse, and Dowlords had never, ever joined their ranks. He's a Dowlord, how can he be this powerful? He slew Emperor Blackrot in just one strike? He's so strong. He should be even stronger than Archon Silksnow. None of the 8 archons are necessarily a match for him. Can Dowlords really become as powerful as this? Can he have succeeded in his Dowmerge and become an emperor? Given how powerful he previously was, if he really did succeed in his Dowmerge, he'd definitely become a hegemon. He's extremely powerful, but he doesn't give me that sense of hegemonic pressure. He probably isn't a hegemon yet. He's still a Dowlord. But how can a Dowlord be this powerful? These emperors were filled with many different things. This had completely overturned their worldview, overturned common sense itself. When Ning revealed his fierceness, he had completely overthrown the notion that Dowlords weren't worthy of any consideration. Far away within the void outside Silksnow City was Hegemon Brightshore. He had secretly hurried here and was watching from afar. Dark North is actually this powerful? Hegemon Brightshore was surprised, delighted, but also puzzled. He was surprised and delighted by the fact that the Brightshore Kingdom had finally gained a new major power, aside from himself, that was capable of overawing the various organizations within the endless territories. His confusion, however, stemmed from the fact that not even he understood how Ning had reached such a level of power. Ning faced Archon Silksnow and his emperors, not even bothering to disguise the murderous look in his eyes at all. His gaze focused on Archon Silksnow, and he growled, "What? Archon Silksnow, are you afraid now? Too afraid to fight me? Do you want to send all of your emperors out to surround and attack me?" Archon Silksnow had an ugly look on his face. His white brows fluttered, and his oily green eyes were filled with cold light. Why are you hesitating? What are you afraid of? Ning stared at him. Haven't you been doing your best to track me down? I've come right to you, and we're in front of your base, and now you are afraid? They were indeed afraid. Of the 25 emperors, only Archon Silksnow and Emperor Bloodcloud were able to remain fairly calm. The others felt a sense of intense fear when they stared at the distant white-robed youth with a black sheath on his back. They did indeed fear him, because they understood that he could probably kill them with just one blow. He was even considerably more powerful than Archon Silksnow himself. How could they not be afraid of him? What should we do, Silksnow? Emperor Bloodcloud sent frantically, this Dowlord Darknorth is much more powerful than you claimed. He's stronger than both of us. You want me to deal with him? How? Don't panic. Don't panic. Archon Silksnow hurriedly sent a mental message to calm his old friend. I didn't expect him to be this strong either. Back when we fought, he really was weaker than me. In fact, he died once by my hands. I have no idea how he suddenly became as strong as this. But don't worry, my true body is already returning at maximum speed and will soon arrive. We'll work together to command the other emperors to set up a formation together to deal with him. Set up a formation to deal with him? Emperor Bloodcloud hesitated. Using that against a Dowlord, we're going to lose a lot of face once people hear about it. Face doesn't matter at a time like this. Dowlord Darknorth is indeed powerful, and he's qualified to force us to do this. Archon Silksnow's eyes glimmered with cold malice as he sent mentally, since he's attacked our home and headquarters, the Silksnow Fiend Palace, then we should give him what he asks for. All of us shall join together into a formation to kill him. He walks the path of the Tao of the Sword, he shouldn't have an invulnerable form. That means we have a chance to kill him. He's very powerful. Even if we do set up a formation, we won't necessarily succeed. Emperor Bloodcloud still wasn't convinced by this plan. Let's give it a shot. We still have a chance, Emperor Silksnow sent. All Dowlords are madmen when they fail their Dowmerge. If Dowlord Darknorth fails his in the future, he'll act even more berserk than he is today. If he doesn't die, we'll probably have to hide for the rest of our lives and avoid him. Are you willing to live a life like that? Fine, we'll give it a try. Emperor Bloodcloud agreed. My true body has just arrived. Archon Silksnow revealed a delighted look. His avatar was still significantly weaker than his true body, especially since it didn't have any formidable lifeblood weapons on it. Although this all took time to describe, only a few seconds had passed since Ning had slain Emperor Blackrot and said a few words. Right at this moment, a dimensional ripple appeared off in the distance. Ning couldn't help but turn his head, only to see a skinny, white-robed man fly towards the city at high speed, his white brows fluttering. It was Archon Silksnow. You came quite fast. Ning chuckled softly. Killing your avatar is meaningless. I've been waiting for your true body to come. Quite audacious. Archon Silksnow immediately flew forwards, joining together with Emperor Bloodcloud and the others as he roared angrily, fellow emperors, Dowlord Darknorth has actually dared to assault us, the Silksnow Fiend Palace. Let us send him to his death. Everyone, attack. Attack, dot. Attack. Archon Silksnow and Emperor Bloodcloud were both filled with the desire to do murder. As they were the leaders of the group, the other emperors all joined together, following their lead to attack. Although some were here in person, most were mere avatars. However, Emperor-class avatars had incredibly strong immortal energy, and when used to set up a formation they weren't much weaker than their true bodies. All of a sudden, an enormous blood-colored wheel appeared and began to slowly turn as it surged towards Ning. This killing formation was incredibly famous in the Endless Territories. It was known as the Seven Killers of the Blood Disk Formation. It had been created by a reclusive and ancient emperor of the Tao Alliance, and the Silksnow Fiend Palace used it to guard themselves and fight against their opponents. What a terrifying killer formation! The countless cultivators in the sacred city all held their breaths. They could sense that this time, Lord Darknorth was in real danger. Who could possibly resist such a grand formation when set up by Archon Silksnow and so many other emperors? Ning laughed. A formation? Is that all you got? An invisible surge of power swept out from Ning. Heart Force Eradicator. Ning's Omega Sword Dao had already reached the 4th stage, making his Heart Force Eradication art even more profound than before. Ning's Heart Force Eradicator had always been based off the secrets of his Omega Sword Dao. Now, a terrifying will of annihilation swept out and struck against the souls and true souls of all of the 20+ emperors. Although the formation was formidable, it didn't hinder Ning's Heart Force in the slightest. Eradication. The 25 emperors all felt their souls and true souls suffer a powerful strike, and they hurriedly relied on their Dao hearts to resist the strike. A series of screams rang out. Of the 20+ emperors, 5 of them perished on the spot, their souls exterminated. Ning was rather surprised. His Heart Force Eradicator was now far more powerful than it had been in the past, giving him a chance to slay even Supreme Dao Lords. However, he knew that these eternal emperors had all been alive for extremely long periods of time, and their Dao hearts had been tempered to be incredibly strong. To use the Heart Force Eradicator to slay them should have been quite difficult. How did he just kill 5 at one blow? It makes sense. The ones which died were all avatars. Avatars only have part of the true body's god sense within it, after all. Ning suddenly understood. Avatars contained part of their owner's god sense within them. Their souls were much weaker than the souls within true bodies, and so they were much weaker when resisting Heart Force attacks. Thus, 5 of them instantly perished to Ning's Heart Force Eradicator. Not good. Our formation's been broken. Quick, assemble into a different formation. Archon Silksnow and Emperor Bloodcloud immediately realized that they were in trouble. Now that 5 emperors' avatars had been exterminated, their formation had been blown apart. They immediately changed into a different variation of the formation to make up for their losses. The 7 killers of the Blood Disc formation had to have at least 7 people within it in order to set up the formation, but it could scale up indefinitely. All they had to do was to change the formation slightly, and they'd be able to make up for the breaches. However, things wouldn't develop as smoothly as they had hoped. Dreamstar Art. After unleashing the Heart Force Eradicator, Ning immediately executed his Dreamstar illusions, but the Dreamstar art was even more insidious than the Heart Force Eradicator. It was harder to defend against and completely undetectable, capable of causing emperors to be drawn into illusions before they even knew what was happening. It must be remembered that Emperor Nightwell had an extremely strong Dao heart, but he was still caught by the illusions. One could imagine how powerful Ning's Dreamstar art had become. The Archons who were at the same level as him might be able to resist it, but those who were a level lower than him would find it quite hard to defend against. Of the surviving emperors, a total of 16 were instantly trapped within the Dreamstar illusions. 5 had died, while 16 had been trapped within the illusions. The entire 7 killers of the Blood Disc formation crumbled apart before a single blow was struck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 13, Absolute Massacre. Book 36, Dao Lord of the 4th Step, Chapter 13, Absolute Massacre. Our formation. Our formation. Archon Silksnow and Emperor Bloodcloud were both flabbergasted. Right now, only 5 emperors were still able to maintain their clarity of mind, the 2 of them included. There was no way they could continue to form the 7 killers of the Blood Disc formation. Attack! After executing the Heart Force Eradicator and the Dreamdust illusions in succession, Ning made his move. Rumble, countless arcs of light appeared in the area around Ning. At the same time, a dazzlingly beautiful pair of golden wings appeared above Ning as well. Under the direction of the golden wings, the countless arcs of swordlight began to form into a chaos world generated by the Tao of the sword. The golden wings then howled through the air, instantly flying over towards the emperors. The golden wings simply flew far, far too fast. They had to be at least 10 times faster than Ning's flying speed. Boom! 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 Dot. Omega Sword Tao, Yin Yang. This domain had been created via a pair of partially mastered hegemonic secret arts, and its power was so great as to be inconceivable. The golden wings howled through the air as they sliced at the divine bodies of the emperors who were present in person. The avatars all had bodies comparable to peak eternal treasures, making them impossible to kill, but the real emperors had fairly frail bodies in comparison. Even though Ning had a precious hegemonic legacy, he had to use up an absolutely enormous amount of treasures in order to train his body to the high-grade eternal treasure level. Most of these emperors had bodies comparable to low-grade eternal treasures. A few had reached the middle-grade eternal treasure level, and extremely few had reached the high-grade eternal treasure level. If they were able to focus their efforts on defending, they would be able to do so, but they were trapped in illusions and completely incapable of fighting back. Ning was able to attack them with impunity. How could they possibly endure in a situation like this? It was much like what had happened when Ning was still very weak and paid a visit to the Azure Flower estate. Although his body had been comparable to a low-grade eternal treasure at the time, he had nearly been beaten to death by one of the two overseers. Thankfully, he had a suit of hegemon armor on him. These emperors, however, certainly didn't have hegemonic armor on them. Slash! 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 In the blink of an eye, the sharp feathers of the golden wings sliced through 6 of the eternal emperors. They were chopped apart, then ground into dust by the countless arcs of light. They died on the spot. 2 eternal emperors had sufficiently strong protective divine abilities that they managed to survive. 6 more down. Ning showed no mercy at all. He felt nothing save the desire to kill the emperors under the banner of Silksnalfine Palace. All of them had gone beyond the bounds of mere dispassionate selfishness and into the level of being true demons. That was why so many emperors hated them and wished to kill them. However, these demons had joined forces to form a powerful organization, making it so that the other emperors didn't dare to offend them. Clang! 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 Swordlight continuously clashed against the avatars, creating clanking sounds. The avatars, however, managed to endure the strikes. As for the 3 emperors who were able to maintain their mental clarity, they were completely stunned by this. 6 of them had died almost instantly? Only now did they understand that Tao Lord Darknorth had the power to kill them with ease. Archon, we can't fight him head-on. Archon, we're going to leave now. But the 2 who had been trapped by the illusions but who had sufficiently strong protective divine abilities and thus survived Ning's attacks now finally came back to their senses. They were terrified by what they saw, and they immediately began to flee. There was no time for them to show sympathy to others. They immediately used their best escape-type treasures to flee. The twin suppressive effects of the Sword Tao Chaos World and the Heart World projection caused their flying speed to be dramatically lowered, and they didn't want to spend a minute longer than was necessary. Just a few moments ago, Archon Silksnow and Emperor Bloodcloud had been leading the emperors in surrounding and attacking Ning, but in the blink of an eye, 6 of the emperors had perished, 5 of the avatars had been destroyed, and the remaining avatars had all been trapped by illusions. The surviving emperors all began to flee. Only Archon Silksnow and Emperor Bloodcloud remained safe and sound, for now. This secret art. Emperor Bloodcloud had an ugly look on his face as he stared at the countless arcs of swordlight and the golden pair of wings. Silksnow, you actually tried to tell me that he's slightly weaker than you? These secret arts alone are already vastly beyond our level of power. How the hell could I have known that he's this powerful? Archon Silksnow was feeling frustrated and frantic as well. Archon Silksnow's face tightened. Where's Dark North? He suddenly vanished. An assassination art. I've heard of his assassination arts. Emperor Bloodcloud's face tightened as well. He also realized that Ning had vanished, and this was something which shocked both of them. Let an endless sea of blood come forth, Emperor Bloodcloud growled, immediately unleashing his invulnerable form and transforming into a vast sea of blood that filled the surrounding area and protected Archon Silksnow. Slash! A streak of swordlight tore through the bloody waves. It's Dark North. Emperor Bloodcloud and Archon Silksnow both turned pale as the three-headed, six-armed, white-robed Ning suddenly appeared. Ning used his 6 northbow swords to tear through the waves of blood as he shot straight towards Archon Silksnow. He snapped coldly, "Silksnow, prepare to die." Ning's godwings were truly ridiculously fast. Ning himself was a bit slower, but he was still faster than Archon Silksnow, especially now that the Archon was being suppressed by the Heart World projection. However, Archon Silksnow refused to admit defeat. He also manifested 6 arms, holding a warblade in each as he charged towards Ning. Whoosh! Ning's swords flowed like water, bringing a tsunami of swordlight with them. They possessed the explosive power of tidal waves but were also incredibly gentle, almost like the caress of a lover. Archon Silksnow's face changed. He strove to use his 6 warblades to block the soft and nearly invisible sword arts Ning was using, but Ning's upgraded, heart sword, made his sword arts even more ghostly than before. His attacks were also noticeably faster, giving Archon Silksnow no chance to block them at all. 2 of the streaks of swordlight coiled around his body like fingers, beginning to tie him up in knots. Whoosh! Archon Silksnow immediately transformed into countless snowflakes that fled and then reformed off in the distance. Running? Ning felt a bit unsettled as well. He wasn't sure if he would be able to kill Archon Silksnow, as his opponent had an invulnerable form. Good invulnerable forms were just too hard to deal with. How can he be this strong? His sword arts are simply too fast. He beat me in just one exchange. Archon Silksnow was running around while panicking. It must be remembered that he previously had been able to dominate Ning with ease. If it hadn't been for the hegemon armor, he probably would have killed Ning already. Now, however, the difference in power between him and the current Ning was just as great as the difference between him and the past Ning, except reversed. In fact, Ning's advantage was actually a bit greater. Be destroyed. Ning put away 5 of his northbow swords, then gripped the 6th with all 6 of his hands. He unleashed his most powerful attack with all the power he had available to him, the Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker. Boom! The entire region of empty space above the sacred city seemed to have completely shattered apart. A savage tidal wave seemed to have appeared in the pitch-black space, a tidal wave which had the power to destroy all in its path. This was a tsunami of swordlight, and it caused those who viewed it to feel a sense of powerlessness. Even Hegemon Brightshore, who was watching from afar, was stunned. What powerful sword arts! In this instant, even Karma was suppressed. Space-time froze, with all dimensional and temporal bubbles freezing in place. Even Emperor Bloodcloud, still in the form of a sea of blood, felt a sense of terror. This was absolute power, and it inspired more terror than anything else. Impossible. Archon Silksnow could hardly believe it. He strove to use his 6 warblades to defend. Boom! He was like a praying mantis trying to use its arms to block a chariot. Archon Silksnow was instantly dominated and crushed by the terrifying tidal wave of swordlight, and his divine power was instantly crushed apart into countless snowflakes. The snow fluttered away, reforming far away into an ashen-faced Archon Silksnow. He wasn't injured, but the psychological blow he had just suffered had an enormous impact on him. Silksnow, Dark North is far too powerful. There's no way for us to fight him. Let's leave. Emperor Bloodcloud began to move to flee. Leave? And go where? His strike just now was so powerful that it compressed even spacetime. There's no way for us to even tear through spacetime to flee. Archon Silks now seemed to have gone mad. He roared mentally, "We have to use our most important treasures if we want to escape. Since we are already going to use at least one of them, let's use them up and try to kill him. Each of us will use one of them. We might be able to kill him." Emperor Bloodcloud was stunned. "If we can't kill him, we'll have to hide for as long as he is alive," Archon Silks now said. "Let's give it a shot. He doesn't have an invulnerable form, we might be able to kill him." "Fine." Emperor Bloodcloud also felt that this type of life would be far too craven. If the two were so frightened as to immediately flee, then so long as Ning was alive, they would have to remain hidden. Better to go all out and give it a shot. Perhaps they'd actually succeed in killing this terrifying Dowlord. Go! Archon Silks now produced a broken grey longspear, sending it flying through the air. It looked quite ordinary and didn't have any special aura to it, but the countless cultivators within the sacred city who saw it felt a sense of absolute horror when they saw it. They all knew that just the tiniest portion of the power hidden within the spear would probably be enough to kill them all. Kill! Emperor Bloodcloud produced a curved, glowing object. It was hard to see the object's true appearance. Emperor Bloodcloud gritted his teeth, then sent it flying outwards. Whoosh! A dazzling crescent moon immediately appeared in the skies, its light blurry and gentle. This absolutely beautiful crescent moon flew towards Ning in a seemingly slow manner, but it actually moved a bit faster than even the grey longspear. He has to die. Archon Silks now and Emperor Bloodcloud both watched eagerly. This was their last hope. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 14, Spread Far and Wide. Book 36, Dowlord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 14, Spread Far and Wide. The light of the crescent moon seemed very slow, but it was actually ridiculous fast. In addition, the light it released completely covered Ning, making it so that he couldn't even evade it via his shadowless evasion art. So this is a hegemon's power? Perfect for me to test myself out. Ning was brimming with the desire to do battle, and his three-headed, six-armed form wielded all six north-bow swords with defensive sword arts. Whoosh! The crescent moon instantly slashed towards Ning, an object of supreme beauty that was filled with terrifying danger. Ning's swordlight flared up as well, transforming into gentle tsunami that swirled around him, forming a whirlpool that then transformed into a black hole. However, at the borders of the black hole a few ripples of tsunami swordlight could be seen. Slash! The crescent moon gently flew into the black hole. Boom! The skies above the sacred city suddenly exploded as spacetime itself split apart, generating multiple layers of cracked and distorted dimensional continuums. Even Ning was knocked backwards uncontrollably by the force of the shockwave. Ning could sense how the attack burned through his layers of defenses, then slammed against him. Ning revealed a smile. His entire body was feeling a bit numb, but it actually felt nice. All the training he had undergone and all of the many legacies he had acquired had finally let him reach a level where he could easily block a hegemonic strike. Although the attack still dominated him, his body was quite stable. He hadn't even spat out any blood. This meant that the difference in power wasn't all that great. Now, I stand at the very apex of power amongst the Archons. I'm very close to the hegemons. While my sword arts are highly defensive, the treasures which Archon Silks now and Emperor Bloodcloud are launching at me aren't of much threat to me any longer. Ning smiled. Whoosh! Right at this moment, that plain-looking grey longspear flew towards him. The longspear's tip was filled with an extremely terrifying destructive force. Judging from how it looks, it should have been a relic left behind by the Sith. Ning watched as the spear flew towards him, feeling quite relaxed as he evaluated its power. I wonder what technique the Sith used to infuse a spear tip with such terrifying power. The sword tsunami once more appeared around him, then transformed into a black hole that began to defend against the attacking gray spear. Crack! Spacetime began to shatter around him, revealing a jagged wound in the fabric of reality as a surge of gray power tore straight through it. Ning was once more knocked flying backwards by the strike. Although this took time to describe, the consecutive attacks by the crescent moon and the plain long spear were actually nearly instantaneous. Ning was knocked flying backwards and clearly at a disadvantage, but he didn't even vomit any blood, much less suffer serious injuries. What? But, how is this possible? Archon Silks now and Emperor Bloodcloud were now completely stunned. He was actually able to face a hegemonic strike head-on. And he wasn't even injured? Archon Silks now felt a sense of rage and disbelief, but he also understood that the difference in power between himself and Lord Darknorth was now simply enormous. Not only did Lord Darknorth have formidable attacks, he had even more terrifying defenses. He had defended against a hegemonic strike, just like that. Silks now, we've lost. We were defeated. We can't beat him. We have no chance at all. Emperor Bloodcloud was filled with pain, but he tore open a space-time tunnel and fled into it like a giant wave of blood. Right now, Archon Silksnow's mind was filled with many thoughts. Just a short while ago, he was one of the most elite figures of the Flemdragon Realmverse, one of the 8 Archons of the Sacred Cities. Today, a mere Dowlord had beaten him into a sorry state where he was forced to retreat. Archon Silks now understood that his power was not even close to being enough to battle Ning. I lost. However, this doesn't end here. I'm definitely not going to just give up. Archon Silks now cast Ning a deep look. The Dowlord he had once held in contempt had now become the most terrifying foe he had ever made. Archon Silks now then cast all other thoughts aside, tearing open a spacetime tear and fleeing into it. Ning had been blasted back by the hegemonic strikes, resulting in his Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker losing its suppressive effect upon local spacetime. This was why Archon Silks now and Emperor Bloodcloud were able to easily tear through spacetime and flee. Archon Silks now and Emperor Bloodcloud both understood the difference in power between them and their foe. They wisely chose to retreat. Ning once more stood up within the empty void of space. There were no longer any cultivators around him. Silks now and Bloodcloud had already torn through spacetime to flee, while the surviving avatars of the Emperors had taken advantage of the moment when Ning was being assaulted by the crescent moon and the plain longspear to flee in every direction. Creating a powerful avatar wasn't easy or cheap, after all, they weren't willing to give themselves up. And so, the only person in the air above the sacred city was the white-robed youth. The countless cultivators within the sacred city, including tens of thousands of Dowlords, all stared at Ning. They were completely stunned. None of them had imagined that this would be the final result. Archon Silks now fled. The other emperors either died or fled as well. Death or flight, the only one left is now Dowlord Darknorth. He's too powerful. Dowlord Darknorth, he beat over 20 emperors into utter submission. Not even the 8 Archons are a match for Dowlord Darknorth. The countless cultivators were so excited, they were about to go crazy. They all hurried to send word of this result to their friends. This sort of unprecedented, unheard of result spread throughout the endless territories like mad. Every single Dowlord who received word was completely stunned, as were the reclusive emperors. What? A Dowlord had actually defeated Silk's now Fiend Palace, the rulers of one of the 8 sacred cities? What? He's actually this strong? Emperor Ilhide and Emperor Anshan's avatars were still in the process of hurrying over from the Ionian stronghold, but they were completely stunned by what they heard. Let's move there immediately. Quickly. Both moved at their maximum speed. A Dowlord actually beat Silks now and Bloodcloud into flight? He actually blocked hegemonic attack treasures head-on? A white-haired, black-winged elder walked out of the highest tower within a palace that was located inside a beautiful world of boundless light. A stunned look was on his face. I've been in seclusion, hoping to train to the hegemon level. I never would have imagined that the Flame Dragon Realmverse would give birth to such a powerful Dao Lord. How could a Dao Lord become this powerful? Perhaps I'll learn something from him that can give me a better chance at reaching hegemony. The black-winged, white-haired elder took a single step forwards, transforming into a streak of light that shot through spacetime and disappeared without a trace. Impossible. Did you perhaps mishear things? How could a Dao Lord be that powerful? But, even the emperors of the Dao Alliance are telling me the same thing. How can a Dao Lord be this powerful? A wrinkly-faced old granny walked out of a wooden house. A number of ordinary mortals were living in the area as well. The old granny's appearance quickly changed to become noble and regal, while her robes became beautiful to behold. The graceful old lady waved her hand, tearing a hole in spacetime and then stepping into that hole. Many ancient emperors who had been in seclusion for many years and who were thought to be dead were coming out of hiding. They normally preferred not to get involved with the outside world and at most kept in touch with some of their oldest friends, but once they heard the news from those friends and they learned of what had happened in Silksnow City, they began to grow restless. The reason why they had gone into seclusion was because they didn't want to be bothered by mundane affairs. They wanted to quietly train in peace and live the type of life they wanted. They all sought to one day reach hegemony. There had been some emperors, after all, who had slowly trained until they had one day reached the hegemon level. Now that they heard how powerful a Dao Lord had become, they naturally all grew quite curious. Hegemon Brightshore had been the first to arrive, and he had watched everything personally from hiding. Although surprised, he was still fairly calm at first, but when he saw how Ning managed to defend against the Crescent Moon and the Plain Longspear in a headlong clash, Hegemon Brightshore was truly stunned. Those were treasures left behind by the Sith which were comparable in might to a Hegemon's full power strike. Hegemon Brightshore was rather shocked. Although they were a bit weaker than a full power hit from me, it had reached Windrain and Netherlilies levels. Dark North actually managed to rely on mere sword arts to block 2 consecutive attacks from incredible Sith treasures. He was overpowered, true, but he still managed to endure the strike head-on. He is now at a level of power where he is on par with the most supreme of Archons. Most likely, he's on par with the 2 leaders of the Dao Alliance. Hegemon Brightshore was stunned. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. His only flaw is that he probably doesn't have an invulnerable form. Those who train in the Dao of the Sword generally do not have invulnerable forms, and without one, his life-preserving abilities will be slightly lacking. What he didn't know, obviously, was that Ning did have an invulnerable form, the Shadowless form. However, a mere hegemonic strike wasn't enough to force him to use it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 15, The Most Powerful Dao Lord. Book 36, Dao Lord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 15, The Most Powerful Dao Lord. His defensive sword arts are far too powerful. He can probably rely on his sword arts to defend against attacks from Netherlily and Windrain. As for me? He's a member of the Brightshore Kingdom, there's no way I'd act against him. Hegemon Brightshore suddenly laughed. I really never would have imagined that this kid Dark North would reach a level where he needs fear no one at all within the Flame Dragon Realmverse. He's a Dao Lord. How did he reach this level of power? I have never, ever heard of a Dao Lord as powerful as him, not even in the legends. He must have some secret about him. Hegemon Brightshore looked at Ning, an inquisitive look in his eyes. Even he was deeply intrigued and wanted to learn Ning's secrets, as they might be of use to him in growing stronger as well. Hegemon Brightshore was the number 1 Hegemon of the Flame Dragon Realmverse, yes, but there were other Realmverses and other verses to worry about. There were still many who were stronger than him. The white-robed Ning was the only person left within the skies above the sacred city. Ning swept the area with his gaze, then glanced in a certain direction. He could vaguely sense that it was most likely Hegemon Brightshore who was hiding over there, and that there were a number of other major powers watching from the shadows. Silksnow Fiend Palace. Ning's gaze finally turned to the towering palace which was the seat of Silksnow Fiend Palace. Boom! Ning suddenly transformed to become a 3 million meter titan. He reached out with his two hands to claw at Silksnow Fiend Palace, trying to tear it upwards. This instantly caused many runes to light up as the barriers around the palace sought to protect it. When the runes lit up, Ning began to analyze them carefully. The reason why he was using brute force at first was so that he would have a chance to better analyze all of the mysteries contained within the barriers. That would make it easier for him to defeat the barriers and then annihilate the entire Silksnow Fiend Palace. Wow! Lord Dark North is trying to uproot Silksnow Fiend Palace. Is he really going to tear out the entire palace? The countless cultivators of the sacred city only grew even more excited. Low-level cultivators like them naturally delighted in chaos. To them, the more emperors died, the more interesting topics of conversation they would have. Rumble, as Ning tugged at Silksnow Fiend Palace, he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms. 4 of those arms wielded northbow swords as he prepared to breach the barriers through raw power. Lord Dark North. A voice rang out. The titanic 3-headed, 6-armed Ning raised his 3 heads to stare into the skies. A furry gold alien had appeared in the skies. The alien's entire body was covered with glowing golden fur, and his aura was so mighty as to be on par with Ning's. Emperor Gold Isle, Ning said. Lord Dark North, you killed many emperors and sent Silksnow and Bloodcloud fleeing. That's enough, Emperor Gold Isle said. There's no need for you to annihilate Silksnow Fiend Palace. It is, after all, one of the 8 organizations which rule over the 8 sacred cities in accordance with the pact they made with the Tao Alliance. Even though you have defeated them, if you fail your Tao merge, then 108,000 chaos cycles from now they will once again rise to power. Ning frowned. He wasn't certain of his Tao merge chances. If he failed his Tao merge, he would eventually die, and indeed, Archon Silksnow and the others would once more reappear. Whether Silksnow Fiend Palace rises or falls 108,000 chaos cycles from now, is something for them to worry about 108,000 chaos cycles in the future. Ning's voice was sonorous, shaking both heaven and earth. So long as I, Dark North, am alive, I shall be working to destroy Silksnow Fiend Palace. If I hear word that anyone dares to proclaim himself as a disciple of Silksnow Fiend Palace, I'll definitely kill him and show no mercy. So long as I, Dark North, am alive, I shall be working to destroy Silksnow Fiend Palace. These words echoed throughout the world around them. Ning was openly proclaiming the decision he had just made. He was now someone who stood at the very apex of power in the Flame Dragon realmverse. Not even hegemons would be able to do anything to him. Few would be willing to challenge his decisions, and that only after careful consideration. Alas! The Madare Emperor Gold Isle shook his head slowly upon seeing this. If you've already made up your mind, then I won't try to dissuade you. Let me remind you, however, that Silksnow Fiend Palace still has a large number of eternal emperors within its ranks. You might be able to kill a few, but many are scattered throughout the territories. They can avoid you while you are in your prime, but once you die your children will probably be in danger. A cold light flashed through Ning's eyes. Archon Silksnow and his emperors were all devils. If Ning was to die, they would come for revenge, and they would most likely take their vengeance upon the 3 realms and vast heaven palace. Still, the reason why Ning dared to do this was because he didn't fear these devils. First of all, the 3 realms were hidden quite securely. Its location had never been made public, and no one knew that his 3 realms was his homeland. Second, he was planning to make another visit to the stone elephant wall and take away those 4 Archon-class golems as well as some of the Sith discs. He was going to place them all in the 3 realms. No matter what, if he truly did fail in his Tao merge and perish, he would ensure that things were taken care of. As for Vast Heaven Palace, there was no need for him to worry about it. Emperor Sulliski's greatest forte was his invulnerable aqua form. Not even Archons would be able to do anything to him. Take revenge upon me? Ning looked at Emperor Goldisle. If they want to take revenge, they need to stay alive until the day I die. Emperor Goldisle's eyebrows raised slightly. He couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Dao Lords. Most of them really don't care about life and death, and they are absolutely crazy. I pity Silk's Nalthine Palace for having offended Dao Lord Dark North, the poor bastards. Ning's eyes were filled with coldness. He had certain options available to him. He had only trained for a brief period of time and had already reached his current level of power. It wouldn't necessarily be impossible for him to succeed in the Dao merge. Besides, his Heartsword art had more room for improvement, as did his Heartforce secret arts. It must be remembered that his Heartforce illusions were actually still weaker than the Dao Lord Featherdress. The reason his Heartforce attacks had already become this powerful was purely due to how strong his Heartforce was. Once he upgraded his Heartforce and secret arts further, Ning's Heartforce abilities would definitely inspire terror in countless eternal emperors. If they were attacked by hegemons, they might be able to flee, but once they were trapped in Ning's illusions, they would have no chance to escape. This was what made eternal emperors who were Heartforce cultivators so terrifying. I'll take things one step at a time. Ning was quite relaxed, continuing to try and uproot Silk's Nalthine Palace with two of his arms as countless runes flickered over its surface. As for his other four arms, they wielded the Northbow swords, executing sword arts as Ning started to break the formations and barriers apart. By now, not a single emperor remained within Silk's Nalthine Palace, all of them had fled. If an emperor was left, it probably would have been a bit more difficult for Ning to break these barriers apart, but since no one was actively managing them, Ning was able to forcibly tear through them with his overwhelming power. Whoosh! Boom! A large number of formations began to be torn apart by force. Rumble, the servants and retainers throughout Silk's Nalthine Palace began to flee in terror as Ning began to rip the palace out from its foundation. After just 10 or so breaths of time, Ning's Northbow swords managed to tear apart all of the formations. Whoosh! Ning managed to uproot the entire Silk's Nalthine Palace just like a giant carrot. The three-headed, six-armed Ning was over 3 million meters tall, and the sight of him uprooting Silk's Nalthine Palace caused all of the countless cultivators in the sacred city to sigh in amazement. They would probably never be able to forget this sight, and they would forever celebrate the fact that they had witnessed this with their own eyes. This was, without question, the most freakishly powerful and talented Dao Lord who had ever existed in the annals of history. Come here. With but a thought, Ning drew Silk's Nalthine Palace into his estate world. The sacred city of Silksnell looked just as peaceful and calm as before, but the place where Silk's Nalthine Palace had once been was now completely empty. Silk's Nalthine Palace is finished. They're doomed. No one will dare to claim membership in Silk's Nalthine Palace for at least 108,000 chaos cycles. The cultivators all sighed with emotion. Most of the members of Silk's Nalthine Palace were ordinary cultivators. After all, there were only 30 or so emperors to begin with. 8 had died today, leaving only 20 plus emperors. The rest were all Dao Lords or world-level cultivators, but there was no way they would be able to live past 108,000 chaos cycles. Thus, for the vast majority of cultivators, the formerly awe-inspiring Silk's Nalthine Palace was truly and completely finished, its foundation destroyed. Only the emperors were left, but all of them had gone into hiding in fear of Ning discovering them. The skies above the sacred city. Ning, who had just uprooted Silk's Nalthine Palace, was standing face to face with Emperor Goldisle. Dao Lord Dark North, please follow me, Emperor Goldisle said. Ning turned to glance at him. He saw a gold-colored world rapidly expanding within the void, and within it Ning was able to vaguely make out the forms of Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Nightlily, Hegemon Windrain, and a number of other figures who emanated auras of incredible power. The 3 hegemons and quite a few of the more reclusive emperors have all shown up. They wish to meet with you, Dark North. Emperor Goldisle smiled. You truly are the most powerful Dao Lord to ever exist since the ancient days. All of these old fellows wish to meet you. I do indeed need to meet them. Ning nodded. Come on over, Dark North. There's nothing for you to worry about, the distant hegemon Brightshore sent mentally from within that golden world. No matter what, Ning was a member of the Brightshore Kingdom. As the Brightshore hegemon, he was definitely going to stand on Ning's side. Coming. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ning and Emperor Goldisle immediately flew towards the Golden World. As the two flew inside, the Golden World became completely sealed off. The world had been established just a few billion kilometers outside the sacred city of Silks now, but ordinary eternal emperors would never be able to discover it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13. Book 36, Chapter 16, The Great Flame Dragon Conference. Book 36, Downlord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 16, The Great Flame Dragon Conference. Ning swept the golden world with his gaze after entering it. In front of him were 9 clouds, and each cloud had upon it a table covered with precious immortal wine and fruit. 7 of the clouds were occupied by 7 major powers who were seated in the lotus position. They included the white-robed, white-bearded hegemon Brightshore, the green-haired hegemon Windrain, the dazzlingly beautiful hegemon Netherlily, and the black-robed, black-haired Emperor Blackcloud of the Tao Alliance. As for the other 3, Ning had never met them before. Their auras, however, were quite extraordinary. Incredible. Ning's heart clenched. The reclusive old experts of the Flame Dragon Realmverse have probably all come out. Dark North, sit. Emperor Goldisle pointed at the 2 clouds which were still empty. After you, Emperor Goldisle, Ning said modestly. Emperor Goldisle was one of the 2 leaders of the Tao Alliance, after all. The 2 flew forwards together, then parted to sit down atop each of their respective clouds. Now, all 9 major powers were present. Ha, it's rare to have such a lively gathering. Emperor Goldisle swept the others with his gaze after sitting down, then let out a ringing laugh. It has been a long time since I've seen my old friends here, and now, I've seen you all. It has indeed been quite some time. A gold-haired, gold-robed man seated off in the distance smiled. It is all thanks to fellow Taoist Dark North that all of us have a chance to meet today. Ha ha. I suppose we can consider this a new Great Flame Dragon Conference. Of course it is. All of the major powers who usually take part in the conference have all gathered here today. Emperor Blackcloud nodded and smiled. All of you normally spend your time in seclusion. It isn't easy to meet you. Today, however, all of you have come on your own volition. Given how impressive fellow Taoist Dark North is, how could we not come out to meet him? The graceful, noble-looking woman smiled as she spoke. Of course we came for the sake of fellow Taoist Dark North. I've seen your tired old faces plenty of times already, a silver-haired, black-robed youth said. Emperor Goldisle turned to look at Ning, then smiled. Dark North, let me make the introductions. I'm sure you already know the 3 hegemons over here, hegemon Brightshore, hegemon Windrain, and hegemon Netherlily. I don't need to introduce Emperor Blackcloud either. Ning nodded, continuing to listen. This gentleman, Emperor Goldisle pointed towards the gold-robed, gold-haired man, is pretty much the longest-living emperor of the Tao Alliance. His name is Emperor Goldface, and long ago he was once an archon of a sacred city. However, he later gave it up and retreated into seclusion. He now rarely shows himself, and very few people even know about him. Emperor Goldface. Ning immediately said, so you are Emperor Goldface. Although Dark North has heard of you before, I knew very little about you. Today, I finally have the chance to meet with you. Emperor Goldface was definitely an awesomely famous emperor. He was the most dazzling figure of an era, the most illustrious emperor of his time. Later on, for some unknown reason, he had become a very low-key figure and had disappeared without a trace. He was so ancient and long-lived that he was already quite famous when the Dawn War first began. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Emperor Goldface felt quite smug, but he spoke in an artificially humble manner. "Let me make another introduction." Emperor Goldisle pointed at the graceful and noble-looking woman. "This is Empress Jade Phoenix. She is actually the youngest member of our little group." "Greetings, Empress Jade Phoenix," Ning said. "No need to be courteous, fellow Daoist Dark North." Empress Jade Phoenix nodded and smiled at him. Finally, Emperor Goldisle looked at the silver-haired, black-robed youth. "This is Daoist Bluestone. He is, without a question, the #1 expert of our Dao Alliance." "You praise me too much," the silver-haired, black-robed youth said. Ning was briefly startled. "Bluestone?" He couldn't help but think back to Spring Grass and her little brother, but in the next instant he focused on what Emperor Goldisle had just said. The #1 expert of the Dao Alliance? If he was making that claim in front of all these people, it was probably true. Ning suddenly heard the voice of Hegemon Brightshore ring out in his mind. "Dark North, all of these ancient members of the Dao Alliance have gathered here today because of you. That's why you need to be careful. Emperor Goldface and Empress Jade Phoenix are nothing to worry about, but you have to be wary of Daoist Bluestone. He is incredibly strong. Although he's not a hegemon, he's strong enough to stand as equals to the three of us." Ning was rather shocked upon hearing this. "Then why have I never heard of Daoist Bluestone before?" Ning sent back. "Because of the 5 emperors of the Dao Alliance before you, Daoist Bluestone has the best temperament and is the most low-key. He doesn't care about empty titles and reputation, his focus is purely on the Dao. Although he is the undisputed #1 figure within the Dao Alliance, there are very few who even know about him. That's why, although you need to be careful with you don't need to worry too much. He's an extremely even-tempered and amiable man," Hegemon Brightshore sent. "He's not a hegemon. Why is he able to stand alongside hegemons in power?" Ning sent back. "Daoist Bluestone rose to power as Immortal cultivator, and so he has both a true body and a primal twin. After succeeding in his Dao merge to become an emperor, he focused all of his efforts on secluded meditation and training, resulting in him becoming one of the most elite members of the Dao Alliance. He sent his true body roving through the outside world, and roughly 300,000 chaos cycles ago, he found a Sith relic site. He allowed his primal twin to undergo the ritual sacrificium, converting it into one of the Black Emperors of the Sith race while his true body remained normal. Now, his true body continues to train in seclusion while his Black Emperor primal twin goes out exploring. He has more treasures than anyone else in the entire Dao Alliance. You absolutely cannot make an enemy out of him. He might be an extremely amiable person, but if you really do manage to somehow piss him off, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable." Ning was speechless. Black Emperor? That referred to those onyx humanoid figures, right? Those things definitely had hegemonic levels of power. During the Dawn War, a single one of the onyx humanoids had been enough to drag 2 hegemons to their deaths. Daoist Bluestone had converted his primal twin into one of them? No wonder he was able to sit alongside the 3 mighty hegemons as peers. The two communicated in secret quite quickly, and now Ning had a better understanding of those who were before him. Emperor Goldface looked at Ning, a smile on his face. "Fellow Daoist Dark North, you truly are impressive. You were able to defeat over 20 emperors as a Dao Lord. Even when Silk Snow and Blood Cloud joined forces, they still weren't able to withstand so much as a single blow from you. I've never even heard of a Dao Lord like you. I rarely admire others, but I have to say that I truly do admire you, fellow Daoist Dark North." "You praise me too much," Ning said. "No need to be humble, Dark North." Hegemon Netherlily spoke out in praise as well. "You are indeed the most powerful Dao Lord I have seen or even heard of. My horizons have truly been broadened. I now know that even Dao Lords can reach such an incredible level of power." "Yes, all of our horizons have been broadened," Daoist Bluestone said with a sigh. "For a Dao Lord to reach this level of power, if you can succeed in your Dao merge, you'll probably be far stronger than other hegemons. You might even become comparable to an Otherverse Lord. Otherverse Lords were generally hegemons who managed to seize control over an alternate universe and who were able to control the prime essences of that universe, borrowing from it to dramatically strengthen themselves. But I'm quite puzzled. Hegemon Windrain spoke out as well. Dark North, my young friend, why is it that despite being a Tao Lord, you have reached such an incredible level of power? I'm puzzled as well. Emperor Goldface looked at Ning. Would you be willing to relieve us of our confusion, fellow Daoist Dark North? All of the emperors, including Daoist Bluestone and the three mighty hegemons, were all staring straight at Ning. Even though Hegemon Brightshore stood on Ning's side, he was still curious about Ning's Tao. Every single cultivator hoped to be able to walk as far along the path of the Tao as they could, and so they were naturally interested in Ning's Tao. How could a Tao Lord be this powerful? What was the reason behind it? If they knew the reason, perhaps they would be inspired by it. Perhaps it would be of help to them. Naturally, every single one of the major powers were extremely intrigued in it. Ning wasn't surprised by this. Everything was as he had expected. He himself was a cultivator, he knew just how much cultivators cared about the Tao. It was precisely because he knew that his sudden explosion in power would attract quite a bit of trouble and that many other major powers might appear to cause trouble for him. Although he wasn't afraid of them, if he ended up fighting and offending a large group of people, then things would become troublesome for him in the future. That was why he had decided to just kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, stunning and warning everyone, especially the weaker ones, that he was not to be trifled with. In the end, only the most elite major powers of the entire Flame Dragon Realmverse were qualified to come speak with him about it, but even then, they had to behave with courtesy and treat him as an honored guest. This was indeed the best possible outcome which Ning had hoped for. A nice, peaceful discussion, how wonderful would that be? He would be able to resolve his potential future troubles at one go. Even if a few ended up becoming his enemies, it would be within the realm of what he could handle. This group could indeed be described as the most powerful force within the entire Flame Dragon Realmverse. The only ones here aside from the leaders of the Tao Alliance were the three hegemons. Figures like Emperor Anshan, the supreme leader of the Aeonians, were individually comparable to the likes of Emperor Goldface, but the Aeonians as a race were far too weak. They were also mortal enemies of the Tao Alliance. As a result, they were naturally excluded from this event. Thus, the only ones invited to take part were the 5 supreme emperors of the Tao Alliance and the 3 hegemons. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 17, Omega Sword Tao. Book 36, Tao Lord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 17, Omega Sword Tao. Ning swept his gaze across the 8 supreme experts of the Flame Dragon Realmverse, then smiled. Since you are all curious, I'll chat a bit about it. However, this involves some of my personal secrets. I hope that you will not casually spread it to others. The fewer who know about it, the better. That goes without saying, Emperor Goldface said hurriedly. Was the kid joking? The fewer who knew a secret, the more precious the secret would be. If everyone knew it, the 8 of them wouldn't have any advantage at all. The other major powers were all delighted as well. None of them had expected Ning to be this easygoing about it. The path of cultivation is a stratified one. There are greater Daos and there are lesser Daos, Ning said. World-level cultivators must develop their own Daos and use them to become Samsara Tao Lords. Some gain insight into ordinary Daos, some gain insights into formidable ones, and a few will gain insight into supreme Daos. At the very apex are those who fuse multiple supreme Daos together into a perfect whole. The 3 hegemons and the 5 emperors of the Tao Alliance all nodded slightly. Ning continued, so fusing multiple supreme Daos is the apex, the highest level of power possible, right? This is what almost all cultivators believe, but I did not believe this. Are you telling me this isn't the case? Hegemon Windrain rumbled. Fusing multiple supreme Daos has to be the apex, right? Daoist Bluestone said, puzzled. Normally, they would state with absolute certainty that it was the apex, but facing them was Ning. All of them spoke rather hesitantly. Clearly, they weren't as confident as they had been in the past. Ning smiled. It is not the apex. What? There are even stronger Daos than that? But the 3 hegemons and the 5 Dao Alliance emperors were all stunned when they heard the certainty in Ning's response. The fact that fusing multiple supreme Daos together was the apex of cultivation was considered common knowledge and believed unquestioningly by countless cultivators. This was the most difficult path possible, and once one succeeded in the Dao merge, one would become a hegemon. However, Ning was now telling them that there was something above that, an even more difficult and even more exalted path. Above fused supreme Daos is an even superior Dao, and it is this type of sword Dao that I used to become a Samsara Dao Lord, Ning said. So that's the reason. Hegemon Netherlily nodded slowly. As a Dao Lord, I did realize that my Dao was able to slowly grow and improve in strength as it drew upon the mysteries of the other Daos I trained in, allowing me to develop increasingly powerful ultimate attacks. Even back then, I was slightly puzzled by this. Why was it that my fused supreme Daos could benefit from other mysteries and continue to grow even more powerful? Was it possible that there was something above them? Now that I see Dark North, I finally understand. Ning smiled. Right. Dao Lords who walked other paths were able to use the mysteries of other Daos to perfect their own while training, allowing them to develop stronger techniques. For example, even someone who had fused 3 supreme Daos of water would not have a Dao that fully encompassed everything pertaining to the essence of water. Naturally, he would be able to draw on more from other Daos to slowly perfect his own understanding of water. Ning, however, was different. His path was that of the Omega Sword Dao. It represented the true apex. At each individual stage, there was literally nothing further he could learn regarding the sword. This was why, once he made a breakthrough, he gained immediate access to the most perfect versions of the 5 stances of his Omega Sword Dao and was unable to create better techniques. He was different from other Dao Lords. I have named my Dao the Omega Sword Dao, Ning said, then laughed. But of course, I'm just assuming that it is the true apex. Perhaps, after countless years pass, yet another dazzling genius will appear and will tell me that there's something that's even superior to my Dao. Ha ha. If your Omega Sword Dao surpasses even fused Supreme Daos, it really should be the apex. Hegemon Brightshore nodded slowly. Yes, it'd be ridiculous if there was anything more powerful, the others agreed. Ning smiled. When he had developed his Omega Sword Dao, a resonance had been generated with the prime essence of the Dao of the sword. In that instant, Ning had immediately understood that he had developed the most perfect and complete sword Dao possible. He was a true master of the Dao of the sword. Above fused Supreme Daos was an even more profound type of Dao. Ning had long ago prepared to divulge this secret. If he said nothing at all, he would only attract even more suspicion from the various major powers. It was better to explain things clearly. And, just telling them about it wouldn't impact him personally. So what if they learned that a stronger Dao existed? It must be remembered that there were plenty of world-level geniuses who had fused multiple Supreme Daos together, and quite a few even had hegemonic legacies. In each era, however, only a tiny number of them managed to become Supreme Dao Lords. Emperor Heartsword had made his Heartsword art available for public dissemination, and many had studied this set of sword arts, but to this very day, the only person to truly master it remained Emperor Heartsword himself. None of those who had come later had been able to truly master it. Ning's Omega Sword Dao was even tougher to master than the Heartsword art. It was on a much higher level than fused Supreme Daos Zat. Such a difficult Dao, even if Ning actually made it completely public as the Omega Sword Dao, manual for others to study, who knew how long it would be before another peerless genius would be able to reach Ning's level in it? And of course, Ning wasn't planning to make it public. The Omega Sword Tao. This name caused the major powers to all sigh in amazement. It was too late for them to learn of Omega Daos, they had all become emperors thanks to fused Daos. Once a Tao had been chosen, there was no way to go back on it. Fellow Daoist Dark North. Emperor Goldface smiled. Now that I've heard of these incredible Omega Daos, I truly feel admiration and awe. I wonder, would you be willing to let me inspect your Omega Sword Tao technique and broaden my horizons? Although there's no way for me to start over on my path of cultivation, it would at least allow me to learn a few things. Ning frowned. Let him take a look at it? Broaden his horizons? How could he casually allow others to inspect his Tao? Although there weren't many who would be able to learn the Omega Sword Tao, Ning didn't want to just hand it out to people. My Omega Sword Tao shall be transmitted to my disciples in the future. I cannot casually show it to others, Ning said. We can share our Daos and exchange our insights, Emperor Goldface said. I'd naturally be willing to share my Tao with you, as well as show you all of the other legacies I have accumulated in exchange, fellow Daoist Dark North. Goldface, you go too far. How can you compare your Daos with fellow Daoist Dark North's? His Tao is that of the Omega Sword Tao, it is completely unique and is superior to even fused Supreme Daos. Not even hegemonic Daos are comparable to it. Empress Jade Phoenix frowned and said coldly, if you want to view his Omega Sword Tao, you should at least show a bit of sincerity. Empress Jade Phoenix then looked at Ning. Fellow Daoist Dark North, to tell you the truth, I'm stuck at a bottleneck myself. I wish to break through it and become a hegemon. Alas, breaking through is far too difficult. That's why I truly wish for a chance to see your Omega Sword Tao. Perhaps it would give me new insights that would allow me to break through. I wouldn't presume to ask to view it for free. I can swear an oath to you that after viewing it, I won't transmit it to any others, and will accede to any request you make. As far as treasures go, I have plenty as well, Emperor Goldface said. As far as treasures go, I probably have the most, Daoist Bluestone suddenly said. Everyone fell silent. Not even the three hegemons could argue against this statement. They all knew that Daoist Bluestone had once discovered a complete, undamaged Sith relic site, and had thus let his primal twin undergo the ritual sacrificium to become a Black Emperor. The other treasures within the relic site had all fallen into Daoist Bluestone's hands as well. No one knew just how many treasures he had. Fellow Daoist Dark North. Daoist Bluestone looked at Ning. I only wish to view your Omega Sword Tao once, and I'll swear an oath to never show it off to any others. As for any requests you might have, just name them. I know that a grudge exists between you and Archon Silks now. Just give me a nod, and I'll throw the full force of my power against the Emperors of Silks Now Fiend Palace. I'll wipe all of them out, including Silks Now and Bloodcloud, no matter what the cost is. It would be very hard for Daoist Bluestone to kill Silks Now and Bloodcloud, but if he was truly willing to pay the price he still had a chance to accomplish it. Daoist Bluestone looked at Ning, his eyes blazing with eagerness. He was a man who cared about nothing save the Tao. For the sake of the Tao, he was willing to sacrifice a great deal. As for my treasures, aside from a few treasures that are extremely important to me, I'll hand all of them over to you. In other words, over 99% of my treasures shall be yours, Daoist Bluestone said. I only ask that you let me view your Omega Sword Tao. Ning was startled. To tell the truth, his original plan had merely been to divulge the existence of Daos that were superior to fused Supreme Daos. He hadn't been planning to say anything else. Ning was only planning to leave his Omega Sword Tao behind for the three realms to study, along with a few select disciples of his. He hadn't planned to make it public. That way, if he encountered a serious problem in the future, he would perhaps be able to use the Omega Sword Tao as a bargaining chip to negotiate with hegemons. For example, he could ask a hegemon to swear an oath to forever help him protect the three realms, and so on and so forth. However, all of those things would only happen if he was unable to do something himself. It was a last resort option. So long as Ning could handle things by himself, he wouldn't be willing to transmit the Omega Sword Dao to others. But today, Ning began to waver when faced with Taoist Bluestone's offer. The man truly was sincere. Emperor Goldface had engaged in beautiful sophistry about sharing das and exchanging insights, but Ning couldn't be bothered to negotiate with him. He had over 300 hegemonic legacies. Why would he care about Emperor Goldface? Taoist Bluestone, in contrast, had been extremely sincere. He was willing to hand out over 90% of his treasures, and he didn't try to give Ning any pressure at all. In addition, in his heart, Ning deeply desired to find someone to reverse the flows of spacetime and revive his wife. Perhaps Taoist Bluestone's treasures would be enough to invite an autarch to intercede. Ning was going to choose a good number of disciples in the future and transmit the Omega Sword Dao to them. Letting Taoist Bluestone view it as well wasn't out of the realm of possibility. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 18, Naked Extortion. Book 36, Tao Lord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 18, Naked Extortion. Taoist Bluestone has far more treasures than the rest of us. Emperor Goldface smiled when he saw the offer Taoist Bluestone had made. But, the Omega Sword Dao technique is just a technique, showing it off to a few more people won't cause you to incur any losses, Tao Lord Darknorth. We naturally will make sure you are properly compensated for it, and you can always use a few more treasures, right? As a Tao Lord, you haven't trained for all that long. You probably don't have many treasures yet, eh? Ning frowned. Why was this Emperor Goldface so irritating? It's not for you to lecture me on who I should teach my Omega Sword Dao to, Emperor Goldface. Ning's voice was ice cold, devoid of his earlier humility. Emperor Goldface's face tightened. You. I imagine that the three hegemons, Emperor Goldisle and Emperor Blackcloud, all know what I want the most. Ning didn't even look at Emperor Goldface, instead turning to glance at the other major powers. The greatest desire I have had ever since my earliest days of cultivating has been reviving my Tao companion. However, only an autarch can do it. Thus, if someone can give me enough treasure to ask an autarch to intervene on my behalf, I'm willing to fully record every aspect of my Omega Sword Dao for him to view. Ask an autarch to intervene? The three hegemons traded a glance while the five emperors fell silent. Ning watched carefully, only to see that all of the major powers were completely silent. A while later, the distant Taoist Bluestone finally spoke out. Fellow Taoist Darknorth, asking an autarch to help out is no easy task. If all three hegemons pooled all of their treasures together, they might have just barely enough to get an autarch to intervene. Although I was fortunate enough to acquire some Sith treasures, it probably isn't enough to get an autarch to intervene. The materials to create a Black Emperor, I already used up. The remaining treasures won't be enough. Brightshore, Windrain, Netherlily, would you three hegemons be willing to work with me to come up with the sum needed to approach an autarch? Darknorth, would that work for you? That's fine. Ning pondered for a moment and nodded. I'm fine with allowing Taoist Bluestone and the three hegemons to view it together. For the sake of reviving Yue, anything would be worth it. I can probably provide 30 to 40% of the value needed to ask an autarch to intervene. Taoist Bluestone looked towards the other three hegemons. Can you three jointly come up with the 60 or so percent needed? That's too much. Hegemon Netherlily shook her head. That's a lot to ask. Invite an autarch to help out? I've never even seen an autarch. Hegemon Windrain shook his head as well. The price is too high. I think we'll pass. Yes, we'll pass. Hegemon Brightshore shook his head as well. Taoist Bluestone was startled for a moment, then nodded his head in understanding. I'm so embarrassed. I forgot that although this Omega Sword Dao is extremely enticing to me, due to my efforts to step into the hegemon level, it is of much more limited use to the three of you. Ning understood what was going on. Daoist Bluestone, Emperor Goldface, Empress Jade Phoenix, Emperor Blackcloud, and Emperor Goldisle all deeply desired to train to the hegemon level. But the three hegemons? Their Daos would need to advance by an absolutely huge amount before they could reach the inconceivably powerful level of autarky. This step was as vast as the gap between heaven and earth. Although the Omega Sword Dao was an extremely profound Dao, Ning had thus far only developed it to the fourth step Dao Lord level. A mere Dao Lord level, Omega Sword Dao, would be of limited assistance to hegemons. It was virtually impossible for them to use Ning's insights to reach autarky. It must be remembered that not even the combined treasures of all three hegemons would necessarily be enough to invite an autarch to help out. To have the three of them jointly come up with 60% of the necessary funds represented them essentially bankrupting themselves. For them to sacrifice the majority of their treasures simply to view the Omega Sword Dao, the three hegemons weren't willing to do such a thing. How embarrassing. Daoist Bluestone looked towards Ning. Fellow Daoist Dark North, I've already offered as much as I can. To ask an autarch to help out is just far too difficult. Perhaps the only person belonging to the Flame Dragon Realmverse qualified to do such a thing is Emperor Waveshift, but he's always been roaming the outside world. There's no way to even locate him, and even if you somehow found him, he probably wouldn't be willing to give you that much treasure. He might be weaker than hegemons in actual combat, but he has definitely reached the hegemon level in the Dao of numerancy. Your Omega Sword Dao would be of limited use to him. Ning understood. His Omega Sword Dao was of limited interest to the hegemons, it was of far more interest to the emperors who were trapped at a bottleneck and who sought to break through it to reach hegemony. Well, you know my offer. I'm willing to give you the vast majority of my treasures, and I'll even be willing to do anything you ask me to do. Daoist Bluestone smiled. If you decide to accept, you can come seek me out whenever you wish, The Dao which Daoist Bluestone had chosen was the Dao of Black and White. Black and white, they encompassed all things, including both evil and good, darkness and light. They were all-embracing. His mindset was quite calm and even acquire what he could, but not to force what he could not. As a cultivator, his behavior had to match up to his Dao. Ning could sense Daoist Bluestone's sincerity. In fact, Daoist Bluestone hadn't tried to threaten him or give him the slightest bit of pressure. He was someone who even the three hegemons were wary of, but he didn't try to threaten Ning at all. Ning couldn't help but admire him for this, causing him to change his mind. Reviving Yue via reversing the flows of spacetime would be incredibly expensive, and it would be very hard to accumulate all the treasures needed at once. Since that wasn't possible, he would slowly accumulate the amount needed. Given that he already had the Verdant Azure Soul and the mutated Omnigeddon Bloodfruit Tree, if he added in Daoist Bluestone's treasures, some more time and adventuring would give him a chance at acquiring what he needed. Brother Bluestone, Ning suddenly sent mentally to Daoist Bluestone. Daoist Bluestone's heart trembled, but he kept his face expressionless to ensure that no one could tell. After this conference concludes, let us discuss the Omega Sword Dao in private, Ning sent mentally. Very well. I, Bluestone, won't forget the kindness you have shown me, Daoist Bluestone sent back. He was extremely excited. Daoist Bluestone had already reached the maximum level he could reach in secret arts, divine abilities, or treasures. Although he had many treasures, none of them were really useful in increasing his level of power. To further refine and perfect his Dao was just far too difficult, which was why this inconceivable Omega Sword Dao had truly stirred his interest. Ning was merely a Dao Lord of the fourth step, but the power of his Dao was already comparable to that of Daoist Bluestone's. Daoist Bluestone felt certain that this inconceivably profound Sword Dao would help open up a new path and new horizons for him. The two spoke mentally in private, agreeing to chat after the conference but not revealing any hint of the decision outwardly. There were far too many who were interested in the Omega Sword Dao. After all, even if Ning was to agree, he wouldn't agree publicly. Hoofed Emperor Goldface let out an angry snort as he rose to his feet. He pointed at Ning and yelled, "Fellow Taoist Bluestone has shown you great sincerity, but still you refuse? Where does a mere Tao Lord like yourself get the gall to act so arrogantly before the 3 hegemons and we 5 emperors? Hoof. Everyone says that you are powerful, but I haven't had the chance to witness it myself. I really don't believe it. Why don't you show me if you really have the power to back up your arrogance?" Right after speaking, Emperor Goldface flew off his throne. His entire body began to glow with golden light that swept towards Ning like a crushing wave. "What, you want to try and take it from me by force?" Ning smiled coldly. "And what if I do? Let's see if you are strong enough to keep it for yourself." Emperor Goldface had always been an extremely overbearing emperor, far more so than Bluestone or Jade Phoenix. This was why even Ning had heard of him. Despite so many eons having gone past since those early days, he had caused quite a stir. Jade Phoenix and the strongest of the 3, Taoist Bluestone, were both very low-key to the point where Ning had never heard of them. "Brother Dark North?" Taoist Bluestone sent mentally to Ning. "No need to intervene," Ning sent back. "This Goldface character was already starting to piss me off. I'm going to teach him a lesson." "Ha, good. I quite dislike Goldface as well. Help me teach him a good lesson," Taoist Bluestone sent mentally. Although Ning had defeated Bloodcloud and Silksnow, the battle had concluded far too quickly. He had defeated all the enemies in an extremely short period of time, and so the only ones to witness it in person had been Hegemon Brightshore and Emperor Goldisle. Even Hegemon Netherlily and Hegemon Windrain had been just a step too slow, much less the other emperors. None of them had personally witnessed how Ning had defeated Silksnow's group. They had only watched as he had uprooted Silksnow Fiend Palace. "Puny Tao Lord, I'll teach you a lesson and let you know that there's a time for arrogance and a time for humility." Emperor Goldface's entire body glowed with golden light, but his gaze was as cold as ice. "When I'm around, you'd best show some humility." He was Emperor Goldface. Only the 3 hegemons and Taoist Bluestone were truly superior to him. He held others in no regard at all. "Soon, you'll learn what humility actually means." Ning rose to his feet as well. His body blurred as he activated 3 heads, 6 arms, and all 6 Northbow swords flew into his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 19, Dispersed. Book 36, Tao Lord of the 4th Step, Chapter 19, Dispersed. "And who will teach me?" "You? You don't even have a universe treasure to your name." Emperor Goldface smirked. "Makes sense, though. You are just a Tao Lord. It'll be almost impossible for you to convince a universe treasure to submit to you." "Even without a universe treasure, I'll still knock you flat on your ass," Ning said coldly. "You'll lose the attitude soon enough." The look on Emperor Goldface's face was growing uglier by the moment. He had already manifested 6 arms and wielded 6 long shuttles in his hands, each of which glowed with golden light. One of the 6 had an especially extraordinary aura. It looked semi-translucent, and the cold aura radiating from it caused Ning to instantly understand that it was a universe treasure. Of Emperor Goldface's 6 weapons, one was a universe treasure while the other 5 were most likely lifeblood weapons. Of the major powers present, Hegemon Brightshore was on the best terms with Ning. He knew just how powerful Ning had become, as he had watched that earlier battle from start to finish. This was why Hegemon Brightshore did not move to stop this fight, while Ning had personally waved off Taoist Bluestone. As for the other major powers, they naturally didn't move to prevent the fight. They were all curious and wanted to see just how powerful Ning's Omega Sword Tao was. Whoosh! Endless flower petals began to appear around Emperor Goldface. Some were red, some were black, some were blue, some were violet. The multicolored petals all danced through the surrounding area, pressing down upon Ning. Ning didn't hesitate at all in unleashing his own secret arts. Countless arcs of swordlight appeared around him, while an incomparably beautiful pair of golden wings appeared right above him. The two worked together perfectly in accordance with the profound principles of the Omega Sword Tao, Yin-Yang, with the golden wings being escorted by countless arcs of swordlight. It looked like a phoenix being escorted by countless lesser birds, hurtling through the skies and sweeping towards Emperor Goldface. At the same time, a massive heart world projection descended as well, with a giant sword mountain at the very center of it. Grand Diffraction Sword. Lumus Word Godwings. The two had been merged together via the Omega Sword Tao, Yin-Yang, then reinforced by the descent of Ning's heart world projection. Boom! 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 The countless flowers instantly began to crumble. A single strike was all it took for Emperor Goldface's secret art to begin to crumble. My 100 flowers realm. A look of rage appeared on Emperor Goldface's face. Kill. Swish. In the end, secret arts were external sources of assistance. He, Emperor Goldface, was most skilled in close combat. His fame had been gained from his genuine abilities. Kill. Ning charged forwards as well. Swish. 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 6 tidal waves of swordlight clashed against the 6 shuttles. Both sides used very bizarre and rapid attacks. Ning was using his Omega Sword Tao, Shadowless, and his Omega Sword Tao, Blood Drop. He was extremely confident in his close combat abilities. However, Ning's face soon tightened. He's fast. Emperor Goldface walked the path of the Tao of Light. After all, in terms of raw speed, not even Taoist Bluestone was a match for him. In addition, the Tao of Light was omnipresent and omniscient. There were no openings at all, making it so that even Ning's unpredictable sword arts found it hard to break through Emperor Goldface's wall of shuttle light. In addition, one of those 6 shuttles was a universe treasure. Thus, some of Emperor Goldface's attacks were incredibly powerful. This made it quite hard for Ning to battle him. He's pursued speed to the utmost, focusing all of his efforts on it. Even I am inferior to Goldface in terms of speed, but I didn't expect for Tao Lord Darknorth to be able to block these attacks. Taoist Bluestone laughed as he evaluated the progress of the battle. Goldface's path is that of the Tao of Light, after all. He is indeed highly skilled in speed and agility. Empress Jade Phoenix nodded as well. Ning and Emperor Goldface continued their furious battle, but this sort of fight was quite uncomfortable for Ning. It reminded him not to underestimate anyone who had nearly reached hegemonic levels in the Tao. Even though he was suppressing his opponent with a heart world projection and 2 secret arts, his foe was still able to move with unbelievable speed. Break for me! Ning suddenly let out a furious roar, and his sword stances changed. Previously, his attacks had been fast and bizarre, but now they completely changed to become incomparably brutal and explosive. Ning was now using his most overwhelming powerful attack, the Omega Sword Tao, Heavenbreaker. Boom! 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 His attacks exploded with power, causing the surrounding spatial fabric to collapse. The 3 spectating hegemons hurriedly moved to stabilize spacetime, calming it down in the area around them. However, spacetime, the area where Ning and Emperor Goldface were battling, had been completely annihilated. What? Emperor Goldface suddenly turned pale as he saw a terrifying flood of swordlight crash towards him. This tsunami of swordlight was incomparably ferocious, so mighty as to cause even him to feel a tinge of fear. The only person in the Tao Alliance who had ever given him such a sense of pressure was Taoist Bluestone. Block! Emperor Goldface hurriedly strove to defend against the attack. Boom! 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 Ning's 6 swords continued to furiously chop out against him in accordance with the principles of the Omega Sword Tao, Heavenbreaker. Emperor Goldface was completely unprepared for this avalanche of attacks. He had reached an apex of speed and agility, and there was no one in the Tao Alliance who could compare to him in this regard. However, what he feared the most was having to deal such overwhelmingly powerful attacks that he had to face head-on. Taoist Bluestone had crushed him in just this manner. Long before Taoist Bluestone's primal twin had been transformed into a Black Emperor, the two had fought a public battle. Taoist Bluestone's staff arts had struck down like titanic meteors, causing Emperor Goldface to turn completely pale with fear. This was why he had chosen to go into seclusion and had trained so painstakingly in private. He wanted to one day wipe away the humiliation of that loss. Alas, he wasn't able to exceed Bluestone in power. When he heard that Taoist Bluestone's primal twin had been transformed into a Black Emperor, he had instantly felt despair. "I told you that I'd knock you on your ass, and that's what I'm going to do." Ning's 6 North Bow swords howled down angrily like an endless storm of strikes. Delightful, truly delightful. No wonder so many cultivators chose Daos that were focused on crushing foes with overwhelming power. But of course, if one purely focused on such techniques, then one's foes would be able to avoid your lethal strikes with superior agility. Ning's advantage lay in the fact that his sword Dao was truly perfect. Foes were unable to avoid his strikes, and so even Emperor Goldface was being smashed down to the brink of defeat. Swoosh! Emperor Goldface's face turned uglier and uglier to behold. With a swooshing sound, he transformed into a dazzling line of light that quickly retreated far away at incredible speeds. The battle came to a temporary halt as Ning simply stared at the distant Emperor Goldface. Emperor Goldface felt incredibly ashamed and enraged. He roared loudly, "Everyone, Tao Lord Darknorth is nothing more than a Tao Lord, but his sword arts have already reached incredible heights. This, Omega Sword Tao, truly is extraordinary. I imagine that it would be very useful even for hegemons. The three of you might gain much from studying it. However, he asks too much. Taoist Bluestone offered him many treasures, but he still refuses to show us his technique, and he dares act with such gall before us. Since he refuses to give us face, why should we give him any face? I think we should join forces to capture him and force him to hand over his Omega Sword Tao. Let's work together. He won't be able to escape." Emperor Goldface roared. Everyone fell silent. Empress Jade Phoenix glanced at him, then turned to look at the other emperors and hegemons. Hegemon Netherlily watched silently, not saying a word. Emperor Blackcloud glanced at his peers as well. The entire region fell into an unnatural, awkward stillness. Ning's face tightened slightly. He then turned to glance coldly at Emperor Goldface. If they all worked together, he would indeed be in quite a bit of trouble, but logically speaking, Hegemon Brightshore and Taoist Bluestone probably wouldn't act against him. If so, he wouldn't be in that much danger. He had yet to reveal his shadowless body. In truth, even if all of the major powers present struck against him simultaneously, the end result would at most be him being forced to disperse his body and reveal his invulnerable form. Enough! Taoist Bluestone barked coldly. Goldface, you go too far. I'm trying to help you out, Bluestone. Emperor Goldface was rather irritated. I didn't ask for your help, Taoist Bluestone said flatly. Emperor Goldface instantly felt even angrier. Since we weren't able to come to terms, let us bring the conference to an end. Hegemon Brightshore spoke up as well, breaking the unnatural stillness. Just now, there had indeed been a few major powers who were intrigued by Goldface's suggestion, but since Hegemon Brightshore and Taoist Bluestone had both spoken up, that little ploy came to no fruition. Dark North. Hegemon Brightshore glanced at Ning and smiled. Come and visit whenever you like. If you are ever willing to let me view your Omega Sword Tao, anything's negotiable, Hegemon Windrain said with a smile. We ancient cultivators would also welcome a visit from you whenever you wish to come, fellow Taoist Dark North. Hegemon Netherlily rose to her feet as well. All three hegemons were quite interested in Ning's Omega Tao, but there was a limit to how much they were willing to pay for it. Hoof! Emperor Goldface let out a cold snort, then waved his hand and tore a hole through spacetime. He stepped into the hole and then vanished. Emperor Goldisle, Emperor Blackcloud, and Empress Jade Phoenix said a few words to Ning before leaving. This Realmverse conference had come to an end, and the various major powers all departed. Ning and Taoist Bluestone simultaneously appeared at the peak of a mountain. Brother Bluestone. Ning smiled. Brother Dark North. Taoist Bluestone smiled towards Ning as well. It was time to chat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 20, White Thaw. Book 36, Tao Lord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 20, White Thaw. A cool mountain wind howled past the two. Taoist Bluestone immediately began to swear an oath. I, Bluestone, swear on my very life itself that I absolutely will not show fellow Taoist Dark North's Omega Sword Tao technique to anyone else. The words to the oath echoed within the mountains. Ning smiled, then waved his hand and gently tapped the air. Instantly, a crystal formed from his godsense flew out from his finger. This godsense crystal contained extremely detailed information regarding Ning's Omega Sword Tao, as well as images of how each stance was used and executed. Since Ning had already chosen to engage in this trade, he wasn't going to be miserly about it. Godsense? Taoist Bluestone was overjoyed upon seeing this. He immediately said, Brother Dark North, I really must thank you. He had thought that Ning would simply record information about the technique into a jade slip for him to view. Who would have thought that Ning would actually use a small portion of his godsense to transmit the legacy to him? This was a form of transmission that was far more detailed than information written within a jade slip could ever be. Jade slip transmissions were via diagrams and characters, but godsense transmissions included many actual demonstrations. It is nothing more than a wisp of my godsense, Ning said. Then here are the treasures I promised you. Taoist Bluestone waved his hand. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, a series of fist-sized drops of silver liquid appeared next to him. Every single drop was perfectly round. Despite Ning's visual acuity, he could see no flaws in the perfect spherical shape of the silver drops, but he could vaguely make out light flowing inside the spheres. These are the silver Tao Lord bodies of the Sith. Taoist Bluestone pointed at the silver droplets. If you undergo the ritual sacrificium, you can send your soul and true soul into the liquid and become one with it, transforming yourself into a silver Tao Lord. Every single silver Tao Lord has a body that contains Archon-level power, but your insights into the Tao will determine how much of it you can bring to bear. Ning knew this already. When he had been in the world inside the stone elephant wall, he had encountered those 3 clan elders. They had a very low level of insight into the Tao, and thus they weren't able to unleash the amount of power which silver Tao Lords should have been capable of. However, Ning truly felt shocked when he saw those 25 drops. Those 25 drops represented 25 silver Tao Lords. You have that much? Ning said in surprise. Taoist Bluestone nodded. I originally acquired a total of 29 drops. I gave 4 drops to others long ago, leaving behind these 25. This is all I have. Brother Bluestone, there's no need for you to give them all to me, Ning said hurriedly. They are of no use to me. Taoist Bluestone shook his head. The friends and family I truly cared about, they died long ago. Given my current level of power, these things are of no use to me. Ning couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the most powerful person in the entire Flame Dragon Realmverse was Hegemon Brightshore. If you wanted to help train and strengthen a cultivator through using external tools, you would at most be able to help that person break through to become a Tao Lord of the first step via using certain pills and treasures. However, it would be extremely difficult for that person to make any further breakthroughs. Thus, if one wished to become a Tao Lord of the fourth step, then one would have to rely on his or her own abilities and slowly train away. As for the Tao Merge, nobody could help you there. Not even the legendary autarchs could help you with the Dao merge. If they could, then they would be able to manufacture hegemons on a large scale. The battle against the Sith wouldn't have been so difficult. It was precisely because no one could help anyone else with the Dao merge that virtually no cultivators could live beyond the 108,000 chaos cycle limit. The major powers who were able to live past that were all generally quite lonely. At most, they would occasionally befriend other eternal emperors. Some of them might feel regret, but most of them were able to see the bigger picture. Take Ning for example. If he was able to accompany his family and friends for 108,000 chaos cycles and then die alongside them, it would all be worth it. Aside from these silver Dao Lord bodies, I have an even more important treasure to give you, Taoist Bluestone said. Silver Dao Lord bodies might be viewed as highly valuable by various organizations, but autarchs probably won't be interested in them. This treasure, however, even an autarch might take some notice. As he spoke, he waved his hand and caused a strange creature to appear at the top of the mountain. This creature was completely covered in slick white fur and was extremely muscular. It looked humanoid, and it had a very honest, amiable look on its face. Master. The strange, white-furred creature bowed respectfully to Taoist Bluestone. This is a Sith protector, Taoist Bluestone said. It is a very special golem. A golem? Nin nodded slowly. As soon as he saw the creature, he could sense that it didn't have any life force within it. He had already guessed that it was a golem. The Sith generally created 3 levels of combat golems. The weakest are comparable to Supreme Dao Lords, the average ones are comparable to Archons, while the most powerful are comparable to hegemons, Taoist Bluestone said. However, there are a few other rare types of golems. Extremely high status or influential members of the Sith who were weak would generally be assigned protectors. A reminiscent look was in Taoist Bluestone's eyes. Come to think of it, its previous guardian was a fairly high-status individual who was both greedy and afraid of death. That's why he left behind so many treasures for me to find. A pity, if I had found those things earlier, than my little sister. But I digress. Taoist Bluestone came back to his senses and said towards Ning, "You can bind this Sith protector. It will recognize you as your master, and it is very good at being a guardian. With it by your side while you are out adventuring, it might be able to save your life if something bad happens. In the more distant future, you can give it to an autarch. The autarch would probably be interested in it, as these Sith protectors are quite rare." Nin nodded. "Whitethaw, from this day forth your new master shall be Brother Darknorth." Taoist Bluestone looked at the white-furred creature. Master, the white-furred creature was a bit reluctant to part from him. "Brother Bluestone, this golem should still be of use to you, right?" Ning couldn't help but speak out. Taoist Bluestone's primal twin was a black emperor and was out adventuring. It truly had the power of a hegemon and didn't need protecting. Taoist Bluestone's true body, however, wasn't that powerful. If this protector was meant for guarding high-level Sith, its protective abilities had to be exceptional. Why wouldn't Taoist Bluestone keep it for himself? No need to worry about that. I have other options available, Taoist Bluestone said. Ning nodded, no longer arguing. The main treasures of interest are the Sith protector and the silver Dao Lord bodies. The other treasures are of little use to you and no use to an autarch. Taoist Bluestone casually tossed a gourd to Ning. There are some Dao seals and other treasures here of varying power. The best 4 or 5 are hegemonic in power. You can go ahead and gift them to your friends, I suppose. All right. Ning smiled and accepted the treasures. These things truly were of limited use to him, as even a strike from an actual hegemon would not be able to injure him. In fact, it might not even be enough to force him to reveal his invulnerable form. However, they would make fine gifts for friends, family, or disciples. Ning had acquired quite a few treasures from the eternal emperors he had slain. Most of those things would be of limited use to him. At his level, there were fewer and fewer items that were of use to him. Is there anything you need? Taoist Bluestone asked. If there is, just tell me. I already told you that I can help you deal with Archon Silks now and Emperor Bloods now. It might be difficult, but given enough time I'll be able to handle it. No need for now. Ning smiled. If in the future I fail in the Tao merge, then before I die, there will be a few things I would like to request of you, Brother Bluestone. I hope, when the time comes, you won't refuse. A minor matter. Taoist Bluestone nodded. Oh, right. Brother Bluestone, do you have a detailed map of the Terror Star Sea? Ning asked. He needed to accumulate treasures, which meant in the future he would definitely adventure through the Terror Star Sea. The most detailed maps were kept highly secret by the various major powers, and they wouldn't casually reveal those maps to others. During the Dawn War, the cultivator civilizations had been very unified. Now, however, the Sith had been extinguished. There was no external pressure to force the various cultivators to share everything selflessly with each other. Ha, you are asking the right person. Taoist Bluestone laughed loudly. That great fortune I encountered while adventuring within the Terror Star Sea. My primal twin often adventures within the Terror Star Sea as well. I'm not sure if I know more about the Terror Star Sea than everyone else in the Flame Dragon realmverse, but I definitely rank in the top 3 for sure. Here's a detailed map of the Terror Star Sea. Taoist Bluestone tossed out a golden scroll. He added, but you have to be careful. The Terror Star Sea was one of the battlefields where the Dawn War was fought. Many major powers on both sides fought there and fell there. Even hegemons perished in large numbers. The place is filled with danger, and many of those dangers can annihilate even hegemons with ease. You have to be cautious. Understood. Ning unfurled the star map and took a look at it, quickly memorizing its contents. Ha ha. If there's nothing else, let us part ways now. If there's anything you need, you can seek me out through the Tao Alliance. Taoist Bluestone waved his hand, causing the distorted field of spacetime to return to its normal calm. He then ripped open a dimensional hole next to him. Farewell, Ning said. He watched as Taoist Bluestone stepped into the dimensional tear. Ning stood there by himself atop the mountain. He nodded slowly. It is time to visit the Azure Flower Estate, but prior to that, I need to pay a second visit to the Stone Elephant Wall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 21, Archon Silksnose Plan. Book 36, Downlord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 21, Archon Silksnose Plan. The conquest of the sacred city of Silksnow had concluded long ago. As time flowed on, word began to spread through the endless territories. By now, even many ordinary downlords had gradually begun to hear the word. By now, even the world-level cultivators of the 12 palaces of the Brightshore Kingdom had heard the stunning news about Downlord Darknorth. Countless cultivators had been completely stunned by this revelation. News of the battle had stirred waves in the realmverse. Everyone was talking about how Downlord Darknorth crushed over 20 emperors by himself and how Darknorth blew through 8 eternal emperors and annihilated them with ease, then sent Archon Silksnow fleeing and the others fleeing for their lives. They spoke of how Downlord is close to the hegemon level of power, how Downlord Darknorth has surpassed the 8 lords of the sacred cities in power, and how he was the number 1 Downlord to ever exist. All sorts of flattery could be heard. All of the cultivators felt proud that one of them, a Downlord, could achieve such a level of power. At first, those who heard the news were rather puzzled. They couldn't believe that it was true. However, as more and more information spread out, they began to understand that all of these stories were real. They naturally began to spread the stories even more vigorously, and the legend of Darknorth began to spread even more energetically than the legends of Emperor Heartsword had. Emperor Heartsword had been an eternal emperor, after all, but Dark North was just a Dowlord. How was it that a Dowlord had reached such an incredible level of power? It could be said that within just a few short centuries, everyone within the Endless Territories was talking about the legendary Dowlord Dark North. He was the topic of every get-together. It could be said that Dowlord Dark North's fame and reputation was now second only to the three legendary hegemons. A desolate, barren planet. Every so often, a few flickers of flame would appear on the surface of the planet. The skinny, white-browed Archon Silks now had hidden himself within a valley inside this planet. When the flames moved close, they would naturally part before him. He sat there in the lotus position within the valley, a cold and dark look on his face. Damn him. He's forced me to go into hiding at the very margins of the Endless Territories. Archon Silksnow's face was downcast, but there was nothing he could do. If he was a bit closer to Ning, both would be able to sense each other due to the resonance between their realmship parts. His only choice was to hide far, far away. He knew that he absolutely could not reveal the fact that he owned a realmship. Even Nine and Ninedust merely believed that Archon Silksnow also had a realmship part. They had no idea that what Archon Silksnow had was a complete, albeit damaged, realmship that was actually usable. This was a secret which Archon Silksnow had never made public. He was the only person who knew this secret. If it was ever made public, he would be in serious trouble. Most likely, even the three hegemons would hunt him down with all the resources available to him, seeking to kill him no matter what the cost. A complete realmship would allow one to easily travel between realm verses and other verses. It was definitely every bit as valuable as Crimson Wave Temple. But of course, Archon Silksnow's realmship was damaged and needed repairing. Dark North. Dark North. Archon Silksnow's eyes were filled with hatred and malice. He was by nature a savage and violent man. It was this brutal nature of his that caused so many evil Dowlords and emperors to choose to follow him. Emperor Bloodcloud was just as strong as him, but he wasn't as decisive. He wasn't determined enough or ruthless enough when necessary. Only Archon Silksnow was ruthless and dominating enough to become the leader of their group. No rush, no rush. What I need to do is to repair the realmship as soon as possible. Once I repair it, I'll be able to use it to escape with ease. Not even Hegemon Brightshore would be able to stop me, despite his unparalleled mastery of the Tao of Spacetime. Archon Silksnow felt quite confident, because a fully operational realmship was truly unmatchable in terms of tunnel through spacetime. It vastly surpassed Hegemon Brightshore in this regard. Right. If I can't handle Dark North, I should go find Ninedust. Ninedust has a realmship part on him as well. Archon Silksnow nodded slowly. Perhaps the part he holds will be enough to repair my realmship. Ninedust, humph. He seems to be extremely good friends with Dark North. If I can't kill Dark North, I'll kill Ninedust. Humph. Let's see what Dark North can do about it. Archon Silksnow's eyes flickered with dangerous light, but he then frowned. However, I need to first locate Ninedust. Based on the information I uncovered, he entered the Terror Starsea a long time ago. How suicidal of him. Still, the places he would dare enter would probably be of no danger to me. To the Terror Starsea I go. Archon Silksnow decided to head to the Terror Starsea to hunt down Ninedust and take the realmship part. For now, Ning had left all his troubles and worries behind, because he had already left the Flame Dragon realmverse. He had entered the Great Dark and was hurrying towards the Stone Elephant Wall. Here we are. Now that he was a Dowlord of the fourth step, he was far faster than before. Just a short while after heading out, he reached the Stone Elephant Wall. The entrance to the enormous silver Stone Elephant Wall remained open. Prior to Ning and Ninedust's original arrival, the local cultivators had long ago searched the insides of the Stone Elephant Wall and had realized that there was no way out. Thus, even though it had been hundreds of millions of years since Ning had left the Stone Elephant Wall, not a single one of them had exited via the entranceway. Even if they did, though, when faced with the endless darkness of the Great Dark, they probably would have been completely lost. Whoosh! Ning flew into the passageway, quickly descending upon that world inside. Dark North Palace remained the preeminent power of this planet, and no one even realized that Ning had already left and then returned. Boom! The headquarters of the Fumo clan, one of the three great clans. This was a place protected by many barriers and a Sith disk, but an enormous explosion suddenly rang out as a terrifying, watery streak of swordlight tore straight through the layers of barriers with overwhelming power. What? What's going on? The countless Fumo clan members were all shocked and terrified. Sith discs were used by the Sith to construct and stabilize large-scale barrier formations. They were generally used in sets of 9, 12, or more in order to set up the formations. These locals, however, didn't really know how to use them properly. They didn't have enough of the discs anyhow, and so they merely used a single disc, and with Daelord-level energy, at that. Despite that, the barriers were still strong enough to defend against ordinary Archon-level foes. If they had 11 more discs and used them properly with an Emperor controlling them, not even 10 hegemons working together would be able to burst through the barriers. Alas, the original attacker had been Autarch Bolin. He had blown off the formations with ease, destroying everything with impunity. Quite a few Sith discs had been destroyed by his assault. Autarch Bolin wouldn't even bother to look at ordinary treasures, he only took away the precious ones, such as the complete realm ship. Spare us. Spare us, Lord Dark North. The Fumo clan members finally saw the white-robed youth standing in midair. Hand over all of your Emperor-class golems, Ning called out from the skies. You are permitted to keep a single royal golem. Understood. Although the Fumo clan members were both terrified and reluctant to comply, no one dared to voice an objection. In the past, they had been the rulers of this planet, but they were completely unable to fight back against Ning. Even their protective Sith disk had been torn apart. How could they even think about resisting? Soon, Ning departed with the Emperor-class golems and the royal golems, comparable to Daelords of the fourth step, in tow. He also took away many of their magic treasures. The Fumo clan now only had a single royal golem left to them. This was now the most powerful force they had to muster. With it, they would probably be able to stay strong, but if they spread themselves too thin and attracted an entire host of enemies, they would still be doomed. Ning couldn't be bothered with intervening in the lives of the local cultivators on this planet. He was now on a completely different level compared to before. He simply blew through the barriers protecting the three great clans, then swept them clean of their Emperor-class golems, royal golems, and treasures. Now that no one had access to any Emperor-class golems, no clan on this planet was overwhelmingly more powerful than any other clan. No one was invincible any longer, and so, the planet entered a brand new era. Ning once more entered the secret Sith ruins located within this planet. Whitethaw, guard the entrance. Ning waved his hand, causing that honest-looking Sith protector to appear by his side. Yes, Master, Whitethaw said respectfully, then stood in front of the entranceway to the ruins. Ning nodded. He had once sparred against this golem, and even when he fought with all his power, he still wasn't able to seize any advantage over it. Whitethaw was like an immovable mountain. Even if a hegemon came, he would still be able to protect Ning for a time. With Whitethaw watching the entrance, there was no way any of the golems within the ruins would be able to escape. Whoosh! Ning transformed into a streak of light as he flew into the shattered palace ruins. A number of Emperor-class golems secretly watched him from behind the barriers that were still active within the vast ruins. For now, Ning ignored them as he flew straight towards the core regions. You again, Dark North, how dare you return? 4 streaks of light flew over towards Ning. It was the 4 Archon-class golems. Ning slowed down when he saw them, then smiled. My 4 old friends, join me in leaving these ruins. Life here is far too boring. The outside world is much more interesting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 22, Sparrowfiend Crystals. Book 36, Tao Lord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 22, Sparrowfiend Crystals. Even Ning had to sigh in amazement at the aura which the four golems off in the distance emanated. All those years ago, he had been forced to fight with all his power to just barely tie down one of them, and by relying on defensive sword arts at that. Every single one of the four golems brought him a tremendous sense of pressure, even though they were slightly weaker than Archon Silks now. Back then, that had been more than enough power to truly crush Ning. Dark North, you actually dared to return? Do you have a new trick up your sleeve or a powerful helper? The four golems flew over, actually feeling quite excited inside. Life without any opponents to fight was truly boring and lonely, and they were never permitted to leave the restricted area they were guarding. No helpers. I just wanted to invite you to come out with me. Ning waved his hands, causing two of his northbow swords to fly out from the sheath and into his palms. Ning then strolled forwards, almost like he was taking a walk through a park. Let's go. The four golems exchanged a glance, then immediately charged towards Ning. Ning's twin swords transformed into two streams of water, easily piercing past his enemy's scimitars and defenses. The northbow swords became extremely soft and flexible, easily wrapping around and completely tying up one of the golems. Ning murmured softly, "In you go." The golem was drawn into his estate world. This caused the other three golems to immediately feel shocked. 1 against 4, Dark North was able to capture one of the golems with ease? The difference in power between them was enormous. It must be remembered that Ning was able to defeat even Archon Silks now with a single blow. When faced with these four golems who had weaker techniques and weaker insights into the Tao, gaining victory was simplicity itself. Ning fought for the amount of time needed to boil a kettle of tea before finally capturing the last of the four golems. The reason it took this long was because two of the golems had transformed into invulnerable forms, making them quite difficult to catch. Ning was forced to use his secret arts and his heart world projection to furiously deplete their energy stores. Only when their energy stores were depleted was he able to capture them. Ning bound all four of the golems to himself, making himself their master. "Master, you aren't going to wipe out our golem spirits, are you?" "Ha, no need to worry." The three great clan leaders of this world were worried about their secrets leaking out, which was why they wiped out those golem spirits in the past. "I've already wiped these ruins clean, what would be the point of doing that? And, if I did, the new golem spirits would start at a very low level of intelligence and insight. It would take forever for them to reach your current level of power." Ning smiled. "I'm not going to cause trouble for myself like that." Only then did the four golems calm down. In truth, they were indeed willing to accompany Ning. That way, they wouldn't be forever trapped within this tiny little area. However, they had to obey the orders of their masters to resist any intruders with all their might. To be able to leave would be absolutely blissful. However, it would be a tragedy if their golem spirits were erased. To them, this was the equivalent of a cultivator losing his true soul. "Master, when can we leave?" the tall, skinny golem asked. "Soon. I'm going to do an in-depth sweep of this place and take away all of the Emperor-class golems. After that, I'll go with you," Ning said with a laugh. "Nine Dust and I already swept through all of the treasures in the ruins, including the various corpses. There probably isn't much left." Last time, Ning and Nine Dust had done a fast sweep of the area before leaving. This time, they were planning to do a more thorough inspection. "Master, this warship was named Tiger Hill. It was an extremely powerful weapon of war which the Sith used in their conquests. However, the main systems of the warship have been completely destroyed, and many of its critical components have been taken away," the axe-bearing golem said. "Although not many valuable treasures are left, based on what we know there should be one of exceeding importance." "Exceeding importance?" Ning's eyes lit up. These 4 golems were responsible for guarding the restricted areas. They naturally knew quite a bit. Yes. Master, as you may know, this place used to house over 30,000 Sith. There were many barriers protecting it, but the barriers stretched out to cover a great amount of area and were extremely strong. They had to have energy sources, right? The tall, thin golem continued. The energy source is located below the entire palace complex. Ning revealed a look of delight. Lead the way. Ning instructed. Yes. Golems were absolutely loyal and devoted to their masters. They previously were completely devoted to the Sith. Now that Ning had bound them, they were completely devoted to Ning. Master, the energy sources for the barriers consisted of a total of 8 Sparrowfiend gems. They are located in 8 different parts of the palace complex. This place here is the very first one. The tall, skinny golem pointed to a tattered palace off in the distance. If you dig through the ground, you should be able to find a Sparrowfiend gem somewhere within a 100-kilometer radius. Ah. Nin nodded. Let me do the digging. The spear-wielding golem looked at Ning, who nodded. The spear-wielding golem immediately plunged his spear into the ground, breaking through the layers of stone and tearing through the ground. The palace had already been in very bad shape. Soon, an enormous crater had been dug in its foundation, revealing a Sparrowfiend gem at the bottom. The giant crater held a black altar which was covered by countless runes, and the runes all led to a completely blood-red gem. The vague outline of a bird could be seen flying within it. When Autarch Bolin wrecked this place, he destroyed all of the formations, making the energy sources irrelevant. Nin nodded slowly. Right. Tell me more about the Sparrowfiend gems. Are they very valuable? Highly valuable, the spear-wielding golem said. The Tiger Hill was divided into a combat zone and a habitation zone. We are currently within the habitation zone, and it was powered by this Sparrowfiend gem. The outer layer was the combat zone, and it was more important, meant for combating against opponents. Thus, it used the even more powerful Dragon Prime stones. A single Dragon Prime stone is worth more than 10 Sparrowfiend gems, and the combat zone had a total of 10 of them. They made the Tiger Hill completely invulnerable, allowing it to easily travel between realm verses and slaughter countless foes. Dragon Prime stones? Ning's eyes lit up. I imagine the Dragon Prime stones were taken long ago. They are simply too obvious and eye-catching. Amongst the Sith, a single Dragon Prime stone is enough to trade for a Black Emperor body, the spear-wielding golem said. However, it is probably impossible for cultivators to unleash the true power of a Dragon Prime stone. All you can do is perhaps plant them into some of the Sith warships and vessels which the Sith left behind. Nin nodded slowly. He couldn't help but ask, why are the Sith so much more advanced than us cultivators in so many areas? The Sith had an extremely stable foundation. Artificing, construct making, blacksmithing, they vastly surpassed the cultivator civilizations in all these areas. They created countless golems on our level. However, the autarchs of the cultivators were simply too powerful. Although the Sith did have supreme powers who were capable of battling autarchs, they were still weaker, and the cultivator civilizations continued to give birth to more and more experts. One batch would die, followed by the rise of another batch. If the war dragged on for long enough, the Sith would invariably be the ones to lose. The great axe-wielding golem chuckled. This is what we conjectured when we chatted amongst ourselves. To be honest, the Tiger Hill was wrecked long ago by one of those autarchs, and so we aren't sure why or how the Sith ended up losing. All we know is that the Sith feared the autarchs very much, and they also feared how quickly the cultivator civilizations propagated. Nin nodded. Every planet and star was capable of giving birth to extremely large numbers of cultivators. If one chose to transmit the best legacies and techniques to them while holding nothing back, it would definitely be possible to allow a large number of powerful cultivators to arise from each world. Now that the cultivator civilizations had actually won, they became stingy and miserly in transmitting techniques to others. Acquiring supreme legacies was extremely difficult, which was why the rate at which powerful cultivators rose had slowed down dramatically compared to before. The barriers here had long ago been destroyed, making it quite easy for Ning to take away the Seraphine gems. 6 of them were acquired in rapid order, with the 7th taking a bit more time. As for the 8th, the barriers protecting it were in fairly good shape, and they had the damage reflection property. Ning had his most powerful servant, the Sith protector Whitethaw, personally attack the barriers. Whitethaw was sent flying back from the explosion, but had of course managed to endure the damage with ease. There we go. After 6 hours of hard work, all 8 Seraphine gems were in Ning's hands. Ning revealed a look of delight. This was the greatest fortune he had acquired within the stone elephant wall. The 8 Seraphine gems were probably close to a Black Emperor in value. An unexpected windfall. Ning was very happy. He then had his Sith protector and the 4 other golems to work together and quickly capture the various Emperor-class golems who were hiding throughout the ruins. The Emperor-class golems were simply too weak. Ning didn't even want to bother with them himself, but he still cared about them. After spending over half a month destroying quite a few barriers, Ning managed to capture a total of 86 Emperor-class golems. There were only 6 places within the ruins that he was unable to destroy, and the few remaining golems were all hiding within these final 6 places of refuge. Ha, what a fortune! Ning was jubilant. Virtually every single Sith ruin was a treasure trove. Ning's gains from this one were perhaps just a bit less than what Taoist Bluestone had gained from his, since there was no Black Emperor body here. Yes, the Seraphine gems were quite valuable, but that was in the eyes of the Sith. In the eyes of cultivators, Black Emperors were more valuable. Still, he had gained quite a bit. Now, it's time to head off to the Azure Flower Estate. If I can gain another fortune from there, I might just be able to ask an autarch to help out. Ning was filled with eagerness. The Azure Flower Estate was definitely another treasure trove. However, whether or not he would actually be able to take any treasures out of it was up to his own abilities. The natives of the 3 great clans had long ago discovered the Sith ruins here, but they had been unable to take much from it. Ning himself had only acquired these 4 Archon-level golems and the 8 Seraphine gems because of his dramatic increase in power. Let's go! Ning once more silently departed from the stone elephant wall. It would be a very long time before he would ever return to this place. As for the internal struggles within this place, he would leave it to them to resolve. He tore through spacetime repeatedly as he headed back to the 3 realms. Outside the 3 realms, the white-robed Ning and the black-robed primal twin Ning were facing each other. Ning waved his hand, tossing out a mirror. This was an estate world treasure that held the 4 Archon-class golems as well as many Emperor-class golems and Sith discs, as well as other treasures. Ning was leaving them here for the 3 realms. Ning gave the 4 Archon-class golems permission to wander through the 3 realms. If he was to perish, these 4 Archon-class golems would serve as a hidden trump card for the 3 realms. The 3 realms held far too many friends and family who he cared about. His parents and his daughter were incredibly important to Ning. He naturally had to leave some treasures behind in the 3 realms to protect it. Only then would he feel confident in going out adventuring. The Azure Flower Estate. Ning stared off into the primordial chaos of the void, his eyes filled with the desire to do battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 23, Returning to the Azure Flower Estate. Book 36, Tao Lord of the 4th Step, Chapter 23, Returning to the Azure Flower Estate. The Azure Flower Estate wasn't that far away from the 3 realms. Given Ji Ning's abilities to traverse spacetime, he was able to reach the region of pure emptiness that was outside the Azure Flower Estate. Rumble, an invisible wave of power was fluctuating and sweeping through this area, forcing even the prime essences of the universe to stay away. Ning couldn't help but feel stunned once again when he beheld this sight. He had seen it before, and he was now much more powerful than before, but he still felt this was utterly inconceivable. To be able to permanently repel the prime essences of the Chaosverse, Ning now was at a much higher level of understanding with regards to the Tao and was beginning to understand, this sort of ability vastly surpasses anything a hegemon could possibly accomplish. Most likely, not even other verse lords are capable of it. Could it be that an autarch created the Azure Flower Estate? That means the origins of the 9 Chaos Seals are even more incredible than I believed. At the same time, Ning was puzzled. Early on, the 9 Chaos Seals had been tremendously useful to Ning. Now that he was a Tao Lord of the 4th step, his divine power and his immortal energy had become even purer, as had his Azure Flower Mist energy. However, at the highest levels of cultivation, cultivators primarily relied on their insights into the Tao. By now, the Azure Flower Mist energy was of fairly negligible assistance to him. So, why did the autarch create a technique like this, then work to guide cultivators of the technique to this place? Swoosh! Ning flew through the emptiness of the void at incredible speeds. He passed through it, entering the region of golden mist. Although he still saw deluxe hell gold on his way in, he was now in a much different place financially than before. He had already slaughtered quite a few powerful emperors. The deluxe hellgold was of no interest to him anymore. Here we are. Ning slowly decelerated before coming to a halt in front of the gates of the towering, ancient estate. The words Azure Flower continued to hang right above the gates to the Azure Flower Estate, radiating an aura of beautiful sanctity. Here I am again. Ning smiled as he advanced. Re-Umble. The gates to the ancient estate once more opened by themselves as Ning advanced. Ning strolled inside. He glanced at the 3 fruit trees within the estate, then waved his hand and caused his protector golem, Whitethaw, to appear. Whitethaw's massive body appeared right next to Ning. The golem called out respectfully, "Master. Stay behind me." Ning said rather seriously, "This place is probably filled with many dangers." This was most likely a place which an autarch had spent time and effort constructing, going so far as to capture a large number of emperors and bring them here. Clearly, the creator of this place had put much more effort into the Azure Flower Estate than Autarch Bolin had into the various beast worlds. Understood, Whitethaw said respectfully. Ning advanced with Whitethaw watching his back. The two quickly reached that bridge once again. "My Lord Emperors. Long time no see." Ning smiled as he looked at the 2 grey-robed elders who were seated facing each other within the grasslands up ahead. Eh? The 2 grey-robed figures turned to glance at Ning. The blood-eyed elder smirked. "Kid, you came back. That was pretty fast. We barely had time to finish a few games of chess before you came back, my young friend." The silver-eyed elder was quite courteous. Ning was speechless. A few games of chess? Fine, for immortal emperors who were trapped here for all eternity, perhaps he really hadn't spent much time cultivating. The Azure Flower Estate has continued to attract my interest. After cultivating for many years, I felt that I was perhaps strong enough to pass its trials, and so I came to give it another try, Ning said. Judging from your aura, you haven't completed the Tao merge and become an emperor yet, have you? The silver-eyed elder asked. I have not. Ning shook his head. Eternal emperors all had auras that were tinged with the hint of inextinguishable eternity. Ugh. I already told you last time, although a few extremely talented Tao Lords of the 4th step might be able to defeat the 2 of us, things will only become even more dangerous as you advance. If you aren't careful, you will die. I really urge you to at least complete the Tao merge before you try your luck again. The silver-eyed elder let out a sigh. You are being far too rash. I want to give it a try. Ning chuckled. Maybe I'll succeed. If I don't, I'll come back later. Poof. If you insist on dying, let me see just how strong you have become. The blood-eyed elder walked straight towards Ning as he was saying these words. Sure, let's give it a try. Ning walked towards him as well. Last time, you were completely unable to resist my power. Quite a few years have gone by since then. I hope I'll be pleasantly surprised by your improvements. Otherwise, this will be boring. A baleful look flickered in the old man's blood-red eyes. The silver-eyed elder didn't try to stop him this time. As he saw it, Ning should have already learned just how powerful the two of them were from his first visit. Given that the kid was back, the kid was confident in his chances. If the kid still ended up being killed, he'd have no one to blame save his own dumb self. Ning walked past the bridge and onto the grasslands. Go! The blood-eyed elder waved his right sleeve, sending it sweeping through the skies and sending a surge of overwhelming power towards Ning. Ning responded by casually waving his palm as well. Boom! Ning's palm struck out very casually, but it contained the dominance of his Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker. Both attacks were extremely dominating in nature, and they came together in a thunderous clash. The blood-eyed elder was instantly sent flying backwards like a streak of light, smashing hard against a distant mountain. The barrier protecting the mountain instantly flickered but was completely undamaged. The blood-eyed elder, however, was planted into the barrier in an extremely ungainly manner. It took him a full second before he landed. He stared at Ning in disbelief. Why you? Ah, a golem body? Ning nodded slightly. He didn't have any desire to kill these two emperors at all. They were rather pitiful, after all, having been captured and imprisoned here for so long. You were able to reach such a level of power? The silver-eyed woman walked over as well, stunned. I do all right. Ning nodded. These two guardians were significantly weaker than even Nine Dust. Ning was able to effortlessly defeat them with just a few punches and kicks. You didn't use any treasures. You don't even have glove-type treasures on your hands. The blood-eyed elder stared at Ning in disbelief. You were able to crush me with ease using your palms alone. Not even the most powerful Supreme Dao Lords are able to do such a thing. You should be the most powerful Dao Lord of the current era. Ning nodded. I am. But it wasn't just of the current era, he was the most powerful Dao Lord to have ever existed. I'm completely convinced by your power. The blood-eyed elder pointed at the passageway behind him, then said coldly, go on inside. The estate is filled with even greater dangers. Beating me doesn't mean you'll necessarily survive them. Be careful, my young friend. If you feel that you cannot overcome your foes, you should immediately retreat and flee, the silver-eyed elder said. So long as you survive, you'll have other chances in the future. Understood. Ning said, Whitethaw, let's go. Yes, master. The Sith protectors silently fell in line behind Ning. The blood-eyed elder and the silver-eyed elder watched as the two of them headed into the passageway. Do you think the kid will make it? The blood-eyed elder said softly. He's extraordinarily powerful, even amongst Supreme Dao Lords, the silver-eyed elder said. It'll be extremely hard for him to make it into the depths of the estate, but he should be able to keep himself alive. Hard to say. The blood-eyed elder smirked. Overconfidence can easily lead to death. As Ning walked along the passageway, he soon reached a point where he saw an azure stone plaza off in the distance, and in front of the plaza was a giant palace. The plaza was covered with over 100 figures who were broken up into groups of 2 or 3. Some were seated, some were facing each other, some were drinking, some were chatting. When Ning and Whitethaw appeared, all of them turned to stare at him. The invisible aura of might emanating from them caused even Ning to tremble. He could instantly tell that these 100+ emperors were all extraordinary figures. Whoosh! A white-bearded elder suddenly appeared on the stairs before the plaza. The white-bearded elder was dressed in deep blue robes and emanated an aura of ice. He looked at Ning, I am the spirit of this estate, and have been guarding it on Master's orders. Ning was briefly startled. Still, almost all major powers, including both weaker ones like Emperor Waveshift as well as supreme ones like Autarch Bolin or the creator of the Azure Flower Estate, would generally leave behind estate spirits. This was the best way to ensure that their goals and orders were followed. This estate is protected by 3 deadly trials, each one deadlier than the last. The one you just passed on the outside was the simplest trial, the first trial, the white-haired elder said. If you can pass all 3 trials, you will encounter no further dangers. According to what Master said, you'll learn certain things each time you pass a trial. The white-haired elder tossed out a jade green leaf towards Ning. This is a lifeblood Dao seal, it can revive virtually all Dao Lords, but... Ning was startled. It seemed as though there were others besides Emperor Mana Seal who were capable of creating these types of Dao seals. However, Dao Lords of the 4th step who trained in one of the legendary Omega Daos have completely surpassed all other Dao Lords and are on a completely different level. A Samsara-class Dao seal of this kind is unable to revive them. They must use an Eternal-class Lifeblood Dao seal if they wish to be revived, the white-bearded elder said. Ning narrowed his eyes. Omega Dao? The spirit of the Azure Flower Estate actually knew of the existence of Omega Daos? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 24, Another Dao Lord. Book 36, Dao Lord of the 4th Step, Chapter 24, Another Dao Lord. This Omega Dao, Ning began to say, but he was interrupted. Don't ask any questions. If you pass the second trial, you'll learn about it, and if you fail, you aren't worth of learning about it. The white-bearded elder remained as cold and distant as ever. You are a Dao Lord. To pass the second trial, you need merely face and pass through 10 of the weakest emperors here. As long as you can make it to the palace gates up ahead, you'll have passed. Also, your golem is not permitted to interfere. If it does, it'll count as your loss. Nin nodded slowly. Understood. The white-haired old man transformed into an illusory blur, flying across the entire plaza and landing in front of the gates of the palace. There, he watched what would unfold with calmness. So these are trials which an autarch left behind for posterity, eh? Ning was quite relaxed. It was much like the trials which he himself had set down for those who wished to acquire his legacy. Not just everyone was qualified to receive his techniques, they had to pass very stringent tests. The autarch must have put quite a bit of effort into constructing this giant Azure Flower Estate. It only made sense for him to put down a few trials as well. Those who were too weak would die. Being able to survive and flee was also a form of strength, but only those who were able to truly pass the trials would earn the rewards which the master of the Azure Flower Estate had left behind. Whoosh! Ning stepped forward, moving up the stairs and towards the plaza with the muscular White Thaw behind him. Ning instructed, White that, you are not to intervene unless directly ordered to. Understood, White Thaw said respectfully. So it is a Dao Lord. The 100+ emperors in the plaza were clearly a bit disappointed when they saw the white-robed youth stride towards them. A mere Dao Lord. Only 10 of us are allowed to fight, and the weakest 10 at that. An evil-looking emperor who had azure eyebrows and emanated the strongest aura out of the group shook his head. When will an emperor come? That way, all of us would be allowed to have some fun. Booering. We've been here forever, unable to leave this plaza. How long will it be before we are granted our release? The emperors chatted casually amongst themselves. They had once been filled with rage and venom, as they had been restricted to this plaza for tens of millions of chaos cycles by now, and it was possible that they would be for all of eternity. This sort of loneliness would drive even eternal emperors insane. However, time dulls away all things. By now, they were quite relaxed and simply waited silently. Besides, the master of the Azure Flower Estate did arrange for certain conditions by which they could be released. Swoosh! 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 The other emperors continued to chat while 10 of their peers flew over at high speed, preventing Ning from advancing. Hey kid, don't blame us if we end up killing you. Everything is as the master of the estate has ordained. One of the emperors was a skinny old man with cold eyes, and a deep green mist began to emanate from him as he spoke. It has been a long, long time since I've seen a Dowlord. Let's not be hasty, gentlemen. Let's take the fight against this kid slowly. If we move too fast, it'll be boring. We'll want to enjoy killing him, slicing him apart one cut at a time. Oh my. I can hardly wait, a youth with a ruddy face and long, blood-red hair said, his tongue forked like a snake's. Let's do it. Don't let him escape. Surround him. The 10 emperors were all quite evil-looking, and they emanated murderous auras. The white-robed Ning nodded slowly when he saw this. Ah. I now understand why the master of the Azure Flower Estate captured you and sentenced you here as punishment. If I was the master, I would have killed you long ago. Oof. You? Kill us? Such arrogance. The 10 emperors were instantly enraged at being criticized by a Dowlord in this fashion. They couldn't help but feel both embarrassed and angered by his words. Spirit of the estate. Ning glanced at the white-robed elder standing in front of the distant palace entrance, then called out, "Can I capture them?" If he was permitted to capture them, it would be up to him if he wanted to kill them or not. The distant white-robed elder's voice remained as cold as ever, "If you kill them, I'll kill you." Ning blinked. Moments later, he understood. After the Lord of the Azure Flower Estate captured these emperors, he had apparently modified them in some way. They weren't true cultivators any longer, they were more like golems. They had been placed here to test future trial takers, and Ning was just one of them. If he captured the emperors, how would those who came after him be tested? If that's the case, I'll just wrap it up quickly. Ning stretched out his hands, causing 2 of the Dark North swords to fly out of the sheath on his back and into them. Arrogant brat. The 10 emperors instantly transformed into mist, light, flames, and other things as they started to surround Ning, wanting to ensure that he wouldn't be able to escape. Ning casually sauntered forwards, with Whitethaw behind him. Boom! 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 All sorts of various attacks filled the skies as they flew towards Ning. Ning could immediately tell that these 10 emperors were roughly at the Supreme Dowlord level. Ning couldn't help but shake his head, they really are the 10 weakest emperors. Ning's twin swords began to move. Whap! 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 The Northbow swords transformed into ferocious streams of water, striking back against the attacks like waves slapping against the shore. The streams of water struck straight upon the bodies of the emperors, sending them flying backwards like swatted mosquitoes. Even though they had transformed into their invulnerable forms, Ning was able to beat them back into their original forms. The difference in power was simply too great. Ning was able to crush even Archon Silks now, who was in turn able to slaughter Supreme Dowlords with ease. One could imagine how puny these 10 emperors were compared to Ning. This Dowlord, has he succeeded in his Dowmerge? But he clearly doesn't have that whiff of eternity about him. The many other emperors who had been watching from afar were all stunned as well. A Dowlord was able to crush 10 emperors like this? How? In truth, prior to the trip to Crimson Wave Temple, Ning would at most be able to fight them to a standstill. Now, however, Ning had made breakthroughs in his Heartsword art, but even more importantly, he had reached the 4th stage with his Omega Sword Dao. He truly was one of the most supreme powers of this realmverse, and was naturally able to dominate these common emperors with ease. The emperors all stared, stupefied, at Ning as he casually strolled across the plaza and arrived at the entrance to the palace. As for Whitethaw, he continued to walk straight behind Ning with incomparable calmness. Boom! The white-haired and elderly estate spirit watched in shock as Ning stretched his hand out and pushed at the palace gates. With a deep booming sound, the giant palace gates swung open. "You?" The white-haired elder stared at Ning, rather puzzled. "Estate spirit." Ning looked at the white-haired elder respectfully. "A Triforce fusion technique?" The white-haired elder murmured softly. Ning was startled for a moment before realizing that he was referring to the Heartsword art. "Precisely." Ning nodded. The Heartsword art was a technique which perfectly merged Heartforce, divine power, and immortal energy together. In truth, even if Ning hadn't made a breakthrough with his Omega Sword Dao, his mastery of the 12th stance of the Heartsword art would have still put him on par with Archon Silks now. That by itself was enough to effortlessly sweep these emperors aside. Now that he had broken through? He was probably invincible against anyone save for the hegemons, and of course Taoist Bluestone. A Triforce fusion technique, the white-robed elder's gaze grew distant. Heartforce is indeed incredible. Even though the technique which Master created is capable of transforming and merging all types of energy, Heartforce is still special and unique. The legends say that if a heart world can truly reach the apex of power, the treasures formed within it will become real and can be actually used. The heart world shall become a real world that you can manipulate at will. If someone could reach that level, that person would become truly invincible. The heart world, a real world? Ning deeply desired to reach that level, but he knew just how ridiculous and inconceivable it was. It meant that if he imagined 100 realmships into existence within his heart world, then 100 real realmships would be formed. If he willed an army of black emperors into existence, all of them would be real as well. The level of power that would represent. Yes, from a theoretical standpoint, once a heart world reached the true apex of power, it was possible to manifest real objects within it, but no one had ever been able to accomplish such a thing. The cultivator's civilizations had its autarchs, but there had never been a Heartforce autarch. For you to have mastered a Triforce fusion technique is a sign that you are quite talented. The white-haired elder nodded slowly. Since you have passed the second trial, take your second reward. The old man tossed out a rolled-up jade scroll. Ning immediately accepted it, then asked, "What is this?" "You were asking about Omega Das, yes?" The white-haired elder explained, "This jade scroll was left behind by a truly dazzling Tao Lord which my master once encountered. He was so unspeakably, monstrously talented that he was able to enhance his Tao of fire to the absolute apex, and then train to become a Tao Lord of the 4th step with his Omega Fire Tao. Alas, the Tao merge for an Omega Tao is far, far too difficult, far more difficult than for those supreme Tao Lords who seek to become hegemons. In the end, that Tao Lord failed his Tao merge as well. After he failed his Tao merge but before he died, he ran into my master, and he passed down the secrets of his self-created Omega Fire Tao to my master," the white-haired elder said. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 36, Chapter 25, Knockout. Book 36, Tao Lord of the 4th Step, Chapter 25, Knockout. Ning felt a surge of excitement as he listened. His path was that of an Omega Tao as well, and he had also become a Tao Lord of the 4th step. The next step to take was that of the Tao merge. As Ning knew, for the Tao merge he would need to take every single insight he had ever gained into the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stages of his Omega Sword Tao, and then completely transform them into a truly perfect eternal Omega Sword Tao. If he succeeded in the Tao merge, his Omega Sword Tao would become truly perfect to the point where it wouldn't be affected in the slightest by the passage of time. Only a Tao such as this was qualified to be called eternal. Thus, every single successful Tao merge would result in the new Emperor skyrocketing in power by 2 full levels. Second-tier Tao Lords would be catapulted to the Archon level of power, while Supreme Tao Lords would rise straight to the Hegemon level of power, but there would be a similarly incredible rise in power for a successful Tao merge with the Omega Sword Tao, and the increase would be due to the power of a Tao that was truly eternal. Thus, what Ning needed to do was to create an eternal Omega Sword Dao, and that was going to be indescribably difficult. That fellow Taoist died. Will I be able to succeed? Ning asked himself. He wasn't sure of what the answer would be. Omega Daos are extraordinary and unfathomable. They are truly above all other Daos and are the ultimate Daos. The white-bearded elder looked at Ning. You might not train in the Tao of Fire, but you can still study this Omega Dao. It might help inspire you and be of use to you, increasing your own chances at the Tao merge dramatically. Ning clenched the jade scroll, sending his god sense into it. There were certain barriers within it, forcing him to swear a lifeblood oath not to transmit it to others in order to study it. Ning immediately swore the oath. Instantly, a large amount of information flooded into his mind as the jade scroll in Ning's hands transformed into bits of dust. It was unspeakably profound. This was the Tao of Fire, but visualized to the utmost apex. It included every single type of fire possible, including blazing flames, icy flames, negative energy flames, explosive flames. All types of flames could be controlled by it. The Tao Lord who created this Omega Fire Tao was capable of releasing flames that were truly terrifying. He truly was the embodiment of fire, the master of all flames. Ning sighed in amazement. It made sense. When he created his Omega Sword Tao, there was an instant resonance with the prime essence of the sword. In that instant, he immediately understood that he was now the master of the Tao of the sword. As for the deceased creator of the Omega Fire Tao, he was most likely the master of the Tao of Fire. When the white-haired elder saw Ning open his eyes, the Dlur said in an icy voice, "You have already passed the first 2 trials. Only one more remains before you, and if you can survive it you won't face any more danger. In addition, you will learn something which is far more valuable than even the Omega Dao you were just shown." Far more valuable? Ning's eyes lit up. Something that was far more valuable than an Omega Dao, what could it be? What had the master of the Azure Flower Estate prepared? This reward will naturally be the most valuable thing within the entire estate. My master would have wasted all this time and effort for just the Omega Dao of a single Dao Lord of the 4th step, the white-haired elder said coldly. However, not just anyone is worthy of the true treasure. You must pass the 3rd trial first. If you die in the attempt, you can only blame yourself and your own uselessness. All right. Time to go in. All right. Ning nodded, then stepped into the palace. From the outside, the palace had been blocked by an invisible screen of energy that prevented him from seeing anything inside it. As soon as he stepped inside, everything became clearly visible. He saw that the great palace had a total of 16 giant golden pillars within it, with a royal throne located at the highest part of the palace. Ning turned his gaze to glance at the 2 figures seated in the lotus position at the edges of the palace. One figure was a figure dressed in long violet robes and who emanated an aura of incredible power that was comparable to that of Hegemon Brightshore or Hegemon Windrain. The other had a significantly weaker aura and was dressed in black robes. He was thin and had long, slender eyes that were brimming with cold malice. The 2 figures simultaneously opened their eyes. A Dao Lord? The violet-robed man glanced sideways. How boring. It is time for you to go to work, disciple. Don't worry, master. The skinny black-robed man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ning, cold malice flashing within them. I'll definitely take good care of this young Dao Lord. Ning frowned slightly. He could sense that the black-robed man was brimming with murderous intentions. The white-haired old man had walked in alongside Ning. The old man now said in a cold voice, "You are a Dao Lord, and so your opponent shall be someone who has reached a level of power comparable to the Archon-level Eternal Emperors of your Flame Dragon Realmverse. All you need to do is defeat him by knocking him out of the palace, and you'll have succeeded." Knock an Archon out of the palace? Ning was rather surprised. This trial wasn't too hard for him, but it was almost impossibly hard for a Dao Lord. Do you feel this is difficult? The white-haired elder said coldly, if you were an emperor, you would have to defeat the hegemon and knock the hegemon out of the palace in order to win. These two, master and disciple, are limited in their movements because they aren't able to leave the palace. If you can force them out, then the formations will activate and slay them. So you are telling me that if I succeed in passing through the third stage, the guardian will definitely die. Ning was secretly stunned at how ruthless the master of the Azure Flower Estate was. If Ning was an emperor, he would have had to defeat the hegemon by knocking the hegemon out of the palace? Not even a true hegemon would necessarily be able to succeed. Only one of the more elite hegemons would be able to accomplish it. The Flame Dragon Realmverse only had 3 hegemons to begin with. As for a Dao Lord capable of knocking out an Archon of the Sacred Cities? That meant the Archon had to either train in an Omega Dao or have reached an extremely high level in a technique similar to the Heartsword art. Only then would they be capable of such ludicrous levels of power. How many monstrous Dao Lords of that level had the Flame Dragon Realmverse ever even given birth to? This trial is ridiculous, Ning muttered silently to himself. If you aren't a truly peerless and dazzling figure, you are not worthy of challenging the third trial. Not even average hegemons are worthy, the white-haired elder said coldly. All right. Time to begin. Ha ha ha, the black-robed man slowly sauntered forwards, not disguising his murderous intent in the slightest as he let out an odd laugh. Dao Lord boy, if you must blame someone, blame the master of this estate for his callousness. I once enjoyed a wonderful, carefree life roaming through the outside world, killing whoever I pleased. No one dared to stand in my way. Now, I've been forced to stay within this estate forever, but don't worry. I won't kill you too quickly. I'll let you die a slow, agonizing death. I'll take my time enjoying a delicate little morsel like yourself. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with excitement. Ning stretched out both hands, causing 2 Northbow swords to fly out of the sheath and into his grasp. He was an incredibly talented Dao Lord who had reached the 4th stage of his Omega Sword Dao, and he also had his Heartsword art. Even if he had to fight the hegemon, Ning was certain he would be able to leave this place safely. Kill! The black-robed man made his move. Whoosh! A long black serpentine shadow appeared in the skies, moving with ghostly speed as it instantly charged towards Ning. Boom! Ning casually tossed out one of his swords. Swordlight flew outwards like a surging tsunami, slamming into the black serpentine shadow with overwhelming and crushing power. The shadow was instantly destroyed, revealing the figure of the black-robed man within it. The man was wielding a long saber in a 2-handed grip, and the blow smashed him into the ground with a loud boom. The earth trembled violently. Only after a moment passed was the black-robed man able to rise to his feet. Another golem body? Ning shook his head. His opponent was no longer a true cultivator. Why you? The black-robed man stared at Ning in shock. Boom! Boom! Ning continued to swing his dark north swords, sending one blow after another towards his opponent. His opponent wasn't able to dodge the attacks at all and was sent flying repeatedly by Ning. After a mere 5 strikes, Ning was able to send his foe flying out of the palace gates. No! The black-robed man let out a terrified scream. The power of Ning's strike was simply too great, and he was sent flying backwards while completely unable to control his body. In the instant that he flew out of the palace gates, a blurry golden light suddenly appeared at the gates and brushed past his body. The black-robed man's aura instantly vanished, his body separating into multiple different components that were whisked away by the golden light, which they vanished as well. He died. The violet-robed hegemon within the hall watched as his disciple died, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He had once been an exalted hegemon, a man of great glory and honor. He had an entire host of emperors serving him, and no one had ever dared to oppose him, but then the master of the estate had shown up. The hegemon had been captured with nothing more than the wave of a hand. It was as easy as capturing a little baby chicken. He and his disciple had then been transformed into golem-like creatures who would forever stay here and obey the orders they had been given. Now, his disciple had died, and even the final remnants of his soul and true soul had vanished. When will it become my turn? The violet-robed hegemon mused. A fierce light flashed through his eyes. I won't make it easy. I'm a hegemon, and I've been training here for many years. I'm much more powerful now than when I was first captured. And, the master of the estate promised that I would have a chance to regain my freedom in the future. The violet-robed man looked at the distant white-robed Ning. Given how powerful this Tao Lord is, perhaps he is the hope which was promised to all of us captured emperors? Ning had easily passed through all 3 trials. This stunned the white-robed elder. I passed the 3rd trial, right? Ning glanced at the white-robed elder. You passed. The white-robed elder nodded. Follow me, then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 26, As Vast as the Sea. Book 36, Tao Lord of the 4th Step, Chapter 26, As Vast as the Sea. The white-haired elder led the way as Ning and Whitethaw followed from behind. Put away your golem. There will no longer be any danger here, the white-haired elder instructed. Yes, senior. Ning waved his hand, putting away the protector golem. This trip to the Azure Flower Estate had been much smoother than he had anticipated, but when he thought about it, it made sense. The master of the estate had left behind 2 levels of challenges, one was meant for Tao Lords, the other was meant for emperors. The Tao Lord level trials had already been quite ridiculous. If Ning hadn't mastered the Heart Sword art, even the 4th stage of the Omega Sword Tao wouldn't have been enough for him to win with ease. The white-haired elder led the way until they reached a great palace. Boom! The palace walls parted before them, revealing a doorway. They entered through this side passageway and quickly reached a private, quiet hall. What is this place? Ning looked about, rather stunned. This giant hall was filled with enormous bookshelves which leaned against the walls. Every single bookshelf was at least 30 kilometers long, and there were hundreds of layers for each one. Every single layer was filled with jade slips, and they truly were numerous beyond measure. Ning could see no end of them. Ning was rather dazed. Just a cursory scan indicated that there had to be over 100 billion scrolls here, and that was just a rough estimate. This was a staggering, unheard-of figure. These are all of the more powerful techniques which my master acquired after scouring virtually the entire Chaosverse. The white-haired elder had a rather complex look in his eyes as he continued slowly. It doesn't just have cultivator techniques, it also has Sith techniques. Master collected and modified them all, making them suitable for us cultivators to use. In other words, this place holds all of the countless elite techniques which were created by the cultivator civilizations and the Sith civilization. The white-haired elder looked at Ning. What you need to do is to read through all of them. All cultivator civilizations? The entire Sith civilization? No matter how steady Ning normally was, he couldn't help but begin to tremble inside. This was simply inconceivable. In his original planet of Earth in the 3 realms, there was a saying, after you read over 10,000 books, you can write like a god. The creation of every single technique represented the accumulated wisdom and insight of one particular cultivator. The reason why Ning was able to become a Tao Lord of the 4th step was in large part due to Ning having the chance to inspect the 300-plus hegemonic legacies which Autarch Bolin had left behind within that special region. They had been incredibly important, as they had broadened Ning's horizons and let him gain many new insights and epiphanies. And now, the fruits of all cultivator civilizations were before him. Even the techniques belonging to the Sith had been modified and retrofitted so that cultivators could make use of them. Countless techniques were gathered here. Their value was truly incalculable. They would be of far more help to him in understanding the Tao than any other treasure. This library was far more valuable than the Void Sea Jade Seal had been. Even a hegemon would go crazy for a chance like this. He scoured virtually the entire Chaosverse for these techniques, and even overhauled the techniques of the Sith civilization. Ning murmured softly. Senior, can you please tell me who the master of this estate was? My master didn't plan to accept any disciples, the white-haired elder said. This is nothing more than the inheritance he has entrusted to later generations. Since you have passed his trials, you are deserving of what is here. Inheritance? Ning narrowed his eyes. Your guess is correct. Master is dead. The white-haired elder glanced at the countless jade scrolls. His face was still cold and calm, but his gaze was rather distant and his voice very soft. Dead? Ning could hardly believe this. Did he die in battle against the Sith? Oof. You overestimate their abilities. The white-haired elder laughed coldly. The cultivator civilizations ended up winning our great war against the Sith. But even if we lost the battle, as an autarch my master would never have died to them. Then how is it that he died? Ning truly couldn't believe it. An autarch, someone who stood at the very apex of all cultivator civilizations, had somehow died. It was a form of suicide. The white-haired elder shook his head. Enough questions. Ning was rather dazed. A form of suicide? Autarchs had to have incredible dowhearts. How could one possibly choose to commit suicide? But then, Ning quickly understood. A form of suicide, that meant it wasn't true suicide. Otherwise, why would the estate spirit add the qualifier a form of? However, since the estate spirit didn't wish to speak further, Ning no longer pursued this line of questioning. Senior, you tell this junior who the master of this estate was? Given the grace he has shown to me, I simply must know his name, Ning said. My master's Taoist title was simply Awakener. He was referred to as Autarch Awakener. The white-robed elder's eyes shone with light. Ning immediately turned and knelt down towards the countless jade slips in front of him as though he was facing his master. This junior is named Dark North. Senior, although you are not my master in title, you are my master in practice. This junior shall forever remember the benevolence you have shown me. Ning then kowtowed 9 times solemnly, wishing to express the gratitude and excitement he felt. Ning then rose to his feet. You are quite conscientious. The white-robed elder nodded slowly when he saw this. The benevolence master has shown you vastly surpasses that which most teachers show their students. Not even most of master's actual students were permitted to see these techniques, only 2 were granted access. Ning nodded and then asked curiously, are you saying that Sith techniques are not appropriate for us cultivators to train in? They have to be retrofitted first? There are certain fundamental differences between us and the Sith, the white-haired elder said. We are simply completely different on the most basic of levels. They were a different type of life form, a very unique type of life form, and they had a civilization and culture which belonged to them and them alone. We are not able to use the majority of their techniques, with just a few minor tricks available to us. Ning nodded. Enough. Go ahead and read through these first, the white-haired elder instructed. Also, before doing that, go ahead and swear an oath that you will not transmit anything you see here. Ning nodded. The Lord of the Azure Flower Estate, Autarch Awakener, hadn't even permitted most of his personal disciples to view this place. Ning was lucky to even have a chance to read in this place. How could he possibly be permitted to transmit these techniques as he pleased? It had taken even Autarch Awakener an incredible amount of blood, sweat, and effort to accumulate all these techniques. And so, Ning began a new life devoted to reading. He buried himself in the countless jade slips while surrounded by a field of accelerated time that was 100 times faster than normal time. He memorized one jade slip after another. This truly was a sea of techniques, and they came from different races, different realm verses, and different other verses. They represented the accumulated wisdom of countless mighty cultivators, and Ning's horizons were truly broadened. In fact, he was beginning to rapidly gain tremendous amounts of insight into the other Taos he was fairly skilled in, such as the Tao of Water and the Tao of Lightning. He was even gaining more insights into the Omega Sword Tao and the Heart Sword art, both of which had already reached incredible heights. The reading alone was enough to help him upgrade his insights. This was because he was reading and absorbing the accumulated wisdom of countless cultivators. Ning began to feel himself change and transform as he subsumed himself within this sea of techniques. A new foundation was being established. Reading and memorizing all of these countless techniques was a way for him to dramatically expand his foundation of understanding. Right now, he had merely done some cursory reading. Later on, he would train in each technique in detail. He would improve even more then. These countless techniques represented an inconceivable treasure in terms of cultivating the Tao. This was why Ning hadn't hesitated at all in kneeling down and kowtowing as though he was in front of his master. He truly felt grateful. For the first time, Ning began to feel that he had a chance at succeeding in the Tao merge. By now, Ning was incredibly powerful and was able to read incredibly fast. It took him merely 130 million years to completely read through everything once. But of course, if one factored in the usage of temporal acceleration, then Ning had actually spent over 13 billion years reading. I'm done reading. Ning put down the final jade slip. His very aura itself had begun to change a bit. He had become more reserved and more ordinary looking. Over the course of reading for the past millions of years, Ning felt as though he had gained a picture of all cultivator civilizations as well as the entire Sith civilization. He had bathed in the accumulated wisdom of 2 entire civilizations, and he no longer felt the slightest bit of pride in himself. So what if he had developed an Omega Tao? What was so pride-worthy about that? He was nothing more than someone who, prior to becoming a Samsara Tao Lord, had a few special ideas and encountered enough fortunate experiences that he was able to embark upon the path of the Omega Tao. The hegemons weren't necessarily less talented than him, just not as lucky, and the likes of Emperor Heartsword, who had developed the Heartsword art, was also a freakishly talented figure. The cultivator civilizations, as a whole, had far too many incredibly talented figures. Done reading? The white-robed elder's voice rang out. Ning raised his head to look at the elder, then nodded. I'm done reading. I feel as though the pride I felt previously was absolutely laughable. In the great sea of the various cultivator civilizations, only autarchs are truly supreme and transcendent. All others are quite common and ordinary. The white-robed elder waved a finger, causing countless streams of light to appear midair within the palace. The light surged forward and opened a door which led to a hidden dimension, and from that hidden dimension flew out a series of jade slips as well as a single dazzling and eye-catching Godsense crystal. This Godsense crystal was far more dazzling than any gemstone. It caused even Ning's heart to shudder. Here are 11 scrolls of Omega Das as well as my master's own Tao, the white-haired elder said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 27, The Second Palace. Book 36, Tao Lord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 27, The Second Palace. Ning was stunned. A Godsense legacy, and 10 scrolls filled with Omega Das? The master of the Azure Flower Estate, Autarch Chi, didn't have a master-disciple relationship with Ning, but in truth he had done far more for Ning than any ordinary master would. These 11 scrolls of Omega Das represent 11 absolutely dazzlingly Tao Lords, the white-haired elder said. All of them trained to become Tao Lords of the fourth step, but unfortunately, they all failed in the Tao merge. Despite that, they left behind their Taos to posterity. Factor in the first one you received earlier, and you have one for yourself, a total of 12 Omega Tao scrolls. These are all of the Omega Tao techniques which my master has collected. They all failed in their Tao merge? Ning felt a tremendous sense of pressure. If my guess is correct, your path should be that of the Omega Dao as well. The white-haired elder looked at Ning, who nodded. Given how easily Ning had knocked the Archon-level guardian out of the palace, the white-haired elder had quickly come to this conclusion. The Dao merge for any Omega Dao is extremely difficult, the white-haired elder said. Anyone who succeeds in the Dao merge for an Omega Dao would gain inconceivable power, after all. It only makes sense that its Dao merge is incredibly difficult. Ning nodded in understanding. Samsara Dao Lords all chose different Daos. It was much like constructing a building. Ordinary Dao Lords who walked ordinary Daos merely had to build a thatched cottage. Even if they succeeded in the Dao merge, they would always remain within that cottage. They would be correspondingly weak. The Omega Dao, however, required the construction of a giant palace that was tens of thousands of meters tall. That meant it needed a far more stable foundation, and even if the cultivator failed the Dao merge, he would still be able to easily dominate those weaker emperors. To become a Dao Lord of the fourth step meant that all of the basic preparations had been completed. One could attempt the Dao merge at any time. If you failed the Dao merge, your palace would begin to crumble. If you succeeded, it would be completed and eternal. But of course, this was just a metaphor. To master an eternal Omega Sword Dao was far more complex than creating any so-called palace. Ning fully mastered all 11 scrolls of the Omega Dao, then accepted the Crystal of God Sense. Whoosh! The God Sense surged into his body, causing an awesome scene to appear within his mind. A graceful youth dressed in a white robe with blue trims appeared in Ning's mind. The youth looked ordinary at first, but the more one stared at him, the more one would feel that he was deadly attractive. After becoming an autarch, every single inch of his body had become naturally filled with the unspeakable aroma of the Dao. This sort of Dao aroma would naturally generate feelings of irresistible attraction to weaker cultivators. The graceful youth was standing within an ordinary-looking study, teaching a group of children. Ning had become one of the children as well, and he listened obediently as the young awakener taught him. Soon, the image changed to become that of an army camp. A military officer was drilling his soldiers with the spear. The military officer was the graceful youth, while Ning had become one of the soldiers. Then, the scene transformed to become a barbarian tribe. The witch doctor who led this tribe was teaching the young tribesmen, with Ning one of the tribesmen and the graceful youth the witch doctor. One scene after another played out. They all seemed ordinary, but they carried an ineffable, indescribable aura to them. Time flowed on for what felt like 1,000,000,000,000 years. Ning started as a mortal, became a cultivator, and now was a hegemon. The graceful youth stood there in the void, a group of cultivators standing behind him. All of their auras were at the hegemonic level, with Ning amongst them. Whoosh! The graceful youth waved his sleeves, sending an ordinary-looking gust of wind towards Ning and the other cultivators. However, the power of this gentle wind suddenly skyrocketed to become 1,000,000,000 times more powerful. The wind instantly reached an absolutely inconceivable level of power, instantly annihilating Ning and the other cultivators. However, Ning and the others then reappeared once more. This is my Dao. All of you have seen what there is to see. You may leave, now. Shoo! The graceful youth smiled as he waved gently at the group. Ning suddenly came back to his senses. You woke up? The white-haired elder looked at Ning. I'm up, Ning said. I feel as though 1,000,000,000,000 years have gone by, but I can sense from the local spacetime that only a day has actually gone past. Ning felt indescribable emotions in his heart. In the process of accepting the legacy, he had been trained from a child to the point of becoming a hegemon. Autarch Awakener had indeed displayed his Dao, but he had done so through countless demonstrations over the course of what felt like trillions of years. Ning felt a strong sense of attachment to him, as though the Autarch truly was his master and elder. When he thought of how Autarch Awakener had already perished, Ning felt a sense of sorrow in his heart. You've already viewed everything there is to view in the first palace. You can now enter the second palace, which is the final palace, the white-haired elder said. The second palace? Ning was startled. The first palace already contained the countless techniques which belonged to the cultivator civilizations, and even included countless retrofitted Sith techniques. It even held Omega Das and Autarch Awakener's own Tao. What could the second palace possibly hold? Follow me. The white-haired elder walked forwards. Yes. Ning followed from behind. They walked to the end of this palace hall, where a passageway appeared in the walls. They entered the passageway, arriving at a second hall. Ning could see that the second hall was clearly much smaller, roughly 300 meters in size. It was laid out in accordance with the principles of the 8 trigrams, and the 4 walls were filled with bookshelves and jade scrolls. However, the jade scrolls here numbered in the tens of thousands at most. There truly were far fewer here than in the previous hall. Are there even better techniques here? Ning was puzzled. You've already seen all of the techniques of 2 different types of civilizations. What better techniques are you expecting? The white-haired elder gave Ning a glance. Then these jade scrolls. Ning stared at the surrounding area. You'll know soon enough. The white-haired elder pointed at the very center of the second hall, at the center of the 8 trigrams. As he pointed, the ground in the center began to bulge upwards, transforming into a stone dais that was shaped like the 8 trigrams and clearly meant for use as a meditation mat. The stone dais was black with a few specks of white light glowing on its surface. Sit there. Ning didn't hesitate. Given how might Autarch Awakener was and how powerful the wards within the Azure Flower Estate were, it would be easy for the estate spirit to kill him. Hell, even hegemons would be slain with ease. Ning didn't worry about any tricks or traps at all. Ning walked over, then sat down in the lotus position atop the stone dais. Whoosh! A bone-chilling cold instantly pervaded his entire body. Ning shivered. He could sense that the speed at which his true soul thought had just skyrocketed. He was now able to think unfathomably faster than before. My master spent untold amounts of effort to construct this Azure Flower Estate, and its heart is this stone dais, the white-haired elder said as he pointed at the stone dais. The countless formations in this estate have pooled their power within it, ensuring that it has an absolutely incredible supportive effect. Sitting on it is akin to being in a prajna state of constant epiphany. Ning nodded. When he sat atop this stone dais, the effect was indeed much stronger than that of the stone censer of reunion. Ning couldn't help but lower his head to look at the stone dais. This was simply too incredible and marvelous. With this stone dais, he would be able to cultivate the Tao much more quickly than before. Most likely, even his chances at the Tao merge would be improved by a bit. My master originally constructed this stone dais for himself. He spent his time cultivating atop it, and he paid an absolutely astronomical price to create it. Now, he has left it to those who are linked to this place by karma and destiny. The white-haired elder watched as Ning excitedly lowered his head and gently stroked the stone dais, then continued, "Now that you have passed the trials, you can come use this stone dais for as long as you are alive. I suspect that it is highly unlikely a second destined person will make it here in the next 108,000 chaos cycles." Ning nodded excitedly. This was definitely a truly supreme and peerless treasure. Calm down first. Once you've completely calmed down, I'll talk to you about something else, the white-haired elder said. All right. Ning could sense that his heart was still trembling. He had first viewed the countless techniques belonging to 2 different types of civilizations, then discovered this stone dais which vastly surpassed the stone censer of reunion. Ning naturally was in a state of shock. A long while later, Ning finally began to calm down. He looked at the white-haired elder, his heart tranquil. Now that you are calmer, I'll explain. The white-robed elder said, "The reason why my master left behind so many arrangements and even permitted you to view all of these techniques is because of a final, dying wish he had." A final wish? Ning was stunned. Yes. The white-robed elder nodded. You should have already trained in the 9-space technique, yes? The 9-space technique? Ning was startled. Those 9 chaos seals, the white-haired elder explained. My master created the 9 chaos seals. They allow you to establish a brand new space within your sea of consciousness where an azure flower will bloom. This is the 9-space region. It can convert immortal energy, divine power, heart force, and all other types of energy into a single mist-like form of energy. Of all the techniques which my master created in the countless years after he reached autarky, this is his proudest, but also his greatest regret. Even when he died, he still felt regret over this technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 28, Creating 10 Techniques. Book 36, Tao Lord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 28, Creating 10 Techniques. His greatest regret? Ning was rather puzzled. The 9 chaos seals were indeed quite marvelous. They were capable of transforming his heart force, his divine power, his immortal energy, and even the chaos energy of the outside world. It made the energy inside his body far more pure, and was extremely nourishing to the soul and true soul. Wasn't it perfect? Yes, his greatest regret. Master had always felt regret over this technique and was unhappy with it, the white-haired elder said with a nod. The 9-space technique has many inherent flaws. For example, one can only master it before reaching the world level. Otherwise, there will be no way to establish the 9-space region within the sea of consciousness. For another example, there's no way the mist energy can leave the body. Ning nodded. This was true, and the reason why in the past he had always relied on close combat. However, the more powerful one became, the more important one's mastery over the Tao would be. By now, the additional strength granted to him by the azure flower mist energy was negligible. But these are all small flaws. If Master spent a bit more effort, he would be able to perfect them, the white-haired elder said. The fatal flaw to this technique is that the 9-space region is at most able to convert the power of samsara Tao Lords. The divine power, heart force, and immortal energy of eternal emperors cannot be converted at all. Ning was stunned. Eternal-level energies cannot be converted? Right. Thus, this technique is only useful to cultivators below the eternal emperor level. The white-haired elder shook his head inside. My master's original plan was to create a total of 12 of those chaos seals. Not only would this technique be able to convert the energies of eternal emperors, it would even be able to convert the energies of autarchs. Only then would this technique be considered perfect. If it could convert an autarch's energy, it would be of huge benefit to even the autarchs, but Ning could only nod. He didn't really understand what autarchs were truly capable of, but being able to convert their energies had to be quite helpful. The reason why my master created this technique was because the Sith race relied upon a source of energy that was very pure and similar to this mist energy, the white-haired elder said. Every member of the Sith race, from the weakest to the strongest, all used something akin to your mist energy. Ah! Ning was stunned. They don't use divine power or immortal energy? They do not. The white-haired elder shook his head. Their energy source can be used the same way as divine power or immortal energy is used, but is even more powerful. Why would they need divine power or immortal energy? Ning was truly stunned now. It seemed as though the Sith truly were fundamentally different from cultivators, even their techniques were completely different. Perhaps there were just a few simple techniques like the Yi Dao art, or the Yi Vitalis, arts which both sides could use. This was the reason why Emperor Waveshift had moved Crimson Wave Temple to his home without destroying the Dao art, or Vitalis, techniques. To create an entirely new system of cultivation is unspeakably difficult. Master labored by himself for untold eons to find a way to merge divine power, immortal energy, heart force, and all other types of energy into this mist energy, the white-haired elder said. This was Master's greatest goal, and he poured all of his effort into it. He scoured the cultivator civilizations for techniques, and even retrofitted countless Sith techniques for us to use, but his true goal was still to create the 9 chaos seals. The white-haired elder looked at Ning. Master is dead now, and his dying regret was this technique. Thus, he hopes that his successors will be able to create a 10th chaos seal, and perhaps help him realize his hypothesized 11th and 12th chaos seals. Ning nodded slowly. He couldn't help but ask, if even the autarch failed, how could we successors possibly succeed? Do not underestimate any cultivator. Master was able to become an autarch due to his talent, but also due to the countless strokes of good fortune he encountered. You juniors aren't necessarily less talented than my master, and in fact, you yourself were able to develop an Omega Sword Dao at the Samsara Dao Lord level. When my master was a Samsara Dao Lord, he wasn't even close to being a match for you, the white-haired elder said. There are some things which you can do which my master might not be able to. Ning was enlightened. Indeed, every single extremely talented cultivator had their own experiences and insights, and they would create techniques with those different thoughts in mind. Autarch Awakener had failed, but that didn't mean that all cultivators would fail. Master once lived here for many years, coming up with all sorts of techniques. The white-haired elder pointed at the stacks of jade scrolls. These are the various cultivation techniques which Master collected. They include many techniques meant for mortals. These are meant for Foundation, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul cultivators. Those over there are meant for the Yin God, Thunder Tribulation, and Yang God cultivators, and those are meant for Core Formation, 9 Cycles, and Truth-level cultivators. All sorts of cultivation techniques are here, and they represent different paths of cultivation. However, everything eventually points towards the path of divine power and immortal energy. Master's original plan was to create a completely new system of cultivation from scratch, but it was simply too difficult. Thus, in the end he developed the 9 chaos seals instead. These jade scrolls include many of Master's thoughts about creating new techniques as well as other avenues he had considered. Ning stared at the tens of thousands of jade scrolls on the bookshelves around him. He couldn't help but imagine how Autarch Awakener had once sat on the stone dais, meditating on how to create better techniques. He was an exalted autarch, and his dying regret was this technique? Ning couldn't help but sigh emotion. However, it made sense. As an autarch, Awakener had been completely and truly invincible. He was able to create even alternate universes with ease. Autarch Bolin had created the Aeonian race. As for Autarch Awakener, he had poured his efforts into creating a technique that could convert autarch-level energies. Alas, the autarchs had to be incredibly lonely. To be invincible truly did mean to be lonely. As a Dao Lord who was able to pass the trials, you are a truly dazzling figure amongst your peers. The white-haired elder looked at Ning. I hope you can help my master accomplish his greatest dream. I won't ask much of you. If you can create a 10th chaos seal, that'll be enough, the white-haired elder said. Ning nodded. Ning was in a state of constant epiphany thanks to being seated on the state dais, and countless insights were flashing through his mind. However, the more he thought about the 9 chaos seals, the more unfathomable and marvelous he found it to be. Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of true veneration. Anyone capable of creating such a technique was truly inconceivable. How was he supposed to make a further improvement to it? Ning pondered there for many hours, then finally spoke, "It's too hard." "Ha, of course it is hard." Master spent countless hours working on it to no avail. How could it be so easily accomplished? The white-haired elder continued, "That is why Master left a treasure behind to help you." Ning listened attentively. "However, prior to me giving it to you, you must create 10 different techniques," the white-haired elder said. "As you are a Dao Lord, the complexity and profundity of every single technique must reach the Archon level. 10 different techniques, each of which must be at the Archon level." Ning was flabbergasted. "Right." The white-haired elder nodded. As a Tao Lord, if you can create 10 different Archon level techniques, it will be considered proof that you are quite talented when it comes to creating new techniques. In that case, I can give you the other treasure which Master left behind, and it will be of great use to you. I need to create 10 techniques for just one treasure? Ning felt as though Autarch Awakener's requirements were far too high. But creating a 10th Chaos Seal to add on to the original 9 Chaos Seals will be of no use to me. Ning shook his head. The 10th Chaos Seal would allow Eternal Emperors to convert their energies, but the greatest problem facing Ning right now was the Tao Merge. This treasure is an extremely valuable one. It is of great use to cultivators, especially those facing the Tao Merge like yourself. The white-haired elder added mysteriously. Even the Autarch was extremely reluctant to part with it, which is why he insisted that you create 10 techniques to prove your worth. Only then will he give you the treasure. Otherwise, it would be wasted on you. My master isn't going to waste his resources like that. It is of great use to those facing the Tao Merge? Ning's eyes lit up. Right. The white-haired elder laughed. He knew that this was what intrigued Tao Lords the most. Every single Tao Lord was unable to resist the allure of something which would aid them in the Tao Merge. It is ranked number 1 in the entire Chaosverse with regards to help cultivators cultivate, and that naturally extends to the Tao Merge as well, the white-haired elder said. It is ranked number 1? What about the Void Sea Jade Seal? Ning asked. I've heard of those things. They can only be created by emperors who are extremely talented in the Tao of Numerancy, but they are of no use to cultivators like yourself, because you train in the Omega Sword Tao. Right? The white-haired man continued, no number of Void Sea Jade Seals would be of as much use to you as this treasure. However, you have to first prove yourself in terms of your skill in creating techniques before I'll give it to you. 10 techniques, all Archon level? Ning nodded. Fine, then. I'll create 10 techniques. And so, Ning began to create new techniques all by his lonesome within the Azure Flower Estate just outside the Three Realms. He had already reached the 4th stage with his Omega Sword Tao, and so it counted as his first Archon level technique. His Heart Force Eradicator technique was also extremely powerful and at the Archon level in might, but its underlying mysteries were based on the Omega Sword Tao and so it did not count. The Dreamstar art, however, was a type of illusory art which was merely at the Supreme Tao Lord level. It was far too weak, it didn't count. Thus, at present Ning had only created a single Archon level technique, the Omega Sword Tao. He needed to create 9 more before he would be acknowledged as a gifted technique creator by the spirit of the estate. Luckily, Ning had been given the chance to see countless techniques which had been created by the cultivators as well as the Sith, and was seated atop that stone dais. He was constantly in a prajna state, and so he began to focus on his meditations. His first goal was to perfect his Dreamstar art, as it had already reached the Supreme Tao Lord level. He only needed to upgrade it by 1 full level and it would be at the Archon level of power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 29, 1 Chaos Cycle. Book 36, Tao Lord of the 4th Step, Chapter 29, 1 Chaos Cycle. Planning was easy. Actually carrying it out was extremely difficult. Since Autarch Awakener, master of the Azure Flower Estate, had decided that creating 10 Archon level techniques was the trial which Tao Lords needed to pass, there was no way that it would be easy for Ning to accomplish it. Tao Lord Featherdress had been an incredibly dazzling Heart Force cultivator and Tao Lord, but she had only created a single supreme technique, the Featherdress Soul Thrall Melody. Ning now needed to do the same, but this would require a sufficiently deep foundation in the art of illusions. If he hadn't built up enough experience, there would be no way he could possibly create such a technique. Illusions, the white-robed Ning sat there on the stone dais, runes swirling over its surface as time moved 100 times faster than in the outside world. His eyes were closed as he continued to meditate, with one technique after another flashing through his mind. These were all the various heart force illusion techniques which the cultivator civilizations and the Sith civilization had created. Heart force was a very mysterious type of energy. It was able to merge with other types of energy and allow one's power to increase by an explosive level. Ning was merely at the Archon level of enlightenment, but the 12th stance of the Heartsword art allowed him to stand above virtually all other Archons. He was extremely close to the hegemon level of power. This was what was so marvelous about Heart Force. Heart Force illusions, in turn, were extremely common as well. The cultivators and the Sith had both created many different types of Heart Force illusions. Illusions can be used like this? Ning continuously analyzed and dissected one illusory technique after another. The weakest were at the Archon level, the stronger ones were at the hegemon level, and a few were even more profound than that. Previously, Ning had merely read through them and memorized them. Now, he was truly analyzing them. As his analyses grew deeper and deeper, Ning began to accumulate a steadily deepening foundation in the art of illusions, and his Dreamstar art naturally began to slowly improve as well. Every single illusory art had profound mysteries hidden within them. Even though the stone dais let him remain in a constant prajna state, it still took Ning an extremely long period of time to fully analyze and dissect every single technique. The easier ones took as little as 1,000,000 years, while the longest took over 100 million. And this was with him only analyzing them up to the Archon level. For now, he was completely unable to analyze the more profound mysteries. In total, it took Ning over 56 billion years to finish analyzing all of the illusory arts. If it hadn't been for the stone dais, it probably would have taken him 10,000 times as long. Next, Ning began to sort out and arrange the various insights he had gained. He began to merge them together, seeking to create an illusory art that belonged to him and him alone. After gaining so many new insights, he immediately concluded that his Dreamstar art was far too simple and crude. In fact, Ning felt that there were some fundamental problems with its most basic underpinnings. Thus, he chose to completely start from scratch and create his own illusions. Another 3 billion years went by, at which point Ning finished sorting through and merging all of his many insights together into a new illusory art, which he named the Unfettered Dreamlands. Within the second hall inside the palace, atop the stone dais, Ning was still seated in the lotus position, but his demeanor and aura had both somewhat changed. In the past, this white-robed youth's aura had been stately and reserved, almost like a blade that had been hidden within a sheath. When drawn, his sharpness would be on full display. Now, however, Ning's aura had become a bit more ephemeral and ghostly. He was like a drifting cloud, a gust of wind, a fluttering leaf, a ray of warm sunlight that broke through the darkness. Cultivators who saw him would feel a very comfortable feeling, and in their hearts they would naturally feel very well disposed towards Ning. Even cultivators who had originally been nervous or depressed would feel much more relaxed just by looking at Ning. To be free and unfettered, for cultivators, this is far too rare. In my illusions, however, I can find perfect, unfettered freedom. Ning smiled. The unfettered dreamlands, as the name suggested, the crucial parts to it lay in the words unfettered and dreamlands. Dreamlands, Ning would set up an artificial world of dreams within the illusions, with Ning being the one to envisage and design the elements within this world. In fact, Ning could even set up a special region within his actual heart world and use it to simulate the appearance of his dreamlands. Ning's goal was to make the dreamlands as real-looking as possible, while also filled with fatal allure. He would then adjust it slightly in accordance with each target. Unfettered, this referred to how the goal was to cause the opponent to unconsciously be seduced by the illusions. There were some things that simply couldn't be forced. Only when you managed to lower the natural resistance generated within the depths of your foe's Dao heart would you be able to make it more difficult for the foe to escape your illusions. Think about it. Why was it that even the more shallow illusions were often focused on the flaws in people's hearts? For example, Ning deeply desired to revive his wife, and so illusions targeted at Ning would often conjure up images of Yue and allow Ning to reunite with her. This was because Ning wanted to see this more than anything else, making his Dao heart less resistant to it. If Ning's Dao heart was weak, he might succumb to the illusions and be trapped in them for longer, increasing the chances of him dying. In a battle between experts, a second of slumber could result in death. The words unfettered in dreamlands served as the nucleus of the unfettered dreamlands, which then transformed into countless arcane and profound illusions. Senior, Ning said. The distant-seated white-robed elder opened his eyes to look at Ning. Here is the second technique. Ning pulled out a jade scroll upon which was recorded the information regarding the heart force illusion technique which Ning had created, the unfettered dreamlands. The jade scroll flew over to float in front of the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder accepted it, inspected it carefully, then nodded. You spent just over half a chaos cycle and have managed to create an Archon-level illusory art. Not bad, not bad. It seems you might have a chance to actually create the 10 necessary techniques. Ning explained, I've always been skilled in heart force, which made analyzing those illusions fairly easy. As for the other DAOs, there are some which I'm not skilled in at all. Creating techniques for them shall definitely be far more difficult. He was the most highly skilled in the Tao of the Sword. He had already created the 4th stage of the Omega Sword Tao, before arriving at the Azure Flower Estate. He was just slightly less attuned to heart force, but thanks to the effects of the stone dais he had been able to create the technique after nearly 60 billion years. However, if you factored in temporal acceleration, he had actually spent over half a chaos cycle. Finally, he had been able to develop the unfettered dreamlands technique. When cultivators calculated their lifespans, they calculated based on the real time they had spent, excluding the benefits of accelerated time. By now, Ning had spent more than half a chaos cycle in real training. Next, Ning needed to accumulate insights into the Tao of Water and the Tao of Lightning. After that would come the Tao of Fire, and then would be the Taos of Space, Time, Earth, and a few others. In truth, cultivators generally focused on a single Tao and wouldn't waste time on multiple other Taos. If you reached an extremely high level in a single Tao, you would gain access to movement techniques, invulnerable forms, defensive abilities, offensive abilities, and more. This was true for all Taos, and so there was no need to diversify. The Nine Dust Sect Lord, for example, focused exclusively on the Tao of Water. However, from another perspective, it could be said that training in multiple Taos had its own benefits as well. The differences between the Taos could bring inspiration, as all Taos were linked together. With the stone dais helping you, you should be able to do it. The white-haired elder looked at Ning. Creating these 10 techniques will be of help to you as well. The Tao merge for the Omega Taos is simply too difficult. Creating multiple Archon-level techniques will only benefit you, not harm you. Understood. Ning nodded. He had to admit this was true. And so, Ning began to focus on analyzing the Tao of Water. The Tao of Water was a vast Tao which many people trained in. Ning began to analyze one technique after another. There were many major powers who had become supreme Tao lords thanks to the Tao of Water. Some had become Archons, while a few had become hegemons. However, everyone had a different interpretation of the Tao of Water, even though the Tao itself was the same. Alas, Ning felt tremendous regret that despite there being countless techniques pertaining to the Tao of Water, there was no Omega Water Tao. Obviously, Ning would need to spend much more time on the Tao of Water than he had on illusions. And so, time slowly flowed on. In the blink of an eye, Ning had spent over an entire chaos cycle of actual time training within the Azure Flower Estate, and he was still absorbed in his studies. Everything was so peaceful and calm. No one in the Flame Dragon Realmverse knew that during the past chaos cycle, an utterly terrifying heart force cultivator had arisen. Ever since the Flame Dragon Realmverse had lost its heart force hegemon, it had never given birth to another eternal emperor who was also a heart force cultivator. And indeed, it was extremely rare for eternal emperors to be heart force cultivators. Although Ning's heart force was quite strong upon him becoming a Tao Lord of the 4th step, allowing him to easily trap a large number of emperors with illusions during the battle for Silksnow City, his actual skill in illusions was rather low. He had completely relied on his powerful heart force to gain victory. Ning's illusions had been completely ineffective against Archon-level opponents. Now, however, Ning's weakness in illusions had been addressed. He had truly skyrocketed to a brand new level, the Archon level. The stability of the Omega Sword Dao ensured that Ning's heart world was probably second only to that of a heart force hegemons. This made his heart force indescribably powerful. Now that both his heart force and his illusory arts had reached incredibly high levels, even a number of the archons of the sacred cities would fall to his illusions. In a life-and-death battle, being trapped in an illusion for even a brief instant would make it so that you lost control over your invulnerable form, and Ning would take advantage of that moment to slay his foe with ease. 1. Finally, we have specific information on how long a chaos cycle is. Since we know temporal acceleration was at 100x, this means 6 trillion years is roughly half a chaos cycle, meaning a full chaos cycle is 10 trillion years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 36, Chapter 30, Heading Off. Book 36, Downlord of the Fourth Step, Chapter 30, Heading Off. It was difficult for the three mighty hegemons to slay Archon-rank emperors, precisely because the emperors could use their invulnerable forms to flee. However, if they were trapped in illusions, they would be unable to escape or to maintain their invulnerable forms. Their minds would have been drawn into the illusions, allowing them to be killed. Heart Force Emperors were the terrifying stuff of legends. The entire Flame Dragon Realmverse didn't have a single Heart Force Emperor in it at present. For Heart Force cultivators to succeed in the Dao merge was far more difficult than for those who trained in any other Dao. Most likely, it was second only to those who walked the path of the Omega Dao. Heart Force cultivators had to have extremely large and stable heart worlds if they wished to have a chance at the Dao merge. Thus, Heart Force cultivators would generally improve themselves to at least the Supreme Downlord level. Only then would they have sufficiently large and stable heart worlds for them to even consider the Dao merge. When Ning had visited the alternate universe, he had seen the corpse of a Heart Force hegemon. He had also seen the Heart Force hegemon who had died in combat against the Sith. Both of those were emperors. It was virtually guaranteed that a Heart Force cultivator who succeeded in the Dao merge would become a hegemon rank emperor. Only a tiny fraction of them would end up as Archon rank emperors. Ning, however, was already comparable to Archon rank Heart Force emperors in power. Although he wasn't able to threaten hegemons, he was more than capable of threatening the other Archons. While Ning was training, other things were happening within the distant Terror Star Sea. Rumble, countless streams of fire formed a giant whirlpool that surrounded and filled this vast territory. The flames were incomparably beautiful, and they actually converged to form flowers. A skinny white-haired, white-browed man simply stood there at the edge of the beautiful vortex of flames, staring into it. His white brows fluttered as his oily green eyes stared intently into the very center of the vortex. Oof. Nine Dust, no matter how crafty you are and how much you struggle, you've still fallen into my trap. Archon Silks now smiled coldly. It took me 100 million years, but I've finally found you. Did you think I really want you dead? No, killing you is just a perk. The person I really want to kill is Downlord Darknorth? A frenzied, murderous look was in Archon Silksnow's oily green eyes. You have chosen a path of death. You are actually helping me out tremendously by charging into the Jadefire realm. Ha, all I need to do is send word of your predicament, and I trust your dear friend Downlord Darknorth will come here to rescue you. I'm not able to kill him, but the Jadefire realm is. The two of you will both die here. Archon Silksnow's eyes burned with savage hate. In truth, when he had first entered the Terror Star Sea, his plan had been to kill Nine Dust and steal his treasures. He had carefully searched through many places within the Terror Star Sea. He was much more powerful than Nine Dust and had the assistance of his realm ship, which meant that he was able to escape from some of the more dangerous places thanks to its help. Even though the Terror Star Sea was a vast place, he was still able to find the Nine Dust Sect Lord. Nine Dust had felt that he was already quite deep within the vast Terror Star Sea. Logically speaking, it wasn't very likely for Archon Silksnow to be able to locate him. This was why he had chosen to carry the realmship part alongside him in a rather casual manner, but who would have thought that thanks to luck and the realmship resonance, Archon Silksnow had really ended up finding him. Nine Dust had immediately fled in terror. He moved fairly slowly, and so he immediately used his escape-type treasures to flee. Archon Silksnow was forced to pursue him, and this pursuit lasted for quite some time. No matter how he tried, Nine Dust was unable to shake his pursuer. In the end, he had gritted his teeth and charged straight into the legendarily lethal Jadefire realm. I want to see if Archon Silksnow would dare to come in as well. All Dowlords were possessed of a certain defiant and fearless madness. He thought I wouldn't dare to go in? Of course I would. I'd rather die than live such a miserable life, but it won't be me who dies. Not only will you die, Dowlord Darknorth will die as well. Archon Silksnow was legendary for his savagery, even amongst emperors. He was savage to others but even more savage to himself. He immediately rode his realmship straight into the vast flaming vortex. Nightfall. Vast Heaven Palace. The golden-robed Ning was seated at the peak of a mountain. The mountain wind blew past him as he sipped some wine. Su Yuji was next to him, seated upon a large boulder and sharing the wine. Ning's true body was training within the Azure Flower Estate with the help of the Autarka's stone dais. This allowed him to train at a terrifyingly fast speed. Whether or not Ning's avatar assisted didn't really matter, as it was of little help in speeding up his cultivation further. As a result, he now had a chance to relax and enjoy life. The two drank together, exchanging a few casual words in conversation from time to time. Master, can you tell me about your Dao companion? Wine gourd in hand, Su Yuji suddenly asked this question. Ning smiled. She was my senior apprentice sister. When I first joined our sect, she was more powerful than me. More powerful than you? Su Yuji was surprised. In her eyes, Ning had always been a dazzling figure. He was the most powerful Dowlord in the history of the Flame Dragon realmverse. Yes. Back then, she held a very high status within our sect, Ning said. The two of us actually took part in the conclave of Immortals together. She really was quite talented. Unfortunately, she concealed a great secret within her heart which prevented her from fully and truly devoting herself to cultivation. Ning let out a sigh. Come to think of it, she was a truly tragic figure in both her past life and in this life. Her happiest days were most likely when she was pregnant and living together with me in peace. Ning smiled. He would never forget those days, never forget how he trained in sword arts while the pregnant Yue watched him, a merry smile on her face as she gently stroked her protruding belly. Those days of peace and bliss, when the war had yet to truly erupt, were the most beautiful memories he had. Our daughter is all grown up, and the plotters are all dead. My homeland is at peace, but she is gone. Ning raised his head to gulp down the wine, then put down his gourd. I've focused on the Tao my entire life. Part of it is because I wish to gain a grander understanding of the universe and see more of its sights, but the other part is because I wish to one day be able to resolve those regrets and have our family of three be reunited once more. You'll definitely succeed, Master, Su Yuji said. In the past, it was just a wild dream, but now, I can feel that I'm closing in on success. Ning smiled. This is proof that even the wildest of dreams can be made real. If the three of us can be reunited, everything will have been worth it, haha. So what if I pass the Tao merge? So what if I become a hegemon or an autark? I'll still just be living a life of solitude. Ning raised his head up high to drink more wine. The wind continued to blow, but the night was very calm. Su Yuji just watched Ning silently. She could sense that Ning's innermost heart had already been filled. There was no way at all for another person to enter it. Dark North. Dark North. A cry rang out from afar. Big brother? Ning turned, only to see a figure fly towards him from afar. It was Emperor Solsky. Come, come. You came at just the right time. Let's drink. I have important news to report. Emperor Solsky landed on the top of the mountain, a worried look on his face. Important news? Tell me about it, Ning said. The Nine Dust Sect Lord has been trapped within the Jade Fire realm of the Terror Star Sea. His life could end at any moment, Emperor Solsky said frantically. What? Ning turned pale as a solemn look appeared on his face. The Jade Fire realm of the Terror Star Sea? The Jade Fire realm was a death trap which the Sith had set up during the Dawn War. Countless emperors of the cultivator civilizations had died there during that great war. In the end, the Sith had been defeated and the Jade Fire realm badly damaged, but it remained a place of great danger. Not even hegemons dared to go too deep within it. However, Ning wasn't afraid of it. He had his shadowless form as well as his Sith protector golem, White Thaw. Hegemons were able to enter and scout the outer areas safely, which meant that he was strong enough to deal with the dangers as well. Yes, the Jade Fire realm. Emperor Solsky nodded. This information is absolutely trustworthy. My good friend, Lord Badlands, sent me the same information a while ago. He said that he engaged in some numerancy to test it, and found it to be genuine. The Nine Dust Sect Lord is indeed in great peril. However, Badlands told me to warn you that you are the real target. He was unable to calculate if you will be in danger or not. I'm the real target? Nin nodded slowly. Help convey my thanks to Brother Badlands. Nine Dust didn't ask me for help. That means he is worried about implicating me in this affair, but somehow, news of it still spread. That means this is likely an enemy plot. Nin nodded. If Badlands numerancy says that this is a plot targeting me, the person who holds the greatest grudge against me is Archon Silksnow and the Emperors under his command. Alternately, it could be the Eonians. Dark North, the Jade Fire realm is a legendary death trap of the Terror Star Sea. Not even hegemons dare to go too deep into it, Emperor Solsky said worriedly. Don't let yourself fall for their schemes. Ning nodded. Don't worry, big brother. The Azure Flower Estate. The second hall. Ning stood up on the stone dais. The nearby white-bearded elder opened his eyes. He said with surprise, You've developed the third technique already? Not yet. Ning shook his head. Not even close. Right, senior. I need to leave on some business. My primal twin can come here and train, right? Of course. I told you, so long as you are still alive, you may come and train whenever you please, the white-haired elder said with a nod. Good. A short while later, the black-robed Ning arrived at the estate. He entered it, sat down on the stone dais, then continued the training process. This was an autarchist training chambers. After all, it was far more effective than the stone censer of reunion, which Ning had already left in the three realms for his master Subhuti, his daughter, and his parents to use. In the future, it would be the supreme treasure of the three realms. As for Ning's true body? He left the Azure Flower Estate by himself, beginning to advance through the Flame Dragon realmverse towards the Terror Star Sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 1, Avatar. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 1, Avatar. As Ning began to head towards the Jadefire realm of the Terror Star Sea, his avatar sent word to Nine Dust via the Palace of Ancient Truth. Nine Dust, you are in the Jadefire realm? I'm on my way. This was the simple message which Ning sent. The Palace of Ancient Truth had branches within all 8 of the sacred cities of the Tao Alliance, and the mighty ancients were the power behind it. Ning's words quickly made its way to the ancients and thus to Ninedust's avatar. What? Ninedust was shocked. He never would have imagined that Dark North would find out that he had entered the Jadefire realm. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel gratitude. Everyone knew that the place was a death trap. Dark North knew it as well, but he still rushed towards it without hesitating. Dark North, I've been chased by Archon Silks now into the Jadefire realm, but I never made that information public. If you found out, that means it must be Archon Silks now who spread the news. This is his plot. Ninedust sent word back to Ning as well. No matter what, don't come here. Archon Silks now is a madman. This is definitely a plot aimed at you, but. His message made it back to Ning's avatar in Vast Heaven Palace, but alas, it was of no use. Ugh, Dark North is so. Ninedust knew that he wouldn't be able to dissuade Ning, and so his avatar within the ancient stronghold immediately headed off to Vast Heaven Palace. Outside Vast Heaven Palace, a man dressed in fluttering gray robes emerged from a tear in space, then stared at the distant Vast Heaven Palace. Here I am. The gray-robed man looked weather-worn, with anxiety written on his face. I hope I made it in time. The gray-robed man waved his hand, causing countless drops of rain to appear in the air. The rain sprinkled down upon every inch of Vast Heaven Palace, but the power within the rain was completely blocked by the barriers protecting the palace itself. The blocked power generated ripples which immediately attracted the interest of Emperor Solsky and Ning's avatar. Both emerged from the barriers, standing shoulder to shoulder as they stared off into the distance. Ha! Ning's avatar grinned. You can head on back, big brother Solsky. Let me have a chat with my old friend. Ning's avatar then strode into the skies towards the gray-robed man. Emperor Solsky smiled as well. He was also able to recognize who it was, as the gray-robed man had discarded his disguise and revealed his true appearance. It was indeed the Ninedust sect lord. Ninedust. Ning's avatar walked over to stand next to the gray-robed man. Dark North. Ninedust looked at Ning, his feelings rather mixed. Although he didn't wish for Ning to know that he was in great danger, he also felt very grateful for the way in which Ning had reacted upon finding out. This was what true brothers were like. I'm not too late, am I? Ninedust asked. Your true body hasn't entered the Jadefire realm yet, has it? Not even close. I need to be careful when traversing the Terror Star Sea. I can't just blink about willy-nilly like here in the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Ning said with a smile. It'll take me at least another 1,000 years or so before I make it there. Ninedust let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, eh? Ninedust peered at Ning intently, rather surprised. Why do I feel as though your aura has changed a bit, Although both were merely avatars, their auras were generated by their true souls and their daas. An evil cultivator's very aura would become evil and malicious. Since the true body and the avatar were linked together and analogous, the aura of Ning's avatar had indeed changed and become more powerful since last they met. In the past, Ning was reserved and stately, like a blade that would reveal its sharpness when unleashed. Now, however, he seemed as vast and ineffable as the starry sky, but also as gentle as a drop of water. One couldn't help but like him upon seeing him. He possessed a certain deep magnetism. It was caused by an illusory art I created, Ning said. Illusory art? Ninedust was surprised. You've already reached such profound heights in the Tao of the Sword. How is it that an illusory art could have changed you this much? If one focused on illusions, one would generally gain tremendous charisma. Su Yuji was a classic example of this. Ordinary cultivators who saw Su Yuji would be uncontrollably intoxicated by her to the point of willingly following her as her servant. For those who had reached incredible heights in the art of illusions, their natural auras alone could seduce others without them even actively trying to do so. Ning's unfettered dreamlands technique was an illusory art Ning had spent over half a chaos cycle working on. He had created it with the assistance of the autarka's stone dais after he had delved into the many mysteries of the countless techniques he had studied. For it to have affected him was only normal. I was focusing on illusions recently and managed to make some progress. Ning smiled smugly. All right. Enough about your illusions. Nine Dust immediately said, I came over here at full speed because I want you to avoid entering the Jadefire realm. You already know that this is Archon Silksnow's plot, why must you fall into it? Ning shook his head. Plot? What sort of plot could he possibly have? Nine Dust, why don't you tell me what you think he can be plotting? Don't underestimate him. He's crazy. Nine Dust revealed an anxious look. I was chased by him through the Terror Star Sea. I fled in panic and used up pretty much all of my treasures. When we moved past the Jadefire realm, I gritted my teeth and dove into it to save my own skin. Nin nodded slowly. Faced with certain death, it only made sense that Nine Dust had jumped into a death trap. At least that way, he had a chance, no matter how tiny. If he didn't, he would be doomed once Archon Silksnow caught up to him. I thought that once I dove into it, he would be afraid to follow me inside. Nine Dust shook his head. I was wrong. That madman actually charged in right behind me. Oh? Ning narrowed his eyes. He went in as well? Does he have a death wish? That's why I said he's crazy. Nine Dust said seriously, the Jadefire realm is a death trap which the Sith set up during the Dawn War. Even though we beat them in the end, many of our major powers died in it during the war. Even though I charged inside, if I'm careful and take my time, I should still have a chance to find an escape path and be able to leave it, but now that Archon Silksnow is charged inside as well, I'm forced to continue my headlong flight. I'm being forced to stray for the more dangerous looking places inside the Jadefire realm, but he's still chasing me. In the end, I ended up being trapped in a place that looks like some sort of prison. Prison? Ning frowned. I'm not too sure myself. All I know is that I'm trapped within a small area of just 30 or so meters. Nine Dust sighed. Thankfully, there's no danger inside the cell for now, and Archon Silksnow didn't dare to continue his pursuit. A prison-like place, eh? Ning frowned pensively. He was a member of the Brightshore Kingdom, after all. He had immediately set off to acquire a map of the Terror Star Sea from the Brightshore Hegemon. He was planning to use treasures to trade for it, but Hegemon Brightshore had just given it for free. He now had maps from both the Hegemon and Taoist Bluestone, and as a result, he knew a bit about the Jadefire realm. The Jadefire realm was a death trap the Sith had set up, and at its very center lay the prisons. Quite a few major powers of the cultivator civilizations had been trapped within the Jadefire realm. Many of them were unable to escape. Once the Sith had trapped enough major powers, they would unleash a single decimatous wave and annihilate all of the prisoners. Hegemon Brightshore's records stated it thusly. The Jadefire realm's prisons are primarily spread across 7 regions, and there are differences in them based on importance. However, the Sith are all dead. I once scanned them from afar and found no signs of life within them, but the place is still filled with countless dangers. Although the Jadefire realm has been badly damaged, rendering its apocalypse wave unusable, there are still many formations and barriers that are strong enough to cause even hegemons to die. The prisons? Ning frowned. Damn, that's Silksnow. Even the ordinary prisons within the Jadefire realm were incredibly dangerous places. Don't worry, I'm fine for now, Nine Dust said hurriedly. I'm merely restricted to a 30-meter region. So long as I don't touch any of the barriers, I won't be in any danger. But you are still in one of the Jadefire realm's prisons. Ning was worried. That's why you need to stay away, Dark North. Nine Dust said hurriedly, Archon Silksnow was crazy enough to charge in because he wants to use it to get rid of the 2 of us. He's cast all caution to the wind. He's already been inside for quite some time. By now, he probably knows quite a bit about that place. He has probably prepared traps for you. Once you go there, you'll be in a new and foreign place. It'll be easy for him to trick you. I'm no fool, Ning laughed. But he has the advantage. Nine Dust argued. Don't worry. I'm not completely ignorant of the Jadefire realm. Ning shook his head. He had star maps from Taoist Bluestone and Hegemon Brightshore. As a result, he was quite familiar with the Jadefire realm by now. And I've been wanting to get rid of him for some time now. If we just let that vile madman do as he pleases, he might end up causing some real trouble in the future. Best to get rid of him soon. You? Nine Dust was extremely anxious. How can you? It's not like you don't know what sort of temper I have. Ning grinned. I knew I wouldn't be able to dissuade you, but I still had to try. Nine Dust felt quite resigned. Ugh. After all that talking, I still wasn't able to budge you in the slightest. No matter what, safety first. I'm not a hot-headed kid anymore, Ning said with a laugh. The only way I'll be able to save you is if I keep myself alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 2, Unexpected Surprise. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 2, Unexpected Surprise. Nine Dust had failed to dissuade Ji Ning, but he decided to temporarily reside within Vast Heaven Palace. That way, he would be able to keep in constant contact with Ning and be able to report details regarding his situation. This would be helpful to Ning in Ning's efforts to rescue him. Within the Terror Star Sea, Ning's true body was hastening through the region, his protector in tow. This place was far too dangerous, even Ning had to advance through it with great caution. After roughly 800 years, the two finally made it to the Jadefire realm. We arrived. Ning stared off into the front at the enormous, nigh-infinite vortex of fire which had appeared in the void. The flame vortex took up an enormous amount of territory. Each petal of fire was very beautiful, but filled with tremendous danger. Master. Whitethaw's eyes suddenly lit up and he spoke out. Yes? Ning glanced at Whitethaw. I've been here before, Whitethaw said. You've been here before? Ning was delighted. He suddenly remembered that Taoist Bluestone had acquired this Sith protector in the Terror Star Sea. Whitethaw had been charged with protecting an extremely high-status Sith, which in turn meant it wasn't that surprising for them to have visited the Jadefire realm before. Yes. Whitethaw nodded. My original Sith master was invited here before. This place which you cultivators call the Jadefire realm was known to the Sith as the Seven Flaming Hells. What else do you know? Ning was overjoyed. This truly was an unexpected surprise. The more he learned about the Jadefire realm, the easier his visit to it would be. Whitethaw held nothing back from his new master. This is a death trap which the Sith laboriously built up. My master was merely invited here to view it, and so I only have a cursory knowledge of it. The heart of the Seven Flaming Hells are the 7 core prisons within it. Those 7 prisons are paramount, but there are a large number of ordinary cells as well. All of them, together, form the 7 Flame Hell Annihilation Formation, which can generate a type of destructive black flames. Aside from autarchs, virtually anyone touched by these destructive black flames will perish. Ning was in awe as he nodded slowly. Those black flames, we cultivators referred to them as a wave of decimatous flames. However, the Sith ended up being defeated in the war. That means the 7 Flaming Hells were probably attacked and destroyed, along with its formation, Whitethaw said. Thus, Master, there's no need for you to worry about the decimatous flames. Ning listened as Whitethaw continued, part of those prisons are damaged, but part are probably intact. If you wish to save your friend, Master, you must first find out where he is. If he's trapped in a damaged prison, you'll have a chance to rescue him. But if he is within an intact prison, rescuing him will be very, very difficult. In addition, your enemy Archon Silksnow is also present. Based on what you said, Master, he's not inside the prisons. There are a large number of passageways outside the prisons, Whitethaw said. These many passageways are filled with many traps and barriers. The Sith once controlled them to ensure that cultivators were unable to escape. Many died in those passageways or were blasted into a prison during the battles. My guess is that Archon Silksnow is definitely planning to use those mechanisms to trap you, Master. Passageways? Prisons? Ning nodded. When my original Sith Master was invited to come here, the receiving Sith warned him never to fly within the passageways. He was only to walk on the ground. That way, even if he did run into some of the barriers, at least he wouldn't be sent into the prisons. Whitethaw smiled. No matter how dangerous the situation on the ground might seem, he was not to fly at all. The ground is filled with many dangerous barriers and formations, but they aren't capable of killing hegemons. It is precisely because of how dangerous the ground looks that many cultivators choose to fly instead, seeking to avoid those dangers. Whitethaw continued, but while it is true that you will encounter much fewer dangers while flying, the ones that you will encounter are lethally dangerous ones. Even hegemons might perish. Ning nodded slowly. If it hadn't been for Whitethaw telling him this, Ning would never have been able to guess at all of these secrets. You have to be careful, Master. I've only been to this place once with my original Sith Master before, Whitethaw said, and I'm only familiar with a few of the passageways which my Sith Master once took. As for the more important secrets of the prisons, I wasn't privy to those. You've told me enough. This is excellent. Ning smiled. Even when the Jadefire realm was in perfect shape, so long as one walked without flying, one wouldn't encounter any dangers which could threaten hegemons. Now that the Jadefire realm was in bad shape, things would be even safer. Neither Archon Silksnow nor the Nine-Dust Sect Lord had died in the passageways, after all. Silksnow, so long as you stay outside the prisons, you won't be able to threaten me no matter how you plot. Ning felt much more relaxed, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. I'm not going to die here, but you are. Let's go inside, Whitethaw, Ning said. Whoosh. The two of them immediately flew into that enormous vortex of fire. The enormous vortex of fire was pitch black inside. After Ning and Whitethaw entered, they felt as though they had entered a completely different world. Ning saw clusters of fiery passageways up ahead. The countless fiery passageways were all interlinked, almost like an enormous beehive. During the Dawn War, this had been a Sith base. The Sith would be able to retreat here and recuperate in safety, but the cultivators who dared barge inside would all perish. I can sense them. Ning stared towards a certain direction, then reached out with his right hand and pointed. Silksnow is right over there. Master, these passageways are all interlinked. You'll be able to reach any prison from any passage, Whitethaw said. If that's the case, then we'll choose that passageway. Ning began to fly towards the passageway up ahead, the one which he felt would lead him towards Archon Silksnow. He's here? A skinny, white-haired, white-browed man was seated in the lotus position within an empty space that was nearly 300 meters in size. Archon Silksnow was able to sense that his realmship was resonating with a realmship part. A look of excitement flashed through his oily green eyes. Lord Darknorth actually came. Haha, they really are good friends. Although he felt that Ning would probably come, this place was still the Jadefire realm. Not everyone would be willing to brave such great danger for the sake of a friend. Good. Lord Darknorth. I might not be able to beat you, but the Sith can. Archon Silksnow stared towards the flames, a smile playing on his lips. I'll wait for you right here. Let's see what you can do. I'm completely surrounded by lethal traps. So long as you come towards me, you'll definitely activate them. Once you do, you are dead. The destruction of the Sith had resulted in many of the barriers and mechanisms being revealed. There was no longer anyone in charge of them, which was why they could no longer remain hidden. Archon Silks now had chosen this region because there was a terrifyingly strong formation here. It was so mighty that just staring at it would cause one to shudder. Archon Silks now knew that if he touched it, he would instantly perish. Thus, he carefully skirted the formation and then hid himself within the void besides it. He then set up a few formations of his own to help mask and disguise the truly dangerous one. I've already disguised the trap. There's no way you'll notice it at all. Archon Silks now revealed a smile. You'll definitely touch it, and even if you don't, I'll arrange for you to do so. He knew that someone like Ning would definitely be quite crafty. It wouldn't be easy to trick him, and so he had made many plans to ensure that Ning would fall into at least one of them. His advantage lay in the fact that he had been the first to enter the Jadefire realm. Ha! You want to save your friend, eh? Ha ha ha, you are dead. Dead. Archon Silks now eagerly awaited Ning's arrival. It had been a long, long time since he had felt this excited. The most dazzling Dowlord in all of history was coming, someone who had destroyed the Silksnau Palace, and today, Archon Silksnau was finally going to get rid of him. Whoosh! Ning flew into the passageway, then stepped onto the ground. Be careful, Master. As you follow the passageway, you'll run into a fairly high number of barriers and traps. Whitethaw was by Ning's side, protecting him at all times. All right. Ning nodded. Ning began to carefully advance through the twisting, flaming passageways. The passageways were 1,000 meters in diameter, and a number of mechanisms were clearly visible within them. Ning and Whitethaw were able to easily avoid touching them. After walking for the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, Ning suddenly blinked. He then glanced at the nearby Whitethaw. Whitethaw, didn't you say there were plenty of dangers and mechanisms here? They hadn't encountered anything dangerous at all. Whitethaw felt rather awkward. I guess, maybe the Sith are all dead and no one is in control, which is why there are no dangers. Ha! Ning laughed when he saw the awkward look on Whitethaw's face. Alright, let's go. The two of them continued to traverse the passageways with ease, moving closer and closer towards Archon Silks now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 3, G Ning and Silksnow. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 3, G Ning and Silksnow. The winding, flaming corridors stretched off for countless kilometers. They had been nightmares for cultivators during the Dawn War, but now that they were damaged and were no longer actively controlled, the barriers within had been dramatically lessened in number. The flames beneath the feet of Ji Ning and Whitethaw suddenly transformed to form a giant flaming head that was 300 meters long. The flaming head opened its great mouth, preparing to swallow Ning and Whitethaw whole. Break! Whitethaw stomped down angrily towards the ground with his white, fur-covered feet. Boom! The furry stomp delivered a strike of inconceivable power, instantly crushing the flames below and shattering the flaming head. Ning chuckled when he saw this. We finally encountered a trap. This was the first one for us. Don't worry, Master. Leave these mechanisms to me, Whitethaw boomed sonorously. Ha, I'm not worried at all. Ning laughed, but he couldn't help but sigh secretly in amazement as well. No wonder the highest-ranking Sith had all wanted Sith protectors like this. Whitethaw was definitely comparable to Supreme Archons in power. Even when Ning fought against it with all his might, Ning was still unable to gain any advantage at all. And this wasn't the most impressive thing about it. What was really impressive was the fact that the golem was meant to protect and defend. In raw power alone, it was comparable to hegemons in might. This was the reason why Ning wasn't able to gain any advantage even when using his Heavenbreaker stance with all his power. Aside from possessing overwhelming power, it was also capable of soft and flexible attacks. It was capable of tying down any foe, even hegemon level ones. It could also stand in front of its master, helping its master face any dangers. It must be understood that not even an actual hegemon would necessarily be as effective as a Sith protector when it came to actually guarding someone. Ning and Whitethaw continued to follow the passageway. Whitethaw used his absolute, overwhelming power to block and crush any of the traps they activated. In truth, these mechanisms weren't all that powerful. They weren't even able to force Whitethaw to enter his flexible mode. Whoosh! Countless flames suddenly sprang up beneath Ning's feet, surrounding him from every direction and from above him as well. Flames were spinning everywhere, almost as though they had just been trapped in a cage of flames. The spinning flames came together to form a strange script which was clearly accumulating a surge of terrifying power. Ning's face tightened slightly. This was the first time since entering this place that he felt a bit of danger. Clang! Ning pulled a pair of northbow swords from the sheath on his back, bringing them to the ready. Master, leave it to me. Whitethaw let out a low roar, slamming his giant furry palms in every direction in a series of furious strikes. Boom! 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 It was like a wave of palm strikes striking out everywhere. Each palm was actually slightly stronger than even Ning's full-force Heavenbreaker stance. More than 10 palm strikes were unleashed in the blink of an eye, causing the cage of flames to start to crack and crumble. Moments later, the cage exploded violently and then completely collapsed. The protector lowered his hands, a stolid and straightforward look on his face as always. Pretty impressive. Ning was beginning to like the golem more and more. When Taoist Bluestone had traded this golem to him as part of the deal for the Omega Sword Tao, Bluestone had said that these Sith Protector golems were extremely rare and of slight interest to even autarchs. I'll probably have to rely on Whitethaw if I want to rescue Nine Dust, Ning mused to himself. It is much better at facing danger than I am, after all. As they continued to advance from one fiery passageway into another, Ning could sense that he was gradually growing closer to Archon Silksnow. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Almost there. Ning turned solemn. Although he had the absolute advantage in power, Archon Silksnow had proven his determination when he had chosen to risk his life and enter the Jadefire realm. Ning wouldn't be the slightest bit overconfident against such a crazy foe. Ning watched carefully as he continued to walk forwards. Over there. Ning's eyes narrowed as he saw the man. A few 100 million kilometers away, a skinny white-robed, white-browed man was seated in the lotus position in a tiny empty space that was surrounded by flames. His oily green eyes were fixed upon Ning as well. Although flames and other things were between them, to experts like them mere matter was unable to block their line of sight. Previously, they were unable to see each other because they were too far away and too many mechanisms were present. Now that they were less than 1 billion kilometers away from each other, they were able to see each other clearly. Silksnow, Ning said as he walked forwards. I really do admire you. A gravelly voice rang out in the area around Ning. You threw yourself into the Terror Star Sea and then into the Jadefire realm, all for the sake of just a single friend. Lord Dark North, I already admired you for your strength. Now, I admire you for your courage as well. I admire you greatly as well. You are an eternal emperor, but you were willing to risk it all in diving into this death trap. If I chose not to come, it is possible that the end result would be that you and Nine Dust would both die in here, Ning said. For an eternal emperor to be willing to enter into a suicide pact with a Tao Lord. I'm truly awed by your madness. Entering the Jadefire realm was easy. Leaving was difficult. In the past the Sith had allowed countless cultivators to enter without impeding them, then killed them once they were inside. Thus, although Archon Silksnow had been able to survive his entrance, actually leaving alive would be 1,000 times more difficult. It wouldn't be possible to simply take the original route back, after all. Suicide pact? You underestimate me too much, Archon Silksnow said with a cold smile. He had a realmship, meaning that he was much better at staying alive than other Archons. You drew me here for the sake of trapping me, yes? Ning continued to walk forwards, a smile on his lips. You aren't strong enough to do it yourself. Your plan is probably to use some of the terrifying mechanisms within the Jadefire realm to do it yourself. If my guess is correct, you should be surrounded by incredibly terrifying traps. Indeed. I'm surrounded by terrifying traps. Tens of them. Hundreds of them. Archon Silks now laughed wildly, and that's why you should stay far, far away from me. The closer you get to me, the sooner your death will come. The two continued to speak from a great distance, while Archon Silks now concealed his true thoughts and his true plan against Ning. Closer, closer, just a little bit closer. Archon Silks now eagerly awaited Ning's arrival. He knew that given how proud Dowlord Darknorth was, there was no way he would flee without even seeing the traps. Archon Silks now had his schemes, but Ning had plans of his own. If Whitethaw hadn't told him some of the secrets of this place, Ning would be proceeding with much greater caution. Now, however, Ning knew that so long as he didn't fly into the air he wouldn't be attacked by any of the truly deadly mechanisms of this place. Silks now, in the end your schemes will all amount to nothing, Ning mused. However, he still instructed Whitethaw cautiously, Whitethaw, stay ahead of me. Acknowledged. Whitethaw led the way, while Ning followed Whitethaw from behind. He was being cautious for the added security it would provide, but also for the sake of lulling Archon Silks now into a sense of complacency. The distance between the two began to shrink. 80 million kilometers. 60 million kilometers. 50 million kilometers. 30 million kilometers. The closer, the better. That way, Dowlord Darknorth will suffer even greater repercussions from the shockwave. Archon Silks now felt his formerly calm heart rate begin to pick up, hammering against his chest like meteors. Closer. 10 million kilometers. 8 million kilometers. 5 million kilometers. Why isn't he attacking me yet? Hurry up and attack. Archon Silks now waited eagerly. Once he attacks, he'll definitely hit the barrier in front of me. If Ning didn't attack, he would have to come up with a way to trick him into touching the barrier. The distance between the two had shrunken down to merely 1 million kilometers. Whoosh! Suddenly a wave of invisible heart force swept out, instantly passing the distance between them and falling upon the white-browed Archon Silks now. This was the unfettered dreamlands, and a beautiful dream world appeared before his eyes. I'm finally invincible. Ha ha ha. I'm the ruler of this realmverse. Ha ha ha. Archon Silks now was seated upon a throne. Below him were Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, Hegemon Netherlily, and the other major powers. They were all waiting on him subserviently, causing him to laugh with delight. However, a moment later a look of terror appeared in his eyes. He realized that he had been trapped inside an illusion, that break! 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 He furiously struggled mentally, but he could sense the world around him clinging onto his mind like mud, making it hard for him to escape. He continued to struggle, and finally with a pop he managed to break through. He had shaken free from the unfettered dreamlands, regaining his mental clarity and control over his body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 4, Eruption. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 4, Eruption. Capture him. As soon as Ji Ning had unleashed his heart force illusions, he had ordered the Sith Protector to advance. On it. Whitethaw transformed into a streak of light, running through the flaming passageway at high speed. They were less than 1 million kilometers away, an extremely short distance to the likes of them. Whitethaw had almost instantly charged over to Archon Silks now, his feet still firmly planted on the ground. He hadn't flown a single time. He reached out with his great furry right hand, clawing towards Archon Silks now. But right as he did so, swoosh! The blurry-eyed Archon Silks now suddenly vanished into thin air, a strange vessel appearing in his place. This was an ancient and unadorned vessel, covered with specks of rust and decay that spoke to its great age as well as the tremendous damage it had suffered. Despite that, it was still able to move at incredible speeds. It instantly retreated at high speeds, avoiding Whitethaw's strike with ease. Ning's face tightened. He could sense that when Whitethaw had reached out, Archon Silks now had still been trapped by the illusions. Is there someone else here besides Silks now? Inside the fleeing realm ship were two figures. The two figures looked absolutely identical, both were white-haired, white-browed copies of Archon Silks now. One of them had a lost look on his eyes, while the other was quite clear-headed. Erupt! The clear-minded Archon Silks now commanded. Boom! Archon Silks now had long ago set up a masking formation to hide the terrifying trap present, as well as a few other simple formations that would be able to activate the trap. Now that Archon Silks now actively chose to detonate his formations, they instantly erupted with their full fury. The powerful detonations instantly smashed against the truly deadly trap, causing an absolutely enormous eruption of power. Rumble, a terrifying burst of destructive power instantly sprayed out in every direction like a dark red wave of flames. Everything it touched was evaporated, including even spacetime and karma itself. Although Archon Silks now had first fled in his realm ship before detonating the attack, the dark red flames almost instantly crossed the 10 million kilometers of distance and smashed against the realm ship. Boom! Not even the realm ship was able to continue to fly steadily, with the force of the blast sending it tumbling. As a vessel meant for flying between realmverses, it was extremely valuable and generally only owned by extremely high-ranking Sith. When Autarch Bolin had assaulted the stone elephant wall, only 2 of the many Sith there had been in possession of realm ships. Autarch Bolin had taken one away, while the other had been destroyed in the fighting. However, only Autarchs were capable of destroying realm ships with ease. They were built to be extremely sturdy. Thus, even though the realm ship was hit with a terrifying amount of power and was sent careening through the air, it remained undamaged. Not good. Ning sensed the terrifying wave of destructive power wash out towards him from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The dark red wave of flames instantly swept through the area with such power that even Ning shuddered. This wave of power was enough to cause even hegemons to perish. Master! Whitethaw immediately began to run towards Ning. Just as Ning was about to defend against it, he noticed something odd. He immediately sent mentally to the Protector, "Don't panic. It can't hurt me." The massive, dark red wave of fiery power blasted out in every direction, but it maintained a distance of roughly 30 meters from the ground. Although it blew straight past Ning, it merely swept past him and the ground of the passageway. This region of 30 meters above the ground was completely safe. Northbow swords at the ready, Ning raised his head to stare at the dark red wave of flames as it swept through the skies above him. So it's true. As long as I continue to simply walk on the ground, I'll be perfectly safe. Ning grinned. The Sith were probably worried about misfires, as these traps don't differentiate between friend or foe. Master! Whitethhaw arrived next to Ning. Come, let's go find Archon Silks now. Don't let him escape, Ning barked. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two continued to run forwards across the surface of ground. Soon, they were able to see the distant realm ship bathed in those dark red flames. What? That vessel remains undamaged despite suffering an attack of that magnitude? Ning revealed a puzzled look. He carefully inspected the vessel, examining what it was made out of. It seemed to be quite similar to his own realm ship part, and the resonance was coming from that direction as well. Could it be an actual realm ship? Did Archon Silks now have an undamaged realm ship? Ning was rather stunned by the implications. Both he and Nindus knew that Archon Silks now probably had realm ship parts of his own, as that was the only explanation for the resonance, but neither of them had even dared to imagine that the Archon might have an actual realm ship part. The thing looked damaged, but it was at least serviceable. The price of the realm ship was truly incalculable. Master, that's a realm ship. I've seen them before. My master wanted one, but he couldn't afford it, Whitethaw sent mentally. One realm ship is worth 20 of me. This was no joke. Whitethaw didn't have to explain why realm ships were so valuable. It must be remembered that it was extremely difficult and time-consuming for even hegemons to travel between realm verses. Realm ships, however, made the passage extremely easy and simple. Any hegemon would be willing to pay almost any price to acquire a realm ship. In fact, 4 or 5 hegemons would be willing to join together into a consortium to buy a realm ship. In reality, however, they were never for sale. Emperor Waveshift was willing to be generous enough to offer the Crimson Wave Temple to his homeland, but he would never have been willing to hand over a realm ship. Only autarchs were wealthy enough to give those things away. Silks now actually has a realm ship. Ning's eyes turned bloodshot with excitement. I have to get it. I have to. Ning had originally simply been wanting to get rid of a potential future threat, but now he felt great desire for the realm ship as well. The realm ship was sent spinning through the air by the dark red flames, but it quickly managed to stabilize. The two bodies Archon Silks now were both on their feet. I didn't expect that Lord Darknorth's illusions would have reached such a level of power. Not even my avatar was able to resist it. It took a full second before it woke up. Even my true body was trapped for an instant. Archon Silks now glanced at his avatar. How terrifying. Lord Darknorth is improving at a terrifying pace. His oily green eyes flashed with cold light. I have to kill him right away. Unfortunately, things went to hell. My plans were completely wrecked. Archon Silks now shook his head. His plan had been to let his avatar wait there by itself, while his true body was aboard the realm ship and hiding within an estate treasure carried by the avatar. He wanted to use his avatar to lure Ning in, while his true body lay in wait. He didn't expect that Ning would immediately use illusions to attack. When the illusion struck, both his avatar and his true body were simultaneously trapped by it. Generally speaking, if a true body was trapped by an illusion, the avatar would be trapped as well. This was because avatars were weaker to illusions than true bodies were. However, the reverse wasn't necessarily the case. In this situation, the avatar had taken a full second before regaining consciousness. Archon Silksnow's true body, however, had almost instantly woken up after briefly falling for the illusions. By the time Whitethaw had reached out to grab the avatar, Archon Silksnow's true body immediately made his move. Only one thought had been in Archon Silksnow's mind at that time: I absolutely cannot fight Darknorth in close combat. If I do and he traps me in his illusions, even for a heartbeat, I'll suffer a heavy wound or even die. Screw it. I'll set the blast off now. Archon Silks now no longer dared to try any other tricks. He was terrified of Ning's illusions, and so he immediately detonated the nearby trap. Given how powerful the trap was and the fact that Ning was just a few 100,000 kilometers away, he felt that it was very likely it would be able to kill Ning. He's dead, right? He has to be dead. Archon Silks now put away his avatar and then took control over the realm ship as he turned to carefully scrutinize the area he had just fled. Suddenly, two figures appeared. One was a youth carrying a sheath on his back, the other was a furry white creature. These two were moving in pursuit of the realm ship at terrifying speeds on the ground, the flames just overhead above them. Lord Darknorth? Archon Silks now was shocked. He didn't die? The Archon didn't understand it. He managed to survive the blast because of his realm ship, but how did Lord Darknorth survive? Even top-grade eternal treasures would have been instantly shattered by such a blast. Even hegemons would have perished. Flee. This was the only thought in Archon Silksnow's mind. He immediately controlled his realm ship and sent it into a headlong flight. Silks now, don't run. Ning let out a furious shout when he saw the realm ship begin to accelerate. By now, Silks now didn't dare to let Ning get close to him. The illusory art Ning had used had truly frightened him, and he was completely focused on using the realm ship to throw Ning off his track. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 5, Foreordained Results. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 5, Foreordained Results. Chase him down. Ning and his White Thaw both transformed into streaks of light, chasing at high speed while staying on the ground level of the flaming tunnels. However, the escaping realm ship was moving farther and farther away from them. It's too fast. The realm ship is able to fly much faster than we can. Ning stared off into the distance, his face tense as he continued the pursuit. Don't worry, Master. The passageways are filled with traps and mechanisms. If he moves slowly and carefully, he can avoid some of them, but he's flying like a madman. He covers 100 million kilometers in an instant without even looking at what's up ahead. He'll definitely run into some of them. Once they activate, they'll slow him down if not kill him outright, White Thaw said. Ning nodded. They were supposed to travel through a dangerous place like this with caution. The only reason why Ning dared to run forward at full speed was because White Thaw was blocking for him up ahead. Archon Silks now is protected by the realm ship. That's why he dares to fly about like a madman, Ning mused. Boom! Suddenly, a blast of power burst out from up ahead. Ning saw that a region of 10,000 kilometers up ahead had been trapped within a spatial vortex. The rippling spatial vortex manifested circles of light that howled through the area and chopped through everything within it. Each circle of light was like an incredibly sharp buzzsaw. The howling buzzsaws of light turned that entire region of 10,000 kilometers into a death trap. Good. The distant Archon Silks now noticed what had happened behind him. He instantly felt a great sense of delight. Die. Die. The only reason why I dare to move so fast is because I'm in a realm ship. How dare the two of them chase that quickly? They tripped a trap, eh? A pity that only the golem fell into that trap. It'd be perfect if Lord Darknorth fell in as well. Gwar. Faced with all those buzzsaws of light, White Thaw raised his head and let out a furious bellow. He then lifted his fists up high, then brought them smashing down towards the ground with his full power. Boom! The rippling region of space began to shudder after receiving this titanic strike. As the space began to crumble, even the buzzsaws of light began to vanish. What? The fleeing Archon Silks now was unable to accept this. Even his golem is that powerful? White Thaw led the way and Ning followed from behind. White Thaw was able to attack with both dominating power as well as supreme flexibility. Even hegemons would envy his physical gifts. He was simply incredibly good at staying alive. This was why he had survived even though his original Sith master had perished. Although he was perhaps inferior in terms of power and attacking techniques when compared to Black Emperors, he was even tougher and more resilient than them. This was why the Sith named these types of golems protector golems. Boom! 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 White Thaw barreled through one barrier after another, and none of the 8 he rammed through were able to do anything to him. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out from afar as a jade-green burst of light erupted. It was like dazzling jade moonlight, filled with satin-like gentleness. When the fleeing realm ship rammed into the jade-green light, the power of the jade moonlight was fully released. The jade ship was instantly smashed backwards and sent tumbling through the air. That's more like it. We already ran into 8 of those things. How could you run into none while flying through the air? Ning was delighted upon seeing this. The most dangerous traps the Sith created were all placed in the skies. The realm ship continued to careen backwards through the air. The traps in the air truly were incredibly powerful. What the hell was, as the realm ship was smashed backwards, Archon Silksnow was briefly dizzied by the force of the collision as well. After recovering, he hurriedly took control of the realm ship once more to continue his flight. He's catching up. Archon Silksnow couldn't help but frown when he saw the two figures chasing after him from behind. I was able to pull away from them, but they just closed the distance in an instant. Ugh. Lord Darknorth's golem is incredibly strong. It's able to rip through all of those formations with raw force, while my realm ship has no offensive capabilities and can only endure those attacks passively. Whitethaw actively attacked and destroyed the traps and barriers he encountered while continuing his advance. The realm ship, however, could do nothing but passively endure the attacks it encountered. Each time, it would be sent flying backwards. This had a dramatic effect on its speed. Was Archon Silksnow supposed to charge out and attack the traps like how the golem had? He didn't have that level of courage. I refuse to believe it. The Jadefire realm is filled with many dangers. The Sith filled this place with mechanisms and traps. There's no way that a single golem will be able to burst through all of them. Once his golem is destroyed, he'll have to rely on himself to take on those dangers. Archon Silksnow still felt that success was within his grasp. In truth, this was part of his plan as well. He had prepared multiple plans to deal with Ning. The first was for him to wait for Ning to launch the attack. Alas, Ning's sudden usage of the illusory, unfettered dreamlands had completely ruined that play, forcing him to actively set off the trap in advance. Unfortunately, he still hadn't been able to kill Ning. His second plan was to rely on the realm ship to flee. The realm ship was incredibly sturdy and good at keeping its occupants alive. If Ning dared to chase, if he wasn't careful, he would hit one of the traps and would end up dying. Archon Silksnow's realm ship, however, would be able to endure the hits. And of course, he had a third desperation plan. I hope I never have to use the third plan. Archon Silksnow looked at the two streaks of light chasing after him, a mixed look in his oily green eyes. Lord Darknorth has always outperformed my expectations. I made so many preparations to set up the stage for his death, but he actually reached an incredibly terrifying level in illusions. He's also gained an insanely strong golem. Judging from how it has burst through those traps with such ease, this golem is definitely far more powerful than me. Where in the world did Lord Darknorth find such a golem? The realm ship continued to flee. Ning and Whitethaw continued to chase. Given how both sides were moving at maximum speed without carefully examining the dangers up ahead, they naturally ran into one trap after another. Ning and Whitethaw ran into more of them, and the realm ship ran into fewer. Ning, however, wasn't slowed down by the traps he found. The realm ship, in contrast, was. As a result, the realm ship hadn't been able to shake Ning off, and the two remained fairly close to each other. This pursuit lasted for 2 full days. Whoosh! As the speeding realm ship passed through the flaming passageways, it suddenly encountered some sort of invisible power that was extremely sticky in nature. It instantly wrapped itself around the realm ship, causing it to dramatically slow in speed before finally coming to a complete halt, and then be pulled backwards and then forwards as if it was oscillating. After just 2 oscillations, it came to a complete halt and was stuck there in midair. What's going on? Archon Silksnow stared in shock from within the realm ship. Move! Move! Hurry up and move! He tried to will the realm ship into moving, but he felt as though the entire ship had been trapped by some sort of invisible force that prevented it from moving at all. Have I been trapped? Archon Silksnow grew anxious. Break through! With but a thought, he summoned a saber to manifest outside the realm ship. He didn't dare to go outside the realm ship himself, as the realm ship had clearly been trapped. If he exited it, he might very well die. He used the saber to try and tear through the invisible force binding him from outside, but as soon as the saber appeared it also became bound by the invisible power, rendering it completely immobile. But Archon Silksnow was stupefied when he saw this. The realm ship isn't moving, and my treasures won't move either. Archon Silks now turned to look behind himself. He had previously pulled away slightly from Ning and Whitethaw, but both were drawing near yet again. If they catch up, given how terrifying Dowlord Darknorth's illusions are, I'll probably die. If so, then it's time to go all out. Archon Silks now narrowed his eyes, immediately manifesting 6 arms with 6 sabers in them. With but a thought, he appeared outside the realm ship as he struck out with all 6 sabers. The invisible power once more swept over him. Break! Archon Silks now struck out with all 6 sabers, but they were only to strike out to a distance of 30 meters before they brought to a halt by that invisible power, which had continuously pulled at them. That invisible power wrapped itself around Archon Silks now as well. He tried to struggle, only to find that he couldn't move at all. What the hell type of trap is this? Archon Silks now was furious and frantic. Silks now. Ning's voice was calm now. This time, there's no escaping, but... Ning and Whitethaw both walked over, raising their heads to stare at the airborne realm ship and Archon Silks now. Both of them had been stuck in midair and were unable to move. Ning wasn't surprised. They had remained on the ground, and so there was no way they would encounter any excessively powerful barriers, but Archon Silks now had been flying through the air this entire time. Sooner or later, he would fall victim to a powerful trap. As soon as the two sides had begun this chase, the result had been foreordained. Come over, if you have the courage to do so. Archon Silks now was completely unable to move, but he was still able to circulate his immortal energy and cause his voice to echo in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 6, Archon's Fall. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 6, Archon's Fall. I'll wait for you right here. Come over and kill me, Archon Silks now said with a cold laugh. I wouldn't dare follow you inside. Ning stood off in the distance, staring at him. It'd be pretty miserable to be trapped there for all of time. Oof. If you don't come in. I might be trapped here, but I'll continue to live. I'll be able to live a very, very long time. After 108,000 chaos cycles, you'll probably have failed your downmerge and perished. I, however, will still be alive. My friends will probably come here and figure out a way to rescue me. Sooner or later, I'll break free. Archon Silks now stared downwards at Ning, his white brows fluttering and a look of madness flashing in his eyes. So why don't you come over? Come over and kill me. I'm not going to, but you are still going to die today. Ning shook his head. Archon Silksnow's face tightened, his gaze turning colder. Oh? I'm quite curious as to just how you think you are going to kill me. Ning stood there within the flaming passageway, head raised. He waved his right hand, causing a northbow sword to appear. Break! Ning stabbed out with his sword, causing swordlight flow like a wave of water. The swordlight came together in overlapping layers which stabbed straight towards the distant midair Archon Silks now. In the instant that the northbow sword stabbed it, it transformed to become 1,000,000 kilometers long. It seemed to pierce through the skies themselves as Ning struck out with his Omega Sword Dao, Blood Drop. This was his most penetrative attack, and the attack which Ning decided was best suited for dealing with this sort of invisible binding power. Slash! When the sword struck out, it pierced straight through the binding area and was immediately impeded by that invisible force. Ning's sword began to move slower and slower. After stabbing in a mere 100 kilometers, it came to a complete halt and was unable to advance any further. Ning frowned. What an odd trap that was. His sword was only able to stab partially into the field, with Archon Silks now still tens of thousands of kilometers away from it. Although the trap had bound Archon Silks now, it also made it very hard for Ning to kill him. Ha, you aren't even close. You can't even touch me. Archon Silks now laughed coldly. You're trapped inside and wrapped up so tightly in the air that you can't even move, but you can still laugh? I really do admire you, Ning said as he began to consider his options. Humph, Archon Silks now let out a cold snort. In truth, he did feel quite miserable. He was completely bound in midair and wasn't even able to move a finger. It was as though he had been paralyzed into a statue. He couldn't even move his mouth to speak aloud and was forced to rely on using immortal energy. How miserable a life would this be? And so the skinny, white-haired, white-browed Archon Silks now just stood there frozen in the air, that tattered and ancient realm ship next to him while Ning considered how to defeat the formation. Come out! Ning tried to physically push the northbow sword deeper, but the sword didn't budge at all. Raw force was of no use. Archon Silks now wasn't even able to move. If Ning used some of his sword stances to unleash his most powerful attacks, he might be able to make a bit of progress, but with his sword stuck like that he wasn't even able to use any stances. Get back here! Ning willed for the northbow sword to shrink, and it quickly began to grow smaller in size. Grow! Ning tested out expanding the northbow sword in size, but within the trapped region the sword was constantly being impeded by that invisible force. He could shrink it, but he couldn't expand it. Ning shook his head. He had no choice but to shrink his sword and to put it away. Master, this trap is meant to bind foes. After the foes are trapped inside, the Sith would come to either capture them or kill them with ease, Whitethaw said. However, we're unable to assert control over the trap and so we have no choice but to burst through it forcefully. Do you have a way to do that? Ning said. Let me try brute force first, Whitethaw said. Brute force? Ning's eyes lit up as he glanced at the golem with surprise. Right. Give it a try. Whitethaw was a golem and had brute force in spades. In strength alone, he was at the hegemon level. Neither Ning nor Archon Silks now had a chance to break through with raw power. They were cultivators, after all. They primarily relied upon their insights into the Tao, not raw strength. Golems, however, generally had ridiculous amounts of power, as they primarily relied on the overwhelming physical might of their golem bodies. To them, the Tao was secondary. Break! Whitethaw reached out with his furry right hand. His hand expanded dramatically as he reached into the trapped region and began to be impeded by that invisible force. Ning watched closely, as did the distant and immobilized Archon Silks now. Boom! The hairy white hand slowly forced its way in, tearing past the impeding power. What? Archon Silks now was shocked. Good. Ning was delighted. A smile appeared on Whitethaw's stolid face. He then reached out with his other hand as well, appearing quite confident. His two large furry hands traveled nearly 100 kilometers in an instant. How is this possible? How? Archon Silks now was beginning to panic. 10,000 kilometers, the two giant furry hands moved closer and closer towards Archon Silks now and the realm ship, with the Archon's face becoming grimmer and grimmer. I'm actually going to die here. Archon Silksnow's facial expressions twisted. He knew that once he was drawn into the estate world, he would definitely perish. Time flowed on. Finally, one of the giant furry hands reached the realm ship and latched onto it. The hand was so large that it was able to completely cover the vessel, separating it from that invisible binding power. Come here. After getting a firm grip over the realm ship, Whitethaw forcibly drew it into his own estate world treasure. Now it is your turn. Whitethaw turned to look at Archon Silksnow, reaching towards him as well. Brother Silksnow, I'd like to invite you into my estate world. Let's have a little chat. Ning sent out his heart force, which easily pierced through the invisible power of the trap, surging forward to completely surround Archon Silksnow. Ning was worried that Archon Silksnow would transform into his invulnerable snow form when Whitethaw moved to grab him, making it impossible for Whitethaw to get a hold on him. I lost. A forlorn look appeared on Archon Silksnow's face as he sensed Ning's heart force take effect on him and watched the giant furry hand stretch out to him. He was still bound by that invisible power and completely unable to escape. His voice echoed throughout the empty area, "Thou Lord Darknorth, I lost. I have roamed the Flame Dragon realmverse for countless years, and I never thought that I would have died by your hands. However, you are the most powerful Lord in all of history. To die by your hands is nothing to be ashamed of. Darknorth, today I shall die, but soon, you shall die as well. Without question, you will die." Archon Silksnow's oily green eyes stared at the distant Ning, a crazed smile on his face. A moment later, his gaze grew dull and flat as all signs of life fled his body. Clearly, he had committed suicide by collapsing his own soul and true soul. Within Archon Silksnow's estate world, two figures were seated there in the lotus position. One was Archon Silksnow's avatar, the other was Emperor Bloodcloud's avatar. The aura of life began to vanish from Archon Silksnow's avatar. The death of the true body meant that the avatar would perish as well. "Brother Bloodcloud, I lost. You know what to do." This was the final thing Archon Silksnow's avatar said before dying. Silksnow, Emperor Bloodcloud's avatar, watched him die, then nodded slowly. "Yes, I know what to do." Emperor Silksnow's avatar suddenly exploded into countless tiny pieces, the god sense contained within it being completely extinguished as well. His avatar had committed suicide by self-detonation to ensure that there was no way Ning would know who he had been. Once an avatar broke apart, it was nothing more than a compilation of treasure fragments. There was no way to tell what they had originally belonged to. An ordinary-looking chaos world at the very margins of the Flame Dragon realmverse. Black clouds rolled about this world. Many emperors were present here. This was where the emperors of Silksnow Fiend Palace had chosen to hide. This place was filled with many barriers, ensuring that even if Ning did attack they would have ample time to flee. He died. Emperor Bloodcloud sat at the peak of a mountain, a look of grief in his eyes. Brother Silksnow died. Archon Silksnow had simply been far too crazy. Emperor Bloodcloud wasn't willing to accompany Silksnow in his madness, but had been willing to help Silksnow out. Thus, Emperor Bloodcloud had sent an avatar alongside Silksnow in the latter's scheme to kill Ning. The end result, however, was that Silksnow failed. Lord Darknorth, do you think you've reaped a great fortune now that the realmship is in your hands? Emperor Bloodcloud smiled coldly. Soon, the realmverses and other verses closest to the Flame Dragon realmverse shall all learn that you, Lord Darknorth, are in possession of a realmship as well as many other treasures, but sometimes, owning too much treasure can be fatal. Emperor Bloodcloud's voice was cold. He was absolutely certain that the hegemons and other major powers of the various realmverses would go crazy over the chance to acquire a realmship. This is the last gift which Silksnow prepared for you, a fatal gift. Emperor Bloodcloud had an eager look in his eyes. He eagerly awaited the day where Darknorth would be killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 7, Realmship. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 7, Realmship. Ning stared at Archon Silksnow's corpse as it lay there in the air above the flaming passageway. Ning would never have been able to feel at ease, knowing that some crazed demon was still around and alive, but after actually killing him, Ning didn't feel much joy, only a sense of relief. At least one potential future source of trouble had been gotten rid of. One of the 8 lords of the sacred cities, Ning murmured softly, just died in this place. The 8 archons of the sacred cities, they were figures of legend. The first time Ning had visited a sacred city, he had felt a sense of awe, admiration, and veneration. And yet, one of the awe-inspiring archons had died, just like that. True, he had technically committed suicide, but in reality he had been forced to do it. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Ning waved his palm gently. It looked like a casual strike. Booty T actually encompassed the power of his Omega Sword Tao, Heavenbreaker. The power of the strike was like a wave of water that swept across the entire corpse. With no treasures protecting it, it was easily crushed into dust by the power of Ning's palms. Ning waved his hand again, collecting all of the treasures which Archon Silksnow had left behind. Ning revealed a smile. He wasn't particularly happy about killing Archon Silksnow, but he was excited and delighted by the fact that he had just acquired a realm ship. An unexpected benefit. This has now become the most valuable treasure I own. Ning waved his hand, causing the realm ship to be pulled into it. After acquiring the realm ship, White Thaw had naturally handed it over to his master immediately. The realm ship was now within Ning's hand, and it was merely the size of a palm. It looked quite shabby and ordinary, and it was covered with marks and scars. In fact, someone who merely looked at it would probably doubt if it could even fly. However, Ning had chased after Archon Silksnow for quite some time, and he knew that it could indeed fly. Time to bind it. Ning sent a strand of godsense into the realm ship. It was now ownerless, and thus he was able to bind it with ease. Master! Master! The vessel spirit immediately sought to ingratiate itself with Ning, for fear that Ning would kill it. This was the sad fate which awaited some treasure spirits and golem spirits and made them rather pitiable. Given the amount of damage this realm ship has taken, is it capable of teleporting through space-time? Ning asked. The damage really did look quite severe, causing him concern. It can. The vessel spirit said hurriedly, it's completely capable of teleporting through space-time, but it can't go too far. It'll take many blinks to move within a single realmverse, primarily because it has suffered quite some damage. Although the core components are in good shape, many of the other parts have suffered varying amounts of damage. Some parts are completely missing, which is why the ship can only unleash a low level of power. Ning nodded. He didn't feel disappointed. If the realm ship had been completely undamaged, Archon Silksnow would have escaped long ago. There's no way Ning would have been able to tie him down, resulting in him eventually falling into a trap and being unable to escape. Master, I can sense you have a component on you which I desperately need, the vessel spirit said quickly. Oh? Ning laughed and waved his hand, causing a part which was more than 60 meters long to appear next to him. This part was a strange component made up of multiple layers of metal that had many divine runes carved within it. It was vastly more complicated than any Hegemon-class golem, and as someone who didn't understand the Tao of artificing, Ning didn't understand it at all. Wow, this piece is huge. The vessel spirit grew excited. Master, can I swallow it? Go ahead. Ning nodded. Whoosh. A wave of invisible power instantly swept across the 60-meter component, which rapidly began to shrink until it was just thumb-sized. While it shrank, it flew towards one of the damaged areas of the realm ship. The part was pulled into the realm ship, followed by the realm ship's surface instantly beginning to glow. The surface of the realm ship began to spread out, with some of the damage being automatically healed. Realm ships possess regenerative powers, but there are certain important core materials they need. With this fairly complete part added into me, some of the other formerly missing components can be used to regenerate and repair some of other parts. The vessel spirit was extremely excited. Master, now that I've been able to repair a critical component, many of the minor damages are being healed as well. I can now move nearly 100 times farther than in the past. Now, I can teleport through more than half a realmverse with just one blink. Ning stared at the realm ship in his hand. It now looked much better than it had in the past. Although it still was covered with scars and wounds, it didn't look as ragged as it had. A single blink to teleport through more than half a realmverse? This was simply shocking. How far are you from perfect status? Ning asked. Extremely far. The vessel spirit instantly appeared to be rather deflated. Although I'm at 90% condition, some of the minor parts which I'm missing are having a major impact on me as a whole. That's why I'm still not able to teleport nearly as great a distance as I would if I was at 100%. Ning couldn't help but nod in agreement. When he had been a Tao Lord of the third step, he was comparable to supreme Tao Lords as well as fairly powerful emperors. Back then, it would take him roughly 1,000,000 chaos cycles to move via teleportation from one realmverse to another realmverse. Even hegemons needed to spend extremely long periods of time. Realm ships, however, merely needed a few myriads of years. A few tens of thousands of years, to travel a distance which Ning normally needed to spend 1,000,000 chaos cycles to traverse? Its teleporting powers were unfathomably superior to hegemon Brightshore's. However, Master, I can sense that not too far away from me is another important component which I need desperately. If I can absorb it, I should be able to repair a great deal, the vessel spirit said immediately. That's a part which my friend has. Ning nodded, then waved his hand and put the realm ship away for now. Whoosh! Ning bound and scanned all of the treasures which Archon Silks now had left behind. Although there were a few valuable things, none of them were of much interest to the current Ning. Despite that, Ning still felt quite excited. A single realm ship was more than enough. This realm ship has to be far more valuable than even Crimson Wave Temple. It's enough to ask an autarch to help out. Ning was extremely excited. Autarchs possess incredible power and can create even alternate universes with ease. They are more than capable of reversing spacetime to rescue UA. With this realm ship, I can bring her back to life. Ah, finally. I've finally done it. Ning stood there within the twisting flaming passageway, so excited that his blood was boiling. The excitement he felt was simply indescribable. Trading away the realm ship to revive UA. Ning wouldn't even hesitate to make this choice. Although a realm ship would allow him to travel from one realmverse to another with ease, doing so by himself would be far too boring. This was something which emperors who had lost all their loved ones and who were curious about the outside world would choose. Ning had been training for a much shorter period of time. There were many places just within the Flame Dragon realmverse which he had never visited. And, as a Tao Lord, his lifespan was limited to just 108,000 chaos cycles. There was simply no need for him to wander about other realmverse and enjoy the sights there. If he could revive her, if he could speak with her once more, that would be the happiest moment of his life. He had no interest in wandering the outside world by himself. The realm ship was meaningless to Ning, the only thing it was good for was in trade for asking an autarch to help him out. I'll have to ask Emperor Golile and Emperor Blackcloud to help out and invite an autarch over, Ning mused. The Tao Alliance had certain links to the other realmverses. Through the Tao Alliance, he would be able to send word to an autarch. I'll go visit Nine Dust first. Ning suppressed his excitement and led Whitethaw to continue the advance. Thanks to the realmship resonance, Ning knew the rough area Nine Dust was in and thus was able to find him fairly quickly. Things were quite calm on Ning's side, but a storm was about to erupt within the endless territories. All the major powers, reclusive emperors, and countless Tao Lords had just received word of something absolutely shocking. One of the 8 lords of the sacred cities, Archon Silksnow, had perished. Archon Silksnow had been one of the 8 lords of the sacred cities, which meant he had a lifeblood tower within the palace of Immortals of the Tao Alliance. In the exact instant that Ning had forced him to commit suicide, his lifeblood tower had crumbled. This news quickly stunned the entire palace of Immortals, and word quickly spread out. There was no need for this news to be suppressed or hidden. All the emperors found out, as did the countless Tao Lords. Archon Silksnow had died? An exalted Archon of the sacred cities, it was possible to beat them, but to kill them was far too difficult. Even hegemons found it extremely hard to kill one of them. Who killed him? How did he die? The entire endless territories was in a state of turmoil. Ning didn't care about any of this. He continued to advance through the Jadfire realm, following the realmship resonance. Finally, he passed through the flaming tunnels and reached the prison region, arriving directly at Nine Dust's prison. Nine Dust. Ning immediately saw a silver-robed man seated in the lotus position within a cage of flames. It was the Nine Dust Sect Lord. Ning couldn't help but to laugh loudly and call out to him. Dark North. When Nine Dust opened his eyes and saw Ning, he immediately revealed a look of delight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 8, Prison Region. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 8, Prison Region. Just look at yourself, Ning grinned. Trapped in a cage and unable to escape. As he spoke, he carefully inspected the flaming cage, hoping to find a way to break it open. And just what was I supposed to do? I had nowhere to go and nowhere to run. I had no choice but to hide inside here. Nine Dust laughed helplessly. I might be trapped, but at least I avoided death. It's kind of funny, actually. I didn't die, but Archon Silks now did. Dark North, you are simply incredible. You actually forced him into committing suicide. Nine Dust's avatar was at Vast Heaven Palace. Thus, as soon as Archon Silks now had died, Nine Dust's avatar had asked Ning's avatar what had happened, resulting in him gaining a general idea of what had happened. Ning chuckled. Don't praise me. It was mainly thanks to my golem over here. To be able to command a golem of such strength is a testament to your power as well. Why don't I have a golem like that? Archon Silks now was alive for all those years, but he never acquired a golem like that. Why? Why did you have one instead of him? Because you are strong. Nine Dust said, seated in the lotus position inside the flame cage. Ning had acquired this golem in a trade from Taoist Bluestone. It was precisely because Ning walked the path of the Omega Sword Tao that Taoist Bluestone had been willing to hand over such an incredibly powerful golem to trade for it. Yes, it was indeed due to Ning's strength. Strength was needed to acquire any and all treasures. Even if you were lucky enough to stumble across a treasure of incredible power, if you yourself weren't strong enough, you would quickly lose it to someone stronger than you. Everyone in the Endless Territories is talking about how Archon Silks now is dead. It has been a long, long time since any of the lords of the sacred cities have perished, Nine Dust said excitedly. I rather want to tell everyone in the Endless Territories that you forced him to commit suicide. Ha ha. Don't do that. What really matters right now is getting you out of there before something unexpected happens. Ning continued to carefully examine Nine Dust's cage. Any ideas? Nine Dust was rather eager. Don't be so impatient. Ning scrutinized the cage while analyzing it. It looked quite ordinary, and it was easily entered, but there was no way out. Not even hegemons would be able to escape this cage. The Nine Dust Sect Lord had charged into it because he didn't know anything about it. Archon Silks now had been alive for very long and knew that the most dangerous parts of the Jadefire realm were its prisons, and so he didn't dare to follow Nine Dust inside. This cage is part of an extremely large formation, Ning said slowly. I can sense some of its ripples in the air. Wait a moment, I'm going to go take a look at some of the other parts. Swoosh. Ning flew off into the distance while following the spatial ripples, with Whitethaw immediately following behind him. Be careful. I'm in no rush, I have plenty of time. Don't let yourself get trapped as well. Nine Dust called out loudly. He knew how dangerous the Jadefire realm was and was worried about Ning's safety. Ning followed the ripples and soon reached another flaming cage in the air. This one was completely empty. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ning continued to advance while following the ripples. Soon, he encountered yet another cage. The cages were all formed of flames, and they scattered throughout the area in a disorderly and irregular manner. However, they seemed to be connected to each other by invisible threads. Ning's eyes narrowed. The flaming Madare cage up ahead was devoid of all life, but there were some magic treasures inside of it. There was a great axe, a suit of armor, an estate world, and other treasures. The great axe was double-bladed, and a lightning-shaped scar was on its edges. It emanated an aura of power that was simply shocking. It had to be a universe treasure. A universe treasure? Generally, only emperors can take possession of universe treasures. Even if the emperor was trapped here during the Dawn Wars, he should still be able to stay alive, Ning pondered. Perhaps some of the cultivators were trapped here during the Dawn Wars were killed by the decimatous wave, but the Sith didn't have a chance to collect their treasures. Ning's guess was spot on. After enough cultivators were trapped within the many flaming cages within the Jadefire realm, the Sith would activate a single decimatous wave to wipe them all out in one go. They would similarly sweep through the cages and collect all the treasures at one go as well. However, what happened was that when the Jadefire realm had been attacked and breached, the despairing Sith had chosen to unleash one final decimatous wave before dying. The treasures of the dead cultivators were naturally left within the cages. The one who had breached the Jadefire realm had been an exalted autarch. There was no way someone like an autarch would slowly pick through one prison cell after another to loot the various treasures inside. To autarchs, such treasures were of minimal interest, and this one in particular was in a hurry to hasten off to another battlefield. After spending a full day, Ning finished inspecting the entire prison region. The prison region consisted of many flame cages which were clustered together like the stars in the night sky. The cages were all linked together as part of one massive and incredibly profound formation which was divided into 7 primary regions. Each of the 7 regions had extremely large cells at their center, with 3 of them having been completely destroyed. As a result, the prison as a whole was no longer able to unleash the decimatous wave. "How does it look?" Ninedust immediately asked as Ning flew back to him. Some of the cages in the prison area have been damaged, and 3 of the 7 primary cages have been destroyed. Ning looked at Ninedust. "However, the cage you are in is completely undamaged. I don't think even a hegemon could burst through it with raw power. As for finding its flaws, I haven't been able to find anything yet. This prison formation is simply far too complicated." Ninedust couldn't help but feel both startled and despondent. "Ninedust, let me think on this. There'll definitely be a way to bring you out." Ning thought furiously. Even his primal twin, seated atop the autarch's stone dais in the second hall of the Azure Flower Estate, was focusing its efforts on finding a solution. "Dark North, don't try to force things. This is nothing." Ninedust smiled. He didn't know much about the Jadefire realm at first, but after his avatar had met with Ning's avatar he had learned quite a bit of detailed information regarding the Jadefire realm from Ning. Only now did he understand how terrifying the prison region was and how dangerous his situation was. As you yourself said, even if Hegemon Brightshore and the others came they wouldn't necessarily be able to breach the prison region. This was a place used to imprison cultivators during the Dawn War. Ninedust said. "Don't force yourself. I don't mind be trapped here. If push comes to shove, I'll just slowly train here and then initiate my downmerge within this cell. If I succeed, I'll be a hegemon with an infinite lifespan. I'll have plenty of time to slowly work away at this cell. Sooner or later, I'll succeed," Ninedust consoled Ning. "The central components of the prison region have been destroyed. This cell might be undamaged, but there's still a chance to break it open." Ning gritted his teeth. He certainly didn't wish for Ninedust to stay here until the time came for his downmerge. Time passed, one day after another. Ning spent a total of 9 days in silent meditation, but still was unable to come up with any ideas. "Master," Whitethaw suddenly said. Ning glanced towards him. "There's another place in the Jadefire realm which might be of use to you in unlocking this cell," Whitethaw said. "What place?" Ning was delighted. "Lead the way immediately." "Follow me, Master." Whitethaw immediately led the way. The many cells within the prison region were scattered haphazardly, and the 7 core cages were arranged in a strange pattern in 7 different places. 3 of them had been completely destroyed, of course. Whitethaw led Ning in flying towards the most central region of the prison cells. Master. Whitethaw pointed towards the empty area up ahead. I was once invited over there along with my Sith master. We entered a special space over there from where the Sith controlled the entire Jadefire realm. Controlled the entire Jadefire realm? Ning revealed a look of delight. Right. I should have thought of this long ago. Given how vast it is and how many flaming passageways and cells it contains, there has to be a central control mechanism. Whitespace, where is that region? I'm not sure either. Whitethaw pointed towards the front. It should be within a 300-meter radius up ahead. I followed my master inside, and when we entered that region I felt space twist around me. We immediately appeared inside it. Oh? Ning nodded slowly, then walked through the air towards that region while keenly scanning it. Whoosh! His body suddenly broke apart into countless pieces as he assumed his shadowless form, closely attuning himself to the dimensional ripples nearby. Ah, there are some flaws after all. Ning quickly found the traces of the dimensional ripples and their strange cadence. His shadowless form was able to merge into them and attune to them. Arise! Ning waved a finger, causing a streak of swordlight to tear through that region by force. A dimensional tier appeared before him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 9, 16 Realm vs. Alliance. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 9, 16 Realm vs. Alliance. Ning let Whitethaw into the dimensional tear, going through it and reaching a sealed pocket dimension. This pocket dimension merely covered an area of 30,000 meters, and it had an enormous black altar within it. Ning and Whitethaw both descended upon the black altar. Master, Whitethaw said. The Sith used this place to control the entire Jadefire realm. Every part of it was under their control. Oh? Ning swept the area with his gaze. The black altar was quite large, the size of an enormous plaza. Its surface was covered with incomparably complex and marvelous vein lines, all of which came together to form an absolutely enormous flower in full bloom which was surrounded by blazing flames. The pattern of the flames continuously changed at all times, never quite seeming to duplicate a previously used pattern. Ning was instantly intrigued by it. That's the formation diagram, Ning murmured softly. The flames surrounding the outermost layer are being used to represent the pathways that can be taken out of the Jadefire realm. The pathways are continuously changing and will never repeat. If you aren't able to find the way out, you'll be trapped inside forever. This is why it is so easy to enter but so hard to leave. The petals, they represent the countless flaming passageways. They are filled with various traps and mechanisms that can probably be controlled through this formation diagram. As for the stamen, I can vaguely make out 7 colors which must represent the countless cells of the 7 prisons inside this place. To try and rescue Nine Dust, Ning had spent quite some time examining the prisons of this place in detail. Thus, as soon as he saw the formation diagram he immediately understood what it represented. Master, is this of use to you? Whitethaw immediately asked. Of some use, but this formation diagram is far too complex. It seems to hold some of the mysteries of the Tao of Fire, but it also involves mysteries of the Tao of the Void. It merges the two together. But that's just secondary. What really matters is that it represents an extremely high level of mastery of the Tao of formations. Ning shook his head. The problem is, these are based off unique formations which only the Sith know. They are completely different from the ones we cultivators use. It was extremely strange. Just looking at the formations, Ning could sense a dark, clammy aura sweep towards him and generate an aura of uncontrollable fear. This was a terrifying formation, a formation capable of unleashing a decimatous wave. In truth, even the Sith had to rely on special techniques to assert control over this formation diagram, and the controller didn't understand it all that well. The problem was, Ning didn't know those special control techniques. That meant he would have to truly understand it and then unlock it, which would be as hard as anything. If I want to save 9 dust, I have to master this formation diagram, Ning said softly. Previously, Ning had already completely searched through the cells. He felt that the formations within the prison were simply too complex. There was no way he could make any head or tail of them at all. Everything was shrouded in mist. Now, the formation diagram controlling everything was before him, and he was able to inspect it in detail, but this only inspired even greater despair. The prison region. Ning stared at the stamen part of the prison region, increasingly aware of how complex it was. Ning shook his head, then stared at the flames which flickered at the outermost areas of the giant formation diagram. These represented the exits from the Jadefire realm. Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. These flames, a light went off in Ning's head as he thought back to something he had seen before. In the first palace of the Azure Flower Estate, Autarch Awakener had gathered together countless techniques from both the cultivator's civilization as well as the Sith. Ning had memorized all of those techniques, and one of the Sith techniques which Autarch Awakener had retrofitted had included many different formations. Ning immediately recognized that these flames were a fairly simple variant of the recorded formation, but in truth, the 7 Flaming Hells formation diagram was one of the most secret and hidden formation diagrams of the entire Sith race. There was no way they would publicize its internal secrets. Not even Autarch Awakener had been able to acquire detailed information about such a thing. However, Autarch Awakener had acquired many other formations from the Sith, including some that belonged to the same school. Ning began to grin openly, revealing his pearly white teeth. Ha ha ha. A glimmer of hope when all hope seems lost. Ning quickly began to sort through the details of that technique he saw, as did his primal twin. In just the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, Ning was able to completely comprehend and see through the outermost layer of flames which covered the entire vast formation. So that's how the exits work. Ning casually waved his finger at one part of the flames. The flames there continued to change and twist about, but now everything was under Ning's control. Freeze. Ning's will entered the formation diagram, and with but a thought the flames that had been twisting and distorting freely began to move and change in accordance with Ning's will. Rumble, a series of images began to appear in the empty space surrounding Ning. These were illusory projections from the countless flames which represented the outer layer of the entire Jadefire realm, including its entrances. All of the countless flames in the outmost layer were now under Ning's complete control, including the various exits. The flames rumbled and thundered under Ning's control as he guided them to change formations and locations. Clearly, by thoroughly understanding the outermost layers of flames, it was possible to take control of the outermost formations even if the special control techniques had not been studied. Congratulations, Master. Felicitations. Whitethaw said hurriedly. I'm not even close to where I need to be. I've only taken control over the outermost layer. Ning shook his head. I have to control the entire thing if I want to be able to rescue 9 dust. This formation diagram is divided up into 3 parts. The outermost layer are the flames, the central layer includes the flower petals, and the stamen lies at the core. Ning stared intently at the formation diagram. The closer to the core we go, the more difficult it will be. That tiny little flower stamen shall be the most difficult to master of all. Once I master that, I'll have the entire formation diagram under my control. Now, I've defeated the outermost layer of flames. What of the flower petals? Ning looked at the flower petals, which corresponded to the countless flaming passageways. This is clearly going to be much more difficult, Ning frowned. Ning began to analyze the Sith formation techniques he had available. Although his primal twin was assisted by the Autarka's stone dais and was able to train incredibly quickly, the flower petals formation was clearly thousands of times more complex and profound than the writhing flames formation. Time passed on, one day after the other. Ning's primal twin had temporarily brought a halt to its training in the Tao of Water as it focused completely on the Tao of Formations, specifically the branch of it pertaining to the formation diagram of the 7 flaming hells. This flower petal formation will take me a few 100,000 years to comprehend. After spending some time on it, Ning began to understand. Although Autark Awakener had collected many Sith formations which could be compared with each other, and although Ning was both talented and had the Autarka's stone dais which allowed him to be in a constant prajna-like state, it would still take him hundreds of thousands of years to understand this thing. Then what of the flower stamen formation which represents the prison region? That's the real core of the 7 flaming hells. Ning stared at the flower stamen at the very center of the enormous, beautiful blooming flower formation before him. Only by mastering that would he be able to take control over the prisons and rescue Nine Dust. The coiling flames were easy. The flower petal formation was hard. The flower stamen formation was the hardest, so much so that Ning couldn't even estimate how long he would need to master it. 1 chaos cycle? 10? Ning still wasn't sure if that would be enough. 7 flaming hells, eh? Ning closed his eyes and started to meditate. One step at a time. While Ning focused on training in the Sid's Tao of formations, the endless territories remained in a state of tumult due to Archon Silksnow's death. Within a vast everworld. This was a place where countless races lived and thrived, all of them winged. They soared through the skies, the undisputed lords of this everworld. Whoosh! A figure descended from a dimensional rift. It was a blood-robed elder who emanated the foul odor of blood as he swept the vast everworld before him with his evil gaze. Goldisle, my old friend, the blood-robed elder called out, sending a stream of godsense out to encompass this entire world. Eh? A streak of golden light appeared, forming into a bald, gold-furred alien. This was one of the 2 supreme leaders of the Tao Alliance of the Endless Territories, Emperor Goldisle. Emperor Goldisle had established this everworld for the members of his race to live in, and his avatar was permanently stationed here. Given his power and how his avatar could link into the many formations protecting his home, most likely the only ones in the Endless Territory who would dare to cause trouble here would be the hegemons. Blood Cloud. Emperor Goldisle frowned as he looked at the man. Brother Goldisle. Emperor Bloodcloud smiled, which just made him look even fiercer and savager than usual. I've come because there's something I need to ask you to help me out with, Brother Goldisle. Need my help? Emperor Goldisle chuckled. What, now that Silksnow is dead, you emperors are leaderless and rudderless? Are you frightened and wish for my protection? In truth, Emperor Goldisle had no desire to bother with these evil men. Afraid? You think I would feel afraid? Red light shone in Emperor Bloodcloud's eyes as he growled, Bloodcloud, swear on my very life itself that what I'm going to report is complete true and without falsehood. Emperor Goldisle was startled. Do you know how Silksnow actually died and why? Bloodcloud looked at Emperor Goldisle. I'll explain in detail, and so, Emperor Bloodcloud explained the entire sequence of events from start to finish. So the realm ship is now in Tao Lord Darknorth's hands? An astonished look appeared in Emperor Goldisle's eyes. Is this for real? But he immediately fell silent. The man had just sworn a lifeblood oath in front of him. So that's the real reason. Silksnow actually had a realm ship, and now it has actually fallen into Tao Lord Darknorth's possession. The implications of this were simply far too stunning. A realm ship. Who wouldn't be intrigued by it, driven mad with lust for it? The combined treasures of all 3 hegemons of the Flame Dragon realmverse weren't even close to the value of a realm ship. Archon Silksnow had been unspeakably lucky to acquire it, and he had been extremely low-key, ensuring that no one found out. Now that he was dead, it had fallen into Ning's hands. In truth, The reason he fell was that he was unable to escape from within all of those barriers and traps. Knowing that his death was certain, he had chosen to tell Emperor Bloodcloud all about it. Emperor Goldisle, I wish for you to spread this information to the other realmverses the Tao Alliance is in. Emperor Bloodcloud is. Make it public. You. Emperor Goldisle's face tightened. All you need to do is to make it public. I trust those hegemons and major powers will definitely travel towards us at maximum speed, sparing no expense. Emperor Bloodcloud smiled, a look of madness in his eyes. Brother Goldisle, we emperors are also members of the Tao Alliance. It should be able to help us send this information out, yes? Yes. Emperor Goldisle nodded. As the leader of the Tao Alliance, he had to follow certain rules which the Tao Alliance had long ago laid out. All emperors of the Tao Alliance could request for him to send out messages on their behalf. I'll send word of this to all 16 of the realmverses in our alliance, Emperor Goldisle said. However, Dark North is also a member of the Tao Alliance. I'll notify him as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 10, Realms Lord Windgrace. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 10, Realms Lord Windgrace. Extremely far away from the Flame Dragon realmverse was another realmverse known as the Hidden Fiend realmverse. Countless cultivators lived here, and the cultivator civilizations flourished every bit as the ones in the Flame Dragon realmverse. The Hidden Fiend realmverse had one particularly special star within it known as the Black Sun. The Black Sun was more than 1 billion kilometers in diameter and completely black in color. Although it was named Black Sun, it was actually a war machine which the Sith had once paid an unspeakable price in blood and treasure to assemble. It was vastly more valuable than any realm ship. When the Sith had lost the Dawn War, this vast, mighty war machine had fallen into the hands of a major power who was known as Realms Lord Windgrace. Whoosh! Every so often, a streak of light could be seen flying into or away from the surface of the Black Sun. Space for 10 billion kilometers around the Black Sun was under invisible pressure and restrictions, forbidding anyone from using spacetime techniques to teleport through it. Flying was the only option. Whoosh! A streak of light flew into the Black Sun, landing on the ground and coalescing into the form of a white-robed elder. The white-robed elder raised his head to look at a distant mountain peak, where a few courtyards could vaguely be seen. He took a single step forwards, his body flickering as he instantly arrived at the base of the mountain. He then called out towards a strange stone statue of an animal, "Second apprentice brother, please send word. I wish to meet Master." "Seventh apprentice brother, you are back?" The stone statue's eyelids twitched, voice coming out of its lips. "I'm with Master right now. We're drinking together." Master just said for you to come over as well." The white-robed elder smiled. Only then did he climb onto the mountain and advance at high speeds towards the top. Courtyards were sprinkled across the peak of this mountain, making it look rather like an ordinary mountain village of mortals. He soon reached the courtyard at the very top, at which point a voice rang out from inside, "Come on inside, Skylight." "Yes." The white-robed elder pushed the door open and stepped inside. There was a table within this quiet, secluded courtyard, as well as two people next to the table. One was old, the other was young. The old man had tousled hair and a messy beard, and even his eyebrows looked rather unkempt and scruffy. As for the youth, he was a chubby-looking fellow who was shoving meat into his mouth with one hand and pouring wine into his mouth with the other. His face was covered with oil. "Master." "Second apprentice brother," the white-robed elder called out respectfully. These two unassuming figures, the sloppy old man and the fat kid, were actually the most supreme figures in all the Hidden Fiend realmverse. The sloppy old man was a famous and awe-inspiring man who was acknowledged by all the major powers of the 16 Realm Worlds Alliance as their supreme leader. Realms Lord Windgrace, Master of the Black Sun. Realms Lord Windgrace was an incredibly powerful Otherverse Lord. During the Dawn War, he had accomplished great deeds during a critical battle, reversing the entire flow of events. He had managed to survive the Dawn War and had won for himself the terrifyingly destructive Sith war machine known as the Black Sun. Given his power as well as the Sith treasures he now had, no one dared to take him lightly, and so he was given the paramount position within the 16 Realm Versus Alliance. In terms of overall strength, he was also the undisputed #1 figure in all 16 Realm Verses. Most likely, only autarchs could truly eclipse him in might. As for the chubby kid? He was the only disciple under Realm's Lord Windgrace who had managed to become a hegemon as well. His Taoist title was Woye. Realm's Lord Windgrace was an exalted figure with many disciples, but the only one to succeed in becoming a hegemon had been the unremarkable Tao Lord Woye, who had spent all of his time studying constructs. Hegemon Woye, he had no interest in fighting for supremacy, and so he continued to accompany his master here, living a simple and plain life while spending his time analyzing the strange, bizarre Sith artifacts and constructs that he found. Thankfully, Realm's Lord Windgrace had many treasures for him to pore over. After they had won the war, Windgrace had acquired quite a few Sith golems, and he let his disciple obsess over them. Hegemon Woye was completely obsessed with golems, but in reality, he had actually become a hegemon through the Tao of Fire. This was something which truly rendered countless cultivators completely speechless. In fact, he didn't even really do much in preparation for the Tao merge. One day, when he was in secluded meditation while working on some golem parts, he simply succeeded in it. As Hegemon Woye had put it, I suddenly had the feeling that I'd definitely succeed in the Tao merge, so I went ahead and tried it out, and it really worked. These words caused countless cultivators to feel both jealousy and despair. Seventh apprentice brother, what is it? Hegemon Woye asked casually while drinking. Why does it have to be something, second apprentice brother? Can't I just be missing you and master? The white-robed elder said helplessly. You? Shah. You only ever come when there's business, Hegemon Woye snickered. Realm's Lord Windgrace chortled, come, Skylight. Sit, sit. Sit and we'll talk. Yes, master. Only then did the white-robed elder sit down and pick up a glass of wine, accompanying his master and his senior brother for a few cups before continuing. Master, I am indeed here on business. You asked me to watch over the 16 Realm Versus Alliance, yes? Both of the other two men looked at him. Both of them were extremely high-level figures who were unwilling to get involved in mundane management affairs, and so they let those with steadier dispositions such as Emperor Skylight to manage many things in their stead. Word has spread from the Flamedragon Realmverse that someone known as Tao Lord Darknorth has managed to acquire a realm ship, the white-robed elder said. A realm ship? Both Realm's Lord Windgrace and Hegemon Woye were surprised. I don't even have a realm ship. How does a Tao Lord have one? Hegemon Woye stared wide-eyed. Is this for real? Are the 3 hegemons and the many ancient emperors in the Flamedragon Realmverse just going to watch without taking it for themselves? The news is definitely real. It was passed on by an extremely powerful emperor who swore a lifeblood oath that this information is true, the white-robed elder said. Tao Lord Darknorth isn't easy to deal with. He may be a Tao Lord, but he is incredibly strong. Most likely, he stands at the very apex in the Flamedragon Realmverse Tao Alliance. Over there, only Taoist Bluestone might stand above him. Supposedly even Archon Silksnow, one of their 8 lords of the sacred cities, was forced by Tao Lord Darknorth to commit suicide. Even hegemons would find it very difficult to slay him. He was able to kill one of the lords of the sacred cities? Hegemon Woye was rather surprised. A Tao Lord? Realm's Lord Windgrace murmured, can it be an Omega Tao? Omega Tao? What's an Omega Tao? The 2 disciples looked at their master, puzzled. I've never mentioned this before, because not even I have personally encountered a Tao Lord who has developed an Omega Tao, Realm's Lord Windgrace said. However, when I was chatting with an autarch, he once mentioned the Omega Taos to me. Realm's Lord Windgrace gave a brief explanation of how formidable Omega Daos were, causing both Hegemon Woye and Emperor Skylight to feel rather stunned. For Dao Lord Darknorth to become second only to Daoist Bluestone in power means that not only has he developed an Omega Dao, he also has other things he is relying upon. Realm's Lord Windgrace laughed. I didn't imagine that our 16 Realm versus Alliance would produce such a genius. Has this information already been spread out? Realm's Lord Windgrace asked. Master, you already approved of the rules by which the 16 Realm versus Alliance were established. Since word was sent from the Flame Dragon Realmverse, all 15 of the other Realmverses have found out about it. Even the alternate universe you are in control of is probably aware of this, the white-robed elder said. I came to speak to you about this because I wanted to ask if we should intervene as well? That's a realm ship, after all. Well, yeah, any interest in it? Realm's Lord Windgrace asked. Woye shook his head. My focus is on researching golems. What am I going to do with a realm ship? And besides, you already have one, Master. If I wanted to use one, I'd just borrow yours, right? You lazy pig. Realm's Lord Windgrace laughed. This was what he actually liked the most about this disciple, his obsessive nature. Windgrace had met many major powers in the past, and the ones who managed to amount to anything were often obsessive by nature. The fact that this disciple constantly stayed by his side meant that Windgrace couldn't help but view his second disciple almost as an actual child. If Woye wanted to borrow his realm ship, he wouldn't decline. Master, what should we do? The white-robed elder asked. There's no need for us to get involved into this. All things in the Chaosverse come and go in a cycle. If he's strong enough to keep it, then it will be his. If he is not, then he has no one to blame but himself, Realm's Lord Windgrace laughed. Master, is it possible that other hegemons or emperors will come and ask you to activate the Black Sun to send them over to the Flame Dragon Realmverse? Hegemon Woye suddenly said. To travel from one realmverse to another was extremely arduous and time-consuming. The normal method of travel was to slowly teleport through the Great Dark, which would generally take an extremely long period of time. A better option would be to travel via a realm ship, but even faster would be to have an Otherverse Lord blaze a path relying on the Otherverse prime essences. This would be even faster than using a realm ship, but it was extremely taxing. Generally speaking, Otherverse Lords would not be willing to do such a thing. Yes, the Otherverse Lords could slow down a bit and use up less energy, but that would mean traveling slower than a realm ship. The fastest option of all was to rely on the power of the Black Sun, which could allow one to instantly teleport from one realmverse to another. Once the Black Sun was activated, it would be able to connect to extremely distant places and, for an exceedingly brief period of time, form a space-time conduit would allow instantaneous teleportation. However, the energy needed to activate the Black Sun was unspeakably vast. The cost of such a thing was more than enough to beggar or bankrupt an ordinary hegemon. The Black Sun had other capabilities as well. Aside from being able to connect two distant realmverses together via a transversal conduit, it could be used to launch terrifying attacks as well. It was truly one of the most deadly Sith war machines available. Over just the chance to win a realm ship? There'll be many competitors, and they won't necessarily be the victors in the end. I don't think there are many who are determined enough to ask me to activate the Black Sun, Realm's Lord Windgrace said with a laugh. Even he himself rarely activated the Black Sun. It had remained sealed ever since the end of the Dawn War, and had now rarely revealed its true power. This information from the Flame Dragon Realmverse quickly spread throughout the other 15 Realmverses as well as the Otherverse. All of the major powers were stunned to hear that a Dao Lord could be this powerful, and they were all covetous of that realm ship. How strong can a Dao Lord be, really? I became a hegemon countless years ago. How could I be unable to kill a Dao Lord? This information quickly drew many hegemons and a few emperors out of seclusion. A realm ship was simply far too enticing an object, and Dao Lords were simply viewed as being of no threat at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 11, heading off soon. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 11, heading off soon. Vast Heaven Territory. Vast Heaven Palace. Emperor Goldisle had come to visit this place once more, and both Ning's avatar and Emperor Solsky had come out to welcome him in person. Dark North, Emperor Goldisle immediately began, "I'm embarrassed to have to tell you about this. Brother Goldisle, come inside and sit. We can discuss things slowly." Ning was rather surprised. Why was Emperor Goldisle professing to be embarrassed as soon as they met? Emperor Goldisle nodded, holding back for now. Ning and Solsky led the way for him as the three entered a secluded side hall within Vast Heaven Palace. The three then sat down, some fine wine placed in front of each of their tables. The aroma of the wine wafted through the entire hall, but Emperor Goldisle was in no mood to relax. He shook his head and sighed, "I'm embarrassed to be telling you this, but, just today, Emperor Bloodcloud went and sought me out." Bloodcloud? Ning frowned. Emperor Bloodcloud was definitely the main pillar of the evil forces left behind by Archon Silks now. What, does he want to beg for mercy? Ning asked. That's where you are wrong, Dark North. Emperor Goldisle shook his head. He didn't ask for mercy. Instead, he sought to send word through the Tao Alliance to the other realmverses about something he had discovered, and by now, it's probably made its way to all the 16 Realmverses Alliance. 16 Realmverses Alliance? What's that? Ning was puzzled. A great alliance that was originally established and led by Realms Lord Windgrace. It consists of the Tao Alliances of the 16 nearest realmverses which have joined together to ensure stability, peace, and allies in the event of outside invaders. We can notify each other of various dangers or important information we discover. In times of crisis, the 16 realmverses will be in absolute lockstep and will not fear any outside forces. Realms Lord Windgrace was chosen as the paramount leader by all 16 realmverses, and is acclaimed as the most powerful expert of the 16 Realmverses Alliance. Realms Lord Windgrace? Ning sighed in amazement. The strongest in 16 Realmverses? The nearby Emperor Solsky sighed in amazement as well. That meant he had to be far stronger than even Hegemon Brightshore. He's in control of an alternate universe and is incredibly strong. During the Dawn War, he rendered incredible merits in battle and ended up in control of the terrifying Sith war machine known as the Black Sun, Emperor Goldisle continued, but that's enough about him. I'm here because of what Emperor Bloodcloud instructed our Tao Alliance to send to everyone else. This is something that will be of deep concern to you, Dark North. Ning and Solsky exchanged a glance. What did he say? Ning had a bad feeling already. Emperor Blackcloud said that it was you who hunted down Archon Silks now, forcing him to commit suicide in the end, and that his realmship is now in your hands. Emperor Goldisle continued, Emperor Bloodcloud asked me to send this information outwards. As you know, the Tao Alliance is a very loose structure and has just a few basic rules. There were no grounds for me to reject this proposal, and even if he didn't go through me, he would have been able to go through the numerous other emperors who are connected to the other realmverses. No need to say anything more, Brother Goldisle. I understand. Ning's face was tight. Give me a moment to think. Yes, you do need to think this over, Emperor Goldisle agreed, a heavy look on his face. Now that word has been sent to all 16 realmverses as well as the other verse which is under Realms Lord Windgrace. I'm worried that quite a few hegemons and powerful emperors will hasten to our Flame Dragon realmverse and try to take that realmship from you. Ning was lost in thought. Nasty. A truly nasty shot. Archon Silks now was just as hard-hearted towards himself as he was towards his foes. He had never dared to reveal the secrets of the realmship prior to his passing, so why was it that Emperor Bloodcloud had found out immediately after he had died? Why was it that Emperor Bloodcloud also knew that Archon Silks now had been hunted down by Ning and forced to commit suicide? Who would know all these little details? Aside from Ning himself, only the deceased Archon Silksnow knew. Nasty move, Silksnow, so this is the final card up your sleeve to kill me? Ning slowly shook his head. You risked your life to delve into the Jadefire realm, all for the purpose of trying to draw me inside and kill me, and you even came up with a final backup plan to use the realm ship to kill me if you yourself could not. Emperor Soulsky and Emperor Goldal both looked at Ning, waiting for him to make a decision. Dark North, why don't you give the realm ship up? Emperor Soulsky couldn't help but suggest. Give it up? Ning shook his head. If I trade the realm ship to others, I'll still be in possession of a vast amount of treasure. That treasure will continue to attract greedy eyes from some other major powers. Then don't ask for any treasures at all. Just hand it over as a gift, Emperor Soulsky said. And why do I have to give away my treasures? Ning shook his head, a cold smile on his lips and a chilling gleam in his eyes. He then looked at Emperor Goldile. Brother Goldile, there's something I'll have to trouble you with. Just go ahead and say the word. Emperor Goldile felt a bit embarrassed himself, but there had been nothing he could do. The Tao Alliance's rules were binding. In addition, quite a few emperors were connected to the outside world. Many of them spent their days wandering and adventuring but kept their avatars back home. Thus, it was extremely simple to ask these emperors to help spread the word. There was no way to stop it at all, and so Emperor Goldile wasn't willing to disobey the laws of the Tao Alliance. As you know, I've always wished to reverse spacetime to revive my Tao companion. Ning smiled. Now that I have this realm ship, I wish to use it to ask an autarch to do just that. Ask an autarch? Emperor Goldile and Emperor Soulsky were both stunned. They had both heard of autarchs, but not even the majority of hegemons were ever able to actually meet one. Fine. Emperor Goldile nodded repeatedly. That's a good solution. If your treasures ends up in the hands of an autarch, nobody would be able to do anything about it. But Dark North, I have to warn you, the Tao Alliance can only help you send the word to the autarch as soon as possible. As for how long the autarch will take, we can't be sure. To autarchs, realm ships might be nice little toys, but they still won't care enough to drop everything for one. They'd only accept your offer to ensure that the most basic laws of fairness in the universe are maintained. I understand. Nin nodded. Autarchs were at the apex of power amongst cultivators, capable of creating even other verses with ease. When the Sith had been defeated, the autarchs must have acquired countless spoils of war. Even if that wasn't the case, at their level these treasures really held almost no meaning for them at all. They weren't truly completely uncaring towards the weaker cultivators, but they couldn't just help everyone who asked willy-nilly either. That wouldn't be appropriate. Thus, autarchs operated off a simple principle: if you wanted one of them to help you out, you had to pay a corresponding price, even though they themselves didn't care about treasure per se. Right. I'll go send the word now, Emperor Goldile said. I'll get you a response as soon as I can. Good. Ning felt excitement swell in his breast. He was asking a favor of an autarch. A favor for a realm ship. When would the autarch come? Word quickly spread to Realms Lord Windgrace's territory. He possessed a preeminent status. He was the only one in all the 16 Realmverses Alliance who was capable of contacting an autarch. He wishes to use a realm ship to ask an autarch to revive his Tao companion? This Tao Lord Dark North is quite the romantic. Realms Lord Windgrace laughed when he heard this, then immediately helped send the word. A distant region of great darkness. Within the emptiness of the void, there was an enormous triangular region with a series of dazzlingly beautiful palaces in the very center, each of which emanated specks of golden light. At the very center was a particularly towering palace, the greatest of them all. Master. An azure-robed youth who emanated the aura of eternity moved to stand respectfully outside a private room within the palace. Inside the private room was a bald, black-robed old man who had a pair of fleshy antennae growing from the top of his head. His golden eyes were focused intently on the skull-sized round gray globe in front of him, and the countless runes and patterns the globe was covered with. The fleshy antennae waved about above the bald old man's head, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He gently reached out to tap the gray globe once, causing the countless patterns to instantly change and an aura of power to build. Still not right. The bald old man shook his head, then reached out with his ashen white right hand to give it another tap, bringing it back into quiescence. Master! A second call rang out from outside. Siener! Why are you bothering me? Only now did the old man notice the distraction and respond. Realms Lord Windgrace sent word that someone named Lord Darknorth in the Flame Dragon Realmverse wishes to use a realm ship to ask you to help him reverse spacetime to revive his Dao companion, the azure-robed youth outside said respectfully. Another lovesick man. The bald old man nodded. All right, fine. Got it. Stop bothering me, I'll head over there soon, Soon? The youth outside the door murmured softly, Master, the last time you said you would go soon, you delayed by over 600,000 chaos cycles. The bald old man's antennae instantly began to twist in embarrassment and irritation. How dare you mock me, you brat? This time, it really will be soon. I've pretty much finished repairing this treasure. It needs just a tiny bit more work. Once I've finished repairing it, I'll head over. Alright, don't bother me again before I finish this project. Alright. The azure-robed youth had no choice but to leave, then send this response back to his good friend Realms Lord Windgrace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 12, Escorted. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 12, Escorted. After helping Ning send word, Emperor Goldisle didn't immediately hurry to depart. He instead continued to remain at Vast Heaven Palace as he wanted for the Autarka's response. Just half a day later, that response came. Dark North. Emperor Goldisle immediately sought Ning out. Ning was seated silently at the peak of a mountain. When he saw Emperor Goldisle fly towards him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Do we have an answer? Whoosh! Emperor Goldisle alighted on the mountain top next to him. We have an answer. Ever since the war against the Sith concluded, it became hard to locate the Autarks and virtually no hegemons know where they are. We had to rely on Realms Lord Windgrace and his extraordinary status to accomplish it. He rendered major accomplishments during the Dawn War and is the only person in the 16 Realmverses Alliance who can contact the Autarks, but this time, he was only able to reach out to Autark Titanos. Autark Titanos? Ning grew eager with anticipation. All Autarks were transcendental figures. After the war, Autark Bolin had created the Ionian race and then disappeared. Autark Awakener was an even more mysterious figure. He had wandered the entire Chaosverse then disappeared without a trace as well. It was only thanks to Ning's encounter with the Azure Flower Estate that he knew Autark Awakener had perished in a way which could be considered suicide. To contact an Autark was no easy feat. The other Autarks roam about too much. Only Autark Titanos stays in his estate at most times. Supposedly, Autark Titanos spends all of his time analyzing the Sith civilization and is thus the easiest Autark to reach. When we need an Autark to do something, he's apparently the one we usually manage to contact, Emperor Goldisle explained. Did the Autark accept? Ning asked. Autark Titanos did accept, yes. He said he'd come soon. A resigned look was on Emperor Goldisle's face. Soon? Ning was overwhelmed with joy. Don't get too excited. Last time he said the same thing, but he delayed for over 600,000 chaos cycles, Emperor Goldisle said. You understand, I'm sure. We're lucky the Autark agreed to help out at all. There's no way to demand them to come here immediately. Ning stared. Did you just say 600,000? He would probably be long dead by then. Lords only had lifespans of 108,000 chaos cycles. Realms Lord Windgrace asked Emperor Yushen to nag him a bit. Emperor Golal shook his head. Autarch Titanos promised that this time, he really would come very soon. He's extremely close to finishing some repair work on his Sith treasure. Ning was helpless. How soon is very soon? Alright, I understand. I have no choice but to wait. Realms Lord Windgrace said that he'll do his best to try and contact a different Autarch as well. But for now, he hasn't been able to find any, Emperor Goldal said. Help me relay my thanks to Realms Lord Windgrace, Ning said. And in his heart, he truly did feel grateful. No relationship existed between him and the Realms Lord, the most paramount expert of the 16 Realmverses Alliance. The man needed nothing from him. For him to work so hard on Ning's behalf was already a show of great goodwill. Ning felt a mixture of nervousness, excitement, and disappointment. It was quite rare for Ning to feel such an emotional potpourri, but this was simply too important to him. Reviving his wife was the greatest desire he had. Autarch Titanos knows you are a Lord. He probably won't delay for too long, Emperor Golal said consolingly. All right. Ning nodded. He had already done everything he could. Hopefully, Autarch Titanos really would arrive soon. Next, I need to worry about how I am going to deal with the hegemons and major powers who come from the other realmverses. There was no way Ning was going to hand his realmship over to these outsiders. Hidden Fiend Realmverse. The Black Sun. 3 figures were standing atop a deserted plains. One was the chubby youth, Emperor Wuya, while the other 2 were also major powers. Wuya, you are being too greedy. It's just a trip to the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Why are you asking for that much? One of the 2 was a skinny old man whose skin was covered with a layer of azure scales. He spoke in an unhappy voice as he looked at his comrade, a tall, muscular man who had 2 black wings on his back. I not only have to send you there, I have to bring you back as well. Hegemon Wuya stared at him. That's a round trip. But why do you have to insist on hegemons costing 3 times as much as other emperors? The skinny old man continued to mutter unhappily. How can I treat them equally? All of you are going to the Flame Dragon Realmverse to fight over the realmship, right? Hegemons naturally stand a much better chance than all the other emperors. Hegemon Wuya grinned. Azure Fiend, cut the crap already. You should be counting your lucky stars. You don't even belong to the Hidden Fiend Realmverse, you were just passing through. That's the only reason you even have a chance to get involved in this opportunity, and you were even so lucky as to be in the first batch of people I'm delivering. That means you'll be amongst the first to get there. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light flew towards them from afar. Hurry up! Hegemon Wuya called out to the 2. We're waiting on you too. Wuya, I can't believe how much you are charging, given how long we have been friends for. One of the 2 figures flying over was a 3-eyed, golden-robed old man who shook his head as he spoke. Either pay the price or figure out a way to go on your own, Hegemon Wuya muttered. It's pretty rare for me to have a chance to make some money with this realmship, so cut the moaning. Hegemon Wuya often took advantage of his master and used his master's golems to make money, but this time he wanted to earn a few more treasures than usual. This was why he had borrowed the realmship from his master, offering to send people forward but demanding a high price for it. He charged hegemons one price and all other emperors a different price. Dawn Ruler, the fact that we both belong to the Hidden Fiend Realmverse means that you are going to be the first group of people to arrive at the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Just celebrate your good fortune quietly. Alright, now that everyone is here, we're going to head off. Hegemon Wuya waved his hand, leading Hegemon Azure Fiend, Hegemon Dawn Ruler, and the other 2 emperors into his realmship. He then left the Hidden Fiend Realmverse and began to advance through the endless Great Dark. The only people belonging to the Hidden Fiend Realmverse who wanted to take part in this expedition were Hegemon Dawn Ruler and the 2 emperors. As for Hegemon Azure Fiend, he was a wandering hegemon who wasn't native to this place. Hegemon Wuye's responsibility was simply to serve as a ferry. He had 3 batches of people he was going to deliver in total. Some realmverses were nearby while others were far away, after all. For the first batch, he would take a few detours on the way to the Flame Dragon realmverse, moving through 2 other nearby realmverses and picking up a few more people. Thus, he would bring a total of 3 realmverses worth of major powers to the Flame Dragon realmverse. For the second batch, he would leave the Flame Dragon realmverse and make a roundabout trip, bringing the major powers of 3 more realmverses to the Flame Dragon realmverse. For the third batch, he would only be able to bring the major powers from 2 of the most distant realmverses over. This made for a total of 8 realmverses. The reason why he was only responsible for 8 was because someone was competing for the same business. In the 16 realmverses alliance, there was someone else known as Hegemon Fogsun who also had a realmship and was doing the same thing he was. Based on their respective locations, they had ended up carving out the 16 realmverses in half, with one side responsible for 8 while the other was responsible for 7. Hegemons were charged one price while other emperors were charged a different price. The people in the first batch would be charged a higher price, while those who went later would be a bit of a discount. However, the difference wouldn't be that great. They all knew that given how Lord Darknorth had been able to force an Archon to his death, it would be no easy task for them to force him to give up a realmship. The Terror Star Sea. The Jadefire Realm. Within that hidden dimensional control center, Ning remained seated in the lotus position in the air above the altar, staring down at the formation diagrams below. Hegemon Wuye and Hegemon Fogsun are each in control of a realmship and are responsible for ferrying the people over? Nin nodded slowly. I wonder which hegemons and major powers will end up getting involved. Some information remained highly confidential. Clearly, these major powers wished to keep as much secret as they could, so as to catch him off guard. 15 realmverses and an otherverse, Ning calculated silently to himself, how many major powers will take part, all combined. By now, he had learned quite a bit from Emperor Goldisle. Rumors said that even foreign hegemons were taking part, and more than one at that. Other rumors whispered that no one within the otherverse was going to take part. Still other rumors said that as many as 3 hegemons and 4 emperors from the Windnest realmverse were coming for him. It must be understood that the Windnest realmverse only had a total of 4 hegemons. That meant that the majority of its elite experts were all coming. All sorts of rumors were flying around, some real and some false. This caused Ning to feel a tremendous sense of pressure. I need to master the flower petal formation as soon as possible. By then, I'll be able to control the countless flaming passageways and use them against my foes. Ning stared downwards, his immortal energy pouring into the formation diagram and causing the flower petals on the giant formation below to light up, revealing projections of the countless flaming passageways in the air around him. Every single flaming passageway projection seemed extremely real, and they were all covered with countless traps and mechanisms. I have to figure out how to defeat the control mechanisms if I want to take control over the traps. Ning shook his head. He had just barely been able to make some progress in the past few days, which was why he was able to cause the entire region to appear in the air around him. However, he was unable to actually control any of it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 13, Control. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 13, Control. Time flowed on, one day at a time. Ning's primal twin remained at the Azure Flower Estate, relying on the Autarka's stone dais to furiously meditate on the various techniques that belonged to the same school as the 7 Flaming Hells formation. 10 years. 100 years. 1,000 years. In the blink of an eye, over 9,000 years had gone by. The white-robed Ning seated in the lotus position in the air above the giant 7 Flaming Hells formation diagram began to laugh loudly as he rose to his feet, a look of delight on his face. Immortal energy surged from his entire body, flooding into the formation diagram and flowing towards the flower petals. Boom! 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 The projections of the countless flaming passageways once more appeared in the air around him. Each passageway was as thin as a strand of silk, and each strand-like passageway was filled with countless mechanisms and traps. In truth, Ning could see them all clearly with the naked eye, and he was now able to control every single one of them as well. After meditating for over 900,000 years, I finally managed to comprehend the flower petal formation. Ning revealed a look of delight. Although only 9,000 years had gone by in the real world, his primal twin had spent this entire period of time under 100x temporal acceleration. Clack 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 clack. Boom 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 boom. The Jade Fire realm was absolutely enormous, and the flaming passageways made up the largest part of it. Every single flaming passageway was incredibly long, and the countless flaming passageways formed an enormous nest which led to the prisons at the very heart. By now, all of the countless flaming passageways were trembling. Some of the previously revealed mechanisms suddenly went into hiding once more, while damaged traps began to automatically repair themselves, with quite a few returning to perfect condition. However, there were many other areas which had been forcibly torn apart. Even though Ning was able to perfectly control those areas, he wasn't able to repair them. Roughly 30% of the area has been wrecked. Ning nodded slowly as he swept his glance across the countless illusory passageways in midair. The Jade Fire realm was damaged so heavily during the war that it is now a flawed creation. However, in the remaining 70%, the countless mechanisms and traps are all under my control. It's now far more dangerous than it was previously. Ning's eyes flashed with the desire to do battle. Previously, he was dreading the major powers who were attacking the Flame Dragon realmverse. Now, he was merely somber and careful. He was confident in his chances to deal with them, in his chances to fight back. Previously, many of the mechanisms and traps within the countless flaming passageways were exposed due to there being no one in control. This made it extremely easy for them to move past the mechanisms. Now that they had a master again, things were different. Even if you didn't activate a trap, Ning could cause it to activate with a thought to envelop you. There were some extremely powerful mechanisms that, when unleashed, would release as blasts that would cover over 10 billion kilometers. There would be no way to dodge them at all. Ning mused to himself, many hegemons have come against me, but I, Dark North, won't necessarily lose. Although Ning was more confident in his chances now that he was in control of the tunnel passageways, he still didn't dare to be overconfident. He knew just how powerful his foes were, and they all knew how dangerous the Jade Fire realm was. There was no way they would be easily trapped. The only thing left is the flower stamen formation at the core. Ning began to work on analyzing the most difficult to understand part of the formation, the one governing the prison regions. Controlling the flower stamen formation meant controlling all of the prisons within the area, allowing him to save 9 dust. Alas, many of the prisons had been destroyed. If they were all perfectly undamaged, control over them would give him ability to unleash a decimatous wave. Time flowed on. More than 80,000 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. A rip in spacetime suddenly appeared in a region of empty primordial chaos within the Flame Dragon realmverse, followed by an invisible bubble of power pushing out of it with an ancient ship. Ha, everyone, we've reached the Flame Dragon realmverse. A loud laugh could be heard, followed by the flying vessel disappearing into thin air and a group of figures appearing in its place. There were a total of 10 figures in total. One was Hegemon Wuya, the others were all various major powers he had picked up. I've already brought you all to the Flame Dragon realmverse. Hegemon Wuya looked at the 9. You can decide for yourselves if you wish to wait here for the next batch of emperors or if you wish to go off and hunt down Lord Darknorth on your own. In short, once this is all concluded, I'll be back to bring you back to your respective realmverses. Alright, I'm off. I have to go get the next 2 batches of emperors. Thank you, Brother Wuya. Brother Wuya, just take your time with the others. The more you delay, the better. The 9 major powers were all in a good mood. Judging from time and distance, they should be been the first to arrive. Re20-Vol28 took control over his realm ship and departed. Let's go. Let's head to the Terror Starcy in the Jadefire realm, the skinny azure-scaled old man, Re20-Vol Azure Fiend, said in a low voice. Of the 9 emperors present, 5 were Re20-Vals while the other 4 were quite powerful in their own right. Only those who were extremely confident in their abilities would dare to come here, with Re20-Vol Azure Fiend being the strongest of the group. Let's go. We aren't too far away from the Terror Starcy. I travel the fastest. I'll lead everyone with me, and man dressed in graceful azure robes said with a smile. His fingers were as smooth as alabaster jade, and as he waved his finger he easily tore a path through spacetime. Since Re20-Vol has chosen to guide us, let's just go ahead and accept his kind offer. The other major powers didn't reject. Although he wasn't quite familiar with the Terror Starcy, Re20-Vol truly was a formidable figure when it came to traveling. It took him merely a century or so to arrive outside the Jadefire realm. The Jadefire realm. How beautiful. Re20-Vol stared at the enormous vortex of flames before them, each of the flames looking like the petal of a flower. Supposedly, this was a nightmare for our people during the Dawn War. Many major powers were imprisoned in here, and all those who went inside perished. Everyone, we've already collected quite a bit of information regarding the Jadefire realm. Based on what we know, entering is easy but leaving is difficult. Re20-Vol Dawn Ruler said in a cold voice, Lord Darknorth went in a fairly short while ago. I imagine he probably hasn't been able to flee just yet. Shall we wait for him outside or shall we go inside? Go inside of course, Re20-Vol Azure Fiend said, a glimmer of terrifying red light flashing in his eyes. We were the first to arrive here. If we waste any time, Re20-Vol Fogsun's realm ship will probably arrive with another batch of emperors. By then, we'll have lost our first mover advantage and it'll be even harder to acquire the realm ship. The more time we waste, the more emperors will arrive and the more difficult things will become. Right. A bald, grim-looking red-robed man nodded slowly. I agree that we should all go in together right away as well, a silver-haired elder with a stone sword on his back agreed. Since the 5 Re20-Vals were all in occurrence, the other 4 emperors simply exchanged glances but said nothing. Ah, what a pity. I hear that the most powerful figure in the Flame Dragon realmverse is Re20-Vol Brightshore. He should know quite a bit about this Jadefire realm, but he wasn't willing to tell us anything about it at all. Re20-Vol Azure Fiend chortled. Still, we were able to accumulate quite a good amount of intelligence. It should be enough. The Jadefire realm was shattered long ago and should no longer pose of much a danger to us. Come. Let's go inside. Re20-Vol Azure Fiend immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew inside. Let's go, Re20-Vol said. All together now. Let's go. The 9 emperors began to charge into the vast vortex of flames, either singly or in pairs. Soon, all of them had entered the Jadefire realm. There are this many flaming passageways? After entering the Jadefire realm, the emperors saw the countless flaming tunnels off in the distance. Which one should we choose? Gentlemen, are we still planning to travel together? I'm more accustomed to moving by myself. I'll go in first. If I'm the first one to find Lord Darknorth, the realm ship will be mine, Re20-Vol Azure Fiend laughed wickedly. He immediately charged into one of the flaming passageways next to him. He was the most powerful member of this group of emperors and thus naturally wasn't interested in working together with the others. He refused to believe that he wasn't able to kill a mere Lord. Let's go. Re20-Vol Dawn Ruler scanned the area with his 3 eyes, then took a single step forwards and transformed into golden light that burrowed in a distant flaming passageway. Let it all be up to fate. The bald, grim-faced man dressed in red robes revealed a hint of a smile as he flew into one of the flaming passageways as well. Brother old Gem, let's travel together? The silver-haired elder with the ancient stone sword on his back asked. Let's. Hegemon Old Gem smiled. These two hegemons flew towards one of the flaming passageways together. These two came from the same realmverse and were on extremely good terms with each other. If they acquired the realmship, they would share it. It wouldn't really matter who owned it. The 5 hegemons have all gone inside. We should go as well. The 4 remaining emperors exchanged glances. Soon, they formed into 2 squads of 2 which flew into the flaming passageways as well. The hidden control region within the Jadefire realm. Ning remained seated in midair above the altar, scanning the surrounding area with his gaze. The area around him manifested projections of the flaming passageways of the Jadefire realm, as well as the 9 figures making their way through those passageways. These 9 figures had entered the Jadefire realm together, then had separately entered different passageways. Ning had watched all of this carefully. Have they come? Ning murmured softly, this first batch is already putting me under quite a bit of pressure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 14, Bait. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 14, Bait. Since Ning knew that a host of major powers was coming from the various realm verses for him, he had naturally acquired quite a bit of material and information on his foes. Hegemon Brightshore and Emperor Goldisle had been particularly helpful, introducing detailed information regarding the most famous hegemons and extremely powerful emperors of the 16 realm versus alliance to Ning. Thus, when Ning saw those 9 figures appear through the formation diagram, he was able to recognize them at one go. 5 of these 9 are hegemons. Hegemon Old Gem and the Paragon of Swords are actually working together? They are all being extremely cautious. Ning shook his head slowly. Hegemon Dawn Ruler. Hegemon Ever Worry, hey, this should be Hegemon Azure Fiend, Ning's gaze focused upon the figure of the latter. Hegemon Azure Fiend was flying carefully through the flaming passageways, his eyes glowing with cold light as he carefully scanned the area in front of him. Hegemon Azure Fiend was even using a pair of rope-type magic treasures to scout the path ahead for himself. Supposedly, Hegemon Azure Fiend is one of the several foreign hegemons taking part in this escapade. Ning carefully scrutinized Hegemon Azure Fiend. Based on what he knew, there were differences in power between hegemons. Hegemon Brightshore, for example, was the number 1 hegemon of the Flame Dragon realmverse. Even in the 16 realm versus alliance, Hegemon Brightshore was powerful enough to rank in the top 5. But of course, there was no way to rank anyone in greater detail than that, as most of the hegemons had never actually battled each other. Rough rankings could only be based on the performance they had shown in the past, which was why Realm's Lord Windgrace was acknowledged to be the absolute strongest. Next came the likes of Hegemon Brightshore. Hegemon Windrain and Hegemon Netherlily were considered fairly ordinary hegemons in the 16 realm versus alliance. Hegemon Azure Fiend is extremely famous. Supposedly, he was born a chaos god beast and has a strange temperament. He's extremely powerful and ranks highly even amongst hegemons, Ning mused. Based on what the intelligence reports tell me, he should be even stronger than Hegemon Netherlily and Hegemon Windrain. He should be the strongest of the 5 hegemons in this batch. In the 16 realm versus alliance, there were only a few figures capable of suppressing Hegemon Azure Fiend in power. Hegemon Azure Fiend, eh? Several thoughts flickered through Ning's mind. I'll feign weakness first. These 5 hegemons only constitute a small percentage of the hegemons who will be coming, after all. The only trump card I have up my sleeve is my control over the flaming passageways. Once I reveal it, the hegemons and emperors who arrive later will only be even more careful. They might even all travel together. That'll make things very troublesome for me, Ning mused. Only by feigning weakness could he lull his foes into underestimating him. Only then would his foes move independently on their own, as only when they felt that Ning was not a threat would they be truly concerned about competing against the other hegemons. This would be of benefit to Ning. My control over the flaming passageways is a killer trump card. I have to save it for a moment of maximum effect. That's my only shot at reversing the situation. Ning's gaze was focused on the 9 illusory figures advancing through the countless passageways. Every single action they took was within his field of vision. This Jadefire realm really is in terrible shape. A few mechanisms have appeared, but I was able to discover them all from afar. Hegemon Azure Fiend continued to fly forwards, 2 billion kilometer-sized ropes scouting the way up ahead for him. According to the legends, the Jadefire realm was absolutely terrifying when intact. It's very weak now. No wonder so many emperors of the Flame Dragon realmverse were able to come in, scout the place, and then leave safely. Hegemon Azure Fiend shook his head and chuckled. He felt increasingly relaxed. Things were much simpler than he had anticipated. This place might be of danger to weaker emperors, but he was an exalted hegemon. How much of a danger could these damaged, unmanned traps and mechanisms possibly pose him? Lord Dark North, eh? You'll definitely be mine. Ha. I'll kill him and then take his realmship, allowing me to easily rove across the various realmverses. It won't be as difficult as it is now. Hegemon Azure Fiend felt quite eager. He was a temperamental character, but was born liking to wander about by himself and adventure through the void. Swoosh! Hegemon Azure Fiend continued to advance at high speeds through the flaming passageways, using the many tools he had available to scout out the path ahead and avoid them with ease. This is easier than expected. The bald, red-robed, grim-faced man strolled through the skies, his body emanating with gray light that illuminated the area ahead of him and laid bare all of the hidden dangers. Each of the major powers felt as though the Jadefire realm wasn't as dangerous as they had thought. So long as they were careful, they would be able to advance with ease. Time passed, one day after the other. Soon. Hegemon Azure Fiend is the fastest. He's about to go through the flaming passageway area and reach the prison region. It is time for me to make my own move as well. I can't let them get into and explore the prison region. Ning was still seated in the lotus position above the altar, but a streak of light suddenly flew out of his body, manifesting into a second Ning in the air. This was a divine power clone. Whitethaw, let's go, Ning barked. Alright, Whitethaw said respectfully. Whoosh! Ning waved his hand, causing the ancient realmship to appear next to him. It was now in much better shape than it had been when Archon Silksnow had owned it. Ning and Whitethaw both entered the realmship, then quietly snuck away from the hidden region, leaving behind just the divine power clone inside. Rumble! Ning's divine power clone remained seated above the altar in the formation diagram, using its immortal energy to manipulate the formation diagram and maintain control over things from afar. Controlling the formation diagram took very little power. Although this divine power clone was fairly weak, for it to use immortal energy to control the formation diagram was simplicity itself. With his clone present, Ning would be constantly aware of the locations and behaviors of the 9 hegemons and emperors. Within the darkness of the void, an ancient realmship was hovering in the skies next to a flaming cage, with Ning's true body and Whitethaw inside the realmship. Whoosh! 10 billion kilometers up ahead, an azure-scaled figure suddenly flew out from one of the flaming passageways. This figure emanated an extremely strange aura. It didn't seem that dominating or overbearing, but based on Ning's intelligence reports it definitely belonged to a terrifying figure who was ranked highly even amongst other hegemons. Hegemon Azure Fiend. Ning grinned. Let's move. Swoosh. Ning controlled his realmship to immediately fly into a nearby flaming passageway. Hegemon Azure Fiend had just reached the prison region after leaving the flaming passageways when he suddenly sensed a ripple from afar. Turning his head, he immediately saw that realmship. The realmship. Hegemon Azure Fiend was instantly overjoyed, so excited that his eyes lit up. I really am lucky. I actually ran into the realmship as soon as I arrived here, and it seems as though the other hegemons haven't discovered it yet. You want to run? Haha, Hegemon Azurephian's speed skyrocketed as he furiously chased after the fleeing realm ship. Ning sent the realm ship fleeing into the flaming passageways, beginning a panicked flight through the area. Hegemon Azurephian naturally followed him into the flaming passageways as well from behind. You won't be able to escape. You aren't going anywhere. Hegemon Azurephian spoke out, his voix carrying a strange, magnetic cadence that caused the area around Ning to shimmer. Azurephian, don't try to show off such meager skill and illusions before me. Hoof. Ning's voice echoed within the flaming passageways as well. Hand the realm ship over to me and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you are doomed. Hegemon Azurephian chased frantically from behind. You think you can doom me? Hoof. I'll show you just how incredible a realm ship truly is. Even as Ning's voice echoed within the flaming passageways, the realm ship suddenly skyrocketed in speed. Swoosh. It instantly pulled away from Hegemon Azurephian, throwing him off and making it so that he could do nothing but watch as Ning disappeared from his field of vision. That fast? Hegemon Azurephian was briefly stunned, but his eyes then flashed with savage light. Good. What a fine realm ship. Realm ships were meant for travel. When Archon Silks now had used it, it was in terrible shape but still far faster than Ning. Now, it had been repaired considerably and was even faster than before, allowing Ning to easily throw Hegemon Azurephian off his trail. Time flowed on. A few months after the last encounter. A realm ship. Hegemon Everworry had just arrived at the prison region, and his eyes lit up as he saw the distant realm ship. Another Hegemon? Ning's enraged sound rang out from within the realm ship. Hegemon Everworry, don't you feel that you are all being too shameless? As he spoke, he sent the realm ship diving into the flaming passageway. 3 years later. The realm ship is over there. Hegemon Old Jam and the Paragon of Swords were both in hot pursuit of the realm ship, which was fleeing in panic. Every so often, it would blast into certain traps that would send it spinning, but each time it was able to quickly stabilize itself and continue to flee at incredible speeds, shaking off both of them. Time flowed on. All 9 emperors and hegemons were thoroughly enraged. It was as though the only thing Lord Darknorth could do was flee. Given how fast the realm ship was, it was extremely hard for them to catch up to it. Lord Darknorth is extremely familiar with the flaming passageways, allowing him to avoid many of the most dangerous mechanisms with ease. Even if he does occasionally run into one of them, his realm ship is able to take the damage. The 9 hegemons and emperors all felt rather helpless. Every single passageway was extremely long, and the countless passageways were filled with even more mechanisms. The emperors had to move with care, and for now there really was no way for them to catch Ning as the ladder dove here and there. Still, they continued to wait it excitedly. At least the realm ship was remaining within the flaming passageways this entire time. Sooner or later, they'd catch it. For now, I'll keep the most terrifying mechanisms of the passageways under wraps and keep them off their guard. Ning remained quite calm from within his realm ship. I'll keep their attention completely focused upon the flaming passageways for now. That way, so long as they avoid the prison region, it's unlikely they'll be able to discover that hidden area. The reason why Ning had used himself as bait to repeatedly lure them out was because he was worried that if he just remained in hiding, the emperors and hegemons would begin to search the area with such care that they might scour every inch of the prison region. The hidden region was extremely difficult to locate, and Ning himself had only found it thanks to the guidance of Whitethaw, but his foes were hegemons. If an entire host of hegemons chose to slowly and patiently search a region, they might one day be lucky enough to discover it. Once they did, they'd be able to take over that hidden region, at which point Ning would no longer be able to control the formation diagram. The chances of this happening were quite low, but Ning didn't dare to take the risk. I need them to know that I'm in the flaming passageways. I need to focus their attentions on me. That way, they won't search the prison region. Once a few more hegemons and emperors arrive, it'll be time for me to make my move. Ning was more than patient. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 15, The Second Batch. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 15, The Second Batch. Within the realm ship, located inside one of the flaming passageways inside the Jadefire realm, Ning was seated inside the realm ship, drinking some wine. The fragrance of the wine filled the entire vessel, while the protector stood solemnly by his side. White Thaw, sit down and have some wine, Ning said with a relaxed smile. I'm a golem. I don't need to drink wine, White Thaw said flatly. Ning shook his head. That's where you are wrong. I don't need to drink wine either, but I still like to drink wine. We still need to have hobbies, you know. Come. I have plenty of precious wine stored up. Have a taste of all of them. No need. White Thaw continued to stand there by himself. I order you to sit down. Ning frowned. Yes, master. White Thaw sat down obediently. Drink. Ning pointed at the wine goblet in front of him. White Thaw picked up the goblet and dutifully drank the wine, then frowned and said in a low voice, I don't like it. I tried it back when I followed my previous master, Taoist Bluestone. I didn't like it then, I don't like it now. Ning was truly surprised. He waved his hand, causing 100 different wine goblets to appear before him as well as more than 100 gourds of wine. Wine flew out from each gourd, filling each one of the goblets. Try them all. I refuse to believe this. Your body should have been constructed perfectly, including your senses. How could you have no taste for wine whatsoever? I wager Taoist Bluestone just didn't let you try enough types, which is why you didn't run into anything you like, Ning said. Drink them all up, 1 cup at a time. White Thaw dutifully picked up one goblet after another, draining them in succession. A look of bewildered resignation was on his straightforward face. Why was this master of his forcing him to drink wine? All done. White Thaw quickly finished all of the wine. He remained quite calm. Again. Ning refused to believe this. Cultivators drank wine when they had nothing better to do, and so Ning had plenty of wine on him at all times. He had acquired large reserves and stockpiles from the Tao Lords and Eternal Emperors he had defeated as well. Whoosh. 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 Ning continued to pour, while White Thaw continued to drink. After drinking for over 2 hours, White Thaw suddenly shivered when he took a sip of wine and said, Master, this one is good. I like this one. Oh? Ning was surprised. He waved his finger, causing some liquid to fly out of a gourd of wine off in the distance and into Ning's mouth. A pungent, sour, acidic taste instantly overfilled his mouth, followed by an absolutely foul aftertaste. It was so rancid that Ning couldn't help but twitch, and he immediately shut his mouth and turned to stare at White Thaw. This one? You like this one? Ning liked all types of wine. Some wine was lightly flavored but had lasting aftertastes, others had flavors that permeated the entire body. He also enjoyed wine that would plunge his body and soul into a cool state of refreshness, but he absolutely hated sour, acidic, and incredibly pungent wine like this. Even Ning himself wasn't sure where he had found this wine. Today was the first time for him to even bring it out of storage. That's absolutely disgusting. Ning shook his head. It's good. White Thaw stared at Ning, wide-eyed. Fine. The Chaosverse truly is filled with all sorts of marvels, including golems who like to drink wine like this. And who would even create this type of wine? Ah, forget it. Come, let's drink together. Ning laughed. He finally had someone to drink with him now. Life had been quite boring recently. Hide-and-seek with these hegemons and emperors was extremely boring. It was too simple, given that his divine power clone was in perpetual control of the flaming passageways. "Master, do you have the feeling that something seems off?" Whitethaw quickly began to grow more loquacious as the happy feeling from the wine flooded his body. "Something seems off?" Ning was startled. "What do you mean?" "The hegemons in the flaming passageways here in the Jadefire realm aren't working as hard as in the past in trying to hunt you down," Whitethaw said. Ning laughed. "Of course. It has been 80,000 years. By now, they've realized that catching me will be virtually impossible. There's no need for to chase as frantically as they would have in the past, But they haven't exactly relaxed either. They've started to set up a few small traps in the various passageways, such as masking formations that hide some of the terrifying mechanisms inherent within the passageways. They've actually put down a few special purpose formations to deal with me." Ning shook his head. "They don't realize that all of their movements are under my observation and control. Master, there are already 8 hegemons and 10 other emperors present. In the end, how many of them will have arrived in total for the sake of the realm ship?" Whitethaw said, worried. Nin nodded slowly. He felt a sense of pressure as well. 80,000 years. Hegemon Woye and Hegemon Fogsun were both controlling realm ships and thus both had delivered a first batch of hegemons and emperors to the Flame Dragon Realmverse during this period of time. Hegemon Woye's first batch had included 5 hegemons and 4 emperors, while Hegemon Fogsun's first batch included 3 hegemons and 6 emperors. "Based on my calculations, the second batches should arrive soon," Ning said seriously. "I hope they will separately enter the flaming passageways as well. If they do so, I'll have a chance to stop them. My fear is that they will join forces and advance as one unit." Hegemons had many and varied techniques. If 4 or 5 of them worked together, even if Ning unleashed the full power of the mechanisms in the flaming passageways, he still wouldn't necessarily be able to stop all 5 of them. After all, there were hegemons who were extremely skilled in defense, so much so that they were a match for other verse lords in this regard. Others specialized in speed, while still others specialized in karma. When they pooled their talents together, they would become extremely difficult to deal with. 120,000 years after the public revealing of the existence of the realm ship, Hegemon Woye was sending the second batch of hegemons and emperors over on this date. They had arrived next to a blazing star that looked like a fiery ball of heat. A spatial tear appeared in the void next to the star, followed by a realm ship blinking through and coming to a halt next to it. "Gentlemen, we have arrived. Based on our latest information, Lord Darknorth has remained in hiding within the Jadefire realm this entire time, while none of the hegemons or emperors who have already reached the Jadefire realm have been able to take the realm ship from him. You all still stand a very good chance," Hegemon Woye said with a laugh. "Regardless of who ends up with the realm ship, you've already made a fortune in treasure from this escapade, Brother Woye," one of the 8 figures said upon flying out of the realm ship. "I borrowed this realm ship from my master. I'm going to give most of the treasure to him." Hegemon Woye glared at him. "Not gonna waste words with you. I need to go pick up the final battle. I have a long road ahead of me." As he spoke, he took control of the realm ship and flew off into the distance. 8 figures remained there within the void, their auras mighty. One of them, a devilishly handsome man who radiated an aura of cold insidiousness, let out a cold snort. "Everyone, you can go to the Jadefire realm. I'll be there shortly." As he spoke, he took a step forwards and teleported through the air, vanishing. Where is Hegemon Winterflame going off to? Where do you think? Given the type of person he is, he's probably off to capture any and all of Lord Darknorth as friends and family. The speaker was a bearded man dressed in simple grey robes who carried 8 strange azure planks of wood on his back. Winterfire always does stupid shit like this. Brother Blackwood, don't worry about him. I'll tear through spacetime and lead the way. Of the group of 8 who had just arrived, 4 were hegemons, with Winterflame one of them. In truth, his status was the highest of the 8. Let's go. Hegemon Blackwood, who was the bearded man with those 8 pieces of azure wooden planks on his back, nodded. Whoosh! Tearing through spacetime at maximum speed, Hegemon Winterflame quickly arrived outside the vast Heaven Everworld. Here we are. Hegemon Winterflame stood there within the misty skies, staring at the distant vast Heaven Palace. Hegemon Winterflame was dressed in white robes that glowed with blurry white light. His features were handsome to the point of appearing devilish, while his skin was so translucent and fine that one could almost see his blood vessels and veins. His eyes emanated an aura of terrifying coldness. Based on the intelligence records I acquired, Archon Silks now probably chased someone called Nine Dust into the Jadefire realm, then intentionally released word of this. Lord Darknorth really did choose to ignore the danger and charge straight into the Jadefire realm. He probably fought against Archon Silks now inside, with Archon Silks now eventually being defeated and forced to commit suicide. Hegemon Winterflame nodded slowly. From this, we can tell that Lord Darknorth is the sort of person who cares immensely about personal relationships. He knew it was a trap, but for his friend's sake he was still willing to risk his life and enter the Jadefire realm. Headstrong, sentimental fools like him are the easiest to deal with. Hegemon Winterflame's eyes glowed with cold light. The Nine Dust Sect Lord has probably already been rescued from the Jadefire realm by Darknorth, and the other friends Darknorth care about all probably reside in his clan, Vast Heaven Palace. Hegemon Winterflame stared at the distant Vast Heaven Palace. All I need to do is to abduct everyone in Vast Heaven Palace. The world-level cultivators, the Tao Lords, the Emperors. I'll abduct them all and force Lord Darknorth to give me the realmship in exchange for them. Given his personality, there's a chance he'll accept. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 16, First Meeting with Winterflame. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 16, First Meeting with Winterflame. Those other hegemons and emperors arrived much earlier than I did, but they accomplished nothing at all. Those fools, all they know is to try their luck in the Jadefire realm. I really wonder if they have any brains at all. Hegemon Winterfire shook his head and smirked. It was normal for hegemons to get involved in a competition for a realmship, much like how Tao Lords would plunder a world-level cultivators who somehow managed to acquire the fruits of Crimson Wave Temple. Amongst cultivators, if you weren't strong enough then you didn't deserve to hold good enough treasures. But hegemons stood at the very apex of power in any major organization. They generally had their own sense of pride and cared tremendously about face. Realmships were incredibly valuable, and for them to attack with a Tao Lord for the sake of winning a realmship was nothing. But to go capture the Tao Lord's friends and then use them to coerce him? This was absolutely shameful. Figures as exalted as hegemons generally did not have the face to do something like this. Slightly less elevated figures such as Archon Silks now might well decide to carry out such shameless acts, but it was clear from Ning's power that there was no chance for non-hegemonic emperors to do anything to Vast Heaven Palace. In addition, even if they did make the attempt they wouldn't necessarily succeed. Could it be that Lord Darknorth wouldn't make any arrangements of his own? This sort of behavior was both shameful as well as unlikely to succeed, which was why the hegemons chose to head to Jadefire Realm rather than Vast Heaven Palace. Only truly shameless and insidious figures like Hegemon Winterflame would choose such a course of action. Hegemons generally were extremely prideful figures who cared tremendously about face, but every so often there would be an exception. Hegemon Winterflame was one such exception. Within Vast Heaven Palace, the brothers of Vast Heaven Palace were all gathered together, drinking and eating and discussing the Tao with each other. Ning's avatar, Nine Dust's avatar, and Emperor Sulsky all sat off to one side. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying level of power descended upon the palace. Ning's avatar raised its head, only to see a snow-white silver-scaled claw descend upon them from the skies, emanating an aura of endless, invisible frost. Even spacetime had been completely frozen by the pressure, and a bone-piercing chill instantly pervaded the entire palace. This caused Ning's face to turn completely pale. Someone came. Ning shouted mentally, "Enter my estate world for now." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Emperor Soulsky, Ninedust's avatar, Tao Lord Battlemaster, none of them fought back at all, allowing Ning to draw them into his estate world. Ning had already made preparations for this eventuality, after all. He had attracted attention from 15 realmverses and even some itinerant wandering hegemons. He naturally had to make complete preparations for both Vast Heaven Palace and the Three Realms. Ning had actually gone so far as to create a second avatar, but it must be remembered that Ning's true body and his primal twin were each capable of maintaining a peak avatar. Thus, he chose to create a brand new avatar to stand guard over the Three Realms as well. Boom! The countless runes and barriers covering Vast Heaven Palace began to crack and shatter as the enormous silvery white scaled claws rent through the skies. Ning's avatar flickered slightly as he used his shadowless evasion art to arrive in the air outside. Cold energy billowed everywhere, forcing Ning to reveal himself despite his shadowless evasion art. Ning stood there in the air, gazing at the devilishly handsome man in the distance with alabaster skin who radiated an aura of coldness. "So it is Hegemon Winterflame," Ning said. "Hegemon Winterflame, why have you come to Vast Heaven Palace?" Hegemon Winterflame's eyes were fled with cold malice. "Tao Lord Dark North? So you've taken away all your friends and put them into your estate world. Do you really think there is nothing I can do to you now? And I think you should know exactly why I am here." Hegemon Winterflame let out a cold snort. "Hand over the realmship immediately and I won't cause any trouble for you. Otherwise, your comrades are all dead. The realmship is with my true body, which is at the Jadefire realm." Ning shook his head. "I merely have an avatar here. How am I supposed to hand over the realmship?" "Simple. Swear a lifeblood oath to hand it over to me and I'll immediately leave." Hegemon Winterflame stared at Ning. Ning raised his head slightly, glancing off into the distance towards some spacetime ripples which had just appeared, then let out a cold smile. "No longer interested in wasting time on words," he said, "keep dreaming." Hegemon Winterflame glanced backwards as well, only to see that spacetime was beginning to split apart. "Reinforcements? No reinforcements will make it in time," Hegemon Winterflame roared angrily. Whoosh! He manifested a ball of white fire out of nowhere, sending it sweeping through the skies. In front of the ball of white fire were a series of 8 silver-scaled claws, each of which held some of the white fire as they tore towards Ning. The surrounding world had been completely sealed and locked away, while the aura of frigidity emanating from the white fire caused even Ning's avatar to feel amazed. Boom! Faced with those 8 silver-scaled claws and the white fire they brought, Ning felt a sense of tremendous danger. The white fire in particular was something unique to Hegemon Winterflame alone. It was known as the Winterflame. Hegemon Winterflame had been born an aberrant special life form. His true form was that of a sentient ball of fire that had slowly cultivated and increased in power until it finally became a Hegemon. The Winterflame technique was unique to him, and it could be described as an unspeakably cold ball of fire. Once it touched anyone weaker than it, it would almost instantly reduce its target to ash. Halt! A low, fierce growl rang out as a titanic head appeared in the distant spacetime rift. It was Hegemon Brightshore. By now, Ning was on extremely good terms with Hegemon Brightshore. He was worried about Vast Heaven Palace's safety and thus had mentioned this matter to Hegemon Brightshore. In the past, Hegemon Brightshore hadn't really cared if Ning died or not, but ever since Ning had revealed his true power, Hegemon Brightshore had begun to view Ning as he would his own right arm. Whoosh! The silver-scaled claws and the flames tore through everything they touched. Ning's avatar was almost indestructibly tough, comparable to a top-grade eternal treasure, but it was still completely torn asunder. This was the power of a Hegemon. "You want to stop me?" A face appeared within the Madare ball of flames, a cold smile on its features. Even though Hegemon Brightshore has arrived, he was just a step too slow. I have more than enough time to kill you and then seize all of your friends in Vast Heaven Palace. He was a hegemon, after all, although he was weaker than hegemon Brightshore, he didn't fear the man. Boom! By now, hegemon Brightshore's massive bulk had exited the rift. He had 6 curved horns on his head, and his vast body seemed to be formed from incredibly thick layers of twisted stones. He reached out with one of his pillar-shaped arms, striking out towards hegemon Winterflame. Hegemon Winterflame's 8 silver-scaled claws hurriedly moved back to block the attack. An enormous explosion rang out as a shockwave of indescribable power spread out more than 10 billion kilometers, but outside the 10 billion kilometer range, there was no damage caused whatsoever. Clearly, hegemon Brightshore wanted to protect the mortal lifeforms here. The 8 silver-scaled claws were destroyed, melting back into that pool of white fire which then resolved into a humanoid shape. What's going on? I wasn't able to grab anything? Hegemon Winterflame had a stunned look on his face. He felt certain that he had destroyed Ning's avatar. He wanted to seize Ning's storage treasures, but hadn't been able to find anything at all. Looking for me? Far off in the distance, light flowed together to form a humanoid figure. It was Ning. An invulnerable form? Hegemon Winterflame's face tightened. You, a cultivator of the Tao of the Sword, have mastered an invulnerable form? He had sought out much information regarding Ning and felt certain that Ning didn't have an invulnerable form, which was why he was so confident in his chances. Ning couldn't help but sigh. His true body was so powerful that not even hegemons would necessarily be able to force him to use his invulnerable form. His avatar, however, had been forced to use it almost immediately. This was his very first time exposing it in combat. Not bad, Dark North. The towering hegemon Brightshore reverted to human form as well, and the snow-robed old man smiled as he looked at Ning. Hegemon Brightshore really was liking Ning more and more. Now that Ning had an invulnerable form, killing him would be no easy feat at all. It was entirely possible that Ning would survive Jadefire Realm after all. But of course, hegemon Brightshore had no idea that Ning had already taken partial control over the formation diagram of the Jadefire Realm. Hegemon Brightshore, thank goodness you made it in time, Ning said. Hegemon Winterflame glanced coldly at Ning, then gave hegemon Brightshore a look as well. You might be able to hide for a time, but you won't be able to hide forever. You won't be able to dodge me within Jadefire Realm. Swoosh. Hegemon Winterflame turned and moved to depart. Indeed, hegemon Winterflame. We'll meet again in the Jadefire Realm, Ning called out to him. Quite arrogant. Very well then, we'll meet again in the Jadefire Realm. Hegemon Winterflame's voice was filled with cold malice as he tore through spacetime and departed. Ning silently watched as hegemon Winterflame departed. Something wrong? Hegemon Brightshore walked over. Since hegemon Winterflame has appeared, that means the second batch of hegemons and emperors should have arrived, Ning said softly. The first batch held 8 hegemons, how many would the second hold? Given how many hegemons were present, would he really be able to use the flaming passageways to stop them? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 17, Divining Danger. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 17, Divining Danger. More and more hegemons are arriving from the other realm verses. Hegemon Brightshore looked at Ning. Dark North, have you come up with a plan to deal with them? Yes. Ning nodded. Let's go, then. Accompany me back to the Brightshore Kingdom, hegemon Brightshore said. Ning didn't decline. This time, hegemon Winterflame attacked, next time, it might be an even more shameless hegemon. In the end, his avatar was just much too weak. Without the Dark North swords, his avatar was nearly on par with Archon Silks now. This was why he had been so easily forced to reveal his invulnerable form. A hegemon who was willing to pay an extremely high price would be able to kill his avatar. To reside in the Brightshore Kingdom would be the safest decision. Re20-Vol28. A spacetime tear appeared in the starry cosmos, followed by hegemon Brightshore leading Ning into the tear and disappearing without a trace. The Terror Star Sea. The Jade Fire Realm. Whoosh! 7 figures flew into the giant vortex of flames and entered the Jade Fire Realm. These 7 figures belonged to the 7 hegemons and emperors who had accompanied hegemon Winterflame on this journey to the Flame Dragon Realmverse. Hegemon Blackwood, what should we do next? Should we enter separately? A gaudily violet-robed man spoke out. Brother Blackwood? The alien hegemon, a large and muscular man, spoke out as well. Only 3 of the 7 were hegemons. Clearly, they all cared quite a bit about hegemon Blackwood's views. This was because hegemon Blackwood was a hegemon who was extremely skilled in the divination arts of numerancy. Although he was much weaker in numerancy when compared to Emperor Waveshift, he had still reached a level where he could be considered number 1 in the Tao of numerancy amongst those who still resided in the 16 Realmverses Alliance. As for Emperor Waveshift himself, he had long ago disappeared to parts unknown. He was doted on and shown great favor by many other verse lords and other major powers, all of whom treated him with tremendous friendliness. Generally speaking, everyone wished to befriend a major power of the Tao of numerancy. No one was willing to offend such a figure. If you wished to try and kill him, he'd be able to divine it and flee before you even arrived. Conversely, if you encountered certain dangers or troubles, you might need him to assist you in a bit of numerancy divination. Let me give it a try, the bearded hegemon Blackwood said, adjusting the 8 azure wooden planks on his back. However, as you all know, this struggle over the realmship involves numerous hegemons as well as Sith relics. To apply numerancy to it shall be extremely difficult. I tried on the way over but failed each time. Now that we've already entered the Jade Fire realm, perhaps I shall succeed. The closer they were to reality, the easier numerancy was to engage in. The other 6 figures didn't dare to intervene. They watched as hegemon Blackwood stood there, eyes closed as the 8 azure wooden planks flew out from behind his back and surrounded him. They levitated there, circling around him non-stop and circulating with azure light. Countless runes appeared on their surfaces as an invisible ripple of power spread out. In the blink of an eye, a full hour had gone by. Hegemon Blackwood frowned as he opened his eyes. Brother Blackwood? The alien hegemon immediately asked. How did it go? The violet-robed hegemon asked as well. Don't be impatient, hegemon Blackwood said. Follow me into one of those flaming passageways. Remember, we're going to stand in front of the passageway. We're not going to actually go inside. As he spoke, he flew over towards a passageway. The other 6 figures hurriedly followed from behind. They soon reached the nearest passageway, where they all came to a halt. None of you are to disturb me, hegemon Blackwood instructed. He then sat down in the lotus position and began to calmly focus his entire mind on numerancy. The 8 pieces of azure wood continuously swiveled around him, sometimes slow and sometimes fast, carrying a strange cadence to them. As soon as hegemon Blackwood and the others appeared, Ning was immediately made aware of it. He watched these hegemons closely from afar. Not good. They are moving together. Wait, why are they pausing at the entrance without going any deeper inside? Ning was puzzled. To merely be at the entranceway meant they could retreat whenever they chose. Ning's control over the flaming passageways wouldn't give him any power of them. Hegemon Blackwood spent a total of 3 years engaging in numerancy. His face was rather ashen as he finally opened his eyes, an exhausted look in his gaze. Blackwood? The other 6 looked at hegemon Blackwood, with the violet-robed hegemon calling out to him. The dangers of the Jade Fire realm primarily reside within the prison regions and the flaming passageways. So long as we avoid the prison region, we won't be in any danger, hegemon Blackwood said. Thus, the main things for us to be concerned about are the flaming passageways. After physically entering one of them, my divinations became a bit clearer than before. There are many invisible forces disrupting my numerancy, and those disruptions are extremely strong. What Hegemon Blackwood didn't know was that Ning trained in the Omega Sword Dao. Divining anything which was related to Ning in any way was guaranteed to be a ridiculously difficult task. Given how many hegemons were involved as well as the Sith ruins known as the Jadefire Realm, those who didn't have nigh-perfect mastery over the Tao of numerancy wouldn't be able to see anything clearly at all. So what's the conclusion? The alien hegemon immediately asked. This is going to be extremely dangerous, Hegemon Blackwood said softly. I feel as though we are heading into a world of mist. Right now, I can only come to one vague conclusion: only if we stay together will we have a chance at being safe. Once we separate, we could very well die. What? Very well die? As terrifying as that? The other 6 were all shocked. Based on what they knew of this place, the Jadefire Realm was once deadly but had now fallen into disrepair. It also had no one in control of it, which meant that it shouldn't be nearly as dangerous as it once was. To hegemons and extremely powerful emperors, it shouldn't pose much of a threat. If we separate, we might be safe, but we might also die, Hegemon Blackwood explained. But if we stay together, there will be almost no danger at all. Go ahead and decide, should we move together or separately? If you agree to travel alongside me, I'll accompany you inside as a group. Otherwise, I'll wait for the next group of hegemons and accompany them instead. Together. Together, of course. The violet-robed hegemon and the others all immediately spoke out in unison. With Emperor Waveshift permanently missing, Hegemon Blackwood was now the #1 expert of the Tao of numerancy in the 16 Realm vs. Alliance. Moving alongside someone like him would be the safest choice. Should we wait for Hegemon Winterflame? An emperor spoke out. Why the hell should we? Traveling alongside him is a disgrace. Let's go. Given the detour he took, he'll be at least 2 centuries behind us, Hegemon Blackwood said calmly. I certainly don't have the patience to wait for him. Hegemon Blackwood was an extremely proud figure, far more prideful than even your average hegemon. He had never held Hegemon Winterflame in any respect. Since Hegemon Blackwood had spoken, no one else argued the matter. Whoosh! The 7 hegemons immediately joined forces to advance through the flaming passageways together, each using their own techniques to keep everyone safe. Space-time techniques, special treasures, secret arts, they were put on full display as they advanced. They actually have chosen to advance as a unit? Previously, Ning had been relaxing with Whitethaw within a flaming passageway inside the Jadefire Realm, sipping some wine from inside his hidden realmship. Now, however, he could no longer relax. Hegemon Blackwood, I didn't expect this many major powers to get involved, or that one of them would be able to divine a correct path of action despite my Tao being that of the Omega Tao, Ning mused. He was on good terms with Tao Lord Badlands and thus knew a bit about the Tao of numerancy. The more variables that were involved, the more difficult the divination would become. Ning trained in an Omega Tao. Each time Tao Lord Badlands tried to engage in numerancy divinations regarding Ning, he saw nothing but blank fogginess. It was extremely difficult. If, for example, an autarch was somehow involved in a matter, most likely not even Emperor Waveshift would be able to divine anything whatsoever. The Tao of numerancy truly is incredible, Ning sighed. If his foes had chosen to travel separately, they would be like meat for his butcher's block. Now that they were moving together, there wasn't much he could do to them. Since Hegemon Blackwood and the others have started to move, it'll be time to draw on my web soon. Ning then pondered for a moment. Wait, not just yet. I'll wait for Hegemon Winterflame to arrive as well. Hegemon Winterflame had sought to use Vast Heaven Palace to threaten Ning. How could Ning let him off the hook? Soon, after roughly 180 or so years, Hegemon Winterflame arrived at the Jadefire Realm. He randomly picked a flaming passageway, then entered it. As he did so, Ning finally put down his wine cup and rose to his feet within his realm ship. The Jade Fire Realm's flaming passageways now have a total of 12 hegemons within them. Ning was able to clearly track the actions and movements of all the hegemons and emperors. Once I move against one of them, I'll be exposed and the rest will be forewarned. Thus, I'll probably only be able to actually capture one of them. Which one should I choose? Ning suddenly grinned. The strongest one, I suppose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 18, Captured. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 18, Captured. If he was going to rely on the flaming passageways and their traps to capture a hegemon, he was going to capture the strongest one. Of the 12 hegemons, the strongest had to be Hegemon Azure Fiend. Damn that slippery Lord Dark North. He must have gained an extremely detailed intelligence report regarding the Jadefire realm, otherwise, how could he have been able to throw me off with these so many times in a row? Hegemon Azure Fiend sat there in the lotus position in the air, 2 rope-type treasures coiling around him. He just quietly sat there, his senses keenly attuned. However, sooner or later, he'll make a mistake, Hegemon Azure Fiend with a cold laugh. The flaming passageways no longer have just the original traps in them, they also have the traps set up by the other hegemons and emperors. One instance of bad luck and he'll hit one of them. My chance will come them. Hegemon Azure Fiend was extremely patient. The fact that he was willing to spend such incredible amounts of time drifting between realm verses on his adventures was testament to his patience. Even if he had to spend 1,000 chaos cycles here in the flaming passageways, he'd still be more than patient enough to do it. Hegemon Azure Fiend's ears twitched slightly. He opened his eyes to stare towards the front, where he soon saw a realm ship carefully advancing through the air. There it is. The realm ship. Hegemon Azure Fiend was delighted. Swoosh! He immediately transformed into a streak of light that shot after Ning. He had spent more than 100,000 years in these flaming passageways, and was already quite familiar with the ones in the area he was in. He knew where the native traps were and where the traps placed by the hegemons were, making it easy for him to chase after his foe. Hegemon Azure Fiend. The occupant of the realm ship seemed to be badly shocked, immediately turning to flee in a different direction. You aren't going anywhere. Hegemon Azure Fiend roared as he chased from behind. The realm ship continued its panicked flight. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud explosion, a large amount of boulders appeared out of nowhere and furiously began to spin and smash against everything within the reach of the trap. Although the realm ship was able to endure the attacks, it was still smashed flying backwards. A perfect opportunity. Hegemon Azure Fiend was overjoyed upon seeing this and immediately chased over. However, the realm ship quickly escaped from the confines of the trap and began to accelerate once more as it fled. The realm ship fled while the hegemon pursued. Hegemon Azure Fiend used his ropes to blaze a path for him, sweeping away all dangers. Although he furiously chased after Ning and felt quite familiar with his surroundings, he still remained quite cautious. This was one of the reasons why he was still alive despite having visited so many dangerous regions in so many realm verses. Perfect. Come closer. Ning smiled merrily as he glanced backwards from within his fleeing realm ship. He knew the exact locations of all passageways, all native mechanisms, and all hegemony-placed traps. When he occasionally activated one of them by mistake, it was nothing more than a pretense. We're arriving up ahead. Ning felt quite eager, because a terrifying trap was not too far away from him. This was one of the most deadly traps located within the endless flaming passageways. The Sith had once used it to trap cultivators, then sent them off to the prison regions. The power of this trap was so great that it could capture a hegemon with ease. Even 2 or 3 hegemons in a group would be caught. However, a larger group of hegemons meant that one hegemon might fall into the trap while the others were still far away, due to them moving at different speeds. That would be troublesome, which was why Ning chose a single target this time. Time to catch a hegemon. Ning felt quite excited. In the past, he never would have dared to even imagine such a thing, but now that he was in control of the flaming passageways he did. Swoosh! The realm ship instantly flew past the dangerous mechanism, which remained unactivated. In recent years, Ning had maintained control over all of the most dangerous mechanisms and kept them in a deactivated state, not allowing them to unleash their full power. This was why the hegemons hadn't encountered any serious problems thus far. The ones that they did see were the ones which had been revealed long ago by others. Don't even think of escaping. Your realm ship is mine. Hegemon Azure Fiend furiously chased from behind, attempting to use his ropes to coil around the realm ship from afar. Alas, Lord Darknorth was simply too fast in escaping. And here we are. Right there. Surrounding by the countless illusions of flaming passageways, Ning's divine power clone had been watching this entire time from above the formation diagram altar. It had watched as two specks of light had progressed through the passageway, the first being the realm ship while the second being Hegemon Azure Fiend. Activate! Ning's divine power clone instantly activated the terrifying mechanism via the formation diagram, causing the power that had been hidden for all these years to suddenly explode forth with terrifying might. Whoosh! Swish! Hegemon Azure Fiend had been chasing after Ning at high speed, and he slammed right into the area of the mechanism. Boom! A strange ripple of dimensional power suddenly appeared. 8 different places in that flaming passageway began to glow with light, which came to form a vast, illusory cage in midair. The void cage completely trapped the charging Hegemon Azure Fiend, who continued to fly forwards only to ram straight into the membrane of the cage. Boom! Hegemon Azure Fiend was sent staggering several steps backwards. What's going on? Hegemon Azure Fiend suddenly turned pale, a look of shock and horror appearing on his face as he scanned his surroundings. He could clearly sense that he had been trapped within a void cage and see the continuously changing and transforming membranes around him. Break! Hegemon Azure Fiend reached out with his right hand, transforming it into a terrifyingly destructive claw that ran towards the void membrane. The void membranes made no sound at all. It simply flexed slightly like a bubble, easily deflecting his power without suffering any damage whatsoever. Hegemon Azure Fiend's heart turned ice cold. He had visited many places and seen many things, and so he instantly realized that even if he was 10 times more powerful than he was right now, he still probably wouldn't be able to defeat this void cage. How could there be a void cage here? This is impossible. I traversed this passageway over 10 times, and I've scouted out this place with my ropes right after the realm ship flew past it. Neither the realm ship nor my ropes activated the trap. Why did it activate as soon as I walked past it? Hegemon Azure Fiend could hardly believe it. And I didn't encounter it in the past either. Why did such a terrifying mechanism suddenly activate without any warning? It had been over 100,000 years. None of the hegemons or emperors had run into any trouble upon entering this place. If there were any particularly deadly traps here, then logically speaking some of the other hegemons and emperors should have been trapped long ago. However, there had been no word from anyone else in the 16 Realm vs. Alliance, which meant that the other emperors were all fine. Why has it suddenly activated now when it wasn't activated previously? Is there someone in control of them now? Hegemon Azure Fiend could think of no other possibilities. Whoosh! The fleeing realm ship suddenly turned and flew back, coming to a halt outside the void cage. 2 figures emerged from the realm ship. One was a white-robed youth with a black sword sheath on his back, while the other was a furry, white-furred Sith protector. Lord Darknorth. Hegemon Azure Fiend stared at the white-robed youth. Hegemon Azure Fiend. This should be our first time actually meeting face to face. Ning smiled. What, Have you come to gloat now that I've fallen into this trap? Hegemon Azure Fiend said coldly. Ning shook his head slowly. No. I've come to rescue you. Rescue me? Hegemon Azure Fiend's face tightened. Right. I'd like to ask you a question. Would you like to live, or would you like to die? Ning smiled as he looked at Hegemon Azure Fiend. These words stunned Hegemon Azure Fiend. He immediately called out in shock, Why you? It was you? The person controlling the mechanisms is you? I thought that some other hegemon or major power was behind this trap. I didn't expect it to be you, you puny little downlord. As soon as he had fallen for the trap, he had calculated that it was most likely for someone to have actively unleashed the mechanism. Otherwise, why would it have remained dormant for so long, ignoring both his ropes and the realm ship but activating when he flew past? It had to be a formation that could be activated or deactivated as needed, which meant there had to be someone controlling it. Oof. What price must I pay to leave this place? Hegemon Azure Fiend stared at Ning, his eyes flickering with cold light. His voice, however, remained quite calm. Simple. Be my retainer. I won't ask for too long, 108,000 chaos cycles will do, Ning said. To a hegemon like yourself, spending 108,000 chaos cycles wandering the outside world is nothing. I, a hegemon, serve you, a downlord, as a retainer? A furious look appeared in Hegemon Azure Fiend's eyes as he growled, Don't you think you are overestimating yourself a bit much? I am indeed nothing more than a mere downlord, but your fate, exalted hegemon, is now under my control. Ning stared intently at Hegemon Azure Fiend. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 19, Death over Submission. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 19, Death over Submission. My fate is in your hands? Hegemon Azure Fiend stared past the void cage imprisoning him. If my guess is correct, this is nothing more than an immaterial cage of barriers. It can at most capture me, not kill me. So long as I continually assault it, I'll be able to deplete its power. I refuse to believe that a single mechanism can give birth to a permanent force cage of such power. Ning nodded slowly. Impressive deductions, hegemon. Your words were correct. If you were to fight back, this void cage wouldn't be sustained for too long. But, didn't you think that the Sith would have taken this into consideration? HRM? Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning. With but a thought, I can create a void link between this cage and the prison regions, Ning explained. I'll send you off to be imprisoned there. You should know just how deadly the Jadefire Realm's prison region is. Hegemon Azure Fiend was a man who had seen many things. He knew that the Sith wouldn't be so foolish as to expect such a void cage to perpetually trap their foes. It was entirely possible that there really was a mechanism by which one could be sent through a void link off into the prison regions. The prison regions? The prisons are rather damaged, and the entire region as a whole has been breached. It isn't nearly as dangerous as it once was. Hegemon Azure Fiend laughed coldly. Given my power, with enough time I should be able to escape. Even if I'm not able to escape immediately, I'll be able to ask other major powers for succor. You won't be able to threaten me. You are wrong. There are differences even amongst prisons. There are 7 central prisons in particular, Ning explained, and although 3 of them have crumbled apart, 4 of them remain in perfect shape. I'll send you into one of those 4. Forget about you, not even other verse lords who are trapped within would stand any chance at escape. Hegemon Azure Fiend's face tightened. He had read the intelligence reports regarding the Jadefire Realm and knew of the 7 central prisons. Given how badly damaged the prison regions were in general, they really wouldn't necessarily be capable of holding back an Otherverse lord. Ning claiming otherwise was probably just a boast, but imprisoning a hegemon was entirely possible. Have you decided? Ning asked. Being my retainer isn't exactly embarrassing. Don't worry, I won't make this public. I'll tell everyone else that the two of us are extremely close friends who have known each other forever, which is why you chose to help me. And who do you think would believe that? Hegemon Azure Fiend said coldly, who in the world would believe that? Everyone knows I came to the Jadefire realm because I want your realmship, and everyone knows the type of person I am. Give up the realmship and instead become friends with you, then going so far as to fight to protect you? Do you really think those hegemons are absolute imbeciles? Even a genuine imbecile would be able to tell that I was forced to become your retainer. Seeing this, Ning frowned. Then what do you propose? Being a retainer for a puny Dowlord like yourself would be the greatest humiliation of my life. There's no way I would accept. Hegemon Azure Fiend shook his head, his words completely uncompromising. Ning felt a bit troubled. He didn't expect that the temperamental Hegemon Azure Fiend would actually care so much about face that he would discard even his life. How about this? 10,000 chaos cycles. Ning said. Hegemon Azure Fiend shook his head. Ning's gaze grew cold. 1,000 chaos cycles. This is my last offer. I only need you to serve me for 1,000 chaos cycles. To a hegemon like yourself, this is an extremely brief period of time. I've already shown mercy to you, considering that you came to try and steal my treasures. If you refuse even my offer of 1,000 chaos cycles, In truth, 1,000 chaos cycles really was the final offer Ning was willing to make. This was because his primal twin was consistently using the Autarchus Stone Dais within the Azure Flower Estate while under the effects of 100x temporal acceleration. Thus, 1,000 chaos cycles for his true body would become equivalent to over 100,000 chaos cycles for his primal twin, or in other words, time for the downmerge. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed in his downmerge, Hegemon Azure Fiend would no longer be of much use. Give me an answer. Ning looked at him. Hegemon Azure Fiend could sense the killing intentions rise in the Dowlord before him, but this only caused him to laugh. Ha! I never thought that I, Azure Fiend, would be put in such dire straits by a Dowlord. I, Azure Fiend, have roamed for countless ages and have lived for countless years. I've killed as I pleased and plundered as I pleased. Lower my head before a puny Dowlord and become his retainer? I'd rather die. Hegemon Azure Fiend glared at Ning. Plus, you aren't even capable of killing me. Go ahead and lock me up. Go ahead and send me into the most central prisons within the Jadefire realm. When the time comes, I'll pay an incredible price to Realms Lord Windgrace and have him personally use the Black Sun to attack the prison and break me out. Ning's face tightened. Realms Lord Windgrace? The Black Sun was a truly terrifying weapon the Sith had left behind from the Dawn War. Normally, it could be used to briefly create space-time conduit that allowed for instantaneous travel to incredibly distant places, but it also had more savage abilities. It could be used to attack. Once the accumulated energies were unleashed via the Black Sun, the power would be so great that even Otherverse Lords might perish before it. Realms Lord Windgrace was both an Otherverse Lord and in charge of the Black Sun. Thus, he possessed a transcendent status even amongst his peers in the Chaosverse. The foundation of the Jadefire realm had already been wrecked, causing it to be dramatically weakened, whereas the Black Sun was undamaged. If Realms Lord Windgrace really did come, he'd probably be capable of breaching the core jails and rescuing Hegemon Azure Fiend. I hear that the price needed to establish a space-time conduit via the Black Sun is absolutely enormous, Ning said. None of the hegemons or emperors chose to make such a request in order to have a better chance at the realmship. To have Realms Lord Windgrace come here in person and use the Black Sun to breach a core prison to rescue you is probably going to cost even more than just creating a space-time conduit. Are you sure you can pay such a price? I cannot. Hegemon Azure Fiend's gaze was cold while his voice was growling, but I'd be willing to serve him as a servant in recompense. As a servant? Ning laughed. You'd rather be a servant to Realm's Lord Windgrace than be a retainer for a mere 1,000 chaos cycles to a Dowlord like myself. It makes sense. Realm's Lord Windgrace is an exalted figure, while I'm nothing but a mere Dowlord. But Azure Fiend, are you sure he even needs a servant like you? If he doesn't want a servant like me, then in the future I'll wander through other dangerous regions to acquire treasures and slowly repay him, Hegemon Azure Fiend said. Based on my understanding of his temperament, he should probably accept such an offer. Even if he really isn't willing to come rescue me, I'd rather remain trapped here within the prisons. Once the Yin-Yang Samsara wheels reach this place, you'll perish, Ning said. If I die, I die. I, Azure Fiend, have roamed the Chaosverse and have seen everything there is to see. Although I do not welcome death, I welcome humiliation even less. Dowlords are as puny as meaningless as ants. How dare one of you even think to have me, Azure Fiend, serve you as a retainer? Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning mockingly. Laughable. Laughable. Ning stared at the icy-faced Hegemon Azure Fiend from outside the cage. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. His greatest worry had never been whether or not he would be able to capture a Hegemon. His greatest worry was, would he be able to convince the Hegemon to submit? You called me as weak as an ant? Ning said. Do you really look down on Dowlords that much? What, do you think you are strong? All you could do was to trick and trap me thanks to your control over a few mechanisms. If it wasn't for the terrifying traps the Sith left behind in the Jadefire realm, do you think you really would have the chance to boast like this before me? I'd crush you into dust with one claw. Hegemon Azure Fiend's eyes glowed with savage light. All you can do is hide outside the cage and brag from a position of safety. How laughable. Ning shook his head. You underestimate Dowlords too much. Oh? I heard you managed to force Archon Silks now into committing suicide, right? You probably trapped him in another one of these mechanisms. Hegemon Azure Fiend truly was filled with rage towards the Dowlord before him. This puny Dowlord was insulting him from outside the cage. How long had it been since a Dowlord had ever dared to behave like this before him? How about this, Azure Fiend? Let's have a little bet, Ning said. A bet? Azure Fiend looked at Ning. What bet? I'll enter the void cage and have a fight against you, Ning said. I'll rely on my own real power to fight against you, and I'll give you an hour. If you cannot beat me in that hour, you'll have lost. You'll have to accept the results of our wager and become my retainer, You are willing to come inside to spar against me? Hegemon Azure Fiend's eyes lit up. He had been thoroughly infuriated ages ago, but the void cage made it so that he wasn't able to injure Ning in the slightest. That was the only reason why he had managed to hold on to his temper and waste so much time talking instead. Now, upon hearing that this puny Dowlord was being so reckless and foolish as to come on inside, he was instantly delighted. Fine, I'll take that bet. But I don't need an hour. Just stand in front of me and rely on your own power to survive for 10 seconds. Do that, and you'll have one. Hegemon Azure Fiend's eyes turned red with bloodlust. He truly did not believe that an exalted Hegemon like him, highly ranked even amongst other Hegemons, would be unable to annihilate a puny Dowlord like Dark North. Agreed. No backing out? Ning said. I'd rather die than break my word. Just don't regret dying by my hands, you brat. Hegemon Azure Fiend licked his lips, his eyes flashing with bloodlight. Whoosh. With a flicker, Ning flew past the invisible walls and inside the void cage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 20, Ning battles Hegemon Azure Fiend. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 20, Ning battles Hegemon Azure Fiend. Hegemon Azure Fiend was slightly startled when he saw Ning head straight inside the void cage. His lips parted into a strange smile. Lord Darknorth, I originally had rather looked down upon you. You merely caught me thanks to these traps, but you dared to request for me to serve you as your retainer. Now, however, I feel a hint of admiration towards you. At least you have the courage to head straight into this void cage. Thank you for your praise, Ning said with a laugh. Soon, Azure Fiend, you'll know that I have power to go with my courage. You might have courage, but it is foolish courage. Hegemon Azurephian's face turned icy once more as he said solemnly, Kid, are you ready? Once you are prepared, I'm going to make my move. Given his pride, Hegemon Azure Fiend felt absolute confidence in his own superiority. There was no way he would lower himself to launch a sneak attack. He was going to crush Lord Darknorth with overwhelming, straightforward power. The void cage wasn't all that large, just 300 meters or so in diameter. Ning and Azure Fiend stood within it, staring at each other in midair. You can make your move whenever you please. Ning's body flickered as he manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, all 6 Northbow swords flying into his hands. Before we begin, we need to make the stakes clear, Hegemon Azure Fiend said. You have to rely on your own strength to battle against me. If I cannot beat you in 10 breaths, I lose. If I lose, I'll be your retainer and follow you for 1,000 chaos cycles. But if I win? If you win, I'll be dead. Once I die, this mechanism will dissipate, Ning said. Hegemon Azure Fiend blinked, then smirked. Good. At first, he had an extremely poor impression of Ning, but now it began to improve. At least the kid was straightforward. Use your most powerful attacks against me. Go ahead. If I attacked first, you probably wouldn't have a chance to show your abilities off. Hegemon Azure Fiend stood there, his posture stately and his aura reserved. Very well. Ning stared at his opponent. Hegemon Azure Fiend was covered with azure scales. He looked like a skinny old man, and his body seemed wizen and weak, but he was in truth a breathtakingly savage chaos godbeast who had reached hegemony. He was probably close to even Hegemon Brightshore in power and was ranked highly even amongst his hegemonic peers. Ning stared fixedly at his opponent, while Hegemon Azure Fiend kept a close watch on Ning's movements as well. Although Hegemon Azure Fiend was supremely confident in his skills, he couldn't afford to lose this battle. Thus, he was going to use all his power and not slacken off in the slightest. Suddenly, whoosh! Ning disappeared without a trace. Where'd he go? Hegemon Azurephian's face changed. He swept the entire void cage with his god sense, but it was as though Lord Darknorth had completely disappeared. Not even god sense could locate him. Although stupefied, Hegemon Azurephian's pride kept him from immediately attacking. He continued to stand there confidently without moving, because he had already promised to let Ning launch the first attack. Boom! 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 The calm region of 300 meters within the void cage was suddenly filled with explosions. 6 Northbow swords appeared out of nowhere, as did Ning. The 6 swords instantly unleashed an utterly shocking amount of power, transforming into sword tsunamis that simultaneously slammed against Hegemon Azure Fiend. 1 struck him on the head, 2 struck him on the back of his knees, 1 struck him on his chest, 1 struck him on his neck, and 1 struck him on his face. Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker. How arrogant. My Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker is my most powerful attack, and its power is close to the hegemonic level. I might not be able to crumble top-grade eternal treasures into dust with this attack, but I'd at least be able to crack them apart. He dares to use his body alone to endure this attack without even trying to block it? He is being far too overconfident. Ning was rather irritated and offended by his opponent's arrogance. The explosions rang out, followed by a stunned look on Hegemon Azurephian's face. He couldn't help but be sent flying backwards by the attack, smashing into the void cage wall behind him and coming to a halt in midair. His body, however, was completely unharmed. Even his face, which had been hit head-on, didn't have the slightest scratch on it. A Dowlord like yourself is actually capable of such power? Hegemon Azure Fiend was born a Chaos God Beast and thus held tremendous advantages in terms of defensive strength. In this regard, he was actually comparable to an Otherverse Lord. He could stand there without moving and allow other hegemons to attack him without suffering any injuries at all. His body had long ago been crystallized and refined to the extreme, and his innate abilities gave it a perfect blend of toughness and suppleness. To injure him was extremely difficult. However, Hegemon Azure Fiend didn't feel the slightest bit smug. All he felt was shock at the power of Ning's sword stances. But, it is now my turn. With a furious bellow, Hegemon Azure Fiend exploded forth as well. Boom! Rings of dimensional power rippled out from around him, spreading out like waves of water that generated tremendously strong pushes that swept out in every direction. This was Hegemon Azure Fiend's secret art, a truly powerful hegemonic secret art known as the Azure Fiend Fiefdom. He had spent countless eons slowly creating and perfecting this secret art. The dimensional rings spread out, seeking to encompass the entire void cage. Break! Ning immediately executed his own secret arts. A pair of golden wings appeared in the air, ensconced by countless arcs of swordlight. Together, they formed the Omega Sword Dao, Yin Yang, and they swept towards the enemy's secret art with incomparable sharpness. Bang! 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 Faced with those strange dimensional ripples, the golden wings and the countless arcs of swordlight began to crumble and break apart. Heartworld, descend! Ning executed his Heartworld projection as well, but he still wasn't able to prevent his secret arts from crumbling. Ning's secret art / Heartworld projection combination was fairly strong amongst emperors, but compared to the fully mastered secret arts of a hegemon like Azure Fiend, he still wasn't able to keep up. A Heartworld projection? Hegemon Azure Fiend glanced at the illusory world which had manifested around him. He was beginning to gain a higher opinion of this Dowlord Dark North kid. Die! Hegemon Azure Fiend waved his right arm, reaching out with his 5 fingers. They stretched out like a giant sun-blotting hand, tearing through all opposition and causing space itself to bend and compress before them. Entire worlds seemed to be born and then instantly destroyed within those fields of compressed space. This was a killer technique which Hegemon Azure Fiend often favored, the end of days. He had no time to waste and thus immediately chose to use his killer attacks. 10 breaths was an extremely long period of time, but Hegemon Azure Fiend had to use all his power to maximize his chances of victory. How terrifying! Ning's face completely paled when he saw this giant hand reach for him. He was unable to dodge, nor was there anywhere he could dodge to. Faced with such a dazzling strike, he had only one option: face it head-on. But this was the very first time he actually engaged a hegemon in a life-and-death battle. Hegemon Azure Fiend, based on the reports Ning had acquired, was most likely stronger than even Hegemon Windrain or Hegemon Netherlily. Only when actually battling a hegemon, however, would one fully understand how terrifying they were. All 6 of Ning's swords moved simultaneously. The sword tsunamis of water began to spin, transforming into whirlpools of water that then became a black spinning vortices of darkness. Ning himself seemed to have transformed into a terrifying black hole that was devouring everything in the surrounding area. Hegemon Azure Fiend himself couldn't help but secretly sigh at how profound Dowlord Dark North's insight into the Dao was. How was it that a Dowlord had reached such heights? Was this why he dared to battle hegemons in solo combat? Slash! The giant hand struck straight against the black hole, and an extremely soft sound could be heard. It sounded much like a bubble being popped. The black hole broke asunder, while the 3-headed, 6-armed Ning was sent flying backwards. He smashed against the walls of the void cage, which trembled slightly and dissipated the force of the attack. However, the counterforce from the collision was enough to cause Ning to stumble a few steps more. Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning in astonishment. He actually blocked it. He wasn't even injured? Ning, however, felt as though his blood was in a state of disarray. His entire body felt numb. Die for me! Hegemon Azure Fiend exploded with fury. There was no way he was going to admit defeat. Whoosh! 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 One giant claw after another struck out toward Ning, creating illusions that they then destroyed with incredible power and speed. Ning had no choice but to defend. In just a single breath's worth of time, Hegemon Azure Fiend had unleashed hundreds of claw attacks, each of which was filled with his maximum power. Ugh! Blood finally sprayed out of Ning's mouth, and even his skin was beginning to turn red. He had been defending furiously against the barrage of attacks, but even just one of them had been enough to throw his internals into a state of disarray. Several hundred in a row was just getting to be too much. What? His divine body still hasn't broken apart? Hegemon Azure Fiend began to grow impatient. Whoosh! His body suddenly transformed. He previously had looked like a skinny, azure-scaled old man, but he now transformed into a great beast. This was a hooved beast with 4 legs which was completely covered in azure scales. His head was triangular-shaped, while his body was sleek and long. The azure scales even covered his long tail, which swayed behind him like a metal whip. This was Hegemon Azure Fiend's true form. He was a chaos god beast. Only when he reverted to his true form would he be able to unleash his true, maximum power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 21, Retainer. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 21, Retainer. Die. Hegemon Azure Fiend's entire body glowed with black light as a terrifying aura of destruction swept out from him. His eyes were cold and unforgiving. This was a terrifyingly deadly Hegemon. This was the true face of the mercurial-tempered Hegemon Azure Fiend. Hegemon Azure Fiend had no intentions of losing, which was why he revealed his true form and unleashed his most powerful, desperation attack. Whoosh! The beast suddenly flew forwards, pouncing towards Ning with claws outstretched. Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of innate terror when faced with this terrifying pair of claw strikes. These claws seemed to contain the power to annihilate all things before them, as if they were the source of destruction itself. They were the source, the very essence of space and matter. This was the most powerful strike Hegemon Azure Fiend had at his disposal, the trump card he had infused all the insights he had gained while wandering the countless realmverses. Even when he battled other hegemons, he rarely displayed this ultimate attack. In battles between hegemons, it was rare for fights to end up being to the death, which meant there was no need to go all out like this. This time, however, was different. This was his most powerful attack, an attack which had fused the Tao of space and the Tao of destruction together in a supremely terrifying attack. Genesis Annihilation. It was an attack executed with his true body. Clang! Although Ning was unable to completely suppress the innate fear which snaked out from his heart, his Tao heart remained calm and he was able to face this strike with all of his power. First, he used his illusory arts. Only then did he use his defensive sword arts. Hegemon Azure Fiend's soul and true soul were both incomparably strong, as was his Tao heart. Ning's illusions were completely incapable of shaking him. Boom! A massive explosion rang out. As Ning blocked the attack, he could sense the terrifying force behind the strike and he instantly understood the principles behind it. The power pervaded countless different spatial continuums, seeping through karma itself. Faced with such a strike, even clones and primal twins would perish. There was no way to hide or avoid an attack like this. I can't block it. Ning instantly exploded into countless streams of liquid water. Invulnerable form. Shadowless form. Since he was unable to attack this attack head-on, he would deflect its power instead. As the saying goes, if you cut water with a blade, the water will continue to flow. The same was true for an invulnerable body, which was constantly changing and mercurial in shape and nature. This was what allowed it to almost perfectly deflect any force applied to it. Archon Silks now was able to perfectly deflect the power of even Hegemon Brightshore with his invulnerable form. Only an absolutely overwhelming disparity in power would be enough to breach someone's invulnerable form. Hegemon Azure Fiend was indeed much stronger than Ning, but he clearly wasn't strong enough to wreck Ning's invulnerable form. Whoosh! Ning transformed into countless streams of water that reformed into a humanoid shape off in the distance. The three-headed, six-armed Ning looked cautiously at his opponent. An invulnerable form? Hegemon Azure Fiend, still in his true form, stared blankly from afar. He just stood there, completely unmoving and not pressing the attack. Ning continued to nervously inspect Hegemon Azure Fiend. Upon seeing that his foe wasn't moving, he couldn't help but call out, "Azure Fiend?" The two battled at extreme speeds. Thus far, they had yet to finish the 10 breaths of battle. I lost. Hegemon Azure Fiend's voice suddenly seemed much older than it had been just a while ago, and a rather dispirited look appeared on his formerly ferocious triangular face. He returned to his skinny, elderly human form, a slightly forlorn look on his face as he said softly, "I didn't expect that my full power strike would only be enough to force you to reveal an invulnerable form. Based on what I know, you've only trained for an extremely short period of time and have focused exclusively on the Tao of the Sword. I never would have thought that a Tao Lord who focused on the Tao of the Sword would be able to acquire an invulnerable form. I lost. I have nothing more to say." As soon as Ning had revealed his invulnerable form, Hegemon Azure Fiend had realized that it would be impossible for him to slay Ning. Ning had already reached a level of power which was on par with that of the Supreme Emperors, who were just barely weaker than the Hegemons themselves. Aside from the 12 Hegemons, there had been 14 Supreme Emperors who had come to the Jadefire realm. Most of them were on the levels of Emperor Goldisle and the other leaders of the Tao Alliance. They might not be able to defeat Hegemons, but Hegemons were not capable of killing them. When Hegemon Azure Fiend had first seen Ning's power, he hadn't been dispirited. This was because he felt that Ning must have focused on the Tao of the Sword. Given how briefly he had trained for, Ning shouldn't have an invulnerable form. Now, however, Ning had actually revealed an invulnerable form. That meant that there was no chance that Hegemon Azure Fiend, would be able to actually kill Ning. Can you tell me how it is that you, a Tao Lord, have reached such power? You clearly train in the Tao of the Sword. Why is it that you have an invulnerable form? Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning. At least let me understand why I lost. I am indeed just a Tao Lord, but my Tao is that of the Omega Sword Tao, Ning explained. Omega Sword Tao? Hegemon Azure Fiend was puzzled. He didn't understand. There are differences amongst Taos. Some Tao Lords have chosen the most common of Taos. Ning didn't hide anything, telling Azure Fiend about the truth of the Omega Tao. In truth, Ning wasn't the only person in the vast Chaosverse who had developed an Omega Tao. Despite that, there were very, very few who had reached such heights. Although on occasion a Tao Lord would be able to accomplish this, they would quickly fail their Tao merges and die. Their lifespans were all extremely short, and so very few even knew about them. The vast majority of Hegemons had never even heard of Omega Taos. So that's how it is. Everyone knows that there are differences amongst Taos, but I never would have imagined that the highest level Tao is that of the Omega Tao. But all this time, I've been puzzled as to why a Tao Lord of the fourth step like yourself would have reached such heights in the Tao of the Sword. You might not be at the Hegemon level, but you are just half a step beneath that level. Now, I finally understand. So it is because of your superior Tao, your Omega Sword Tao. Hegemon Azure Fiend laughed, and his laughter caused Ning to feel shocked. Something wrong? Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning. You look a lot nicer when you laugh. Why do you usually keep such an icy look on your face? Ning asked. Hegemon Azurfian's face instantly turned icy once more. Don't get cocky with me, boy. Your Omega Sword Dao isn't bad, and you are pretty strong. Per our wager, I'll be your retainer, but only for 1,000 chaos cycles. I'll have to trouble you to help me out in the future, brother Azure Fiend. Ning smiled. Hegemon Azure Fiend let out a cold snort, then said, "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. When you trapped me in the void cage and yammered about making me your retainer, I was so pissed off that I immediately told everyone about how you caught me. All of the hegemons and emperors from the 16 Realm vs. Alliance are probably aware that you are in control of the flaming passageways by now. That means you won't be able to use this trap a second time." Ning chuckled. That actually went without saying. A short while ago, all of the hegemons and emperors inside the flaming passageways stopped moving and no longer dared to enter other ones. I immediately knew that you probably had spread the word to them. But it is of no consequence. For you to become my retainer, brother Azure Fiend, means that it was all worth it. Hegemon Azure Fiend was instantly irritated again. He couldn't even gain a verbal advantage over Dark North. This Dao Lord really was a pain in the ass. Still, Hegemon Azure Fiend couldn't help but secretly chuckle as well. He was no longer feeling quite as upset and stifled as he was earlier. Previously, he had felt enraged primarily because he felt as though he was being insulted. Now that Ning had revealed his true power, Hegemon Azure Fiend had lost his wager. There was nothing more for him to complain about. Finding out that Ning walked the path of the Omega Sword Dao had actually resulted in him feeling some admiration towards Ning. He had lost his bet, and so he would temporarily become the retainer to a Dao Lord who walked the path of an Omega Dao. This wasn't so bad. Dazzling Dao Lords like on this caliber were even rarer than hegemons, after all. Go ahead and give me an oath to swear, Hegemon Azure Fiend said. Hurry up and set up an oath. After swearing it, I'll be your retainer for the next 1,000 chaos cycles. Very well. Ning felt a surge of joy in his heart. What? Dao Lord Dark North is actually in control of the mechanisms and traps inside the flaming passageways of the Jadefire realm? Hegemon Azure Fiend fell into one of them? Hegemon Dawn Ruler, Hegemon Everworry, Hegemon Old Gem, Hegemon Blackwood, Hegemon Winterflame, all of the hegemons and the many emperors were all scared silly by this. No wonder we weren't able to capture him despite spending so much time here. He's actually secretly in control of the flaming passageways? Is this information real? Is it perhaps a deception? The hegemons and emperors all had their own responses to this information. The 16 Realm vs. Alliance, however, was in a state of absolute bedlam. An entire host of hegemons and emperors had charged into the Jadefire realm to capture Dao Lord Dark North. Everyone felt certain that he was nothing more than a fish for the fishermen to catch. Who would have thought that he was actually a sea monster in disguise? Now that he revealed his fangs and his claws, he stunned all 16 of the realm verses. If he was in control of the flaming passageways, didn't that mean that the hegemons and emperors inside the flaming passageways were in serious trouble? I know what type of person Hegemon Azure Fiend is. Although he's temperamental, he's extremely proud. There's no way he'd make up a lie like this. Be careful, everyone. Stay right where you are and don't move. So long as we don't move around, Dao Lord Dark North won't be able to use those mechanisms against us. Are we supposed to just sit here forever without moving? The major powers were all connected to the 16 Realm vs. Alliance in their own ways. They were naturally able to send messages to each other as well. Suddenly, greetings, hegemons and emperors, a booming voice suddenly rang out through every single one of the countless flaming passageways. Ning's divine power clone had sent its immortal energy into the formation diagram, causing his voice to echo through every part of every passageway. The faces of the hegemons and emperors inside the flaming passageway all tightened when they heard this voice. I'm Dao Lord Dark North, the person all of you have come here to kill. Ning's voice echoed sonorously through every inch of the flaming passageways. In the past, no feuds or grudges existed between us, and I never wished to be your enemies. However, all of you have traveled all the way here from your respective realmverses, delving into the Jadefire realm to kill me and seize my treasures. Am I supposed to just let this slide, gentlemen? Everyone in the outside world would say that I, Lord Darknorth, am a spineless pushover. Gentlemen, what do you view as being the best solution to this? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 22, Price. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 22, Price. The hegemons and emperors were scattered throughout the various flaming passageways. They were all able to hear what Ning said, but none of them were in a rush to respond. Instead, they began to use their primal twins, avatars, retainers, and various communication methods back in the 16 Realmverses Alliance to discuss this matter amongst themselves. I heard Lord Darknorth's voice. He seems to be threatening us. I heard it as well. Right, I also heard him. We were all able to hear him. It seems as though Lord Darknorth's voice has permeated every single part of the flaming passageways. This is proof that he does indeed exercise control over the flaming passageways, but... Everyone, what do you think we should do? The flaming passageways are filled with such danger that even Hegemon Azure Fiend was trapped. Any of us might fall as well. The only thing we can do seems to be stay where we are and not move at all. Are we supposed to just bend over and admit defeat? Don't worry. We have so many hegemons here, while Darknorth is nothing more than a single Lord. He won't dare to go too far. The hegemons and emperors continued to discuss this matter amongst themselves. Ning's voice continued to echo through the flaming passageways. Hegemons and emperors, by now you should have already verified that I'm telling the truth. Then what do you wish of us? Go ahead and tell us what you want. The hegemons and emperors were all able to maintain their composure. They were all powerful lords and rulers in their own rights, after all. I, Lord Darknorth, am not the wild and unbridled sort. Ning's laughter rang out within the ears of every single hegemon and emperor. I won't ask for too much. You've come here to kill me and take my treasures, and I hear that you all came via realmship. I imagine you already paid quite a price just to make it here. All you need to do is pay me the same price you paid to travel to the Flamedragon Realmverse, and I'll permit you all to leave. This bit of price might pain you a bit, but it's not too excessive. If you are willing to pay the price, I'll immediately let you leave. If you are unwilling to pay any price whatsoever, well, then there'll be nothing I can do. I can't just let you leave like this. I, Lord Darknorth, am not someone to be abused by others without repercussion. Ning's voice echoed throughout every part of the flaming passageways. This was a request which Ning had put quite a bit of thought into. Hegemon Azure Fiend had already publicly revealed Ning's abilities, making it so that all the hegemons and emperors would be on their guard. Some would even be temporarily immobilized, making it impossible for Ning to attack them for now. If pushed too hard, they could simply pay the price needed to ask Realms Lord Windgrace to come over and rescue them one by one. Oof. Lord Darknorth. I'm impressed that a trifling Lord like yourself was able to control the flaming passageways. However, now that we already know what you are capable of, you are no longer a threat to us. Hegemon Dawnruler stood in the air within a flaming passageway. If you are wise, you would immediately swear a lifeblood oath not to act against us and let us leave safely. That way, it can even be said that we are on friendly terms with each other. Otherwise, if you choose to antagonize all these hegemons and emperors, the repercussions shall be far beyond what a trifling Lord like yourself can endure. Lord Darknorth, you might be forgetting something. Hegemon Winterflame said in a cold voice, only part of the hegemons and emperors are trapped within the flaming passageway. A large number have yet to arrive. Once they do get here, they will travel together and work together. There's no way the flaming passageways will be able to withstand the combined might of that many hegemons and emperors working in concert. They'll be able to rescue all of us with ease, and you'll be faced with over 20 hegemons and many emperors working together to hunt you down. You won't even have a place to run. Even the flaming passageways of the Jadefire realm will probably be rent asunder once more. Lord Darknorth, you should know your own limits. Trying to threaten all of us hegemons and emperors at the same time? You really are quite bold at that. Quite a few of the hegemons and emperors began to speak out. Clearly, they were unwilling to bow their heads before a Lord. If they were on their own and had been captured, they probably would have lowered their heads, admitted defeat, and then handed over some treasures. But given how many of them were trapped here together, they felt certain that Lord Darknorth wouldn't dare to offend them. Gentlemen, you came for me and are now trapped in the flaming passageways that I control. I need but nod and all of you can depart safely, but you aren't willing to pay any price at all for that? Do you really think that I'm someone you can so easily mistreat? Humph, very well, then. I'll meet you all one by one. Ning fell silent, having nothing further to say. Another part of the flaming passageways. Ning and Hegemon Azure Fiend were seated together within Ning's realmship, drinking some wine together. Not bad. Hegemon Azure Fiend took a sniff of the wine in his glass, a relaxed look on his face. He then took a single small sip. How'd it go? Didn't work, did it? Hegemon Azure Fiend smirked. They are all tough old bastards. They weren't willing to pay any price at all. Ning drank some wine, a cold light flashing through his eyes. It seems I've been too nice to them. They really do think I'm a pushover. So you finally thought it through, eh? Hegemon Azure Fiend lidded his eyes as he continued to drink the wine. Ning glanced at Azure Fiend. The skinny, shriveled old man looked so vulgar and obscene as he enjoyed his wine, but he was actually an incredibly powerful Chaos God Beast Hegemon who was close to Hegemon Brightshore in power. Still, Ning was in a superb mood. Now that Azure Fiend was his retainer, it would be much easier for him to deal with Archon Silksnow's final act of revenge. Let's go and meet with them. Let's visit Hegemon Dawnruler first, Ning said. Swoosh. The realmship transformed into a streak of light that advanced through the flaming passageways, darting through the winding paths at incredible speeds without encountering any mechanisms at all. I never would have imagined that one would be able to travel through these flaming passageways in such a smooth, unimpeded fashion. We didn't run into any problems at all. Hegemon Azure Fiend stared at the outside, then sighed. When I was chasing after you, it appears you intentionally ran into a few traps. I was quite excited when I saw it, back then. It appears you were playing with me the entire time. I had no choice. I wasn't strong enough to deal with you head-on, and so I had to play a few tricks with my control over the flaming passageways. Now that I'm strong enough, there's no need for me to continue to play hide-and-seek. Ning sighed. With you here, Brother Azure Fiend, I can finally bring a true end to this matter. Hegemon Azure Fiend nodded in a self-satisfied manner, showing not 1 ounce of humility. Now that I am your retainer, once word spreads, the hegemons and emperors will all be dissuaded from even harboring designs on your realmship. If a hegemon held a realmship, the other hegemons wouldn't think to try and take it. This was because killing a hegemon was simply far too difficult. Generally speaking, it would take either an Otherverse Lord or an entire host of hegemons working together to accomplish such a feat. Kill a hegemon who had a realmship? That would be even more difficult. Here we are. Ning stared towards the front. Ah, that's Dawnruler. Azure Fiend grinned as he glanced towards the front as well. That old fellow has always been quite proud. Ning relaxed a bit upon seeing this. He was worried that Hegemon Azure Fiend would care so much about his face that he wouldn't cooperate. Ning's worry was that even after becoming his retainer, Hegemon Azure Fiend would feel embarrassed upon encountering other hegemons, that he would feel a bit uncomfortable and out of sorts. This was something Ning didn't wish to see. In truth, however, as a hegemon, Azure Fiend had an incredibly powerful Dao heart. Since he had already come to a decision, he was going to accept it with a calm heart. "Come, let us go out," Azure Fiend said. "Let's go." Ning rose to his feet as well. Ning, Azure Fiend, and White Thaw simultaneously flew out of the realm ship. A golden-robed elder with 3 eyes was standing there, a solemn look on his face as he stared at the halted realm ship. Hegemon Dawnruler was an extremely inflexible, grim, and dominating hegemon. This was why he had immediately led the other hegemons in immediately refusing Ning's request for a price to be paid. Hegemon Dawnruler frowned slightly when he saw 3 figures fly towards him from afar. Ning and Azure Fiend were shoulder to shoulder, while White Thaw was slightly behind Ning. "Azure Fiend?" Hegemon Dawnruler frowned as he spoke. "Dawnruler." Hegemon Azure Fiend said, "You already know the request which Dark North has made. I urge you to be a good boy and accept it. That way, you'll be able to leave safely and without any problems." "You are speaking on his behalf?" Hegemon Dawnruler frowned, completely mystified. "Is this the price he demanded of you? Based on my understanding of you, there's no way you would have agreed to the demands of a Dao Lord." "I've already sworn a lifeblood oath to become Dao Lord Dark North's retainer," Hegemon Azure Fiend said. "As his retainer, I naturally must assist him wholeheartedly." "Why you?" Hegemon Dawnruler's 3rd eye bulged out in disbelief. He had been alive for countless eons, but he had never even heard of such a thing. He stared at Hegemon Azure Fiend in disbelief. "Azure Fiend, you are a hegemon, but you've become a retainer to a trifling Dao Lord?" Once word of this spread, it would undoubtedly cause an enormous stir in all the 16 Realmverses alliance. In fact, word might spread to even more distant Realmverses and other verses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 23, Word Spreads. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 23, Word Spreads. This was completely and utterly unheard of. Hegemons stood at the very apex of every realmverse and every other verse. An exalted hegemon serve as a retainer to a Dao Lord? What sort of a joke was this? Everyone felt as though this was an absolute joke which simply wasn't conceivable. "Your 3rd eye is about to pop out from all the bulging," Hegemon Azure Fiend said with a frown. "What's there to be surprised about? Dark North is extremely strong, second only to hegemons in power. I had a wager with him, and I lost. I, Azure Fiend, am not the sort to welch on my bets. I lost and so I will pay my debt. I have willingly joined Dark North as his retainer." "Why you?" Hegemon Dawnruler was completely stunned by Hegemon Azure Fiend's words. "Any other questions?" Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Dawnruler. "Impressive. Quite impressive." Hegemon Dawnruler shook his head. "Brother Azure Fiend, I'm impressed by your tolerance levels. Cut the crap. Now that I am Dao Lord Dark North's retainer, none of the hegemons or emperors heading this way will have any chance of taking the realm ship from him. They probably won't even come," Azure Fiend said. "Dark North didn't ask for all that much from you, and he hasn't put any of you in any actual life-threatening danger at all. Even if you went to ask Realms Lord Windgrace to help out, given his personality, he probably wouldn't intervene over such a minor matter and come help you out. So, just go ahead and pay the price for freedom. Otherwise, you can just keep sitting here." Azure Fiend looked at Dawnruler, who was silent. Dawnruler knew that Azure Fiend's words made a lot of sense. Azure Fiend himself was a hegemon, he understood hegemonic thought processes quite clearly. Realms Lord Windgrace was such a transcendental figure that he didn't get involved in any power squabbles at all. He would only intervene in situations which were truly lethal for the local hegemons. There was no way he would come here just because Ning was asking these hegemons and emperors for a few treasures. Dark North isn't asking for that much either. The combined amount from all of you hegemons and emperors is probably comparable to just the net worth of one or two hegemons, Hegemon Azure Fiend said calmly. There's no way Realm's Lord Windgrace would be so shameless as to come here for such a small amount of treasure. Ugh. Enough, Azure Fiend. I'll accept the conditions. Hegemon Dawnruler looked at Hegemon Azure Fiend, then shook his head. The price we are paying is nothing. You, however, are the unluckiest bastard out of all of us. If there's anything you need me to help you out with, just say the word. Don't even start. Hegemon Azure Fiend's eyes flashed with cold light. He was an incredibly proud figure who had wandered through countless places. Hegemon Dawnruler's intentional show of pity had rather angered Azure Fiend. Alright. Calm down. My mistake, Hegemon Dawnruler said hurriedly. But when he looked at Azure Fiend, he couldn't help but continue to sigh secretly. An exalted Hegemon serve as a retainer for a Tao Lord? Word of this would quickly spread with wildfire speed. The Hegemons would all spread this shocking information to their peers, which would then spread even farther away. Hegemon Dawnruler obediently handed over the requisite treasures. Hegemon Woye and Hegemon Fogsun had long ago publicized within the 16 Realm versus Alliance as to what they would need in order to ferry Hegemons via their realm ships. Thus, Ning knew what the price had been. Ning swore a lifeblood oath as well, ensuring that Hegemon Dawnruler would feel at ease. Hegemon Dawnruler's greatest worry was that once he began to move, Ning would suddenly activate a mechanism to trap him. A short while later, Hegemon Old Gem and the Paragon of Swords were staring in astonishment at Ning, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw. Brother Azure Fiend, you've become Tao Lord Dark North's retainer? As the conversation progressed, the two Hegemons turned to stare at Hegemon Azure Fiend in absolute astonishment. What's with all the fuss? Go ask Dawnruler for the details, Azure Fiend barked with a frown. Hurry up. You two are pretty strong, but with me here it'll be quite hard for you to defeat all of the mechanisms and traps present. Fine. We'll pay. Hegemon Old Gem nodded. Impressive, Tao Lord Dark North. The Paragon of Swords glanced at Ning. The two truly were stunned by this. They also understood that with Azure Fiend supporting Ning, there was no way they'd be able to fight through the flaming passageways by themselves. Word quickly spread, causing an utter storm of amazement to sweep through the 16 Realm versus Alliance. Many learned the rough details of what had happened. Hegemon Azure Fiend had been trapped within the flaming passageways, then had lost a bet to Tao Lord Dark North and was thus his retainer for a time. Whoosh! A realm ship had been accumulating power as it was preparing to tear through the Great Dark, but it suddenly came to a halt. Gentlemen! Within the realm ship, Hegemon Fogsun turned to stare at the other 5 Hegemons and the other 6 Emperors. You should have received word as well that Tao Lord Dark North is in control of the flaming passageways of the Jadefire realm. Hegemon Azure Fiend was trapped by him and has now become his retainer. There's no chance that you'll be able to win the realm ship from him. What are you planning to do next? Shall you still go and try your luck? How could something like this have happened? Hegemon Azure Fiend really is a disgrace of a Hegemon. He was so afraid of dying that he chose to go serve a Tao Lord? How preposterous. I feel rather impressed by Azure Fiend. I never would have been able to force myself to bow my head like that. I would have rather died than to swallow such a disgrace. This was what the Hegemons and Emperors were all saying amongst themselves. Although they had all paid a price in treasures to board the realm ship, and although it had all come to naught, they didn't feel too disappointed. This had been a free-for-all amongst many Hegemons and Emperors. After all, only one would succeed while the rest would fail. They had long ago mentally prepared themselves for failure. Thus, it didn't really matter now that they really had ended up empty-handed. However, they couldn't help but sigh with commiseration. Hegemon Azure Fiend was an extremely powerful Hegemon, far more powerful than the vast majority of them, and yet, he had lowered his head to serve a Tao Lord as retainer. Quite a few of them actually began to view Azure Fiend with contempt, feeling that he truly was a shameless craven. "Gentlemen, we need to decide what the next plan of action is," Hegemon Fogsun said. "What else can we do? We've already paid up front. Are you going to refund us our treasures?" "I agree. Brother Fogsun, you should refund us half. We haven't gotten anything out of this visit," the 5 hegemons and 6 emperors all chorused. "Cut the jokes," Hegemon Fogsun said hurriedly. "You were all lucky. If you made it in there, you'd probably be threatened and extorted by Dowlord Darknorth as well. You'd probably end up paying even more." Enough. Brother Fogsun, we're already quite close to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, while you need to take the other hegemons and emperors back from the Flame Dragon Realmverse. How about this? Let's just all head there together and see if there's a chance for us to meet Dowlord Darknorth. All of us are quite curious about him." Curious? A Dowlord who was actually able to convince a hegemon to be his retainer, what an audacious fellow. He succeeded, didn't he? Only because Azure Fiend is a coward who fears death. The hegemons and emperors continued to discuss this amongst themselves. "Very well, then, I'll continue to head towards the Flame Dragon Realmverse." Hegemon Fogsun shook his head inside. "What a pity. This was just my second delivery." There were hegemons and emperors in 2 other realmverses who should have been in the 3rd delivery. "There's no way they are going to pay me nor. Geez, Dowlord Darknorth, why did you have to be so hasty? Why couldn't you have waited until all the hegemons and emperors arrived before making your move? This time, the only ones to come out a winner were yourself, Wuya, and Dowlord Darknorth. Yes, all the rest of us suffered huge losses." The hegemons and emperors continued to drink, chat, and merrymake amongst themselves. Word quickly spread. None of the hegemons and emperors in the 16 Realmverses Alliance harbored any further desires on the realmship. When they had merely found out that Ning was in charge of the flaming passageways, they had still felt hope. After all, Ning would have to hide within the flaming passageways, but a sufficient number of hegemons working together while backed by powerful numerancy would be able to calculate his location and then capture him safely. As they saw it, all they had to do was to stop him in his tracks. An entire host of hegemons and emperors would be able to kill this Dowlord with ease. Now, however, Hegemon Azure Fiend stood by Dowlord Darknorth's side as his retainer. This meant there was now no chance at all for them to win the realmship. Azure Fiend actually became a Dowlord's retainer. No matter how impressive a Dowlord is, he's still just a Dowlord. Azure Fiend is a hegemon. I can't believe what a coward Azure Fiend is. He's willing to do anything so long as he can stay alive. This was what everyone was saying. Emperors felt an intrinsic sort of superiority towards Dowlords. Dowlords simply didn't live long enough, and there was a limit to how strong they could become. Hegemons were supreme amongst emperors, but now, one of them had become a retainer to a Dowlord. Even the likes of Hegemon Brightshore, Hegemon Windrain, and Hegemon Netherlily were stunned by this, despite being very familiar with Ning. As for the emperors of the Flame Dragon Realmverse, they were completely stupefied by these rumors. These rumors spread across the 16 Realmverses Alliance like wildfire, then reached out to spread to even more realmverses. This was considered a fascinating bit of gossip by major powers. As a result, there were now many major powers in distant realmverses who had never visited the Flame Dragon Realmverse but who had heard of a Dowlord named Darknorth, as well as a hegemon named Azure Fiend who had actually chosen to be a Dowlord's retainer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 24, Meeting Winterflame Again. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 24, Meeting Winterflame Again. Ning continued to lead Hegemon Azure Fiend and Protector Whitethaw through the flaming passageways via his realmship, entering negotiations with one trapped hegemon and emperor after another. Each flaming passageway was extremely long, while the hegemons were all scattered in various places. As a result, it would take months to fully sweep through all of them. Oof. Those fools. Hegemon Azure Fiend sat within the realm ship, drinking some wine. A dark look had long ago appeared on his face. All of them are saying that I'm afraid of death. Ugh. Hegemon Azure Fiend didn't even know how he was supposed to refute these rumors. Was he supposed to commit suicide to show that he wasn't afraid of death? That would be truly idiotic. Brother Azure Fiend, why bother with them? Ning smiled. If a dog bites you, are you really going to bite back? Just let them jabber. In truth, Ning felt a bit awkward about all this, because the person Hegemon Azure Fiend was serving as himself. There was no way he could simply give up a hegemonic retainer, and so all he could do was just try and console the hegemon as best he could. Yes, they are nothing more than dogs. I shouldn't waste my time with them. Hegemon Azure Fiend lifted his head up to drink some wine, only to realize that his cup was empty. An awkward look appeared on his face. Clearly, he was so focused on what everyone in the outside world was saying about him that he hadn't even noticed he was out of wine. Seeing this, Ning grinned. Let me fill that up for you. Hegemon Azure Fiend watched as Ning poured the wine. He couldn't help but stroke his pointed, ape-like jaw as he murmured, I've been alive for many years. I don't care about what those weaker cultivators say, but the hegemons who are on par with me. I can't help but care. I've made a fool of myself in front of you, Dark North. My Dao heart still is not strong enough. So long as we are alive, there will be things we care about. Otherwise, we'd be nothing more than zombies. Ning smiled. Caring about face is quite normal. Dark North, there's something I hope you can do for me. Hegemon Azure Fiend looked at Ning. Oh? Tell me what it is. I'll do my absolute best, Ning said immediately. I hope that you will succeed in the Dao merge. Azure Fiend looked at Ning, a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Ning couldn't help but feel slightly stunned by this. If you succeed in the Dao merge, your Omega Dao will ensure that you vastly surpass the level of hegemons. You will reach a level which I cannot even imagine. When that happens, I will only feel proud for having served someone like yourself as a retainer. Ning finally smiled. Thank you for your kind words. I'll absolutely do my best. The Dao merge, in truth, Ning was finally daring to feel a bit of optimism regarding it, primarily because the Autarka's stone dais truly was shockingly effective with regards to meditation. He also had the countless techniques of the Sith and the cultivator civilizations which the Autark had left behind, giving him a much deeper foundation and level of understanding. Once he created 10 Archon-class techniques, he would then gain another treasure the Autark had left behind which would be of tremendous assistance to cultivators partaking in the Dao merge. Thus, although it would be extremely difficult for a Dao Lord of the fourth step to succeed in the Dao merge with an Omega Dao, at least he now had a chance. If he really was able to succeed in the Dao merge, what new heights would he reach? The hegemons and emperors all obediently handed their treasures over. In the end, even the group of hegemons led by the numerancy-focused hegemon Blackwood chose to bow their heads and hand over the treasures. Hegemon Blackwood's divinations had told them that it would be impossible for their group to securely leave this place with Hegemon Azure Fiend causing trouble for them. The hegemons made certain requests of Ning as well. In exchange for handing over their treasures, they all wanted Ning to swear oaths guaranteeing their safety. They wanted to make sure that Ning couldn't suddenly backstab them as they began to leave. Ning, in turn, asked the fleeing hegemons and emperors to swear oaths not to come back in the future for revenge. Both sides swore the relevant oaths. Only then did each feel faith in the other. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had gone by. Just one hegemon left, Ning said. There's one more left? Who? Azure Fiend asked. Winterflame. Ning grinned. Hegemon Winterflame? Azure Fiend nodded slowly. He's an extremely shameless fellow, but he's quite strong. He'll be hard to deal with. Ning sent the realm ship towards the direction of Hegemon Winterflame. While flying over, Azure Fiend suddenly realized that something was wrong. Dark North, why are we going backwards? Aren't we going to meet Winterflame? Yes, we're moving straight towards him right now, Ning said. Winterflame is located at the very end of this passageway, right after that turn in the corridor. What? He's right there? But we went past here earlier. Why didn't we go speak to him and instead moved around him? That was unnecessary. Azure Fiend was puzzled. He didn't really care about having wasted a day or two, but this entire time Ning had swept through the hegemons and emperors using the most direct paths possible. Why had they wasted a day or two on Hegemon Winterflame? Because he's different from the other hegemons and emperors, Ning said coldly. What, is there a feud between the two of you? Hegemon Azure Fiend could sense a hint of anger emanating from Ning. Ning nodded. He once assaulted my avatar and tried to abduct my clan, Vast Heaven Palace, to use its disciples as hostages against me. Winterflame lives up to his reputation. As shameless as ever, I see. Hegemon Azure Fiend let out a cold snort, then frowned. If I had a way to help you get rid of him, I would, but he's a hegemon who can transform into countless flames. So long as his invulnerable flame body is active, my attacks will be of no use against him. We might not be able to kill him, but we can't let him off easily, Ning said. The flaming passageways. The handsome, pale-skinned hegemon Winterflame was frowning slightly, his skin so crystalline that one could see the vessels beneath them. Damn! Lord Darknorth actually managed to reverse the situation. Not only did he take control over the mechanisms in the flaming passageways, he even managed to convince that idiot Azure Fiend to be his retainer. The hegemons and emperors have all given up on fighting for that realm ship. Hegemon Winterflame frowned, his heart filled with resentment. What should I do? What are my options? The flaming passageways are filled with dangers. I can't move at all. Forget it. I'll bow my head and just endure it for now. Escape is the most pressing issue, Hegemon Winterflame mused silently. A pity that Lord Darknorth is going to profit by it. Whoosh! An ancient, rather damaged-looking realm ship suddenly flew towards him from afar. Here they are. Hegemon Winterflame raised his head to stare towards the realm ship. The realm ship came to a halt, and three figures emerged from it. They were Ning, Hegemon Azure Fiend, and Protector Whitethaw. Hegemon Winterflame suppressed his anger and said coldly, Lord Darknorth, you really are quite impressive. All these hegemons came attacking, but in the end you cleared the board. You even convinced one of them to become your retainer. I have to admit some admiration for you. Here are the treasures you requested. I can give them to you, but I need you to swear an oath not to attack me while I leave the Jadefire realm. I must be allowed to leave in peace. Hegemon Winterflame held out a bracelet as he looked at Ning. Hegemon Winterflame. We meet again. Ning finally spoke out in a leisurely voice. Meet again? Hegemon Winterflame was briefly startled before his face went blank and hard. I told you that we'd meet again here in the Jadefire realm. Ning smiled. I've always been a person who keeps his word. I've had you on my mind for quite some time now, ever since you attempted to take away all of Vast Heaven Palace to try and threaten me. Hegemon Winterflame growled, what do you want? The other hegemons only needed to pay a minor figure in treasure, but you are different, Ning said. I won't claim your life. However, if you wish me to let me go, then you must give me all the treasures you are currently carrying. You won't claim my life? As if you could. Hegemon Winterflame was rather angry. In terms of raw power, most likely only other Verse Lords had any chance of slaying him. You can choose to refuse. Ning looked at him. You? Hegemon Winterflame stared hard at Ning. You ask too much. Half. I'll give you half of the countless treasures I've accumulated over the eons. He was legendary for his shamelessness, but it was this very shamelessness that had allowed to build up such a prodigious stockpile of treasures. Either accept my offer or decline it, Ning said coldly. You? Hegemon Winterflame was so furious, his teeth hurt from all the clenching. Still, when he considered his situation, he realized that all the other hegemons and emperors had fled. The Jadefire realm was simply too dangerous. The only person in all the 16 Realm vs. Alliance who would be able to come here to save him was Realms Lord Windgrace. But not only did Realms Lord Windgrace rarely intervene in matters like this, the Realms Lord didn't even like him. The two weren't on very good terms. Fine. Take them. Hegemon Winterflame had a rather savage look on his face as the bracelet in his hand trembled slightly. Clearly, he had just moved many treasures into that bracelet. I already told you. I want all of your treasures. Ning looked at him. The armor that you are wearing and the universe weapon you are wielding, give them to me as well. You even want my armor and my weapon? Hegemon Winterflame's eyes bulged out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 25, Time Flows Like Water, The Three Realms Perish. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 25, Time Flows Like Water, The Three Realms Perish. To cultivators, their weapons and their armor were their most valuable possessions. Generally speaking, when cultivators spoke of trading treasures or handing over treasures, they were excluding the weapons and armor which they normally used. A universe weapon which acknowledged you and was a good fit for you, such a treasure was incredibly hard to find. And how much blood and effort would have to be poured into a suit of lifeblood armor, allowing it to grow over the eons? Other treasures might be valuable, but the loss of them would not have too much of an impact on Hegemon Winterflame's actual level of power. It would have hurt, but he would have bit his tongue and accepted. His weapons and his armor? Once those were lost, his power would dramatically drop. Yes, I want both. Ning looked at him. I want all of your treasures. You must hand over every last drop of Chaos Nectar and every last Chaos Jewel, to say nothing of your universe treasures. Why you? Hegemon Winterflame was absolutely livid. Are you handing them over or not? Ning looked at him. Impossible. How could I give you my armaments? Hegemon Winterflame glared furiously at Ning. I've already lowered my head before you, but you push me too far. Humph, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I can simply sit in this tunnel without moving, and your control over the mechanisms will be of no use to you. There can't be that many which are capable of actually trapping and or killing hegemons. I refuse to believe one of them is right next to me, but there's nothing you can do to me. If push comes to shove, I'll just stay here for 108,000 chaos cycles. Let's see if you'll survive past that date. Hegemon Winterflame glared at Ning. Don't worry. If I fail my downmerge and perish, I'll pass the control techniques over to others and require them to swear oaths to never release you, Ning said with a laugh. Then let us wait and see. Hegemon Winterflame's face was ruddy with rage. Excellent. Honestly, I don't even care about your piddling treasures. Brother Azure Fiend, let's go. Ning turned and immediately walked towards his realm ship. Azure Fiend smirked coldly as he glanced at Winterflame, then joined Whitethaw in walking towards the realm ship. Azure Fiend, you aren't worthy of looking down upon me, you craven. No matter how shameless I am, I, Winterflame, would never lower myself to becoming a retainer to a Downlord, Winterflame said mockingly. Winterflame, by my decree, you shall be trapped here forever until the day you perish. Ning came to a halt, turned and said these words, then entered the realm ship. Let's see if I die first or if you die first. Hegemon Winterflame roared angrily, watching as the three disappeared into the realm ship. Dark North, Winterflame's completely shameless. He's capable of saying anything at all. Don't waste your time with him. Hegemon Azure Fiend smiled coldly. Just enjoy the sight of his perpetual imprisonment. Agreed. Ning nodded. The storm caused by the news that a Dowlord had acquired a realm ship gradually became to calm down. However, the news that a hegemon had actually chosen to serve a Dowlord as a retainer was slowly spread to ever more distant realm verses and other verses. The core of this formation diagram is ridiculously complicated. Ning's divine power clone was still above the altar, carefully analyzing it. Ning's primal twin was still on the Autarka's stone dais in the Azure Flower Estate, meditating on the formation diagram as well. The core of the formation diagram, it required one to have reached incredible heights in the Tao of Fire and the Tao of Space, as well as extreme mastery of the Tao of Formations. Only then would you have a chance to solve it. The Flame Dragon Realmverse returned to its usual calm, and time slowly began to flow on. 1 chaos cycle, 2 chaos cycles, 3 chaos cycles. Back in Ning's homeland of the three realms. Crack. The golden-robed Ning was by the side of his daughter Brightmoon. The two were aboard a rowboat floating atop Serpent Wing Lake. The golden-robed Ning raised his head to stare at the heavens. He saw a bolt of lightning tear through the skies, spanning trillions of kilometers in size. This bolt of lightning didn't just pierce through the Grand Xia, it also pierced through the majority of the 3,000 major worlds. The three realms are finally about to face the apocalypse, Ning murmured. What? Brightmoon was stunned. She stared at her father, shock apparent in her bright eyes. Father, did you just say that the three realms are about to be destroyed? Yes. Ning nodded. Normal chaos worlds will only last for a single chaos cycle. After being destroyed, they will coalesce into world hearts that will then give birth to a new world and a new cycle of life. Long ago, Mother Nuwa led our three realms to defeat the seamless chaos world. A total of 9 chaos cycles have gone by since then. 9. This represents an absolute limit. It is indeed time for the three realms to be destroyed. Then what should we do? Should we move to stop it? Brightmoon asked. Why should we? Destruction and rebirth are all part of a cycle, the natural functioning of the Chaosverse. Ning smiled. And the major powers of the three realms have long ago established their own chaos worlds. We'll simply relocate Swallow Mountain to one of them. All right. Brightmoon nodded. These days, experts were as common as clouds in the three realms. It had a decent number of even Samsara Dowlords. Ever since Ning had brought back the 300-plus hegemonic legacies to the three realms, it had undergone yet another golden age. Its cultivators had exploded with power, and the rate at which the three realms gave birth to experts was even more ridiculously high than for the planet within the stone elephant wall. In the primordial chaos outside the three realms, there was a region here that was tens of thousands of times vaster than the three realms themselves, and chaos worlds were scattered throughout this region in accordance with an incredibly complicated formation. There were a total of 3,900 chaos worlds here, and they were linked together in a massive formation which Ning had developed based on his insights into the Tao of Formations. The Sith discs had been emplaced within the formation, becoming part of it. Ever since Ning began to truly analyze the Sith formations, he finally began to be able to make perfect use of the Sith discs. The power of the formations and the Sith discs was such that it would be extremely hard for even hegemons to breach the local defenses. Over the course of countless years, the 3,000-plus chaos worlds had given birth to countless living beings. As a result, the denizens of the three realms had truly thrived. And there it goes. Many figures stood there within the void, staring towards the distant three realms. The golden-robed Ning, Subhuti, and Windfiend stood at the front of this group. Ning was the number one expert of the three realms, that went without saying. Subhuti and Windfiend were incredibly talented as well, after having analyzed over 300 hegemonic legacies, they had merged multiple Supreme Daos together and become Samsara Dao-lords. By now, both Subhuti and Windfiend were both Dao-lords of the third step. Maitreya, Crazy G, Sun Wukong, Jade Cauldron, Quafu, a total of 19 had become Samsara Dao-lords. However, none of them had been able to fuse multiple Supreme Daos together. Maitreya was one of the more impressive ones, having at least mastered a single Supreme Dao. As for world-level cultivators, they were ridiculously abundant. There were over 10,000 of them by now. Even Brightmoon had been able to train to the world level under her own power. Alas, Ning's father and mother were much weaker when it came to cultivation. Even though Ning personally guided them, they still weren't able to reach the world level. In the end, Ning had to rely on using medicines to forcibly uplift both his father and his mother to the world level. The Three Realms is in a golden age. We have over 10,000 world-level cultivators, which is just slightly less than the Badlands territory itself. However, we have far more Samsara Dao-lords than the Badlands territory. Subhuti sighed emotionally. The more I wander the outside world, the more I feel that the Three Realms are truly incredible. Yes. Nin nodded. However, the Chaosverse is a vast place. There are more than a few other locations which have given place to a high density of experts. The techniques which Dark North brought back were of great help as well. On average, the cultivators of the Three Realms have all risen by a complete level, Windfiend said. Otherwise, there's no way we would have this many Samsara Dao Lords, while Subhuti and I probably wouldn't have fused Supreme Daos together. Ning agreed with this assessment. A good reservoir of techniques was extremely important, which was why the Ionians viewed those 300-plus hegemonic legacies as priceless treasures. Alas, Ning was now so powerful that the Ionians didn't even dare to voice a word in protest. All they could do was pretend that none of it had ever happened. Whoosh! 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 The distant Three Realms was slowly collapsing. One world after another began to crumble as the rivers and the mountains began to break apart. Ning and the major powers who had been born from the Three Realms all watched from afar, their hearts filled with emotions. However, all of them were at peace, because they had already relocated everyone and everything they cared about away from the Three Realms. Quick, look over there. The new World Heart is beginning to take form. The World Heart of the Three Realms. The various Dao Lords and world-level cultivators were all chatting amongst themselves. Ning watched intently as well. The vast Three Realms continued to collapse until its very core became an invisible black hole that devoured everything in its path. All of the shattered bits of world rubble were all drawn into that invisible hole, causing it to slowly stabilize and become solid. An invisible surge of power began to spread out from it, causing even Ning to feel a vague sense of awe. This was the power of the very essence of the Chaosverse itself. It has finally taken form. Is that over there the new World Heart of the Three Realms? Ning stared from afar. The Three Realms had already completely vanished, leaving behind a pair of glittering gemstones that were embedded into each other. Normally, World Hearts were supposed to consist of a single, perfect gem. However, the World Heart of the Three Realms was very unique, as it was formed from the collision of those two chaos worlds. Both gems had been damaged and lost certain parts, but each just so happened to compensate for the losses of the other, allowing the two to form a perfect whole. The embedded double World Heart was dazzlingly beautiful and absolutely marvelous. Ning had never seen a World Heart like this before. How beautiful! Ning couldn't help but sigh in praise. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 26, The Complete 7 Flaming Hells. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 26, The Complete 7 Flaming Hells. So this is the World Heart of our Three Realms? I've never seen one as beautiful as this one, Subhuti said as he sighed in astonishment, staring intently at the world heart. It has a special magnetism to it, as though it is filled with infinite vitality and possibilities. The nearby wind fiend nodded in amazement as well, an intoxicated look flashing through his eyes. Every single ray of light coming from that gem is absolutely beautiful. Ning nodded slowly as well. All three of them were incredibly talented figures. Ning's experiences went without saying. Just think about how much treasure he had forced the hegemons and emperors to hand over within the Jadefire realm. He had seen all types of treasures by now. Subhuti and Windfiend were now incredibly talented downlords of the third step who were on the same level of power that Ninedust had been when Ning and Ninedust had battled for the first time. All of them were highly experienced figures, and all three of them were truly stunned by how beautiful the world heart was. It was completely different from other world hearts. This should be the reason why our three realms has given birth to cultivators of such incredible power, Ning said. Given how extraordinary the world heart is, the chaos world born from it will naturally be extraordinary as well. Subhuti smiled. Let us see what the new three realms will end up looking like, Windfiend agreed. Time slowly flowed on. Ning, Subhuti, Windfiend, and the other major powers all continued to watch silently as the world heart continued its transformation. The world heart slowly melted away, its power dispersing into 9,000 different parts, with a much smaller remnant core left behind where the original world heart had been. This was the largest of the 9,000 pieces. 36,000 years went past. 9,000 gods and fiends of primordial chaos were born. These fiend gods were at different levels of power based on how much of the world heart's power they had each absorbed. The weakest were merely at the Empyrean god level, while the strongest was the fiend god born from the remnant core that looked like a miniature world heart. This one was born at the world level of power. This world level fiend god was born with such overwhelming power that the other fiend gods didn't dare to approach him. This caused him to feel great loneliness, and on one day he rose to his feet and lifted his hands up, using them to tear through the primordial chaos and establish a vast chaos world around him. His body began to grow in size as he poured all of his energy into sustaining and strengthening this chaos world, making it grow as well. This chaos fiend god should be even stronger than Pangu once was. Subhuti stood off in the distance, watching as the new three realms were born. This was his evaluation. Pangu was once the most powerful of the chaos fiend gods of the Pangu chaos world, but the Pangu chaos world's world heart was merely a single unblemished gem, Windfiend said. The new three realms are different. Its world heart was formed from the collision and merger of the world hearts of the seamless chaos world and the Pangu chaos world. It only makes sense for it to give birth to a chaos fiend god who is stronger than even Pangu. But once he establishes heaven and earth, he shall die. Ning couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. That incredibly powerful chaos fiend god was being guided by invisible laws, its very existence was for the sake of establishing this chaos world. Finally, the chaos fiend god died of exhaustion, but he had already completely established an incredibly vast new chaos world. The old three realms had been shattered into countless pieces, but the new three realms was a perfect whole. The fiend gods warred across the new three realms for supremacy, and all sorts of new lifeforms were born. More and more mortal lifeforms emerged, and eventually cultivation techniques were invented which allowed them to embark upon the path of cultivation. The new three realms, as a fairly extraordinary type of chaos world, was destined to live a fairly long life. 2 chaos cycles went past, but it remained extremely stable. Odd. Although we haven't taken too heavy a hand in guiding the new three realms, we have left behind many legacies in the void around it. We've even accepted some of the most talented cultivators of the new three realms into our tutelage, and have transmitted our most precious techniques to them. Why is it that not a single one of them has been able to fuse multiple supreme Daos together? Subhuti, Windfiend, and Ning were having another get-together. Subhuti was quite puzzled by the state of the three realms. Ning nodded slowly as well. I noticed it as well. It seems as though, compared to the old three realms, the cultivators of the new three realms have on the whole a lower level of potential. However, they are still quite impressive compared to the outside world. We've secretly guided the new three realms for 2 chaos cycles, allowing it to give birth to more than 100 world-level cultivators. There are no Samsara Downlords yet, but this is still an impressive haul. Windfiend smiled. To be honest, we had to undergo a process of slowly increasing our power as well. Prior to the Pango Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World colliding, Subhuti and I weren't all that strong. It was when faced with the threat of annihilation that I suddenly had an epiphany which allowed my flying speed to surpass the limits of the heavenly Daos. Once the three realms era began, Subhuti and I began to grow much more powerful as we spent more time training. His mastery Tao of spacetime became even more unfathomable, while I learned to more perfectly merge wind and space together. More time had to pass, followed by you bestowing us with those incredible techniques, before we truly rose to power. Ning nodded. As his own level of insight increased, he began to gain a better sense of attunement towards the future and towards fate. Ning now had the feeling that the three realms era that came about as a result of the collision between the Pango Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World would be the most powerful era for the three realms. The later generations would all be significantly weaker, and not even the most supreme of legacies would change that. Ning suddenly revealed a look of delight. It seems Dark North just received some good news. Windfiend smiled. I just found the way to rescue a good friend of mine, Ning said. The Terror Star Sea. The Jade Fire Realm. The Hidden Control Room. Ning's divine powercom remained seated above the altar, staring downwards at the enormous flower-shaped 7 flaming hells formation diagram. After training for over 1,000 accelerated chaos cycles, I've finally gained mastery over this formation diagram. Ning was absolutely delighted. This had been an extremely difficult task. To fully unlock the formation diagram, one needed to have reached extremely profound levels of insight into the Tao of space and the Tao of fire, and of course, the Tao of formations. Thus, Ning had first spent quite a bit of time analyzing the Tao of fire. Fire and water mutually opposed each other but also reinforced each other. Ning thus chose to spend some time on the Tao of water as well, so as to more quickly and thoroughly understand the Tao of fire. It took Ning a full chaos cycle to reach the Archon level in the Tao of water, even with the aid of the Autarka's stone. As for the Tao of fire, it took 3 entire chaos cycles. Next, Ning focused on space. Ning wasn't really talented in this regard, and space was an incredibly difficult Tao to comprehend. While focusing on the Tao of space, Ning also spent part of his time analyzing the Tao of thunder, because he discovered that the Tao of thunder was intimately connected to the Tao of space. Ning was quite skilled in the Tao of thunder. It took him only 2 chaos cycles for him to reach the Archon level in this Tao. Only after finishing his work on the Tao of thunder did he focus all of his attention on the Tao of space once more. It took him more than 200 accelerated chaos cycles before he was able to create an Archon-level technique pertaining to the Tao of space. Now, he had reached sufficient heights in both fire and space. Ning turned all of his attention to the art of formations itself. The Tao of formations was an extremely complicated and awesome Tao. Ning spent more than 800 chaos cycles in accelerated time before he was finally able to reach a high enough level that he could understand how the 7 flaming hells formation diagram worked. Thankfully, Ning had access to the many Sith formation records which Autark Awakener had left behind. Those techniques had included many descriptions on them, allowing Ning understand their fundamental principles and then take control over the formation diagram. The Tao of formations truly is insanely difficult. Ning was speechless. I had the Autarka's stone dais helping me out, but I still spent over 800 accelerated chaos cycles working on it. If I didn't have the stone dais, I could have spent 1,000 times as much time in training without being able to succeed. In other words, there would have been no chance that I would have been able to finish mastering it during my 108,000. Ning felt a bit celebratory. Thank goodness he had the Autarka's stone dais. That was why he had only spent 800 chaos cycles to solve the 7 flaming hells formation diagram. This was proof that it was best for Dao Lords to focus on their areas of expertise. Ning was skilled in the Dao of the sword, and so he trained in it quite quickly. He was also skilled in water and thunder, and thus he trained fairly quickly in those 2 Da's as well. Fire was a bit slower. While space had been ridiculous, it took him 200 chaos cycles to reach the Archon level in it. As for the Dao of formations, that went without saying. For me to have found the Autarchus stone dais was a stroke of tremendous luck. Oh, Nine Dust, you have no idea how lucky you are as well, to be able to make it out of this place. Ning chortled. He really was delighted. After spending over 1,000 chaos cycles in total, he had finally solved the 7 flaming hells formation diagram. This sense of excitement and accomplishment truly was joyful. Let me see if I can control it all. Ning's divine power clone stared downwards, sending out a tendril of its will. Rumble, the enormous flower-like diagram of the 7 flaming hells began to light up. Countless shadow images appeared throughout the hidden control room, and the images represented the entire Jadefire realm. Every single flaming passageway and prison appeared, all of them under Ning's control. He was now able to activate any prison cell with but a thought. Ning's divine power clone suddenly narrowed its eyes, turning to stare at the very center of the Jadefire realm projection. There was actually another hidden region located directly beneath the prison region. There's another secret region? Ning frowned. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 27, Flame Wing God. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 27, Flame Wing God. The hidden control room at the very center of the prison region was meant to control the formation diagram which governed the entire Jadefire realm. What, then, was this second hidden room directly beneath the prisons meant for? Turn. Ning sent out a strand of his will, causing the entire outer layer of the Jadefire realm to rumble as it began to turn and swivel. Every single prison cell began to swivel as well as it switched to a new configuration. As I thought. This hidden room is actually the energy source for the entire Jadefire realm. Ning revealed a smile. How was it that the many mechanisms of the Jadefire realm had been maintained for so long? Where did that energy come from? Although the Jadefire realm was able to absorb energy from the outside world, it must be remembered that the Jadefire realm was once capable of unleashing a decimatous wave of terrifying power. There was no way that the amount of energy absorbed from the outside world alone would be enough to unleash such an act. It had to have an internal energy source to do this. As soon as Ning discovered the second hidden room, he immediately surmised that it had to be the energy source for the Jadefire realm. When he tested turning the Jadefire realm, he immediately discovered that energy began to flow out from that hidden room. What sort of energy well is capable of unleashing a decimatous wave? Ning was rather intrigued and curious about this. Ning's realmship was parked peacefully in the air at the center of the Jadefire realm's prison region. The white-robed Ning was seated atop a prayer mat in the lotus position, silently meditating. As for Azure Fiend, in his boredom he was drinking and eating by himself. We're going to make a short trip, Ning said as he opened his eyes. Have other hegemons come? Azure Fiend asked, puzzled. No. We're going to another part of the prisons, Ning said. He was going to go check out the hidden room first, then save Nine Dust. Nine Dust had already waited for quite some time, a few more minutes wouldn't kill him. Swish. The realm ship quickly began to descend through the prison region. After flying for a full hour, it reached a region of absolute empty darkness at the very bottom of the prison region. Open up. Ning was in control of the 7 flaming hells formation diagram. With but a thought, he caused the hidden room to open up before him. Whoosh! A giant red copper gate suddenly appeared in the darkness and slowly began to open. As it did, a surge of blasting heat swept out from the other side, causing the void in the surrounding area to twist and distort like steam. Ning was able to see the blazing heat and fire on the other side of the red copper gate. Oh ho ho! Hegemon Azure Fiend was quite excited. He said with a laugh, I thought that the Jadefire realm was already quite a hot place, given the many flames which fill its passageways, but there's no way to compare those flames with this place. Let me out of the ship, I want to go take a look and see just how hot those flames are. They actually have caused space to twist and distort. All right. With but a thought, Ning put away the realm ship. Ning, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw all stood there in the emptiness of the void. The realm ship gone, they could now directly sense the waves of heat which washed across them. That's hot. Ning felt as though he had been dropped into a cauldron of fire. It was so hot that he couldn't help but tense up, but his body was naturally capable of enduring this level of heat. This heat wave alone would reduce Downlords of the second step to dust in a flash. Hegemon Azure Fiend smiled. Let's go in and take a look. Master, let me go inside first, Whitethaw said. All right. Ning nodded. In terms of survivability, the Sith Protector was probably superior to even Hegemon Azure Fiend. Swoosh. Whitethaw immediately flew through the giant red copper gate. Once he did, a look of disbelief appeared on his simple face. He then turned his head and called backwards, Master, you can come inside. It's very hot in here, but it won't be of any danger to you. All right, we're coming in as well, Ning said. Azure Fiend, however, still took the lead in charging through the gate. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two passed through the giant red copper gate. With but a thought, Ning closed the gate behind them once more. As soon as Ning flew in, he was stunned by what he saw before him. The ground was pitch black in color. Ning immediately recognized it as being Deepfire Blackstone. Far off in the distance, there was an enormous winged beast that was 100 kilometers in size which was bathed in flames. The creature's entire body was fiery red, and it had a pair of dazzling and enormous wings on its back. Its body looked somewhat similar to that of a fiery red bear's, but it was completely covered with countless flaming scales. Boom! Whoosh! A deep sound rumbled across the area. It was the sound of this beast snoring in its slumber. Its 4 short legs were covered with black chains, while its wings were wrapped in chains as well. These 6 black chains extended off into the void, while a large amount of flames was being slowly drawn through the chains into the void. The flames covering its body formed a rhythmic series of heat waves that swept out in every direction. The flames it is generating unconsciously while it sleeps is hot enough to cause the temperature in the area to be so high as to instantly wipe out Downlords of the second step. Hegemon Azure Fiend was rather stunned. The actual flames themselves have to be several levels higher in power. They could probably wipe out ordinary Eternal Emperors, but even in slumber, its flames possess such power? What type of beast is this? Ning was rather stunned as well. He had thought that the energy well for the Jadefire realm would be something akin to a Sparrowfiend gem. Who would have thought that it would actually be a living creature? Can that be a Chaos Primordial? Hegemon Azure Fiend suddenly said. A Chaos Primordial? Ning was stunned. Chaos Primordials were the most terrifying lifeforms of the Chaosverse, birthed from the prime essences of the Chaosverse themselves. They were born with virtually indestructible bodies, and they possessed inconceivable levels of power. However, they were rather unintelligent, perhaps comparable to ordinary mortal children at best. They wandered the Chaosverse alone, and when they occasionally ran into a realmverse they would devour the entire realmverse whole. As a result, quite a few realmverses had been destroyed by Chaos Primordials over the course of eons. Alas, there was nothing that could be done. Even terrifying otherverse lords would only at best be able to stay alive in the face of a Chaos Primordial attack. There was nothing which could stop them save the autarchs. Even if a major power like Realms Lord Windgrace ran into a Chaos Primordial which was devouring a realmverse, he would have no choice but to just watch powerlessly as it all happened. Chaos primordials love to eat verdant azure souls. This thought suddenly came to Ning's mind. He had acquired a verdant azure soul from that beast world, one which Autarch Bolin had transformed into a magic treasure. So long as a chaos primordial ate it, it would fall under Ning's control and become his servant. It has to be a chaos primordial, right? I can't think of any other creature that would be this powerful. Hegemon Azure Fiend wasn't certain either, because he had never encountered a chaos primordial before either. Yes, that is a chaos primordial. It called itself the Flamewing God, the nearby protector Whitethaw suddenly said. Flamewing God? Ning and Azure Fiend both turned to look at Whitethaw. Yes. Whitethaw nodded. Prior to the Dawn War, when the Sith were in the prime of their power, they discovered this chaos primordial. Some of the most terrifying and powerful Sith experts set off to capture it, then imprisoned it within an enormous Sith prison that was meant for imprisoning major powers. I once entered that place with my master and saw the Flamewing God myself. Back then, one of the prison jailers introduced it to us and said that it was incredibly strong. 3 Sith exalts had to work together in order to capture it. Nin nodded. Having chatted with Whitethaw in the past, he knew that the most powerful members of the Sith race had been the ones known as the Exalts. They were far more powerful than even the other verse lords of the cultivator civilizations. But of course, they still were far from being a match for the Autarchs. The most powerful experts on the side of the cultivators had been the Autarchs, and it was the Autarchs who had led them to victory in exterminating the Sith and their Exalts. I didn't expect for the Flamewing God to have been brought here, Whitethaw said. Ning sighed in approval. To use a chaos primordial as an energy source, no wonder the Jade Fire realm had been so terrifying in its prime. Every single decimatus wave was capable of annihilating anything below the Autarch level of power with ease. This was something that was even more terrifying than a chaos primordial itself, and it was thanks to the power of the formation that drew from its energies. Then the 6 chains binding it, Ning stared from afar. The 6 chains ensured that this powerful chaos primordial was unable to fight back, and it also drew energy from it. It seems to be some sort of suppressive formation that also has energy absorption effects. Ning scrutinized the 6 chains intently, studying the countless runes and patterns that covered them. He was now a grandmaster of the Tao of formations, but he still found this formation to be quite complicated. This was because Ning's path was that of the 7 flaming hells formation diagram, while these chains belonged to a completely different school of formations. It'll be a bit tough to break these chains and release this chaos primordial, but given my skills in the Tao of formations as well as the records regarding Sith formations which Autarch Awakener left behind, I still have a chance to succeed, Ning mused. However, prior to releasing this creature, I should first have it eat the verdant azure soul. He only had a single verdant azure soul. Ning was worried that if he tossed it out, the Flamewing God might just slap it apart into dust. That would be troublesome. Rumble, the slumbering Flamewing God suddenly stretched its wings, causing the black chains covering it to clatter. It opened its fiery red eyes, staring angrily at the distant trio. Ning, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw all felt a sense of invisible pressure. They hurriedly retreated, while Whitethaw moved to stand in front of Ning. You 3 keep on babbling on in front of me. This is starting to piss me off. How am I supposed to sleep like this? The Flamewing God's ursine face was filled with rage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 28, Flames. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 28, Flames. The Flamewing God's entire body was rippling with flames, but its gaze was a bit distant, almost as though it hadn't completely woken up yet. Fuck off and don't bother me, the Flamewing God barked irritably. But then, its blurry gaze suddenly focused and narrowed as it glared intently at the Sith Protector, Whitethaw, standing in front of Ning. The scales on the creature's body seemed to stand up, and its gaze became filled with rage as it ground out the word, Civ. Not good. Azure Fiend paled as he hurriedly moved to stand in front of Ning as well. "Be careful, Master." Whitethaw had a solemn look on his face. Boom! The Flamewing God moved to charge forwards, sweeping out with its giant paws. Its massive bear-shaped body was filled with such power that a wave of terrifying pressure was generated by the most basic of movements. All spacetime ripples came to a complete, frozen halt. Ning even felt as though his thinking speed had turned sluggish, and an inexplicable sense of fear filled his heart. Boom! 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 The 6 black chains around the Flamewing God instantly began to tighten from the strain. The charging Flamewing God was instantly pulled back into its original position by the power of the chains. Grua-ah! The Flamewing God let out a frustrated howl, furiously struggling to break free. Its wings were fluttering, and its entire body was trembling. The 6 black chains clanked furiously, but no matter how hard the creature tried to struggle, the chains didn't suffer the slightest bit of damage. The Sith had put quite a bit of effort into building these chains and ensuring that this place would be able to draw from this Chaos Primordial's energy. Damn you, Sith! Damn you! Damn you! You've once more appeared before me, you damned Sith! The Flamewing God's eyes were bloodshot with absolutely berserk rage. Ning and Azure Fiend both let out sighs of relief. Thank goodness those chains are binding it. Otherwise, we would have been in serious danger. Ning still felt a sense of fear. Chaos Primordials were terrifying creatures that were capable of devouring entire realm verses with ease. Even other verse lords were unable to defeat them. They would at most be able to survive the creatures with difficulty. If Hegemon Azure Fiend was to actually attempt to battle one, the end result would be him being smashed to death. Too terrifying. A mere wave of its claws caused me to feel as though I was in mortal danger, Hegemon Azure Fiend said with some lingering fear. In the past, I've only heard of these creatures, I've never seen one of them in person. Now, I finally understand just how terrifying Chaos Primordials are. Don't let your guard down, Master. The Sith Protector continued to stand protectively in front of Ning. The furious howls of the still struggling Flamewing God echoed throughout the entire hidden region. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of dark red fire. The fire shot through the air and swept out to encompass all 3 of them. Not good. Ning instantly felt a sense of nervousness. His subconscious was screaming to him that he was in danger, letting him know that even a supremely talented Dowlord like himself would immediately perish if he let the dark red fire touch him. Not even his invulnerable form would be able to save him. Whoosh! Whitethaw's body suddenly expanded dramatically in size as his body seemed to liquefy, allowing him to transform to become a giant metal barrier that completely covered Ning and Hegemon Azure Fiend. Whoosh! The dark red flames swept over every inch of the golem, but the barrier-shaped Whitethaw was able to block out every single flame. The fire continued to blaze away against him, but he was able to endure it. Whitethaw, Azure Fiend called out, "Are you going to be able to hold on?" "Don't worry. These flames cannot harm me." Whitethaw's voice echoed inside the protected region. Impressive, impressive. Azure Fiend sighed in amazement. Sith Protectors truly are incredible. There's no way we cultivators can compare to you golems in terms of toughness. Although I have a formidable divine body, I wouldn't dare to make the claim that I could face those flames and be completely unscathed. Nin nodded and smiled. Any halfway decent golem is comparable to top-grade eternal treasures, while my own body is currently only comparable to high-grade eternal treasures at best. As for Whitethaw, he is a protector golem designed and created by the Sith, an extraordinary golem that is both tough and flexible. It is very difficult to damage him. Master! Whitethaw's voice echoed within the barrier once more. If the Flamewing God wasn't chained down, it'd probably be able to rip me apart with ease, given how strong it is. But since it thankfully is chained down, if all it has is these flames, it won't be able to harm me at all. Ning stared through the semi-translucent metallic barrier towards the distant flame-wing god. The flame-wing god was clearly still in a berserk state as it continued to furiously belch out those terrifying flames. This creature had the power to annihilate entire realm verses with ease, and even its flaming breath was enough to inspire dread in hegemons. It took 3 Sith exalts, the most powerful members of the Sith race, working together to capture it. What an irritable creature. It seems it truly does hate the Sith, Ning mused. The flame-wing god continued to belch fire for a full hour before coming to a halt after realizing that it wasn't damaging the barrier in the slightest. Whoosh! White Thaw returned to his normal form and reappeared next to Ning. I remember you, you Civ. The flame-wing god bellowed once more as it glared intently at White Thaw. Wait a moment. Ning hurriedly called out. Eh? Only then did the flame-wing god turn its attention towards Ning and Hegemon Azure Fiend. A cultivator? A cultivator who serves the Sith? The flame-wing god seemed to grow even angrier. Flame-wing god, the Sith were wiped out countless eons ago, Ning said hurriedly. After the Sith were defeated, their treasures and relics fell into the hands of our cultivator civilizations. As for this protector golem, it fell into my hands and is now my servant. I have no connection to the Sith at all. The Sith? Wiped out? The flame-wing god was startled, a look of puzzlement within its narrowed eyes. Once, it had lived a carefree life of freedom, but then a nightmare had descended out of nowhere. 3 Sith experts had appeared, and they were simply far too powerful. The flame-wing god had sought to fight back, but the 3 worked together to capture it. From that day forth, it had lost its freedom. In the end, it had been imprisoned here and every so often its energy would be extracted. Although it was not very intelligent, it would never forget the hatred it felt towards the Sith. When it saw White Thaw, it immediately recognized the golem. Its intelligence level was low, but its memory was perfect. Yes, wiped out. The Sith have already been wiped out, Ning said hurriedly. Wiped out ages ago. Haven't you noticed that you've been sleeping for an extremely long period of time without any Sith bothering you? Hegemon Azure Fiend said. The flame-wing god blinked. I really did take a very, very long nap this time. It's been a long time since those 6 chains have drained a significant amount of your flames, right? Ning said. Right. The flame-wing god's eyes turned round with surprise as it nodded seriously, then gave the black chains binding it a hateful glare. Long, long ago, these chains would constantly drain large amounts of my flames. Each time, they would drain so much that I would feel extremely miserable. But ever since that last nap I took, it is true that they haven't drained anything from me for quite some time. And now, 2 cultivators come to visit me. Does this mean the Sith truly have been wiped out? They really have been wiped out, Ning and Azure Fiend said simultaneously. But the Sith were really powerful. There's no way they would have been wiped out that easily, the flame-wing god mumbled to itself. Having suffered quite a bit at the hands of the Sith, it continued to harbor a healthy dread of them. Ning and Azure Fiend were both cultivators, and so the flame-wing god didn't feel much enmity towards them. Although it had been quite some time since any Sith had come to visit it, the creature still harbored doubts about whether or not the Sith truly had been wiped out. Let's sit and chat, Azure Fiend. Ning suddenly waved his hand, causing 2 wine-laden tables to appear before them. Ning sat down before one of the tables. Azure Fiend was rather puzzled. Why did Ning suddenly want to eat and drink? Still, Azure Fiend was a bit of a glutton to begin with, and so he didn't complain. He immediately sat down in front of his own table and picked up a large haunch of meat with one hand and a goblet of wine in the other. Dark North, why did you suddenly want to feast? Azure Fiend said while munching away. I've spent chaos cycles meditating on formations. It's been ages since I've had anything nice, Ning said. He then smiled as he glanced off into the distance. Flamewing, you need anything to eat or drink? His real goal right now wasn't to eat or drink, it was to tame this flame-wing god. He needed to come up with a way to convince the flame-wing god to eat the verdant azure soul. He would never be able to forgive himself if he didn't at least try to tame the chaos primordial trapped before him. I already have food. The flame-wing god sat back down, then waved a paw. This paw had a bracelet around it, and the bracelet suddenly lit up. Whoosh! 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 Basins of delicacies began to fly out, including both meats as well as spirit fruits. The flame-wing god gave Ning and Azure Fiend a smug glance, then began to chomp down on its own food. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 29, You Are the Best. Book 37, Flame-Wing God, Chapter 29, You Are the Best. Dark North, the stories say that chaos primordials wander through the cosmos by themselves. They are fairly dumb and are easily angered, and the only thing they like to do is eat. Azure Fiend sipped his wine, glancing sideways at the distant flame-wing god as he spoke mentally to Ning. These things supposedly will eat almost anything. When they run into a realmverse, they'll go so far as to slowly work its way through and devour the entire realmverse and everything within it. While they wander the chaosverse by themselves, they'll generally create their own estate treasures and put living creatures inside, having those creatures provide food and wine for them to eat and drink whenever they so desire. Ning nodded. He knew all this, of course. Ever since he had acquired the verdant azure soul, he had immediately searched for every scrap of information regarding chaos primordials that he could find. How could he possibly not know that chaos primordials loves to eat? This was the reason why Autarch Bolin had modified that verdant azure soul with the goal of using it to control a chaos primordial. Brother Azure Fiend, I acquired many different types of spirit fruit and rare delicacies from the hegemons and emperors who came to the Jadefire realm last time. Want to try some? Ning said. You'd be willing to share? Azure Fiend's eyes lit up. Rare spirit fruits and delicacies were of tremendous interest to major powers, but many were so rare that major powers would only eat them sparingly. They would generally unwilling to eat them casually and in large amounts. Of course. Come, sample some of this wine. This came from Hegemon Blackwood, Ning said as he picked up a large gourd and unstoppered it. Whoosh! An aroma of fragrant wine immediately spread out to fill the entire hidden region. Hegemon Azure Fiend's eyes gleamed with a greedy light as he stared at the gourd. Ha, it seems that looting from hegemons and emperors really is the fastest way to acquire treasures. I've only tasted this 6-banded cave spirit wine a single time in the past. Hegemon Blackwood truly is impressive in the Tao of numerancy. Someone must have asked him for help and used this wine in trade. Quick, let me taste some of it. I don't have much of this wine. You have to drink it slowly. Once we finish this gourd, we won't have any more left, Ning said. Haha, I'll definitely savor it. Hegemon Azure Fiend was truly excited. He really was a glutton. The distant flame-wing god sniffed the air, then lifted its head and turned to stare in their direction. A chunk of meat fell out of its open mouth and onto the ground, but it didn't even notice. It stared intently at the gourd of wine on Ning's desk, the smell of the wine driving it crazy. Although its estate treasure held many living creatures inside who were devoted to providing it food and drink, only ordinary types of sustenance could be provided. Truly rare spirit fruits and delicacies could only be harvested from extremely unique environments, as they were formed based on drawing upon various unique types of energy from the chaosverse. How could an estate treasure possibly create good food? We each drink one glass at a time. Take it slow and don't even think about trying to hog it for yourself, Ning said in a stingy manner. Fine, fine. Hegemon Azure Fiend was feeling quite impatient. Ning nodded, pouring them each a glass. Whoosh! A deep red liquid that was almost ruby-colored came dribbling out of the gourd and into the 2 wine glasses. It looked absolutely mouth-watering. Ning suddenly seemed to sense something, and he turned to stare off in the distance. The flame-winged god's mouth was open, and it was literally drooling onto the floor. "Tea this wine," the flame-winged god swallowed, then immediately said, "Can I have some of it?" It was born with a love of food and wine, but it had been ages since it had enjoyed such fine wine. It was completely unable to resist the urge. "No way. We only have just one gourd. There's not even enough for the two of us," Hegemon Azure Fiend said hurriedly. "You aren't going to share?" The flame-winged god was growing rather angry. "Stop trying to scare me. You are bound inside that cage, and your flames can't harm us at all." Hegemon Azure Fiend was a glutton as well. There was no way he was going to share the little wine they had. "Why you?" The flame-winged god's eyes turned round with indignation. It wasn't very intelligent, and it usually just took whatever it wanted. Now that it was trapped, however, taking by force was no longer an option, but it really did want to drink some of that fine wine. When it smelled that wine, it no longer had any appetite for the basins of food that lay in front of it. "Azure Fiend, this is our first time seeing a Chaos Primordial. To be able to eat and drink with one of them is a lucky event." "Let's not be stingy," Ning said with a laugh. Right. The flame-winged god instantly grew excited. "What's the point of feeding it? It's pointless. Better to feed me instead," Azure Fiend argued. "You?" The flame-winged god glared furiously at Azure Fiend, feeling an increasing level of distaste towards that skinny old man. It said furiously, "I'll eat you." "Come and try," Azure Fiend snickered. Enough. Let's not fight." Flamewing was captured by the Sith, while we cultivators fought a bloody war against them. "If you view it from that perspective, we're actually all on the same side," Ning said. Right. Your name is Dark North, right?" "I agree with what you say, 100%. You are spot on. The two of us are on the same side," the flame-winged god said. In his heart, Ning felt rather ashamed. He was swindling something with the intelligence of a child. Still, he would eventually be saving the creature by releasing it from its prison. It could be said that he was helping it out as well. "I'm very happy to be able to feast alongside a Chaos Primordial. Here, have another gourd." Ning tossed out a gourd towards the flame-winged god's direction, causing it to fly straight towards the creature. The flame-winged god was instantly excited upon seeing it, and it sent out an invisible hand of energy which caught the gourd, pulled out the stopper, and then poured out the wine. The flame-winged god opened its mouth wide and immediately began to guzzle the wine down. "You are seriously," Hegemon Azure Fiend felt rather speechless about all of this. It's fine. I have plenty of things to eat and drink. Those hegemons brought me quite a bit of spirit fruit and other treasures." Ning waved his hand, causing a large amount of spirit fruit and other special foodstuffs to appear on the tables. Spirit fruits were unique fruits which by some mechanism were able to take in some of the essences of the Chaosverse. Some were even used in alchemy to refine pills. Others were used to make wine, while still others could be eaten raw. The ones Ning had just brought out were all delicious when eaten. They were unfathomably more delicious than the legendary peaches of immortality of the Three Realms had been. Azure Fiend began to laugh loudly when he saw this. He immediately reached out with his large but scrawny hand to grab some fruit, then began to munch down on it. Juice from the fruit splattered across his mouth, and a look of contentment was in his eyes. "Can I have some of the fruit as well?" The distant flame-winged god looked at Ning in a pitiable manner. It had already finished the wine. Ning had only given it a single gourd, after all. Azure Fiend had only taken tiny sips of the wine, while the flame-winged god had guzzled it down like water. Yes, the feeling had been great, but it was over in the blink of an eye. The flame-winged god felt as though every single one of the fruits on the table was absolutely innocent to it, and the fragrance was driving it mad. Normally, it would have seized all the fruit for itself, but it currently was only able to beg for alms. "I have plenty of fruit as well." Ning waved his hand, causing a large basin of fruits to fly over. This basin had 100 different types of fruit within it, and they all emanated different yet charming auras. One of them was a large egg-shaped item, the verdant azure soul which Ning had acquired. The large basin of fruit flew over towards the flameling god. Ning laughed. You have to eat a bit more slowly this time. If you swallow it all in one gulp, I'm not going to be able to afford giving you much more. The flameling god drooled as it stared at the basin of fruit in front of it. It wanted to eat all of it, with the verdant azure soul being of a special interest. Its eyes reddened with excitement and gratitude as it turned to look at Ning. It felt as though this cultivator was the best person in the entire Chaosverse, and it immediately said, "You are absolutely the best. If I can escape this place, I'll definitely help you out." After speaking, it lowered its head and began to eat the fruit. Ning seemed quite relaxed, but in truth he was watching intently. It has to eat it. It has to eat the verdant azure soul. Wow, this is delicious. It's been a long time since I've had so much good food. The flameling god was incomparably excited. Even before the Sith had captured it, it would only very rarely have a chance to encounter such delicious food. After being captured, its life became even duller. The Sith hadn't given it anything to eat at all. It could only rely on its own food and drink the ordinary wine which the living beings in its estate world created for it. I'm going to eat this one first. It smells so good. The flameling god opened its mouth and chomped down at the verdant azure soul, which was the most alluring. Crunch! Crunch! The flameling god devoured the verdant soul at one go, its mouth filled with absolute bliss as it slowly chewed away at the fruit before finally swallowing it down. Ning, seated off in the distance, quickly sensed a ripple emanate from the beast. The invisible ripple had completely merged into the flameling god's body and permeated through its soul and true soul. Success! Ning let out a sigh of relief. It had all seemed so very simple, but he had been more nervous than during any battle in recent memory. The flameling god lowered its head to eat some more fruit, but it couldn't help but look up towards Ning every so often. It felt increasingly well-disposed towards Ning. The man was simply too good to it. It suddenly felt a strong sense of attachment towards Ning, as though Ning was the person it trusted and liked the most in all the Chaosverse. It didn't even realize that its true soul had been dominated. All it knew was that it felt a sense of bone-deep love and veneration towards Ning. As for Ning, he picked up a glass of wine and began to walk straight towards the flameling god. Master! Whitethall was shocked. Don't move too close to it. Azure Fiend was shocked as well. Don't worry. It'll be fine, Ning said. He moved towards the 6 chains and began to inspect them. He had to come up with a way to break the formations securing these chains. Only then would he be able to rescue the flameling god. If he wasn't able to do that, then taming it would have been a pointless act. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 30, Friends for Life. Book 37, Flamewing God, Chapter 30, Friends for Life. Dark North. Azure Fiend had been seated in the lotus position, but he hurriedly jumped to his feet to pull Ning back. The Flamewing God was capable of killing even hegemons with ease. A puny Dowlord would be nothing to it. How could Azure Fiend not be worried? Unfortunately, Ning moved far too fast. With a single step, he appeared right next to the Flamewing God, who turned to look at the tiny little speck that had just appeared next to it. Be careful! Azure Fiend and Whitethall both held their breaths. Ning was now so close that they wouldn't be able to intervene in time. You want some too? The Flamewing God looked at the tiny human before it, a happy look in its eyes. From this day forth, why don't you stick by my side? Ning raised his head to stare at the titanic beast before him. All right. But you have to give me food, the Flamewing God said. No one would be able to give you this much spirit fruit every day. However, I promise that you'll have much more and much better food than you have in your estate treasure, Ning said. The flameling god felt delighted for a moment, but it then turned to look helplessly at the black chains behind it. But I'm trapped here. I want to leave with you, but I'm unable to. Let me take a close look. Ning flew over as he spoke, landing on the flameling god's giant body and moving towards one of the black chains attached to its wings. Azure Fiend and Whitethaw both stared blankly at this sight. But Azure Fiend was dazed. Flamewing is a chaos primordial. Why is it being so obedient? Aren't chaos primordials supposed to be easily angered and move to eat anything that approaches them? Taming a chaos primordial was an incredibly difficult task. It had a child's intelligence and a child's temper. It was entirely possible that it would be happily jesting with a cultivator one moment, then devour that cultivator in the next. Not even the Sith were able to tame it. The only thing they could do was send 3 exalts to capture it with overwhelming power. I don't know. All I know is that it seems to be very obedient towards my master. Whitethaw felt puzzled as well. He transformed into a streak of light, wishing to move closer to Ning and protect him. Flamewing had been squatting there while eating fruit, but now he raised his head to glare at the approaching Whitethaw in a baleful manner. Be good, Flamewing. He's my protector while the other guy is my retainer. Don't hurt them, Ning said from his position atop Flamewing's back. All right. Flamewing immediately calmed down and ignored Whitethaw. The terrified Whitethaw finally landed on Flamewing's back as well. Master, you have to be careful. This Flamewing god might be playing nice now, but it might very well turn on you in the next moment, Whitethaw said hurriedly. That won't happen. Ning was very calm, and his gaze continued to be focused on the black chains. But this is a chaos primordial. Whitethaw still didn't feel safe. Ning shook his head. He turned to sweep Whitethaw and the distant Azure Fiend with his gaze, then said, starting today, Flamewing shall be one of my followers as well. Master, you. Whitethaw instantly understood. Dark North, are you saying that the Flamewing god has already submitted? The distant Azure Fiend sent a stunned mental message to Ning. Ning nodded. No longer paying any further attention to their astonishment, he focused completely on analyzing the black chains. Protector Whitethaw and Hegemon Azure Fiend truly were stunned by this. Ning had tamed a chaos primordial? This was absolutely inconceivable. Chaos primordials were incredibly rare, and not even hegemons knew how to tame them. The Sith weren't capable of it either. Most likely, only the supremely exalted autarchs were capable of such a thing. To tame a chaos primordial, one had to both be lucky enough to encounter one while also having a method of taming it. Clearly, their master Ji Ning had one such method which had allowed him to tame it without anyone being the wiser. He's tamed the Flamewing god, absolutely incredible. Simply incredible. A pity that the Flamewing god is trapped here. If he could come up with a way to release it, the Flamewing god would ensure that Dark North's reputation would skyrocket to incredible heights. Who would dare cause trouble for him? He could simply order Flamewing to attack and wipe that person out. Hegemon Azure Fiend sighed in awe. Not even Realm's Lord Windgrace would be able to withstand Flamewing's retribution. No one would ever dare to antagonize a major power who commanded a chaos primordial. Whoosh! Azure Fiend flew over as well. Now that he knew that Flamewing had been tamed, he no longer felt as worried as he had previously. How does it look, Dark North? Are you able to break these chains? Azure Fiend asked. If Ning was unable to breach the chains, then this would all be for naught, and the tamed chaos primordial would not be able to overawe the outside world. Ning frowned as he stared intently at the black chains. The chains were actually formed from countless black threads that were woven together, each of which was covered with countless tiny formations. The formations weren't that complicated. Given Ning's current level of mastery in the Tao of formations, he would be able to resolve them with ease. The problem was that the seeming ordinary formations engraved upon the chains were all wrapped together and merged into a larger and even more complicated formation. Every single chain had a suppressive effect as well as an energy absorption effect. The suppressive effect caused the flame-winged god to be completely tied down, preventing it from even changing in size. What marvelous formations! Ning suddenly moved. Swish! 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 He flew to one black chain after another, this time moving quite quickly as he carried out his inspections. As I thought, all 6 of the black chains are virtually identical, and they also work together. Countless thoughts flitted through Ning's mind as he sought to come up with a way to resolve this formation. In truth, he already had certain ideas when he saw the chains from afar. Now that he was able to inspect them closely, he completely understood how all of the formations operated. However, understanding was one thing, resolving the formations was another. How does it look? Azure Fiend asked again. Can you solve it? Azure Fiend, you are even more impatient than I am, Ning teased with a laugh. How can I not be? That's a chaos primordial. If you bring this chaos primordial into the outside world, you can literally do whatever you want. Azure Fiend was quite excited. It'll belong to you, but as your retainer, hurry up and tell me if you can solve it or not. Ning nodded. I can. Azure Fiend was delighted. Incredible. Impressive indeed. My head hurts just looking at those black chains and their formations, but you think you can solve them? There probably are very few hegemons who are a match for you in the Tao of formations. Ning laughed. Of course. His mastery of the Tao of formations had already reached the Archon level. Only someone who had relied on the Tao of formations to complete the Tao merge and become a hegemon would be able to surpass him in this regard. But to do that was no easy task. No one in the 16 Realm vs. Alliance had ever been able to do such a thing. How long would it take, approximately? Azure Fiend asked. Hard to say. A few chaos cycles, probably, Ning said. That's fast. You can complete it in just a few chaos cycles? Azure Fiend praised. Ning secretly muttered to himself. It might be just a few chaos cycles, but that was because his primal twin was under the affects of accelerated time. It would be equivalent to a few hundred accelerated chaos cycles. These chains and their formations were extremely complex. The only reason why he stood a chance at breaking them was because he had access to many other similar Sith formations and a very high level of insight into the art of formations, as well as the assistance of the Autarchus Stone Dais. Despite that, it would still take him a few hundred chaos cycles. Still, Ning didn't really mind. By now, he was finding it extremely difficult to make any breakthroughs in his Omega Sword Tao. The only step waiting for him was the Tao merge. Thus, his goal right now was to focus more on other Taos, including formations, water, fire, time, space, etc. The more insight he gained into these Taos, the more assistance they would be to him in the Tao merge. All Taos shared certain commonalities, after all. Flamewing, I'm going to leave for a short while. I'll be back soon, Ning said as he flew off its body. Oh? The Flamewing god suddenly raised its head to stare at Ning's departing figure. You aren't going to abandon me, are you? For some strange reason, it truly wanted to stay by Ning's side. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Ning said. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. Flamewing was a chaos primordial, born with incredible strength but no true understanding of how to use it. It had never trained before, and it didn't even notice that Autarch Bolin had used a technique to invisibly infiltrate its soul and true soul. Still, to live a life of ignorant bliss was a form of joy as well. Whoosh! The giant red copper gate appeared once more, with Ning, Whitethaw, and Azure Fiend both flying through it. Why are we leaving? Azure Fiend asked while flying out. It'll take quite some time for me to breach those chains. Before beginning, I need to go release Nine Dust, Ning said. Nine Dust? Oh, that friend who you risked your life for in jumping into the Jade Fire realm? Azure Fiend laughed. Yes. We're friends for life. Ning nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 37, Chapter 31, soon. Book 37, Flame Wing God, Chapter 31, soon. Ning sent the realm ship flying towards Nine Dust's location at high speeds. The silver-robed Nine Dust was seated in the lotus position, surrounded by those whirling flames. Nine Dust noticed a streak of light moving towards him from afar. It quickly flew near him, resolving itself into the form of a rather tattered-looking realm ship. 3 figures emerged from the realm ship, with the leader being a white-robed youth who bore a black sheath on his back. It was his good friend, Lord Dark North, Ning. Dark North. Nine Dust was happy to see him, but felt mixed emotions as well. As the original instigator of all the events which had occurred in the Jade Fire realm, the ancient cultivators had kept him up to date on everything which had happened since. Ning had successfully slain Archon Silksnow in order to rescue him. Alas, he had fallen for Archon Silksnow's last act of revenge. Hegemons and emperors from many other realmverses had come here, seeking to take his realm ship. Thankfully, the results weren't so bad. Ning had managed to take on Hegemon Azure Fiend as his retainer and force everyone to retreat. In his heart, Nine Dust felt tremendous gratitude towards Ning. He knew how much risk Ning had undertaken on his behalf. A single misplaced step would have resulted in Ning's death. Nine Dust. Ning smiled as he walked over towards the man. Why have you suddenly come to see me? Have you gotten bored working away on that formation? Nine Dust laughed. Ning had told him many years ago that he would have to first completely disrupt the formation diagram in order to take control over the prisons. I'm here out of success, not boredom, Ning said. You can come out now. Come out? Nine Dust was stunned. Was he really going to be able to escape this nightmarish prison cell? Ning gently waved a finger. Whoosh! The flames around the flaming cage instantly parted, revealing an exit. Hurry up and come out, or are you planning to complete your downmerge inside? Ning smirked. The stunned Nine Dust immediately transformed into a streak of light and scurried out. I'm actually out. Nine Dust stood within the empty space outside the cage. He stared at himself, then at the flaming cage by his side in disbelief. It was actually as simple as that. I came out with no fuss at all. Yeah, it was simple for you. Breaking the formation wasn't simple at all for me, Ning immediately said. He had needed both the Autarka's stone dais as well as the many records regarding Sith formation techniques. Both were absolutely critical to his success. I know you worked hard. Hey, your realm ship is still missing some parts, right? Take it. Consider it your wages for the past few years. Don't even think about asking me for more. As he spoke, he tossed a realm ship part over to Ning. Seeing this, Ning didn't move to decline. They were good friends, he naturally understood how Nine Dust felt right now. Clack clack clack. The realm ship immediately swallowed the entire part, and some of the superficial damage began to be repaired once more. Soon, the realm ship was in a state where only a few small parts of it remained damaged. Master, I'm almost completely repaired now. My internals are in good shape, with just a few missing parts preventing me from fully repairing my exterior, the realm ship spirit sent mentally. However, I should be able to teleport and blink just as effectively as if I was in 100% shape. Ning nodded. He was planning to give the realm ship to the Autark. Ning had been worried that the Autark would be unhappy if the damage to the realm ship was too great. This gentleman here must be Hegemon Azure Fiend. Nine Dust turned to look at the skinny old man standing next to Ning. Not daring to be disrespectful, he said with a touch of respect, "Nine Dust greets you, Hegemon Azure Fiend." It seems Dark North and you truly are very good friends. To be able to find a few true lifelong friends on the path of cultivation is worth any price. Hegemon Azure Fiend had a rather complicated look on his face, but when he realized it he hurriedly smiled. Dark North kicked up quite a storm when he came here to rescue you. Quite a few hegemons and emperors came. Nine Dust felt rather moved by all this. He truly had been the cause of this great affair. Dark North, now that I'm out, shall we leave the Jadefire realm? Nine Dust asked. I still have some business here in the Jadefire realm. I can't leave just yet, Ning said. Oh, then I'll leave on my own. Nine Dust laughed. My greatest goal right now is to complete my downmerge. I need to go out and experience more things. If I stay here with you in the Jadefire realm, it'll be detrimental to me with regards to the downmerge. Ning nodded. All right. Be careful out there. Don't worry, I won't be so unlucky as to need rescuing again. Nine Dust suddenly walked forward and gave Ning a tight hug, then turned and left. Train hard. I'm planning to start my downmerge soon. We brothers must both succeed in our downmerges. Nine Dust's voice still echoed in the air, but he himself had already vanished. Ning could sense the determination in Nine Dust's voice when the latter spoke of the downmerge. Succeed in the downmerge together, eh? Ning turned and went back the way he came. Friends for life didn't need to actually be together for their entire lives, it was enough for them to keep each other in their hearts. Time flowed on like water. Nine Dust continued his adventures through the outside world, encountering quite a few strokes of karmic fortune. As for Ning, he remained within the Jadefire realm and focused on analyzing those black chains and their formations. But of course, he had also swept the prison regions clean of all the treasures it held, and this time, he truly made a killing, Although he had acquired a few treasures from threatening the hegemons and emperors of the 16 Realm vs. Alliance, the combined value of those treasures was perhaps at best comparable to a single hegemon's net worth. The treasures within the prison regions, however, were far more numerous, and Ning had swept through all of them. In the blink of an eye, another 5 chaos cycles went past. Within a dark region in the Great Dark which was incomparably distant from the Flame Dragon Realmverse. This was a dark void which held an enormous triangular region within it that was filled with dazzlingly beautiful palaces, each of which emanated blinding golden light. This was the residence of one of the truly supreme leaders of the cultivator civilizations, the home of Autarch Titanos. Autarchs were extremely difficult to track down. Autarch Titanos was one of the easier ones to find, because he almost always resided within his estate. Whoosh! 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 A howling sound could be heard coming from within a private room inside the largest, most towering palace in the region. A skull-sized grey globe which was covered with countless runes was levitating up and down in the air, emitting a strange whooshing sound as its internals continuously changed. How beautiful! How lovely! The bald, black-robed old man next to the globe was staring at it greedily, his golden eyes filled with joy and the 2 fleshy antennae on his head quivering in excitement. It truly is perfect. Just a small amount of power is needed. Once the insides of the globe continuously guide the power and transform it, it's able to unleash absolutely terrifying levels of destructive power. Sith fabrication techniques were simply incredible. Although we had an overwhelming advantage in individual power during the Dawn War, we still nearly ended up being defeated by the Sith. The Sith truly were and are incredible. To this very day, I still don't fully understand their technologies. The bald old man stared greedily at the orb, as though he was staring at the person he loved the most. Haha, last time, I wasn't careful and put in too much power, wrecking this treasure. Thank goodness that I, Titanos, am awesome. Although I still don't fully understand this thing, I was still able to repair it. Ah, the bald old man stared at the continuously changing runes on the surface of the globe, feeling increasingly delighted as he did so. His gaze was able to see through everything, allowing him to observe the intricate transformations occurring within the gray globe. These transformations were absolutely beautiful to him. Suddenly, the gray globe lifted up into the air and floated in front of him. The fleshy antennae on top of the bald old man's head reached out to gently stroke the globe. Although I managed to successfully repair one, I'm still not able to create them from scratch. The bald old man shook his head. The Sid's underlying foundation of knowledge remains far superior to that of our cultivator civilizations. I can't even imagine how long it would take for us to fully repair all of their shattered treasures. The bald old man waved his hand, causing the gray orb to vanish into thin air. Whoosh! He pushed open the door to the private room, then strolled out with his long black robes dragging behind him. Master! When he reached the palace gates, an azure-robed youth immediately came to greet him. The youth said joyfully, "Master, you repaired it?" "Of course. When have I ever failed? Don't you know who I am? I'm an autarch," the bald old man said smugly. Right, the azure-robed youth said hastily. "Sen, my boy, the Lord Darknorth from the Flame Dragon Realmverse asked me to help out just a few dozen chaos cycles ago, yes? I told you I'd be done soon," the bald old man said smugly. "It was pretty quick, this time." The azure-robed youth nodded. This was one of the faster response times for autarch Titanos. "Well, I'm off to the Flame Dragon Realmverse," the bald old man said, then waved his sleeves. Whoosh! Space rippled before him like water. The bald old man stepped into the rippling space, then disappeared without a trace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 1, First Autarch Meeting. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 1, First Autarch Meeting. Vast Heaven Palace. Ever since the Jadefire Realm affair had concluded, the disciples of Vast Heaven Palace had returned to their headquarters. Vast Heaven Palace was now even more bustling than it had been in the past. Ning. Emperor Solsky called out as he hurried towards Ning's residence. Emperor Solisky's true body was now within the Tao Alliance's Palace of Immortals as one of their members, and he was on quite good terms with Emperor Golisle and Emperor Blackcloud. "Big brother Solsky, what has you in such a rush?" The golden-robed Ning was fishing relaxedly by himself. "Something big just happened." Emperor Solisky's eyes were huge and round as he whispered, "The Tao Alliance just received word and told me to inform you about this right away. Autarch Titanos has already left his estate and is heading towards the Flame Dragon Realmverse. He could be arriving any moment now." "What?" Ning's entire body trembled for a moment before he came back to his senses. He tossed down the fishing rod, jumped to his feet, then said frantically, "When is Autarch Titanos arriving and where?" "We can't be sure. His estate is extremely far away from us, but as an autarch he moves incredibly fast. No one knows how long it would take him to get here." Emperor Solsky continued, "He might appear in the next instant, but if he takes a few detours on the way it might take him a few chaos cycles." Ning felt his entire body tense up. Even though his Tao heart was tremendously resilient, he still felt extremely nervous. "He's finally coming." Ning let out a long breath, his eyes filled with excitement. "I've waited so long and fought so hard. Finally, this day has come." Not even the downmerge would have inspired such excitement in Ning. He truly was eager to be able to bring Yue back to life and reunite with her. With his wife by his side, he would be more than satisfied with living a life of 100,000 chaos cycles. This would be far better than an endless life of loneliness. Right. The realm ship. Ning suddenly came back to his senses. "I need to go bring the realm ship back and be ready for him at any moment." Autarch Titanos needed Ning to give him the realm ship in exchange for his help. It would be extremely awkward if Ning didn't have the realm ship on him. The Terror Star Sea. The Jade Fire Realm. The Flamewing God remained trapped within the second hidden room, while Ning, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw were by its side. Flamewing, Ning called out. Master, Flamewing responded obediently. After spending 5 chaos cycles with Ning, it had grown accustomed to addressing Ning as master. I need to go out and handle some business. It shouldn't take too long, Ning said. You are going to come back, right? Flamewing felt a strong sense of attachment towards Ning. Ning couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. The legendary Chaos Primordial was like a child. All Ning could do was to say, "Don't worry, I'll definitely come back. Just take a quick nap. I'll be back by the time you wake up. The next time I see you, it'll be time for me to deal with those chains of yours." All right. Flamewing nodded repeatedly. We're off. Ning immediately turned and left through the giant, ancient copper gate, with Azure Fiend and Whitethaw flying out by his side. Flamewing watched as Ning left. Once the great gate swung shut, it finally sat back down once again. However, it had long ago grown accustomed to loneliness, and so it quickly shut its eyes and entered a state of slumber once more. A short while later, Ning, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw reached the other hidden room within the Jadefire realm. So this is the Jadefire realm's formation diagram? Gem and Azure Fiend stared at the enormous flower-like formation diagram on the altar. Yes. What, are you capable of understanding and mastering it? Ning laughed. I don't understand it at all. This formation seems very odd. It's completely different from the other formations I've analyzed. Gem and Azure Fiend shook his head. Ning smiled. The Sith had indeed embarked upon a unique path with regards to the art of formations, a path that was very different from the ones which cultivators walked. Without knowing the proper techniques, it truly would be extremely difficult to even understand how these formations worked. Whoosh! Ning waved his hand, causing a stream of fire to instantly descend from him and form into the body of an Emperor-class golem. This was one of the many golems which Ning had acquired from the Sith ruins in the stone elephant wall. This is the control technique which governs the flaming passageways and the outermost areas in the Jadefire realm. Ning tossed a jade slip over. Hurry up and master it. Once you do, take control over the Jadefire realm for me. Yes, the flaming Emperor-class golem said respectfully. Ning had only given it the most basic of control techniques. Now that Ning fully understood how the technique worked, it was easy for him to develop a new control techniques of his own. However, this technique could only be used to control the outer perimeter and the flaming passageways. The techniques governing the prison regions were all quite complex. For now, not even Ning was able to tell them apart. Remember, there is a hegemon within the flaming passageways. Ning pointed at a tiny little dot located in one of the countless passageways. Keep a close watch on him. Once he starts to run around, immediately activate some of the most powerful mechanisms and kill him, or at least trap him and send him into the prison regions. Understood, the Emperor-class golem responded. But of course, he's so terrified of dying that I expect he won't move around. After making the necessary arrangements, Ning relaxed slightly. This place is now in your hands. Azure Fiend, Whitethaw, let's go. Ning didn't feel the need to hold things back from Azure Fiend, as the lifeblood oaths binding a retainer were quite strong. He had to go back to the Flame Dragon Realmverse, which meant he couldn't continue to use a divine power clone to maintain the formation diagram. As a result, his only option was to rely on his golems. Emperor-class golems were extremely intelligent, and it wouldn't be hard for them to control some basic formations. It must be remembered that when major powers died, they'd often use formation spirits, treasure spirits, or powerful golems to control their legacy sites and await their successors. Golems had infinite lifespans and would never betray their master unless they were forcibly bound. Thus, both the Sith and the cultivators delighted in using golems. After having finished with his other arrangements, Ning led the two in flying in the realm ship and departing from the flaming passageways. The Jade Fire realm simply had far too many of those flaming passageways, and they were all extremely long. Even though the realm ship had been repaired and was able to fly quite quickly, it still took them 2 days to pass through the flaming passageways. There's the exit. Ning was quite familiar with the formation diagram and thus knew where the breaches in the Jade Fire realm were. It had been thoroughly wrecked, after all. Ning was able to easily exit while following the breaches. Swoosh! The realm ship charged through the flames, quickly discovering a giant, cavernous gap which it was able to exit through. After flying for roughly an hour and repeatedly changing directions, they managed to leave the Jade Fire realm. We need to get back to the Flame Dragon realmverse as soon as possible. Autarch Titanos could come at any moment. Ning was so excited that his eyes were slightly bloodshot. This was the most important goal in his path of cultivation, after all. Hey kid! Calm down, there's no rush. A voice suddenly rang out by his ears. Ning had just flown out of the Jade Fire realm. He couldn't help but turn his head, startled, only to see a bald black-robed elder standing in the void in front of him. This bald old man had a pair of golden eyes and 2 fleshy antennae growing out of his head. The antennae waved at him in an amused fashion, while the old man had a smile on his face as well. Anyone who saw him would feel the urge to laugh. Whoosh! The bald old man suddenly vanished into thin air. Eh? Ning was startled. Where did he go? I'm right here, the bald old man said merrily. Ning turned his head, only to realize that the bald old man was standing right next to him. Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. The old man had been able to enter the realm ship without him even realizing it. This was a level of ability that vastly outstripped Ning's imagination. It must be remembered that he was the master of the realm ship, and that he was in complete control of it, and yet, this person had suddenly appeared right before him inside of it. Dark North greets you, Autarch. Ning hurriedly bowed respectfully. Azure Fiend greets you, Autarch. Hegemon Azure Fiend said respectfully as well. Whitethaw stood right next to Ning. He bowed respectfully as well, but he didn't say a word. Both Ning and Azure Fiend were major powers of extraordinary power ability. They had seen far more than most, and they naturally saw right away how terrifying this bald old man was. For example, they couldn't see any lines of karma binding this bald old man at all. It must be remembered that any cultivator who was alive would be linked to others by karma, but they weren't able to sense any karma lines at all on the old man. This was absolutely inconceivable. Quite clever. The bald old man chortled as he turned his gaze towards the Jade Fire realm. The 7 flaming hells. Truly impressive. The Sith truly were formidable. To be able to capture a chaos primordial and use it as their energy source for this facility and then absorb its power with such ease. Judging from that chaos primordial's true soul, it should already have a master. Is it you, kid? The bald old man looked at Ning. Ning was stunned. He had always heard of how incredible autarchs were, but he never would have imagined that an autarch would be able to simply glance at the Jade Fire realm and immediately know that there was a chaos primordial there, and know that Ning was its master. No wonder even the mighty Sith had ended up falling before the autarchs and the cultivator civilizations. The autarchs were simply incredible. They had all reached utterly inconceivable levels of power. To autarchs, even chaos primordials were nothing. They were capable of slaying the creatures with ease. Yes, I am its master, Ning said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 2, Ning's Nervousness. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 2, Ning's Nervousness. Chaos primordials are born from within the prime essences of the vast chaosverse. They are blessed by the prime essences and born with tremendous karmic luck. The vast majority of cultivators will never have a chance to even encounter one of these creatures. The bald old man looked at Ning, a smile on his face as he offered his congratulations. Although you also have tremendous karmic luck, you still can't compare to that chaos primordial. I imagine it wasn't easy for you to run into it. Ning was briefly startled, but he quickly understood. It was indeed true that running into chaos primordials was incredibly rare, due to how much the prime essences of the chaos-verse doted upon them. Indeed, Ning himself had entered the Jadefire realm many chaos cycles ago, but he had to undergo countless hardships before managing to solve the formation diagram and thus have the chance to meet the chaos primordial. However, from another perspective, this was also proof that in the long run, being blessed with karmic luck and beloved by the prime essences didn't count for that much. The chaos primordial had still been trapped by the Sith for countless years, right? I had to solve the Jadefire realm's formation diagram before I was able to meet the chaos primordial, Ning said. Treat it well. It will be of great help to you. Come, let us go to your homeland, the bald old man said. Whoosh. As soon as these words came out, spacetime twisted around them and everything became illusory and dreamlike. By the time spacetime went back to normal, Ning immediately saw a chaos world off in the distance. We've already left the Terror Star Sea? Ning was immediately able to sense the location of his avatar and primal twin and thus knew where he was. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, but he was able to keep his expression calm. I'll take you to my homeland right away, Senior, Ning said. Wait. Not just yet. I teleported your realmship here because there's a young fellow that needs rescuing, the bald old man immediately called out. With a swoosh, he flew out of the realmship and towards the distant chaos world. Needs rescuing? Needs rescuing by an exalted autarch? Ning and Azure Fiend shared a glance, both feeling rather puzzled. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ning put away the realmship for now, then flew towards the chaos world as well. Azure Fiend and Whitethaw followed close behind. Once they flew into the chaos world. Ha, Downlord Cleardust, you've been trapped with my formation and have nowhere to run. In a mere 30,000 years, the power of my formation will have ground you into dust and wiped out your true soul. Did you think, young fellow, that you would be able to defeat me just because you broke through to become a Samsara Downlord? This chaos world shall remain mine. No one can violate my will. A red-haired old man was seated at the peak of a mountain, staring downwards into a valley. The valley was filled with rolling black clouds and billowing flames. Every so often, one could see a fragile-looking youth seated in the air in the lotus position. He was suffering all sorts of torment. The youth sat there in the lotus position, murmuring a chant while completely ignoring the red-haired elder. I established this chaos world as my estate, and thus all the living creatures within it are subject to my will. All shall be as I will it. I never would have imagined that this chaos world would actually give birth to a freakishly talented genius like yourself. You actually managed to reach the Samsara Downlord level because of a few so-called legacies I left behind out of boredom. The red-haired elder was in a good mood, as victory was clearly at hand. You, a Downlord of the first step, actually managed to fight me to a standstill even though I am a Downlord of the third step. I truly admire you very much. In the outside world, someone as talented as you would probably be recruited by one of the major organizations. Unfortunately, you shall die here. Yes, you shall die here. A voice suddenly rang out, followed by a giant foot descending from the heavens. Sploosh. The giant foot stomped down upon the red-haired old man, smushing him into the ground. The red-haired man instantly stopped moving. The owner of the foot descended from the heavens. It was a merry-looking bald old man. Moments later, Ning, Azure Fiend, and Whitethaw all descended as well. No wonder this chaos world was protected by so many barriers. I imagine most Downlords of the second step and even Downlords of the third step would be unable to pass through them, Ning sent mentally. So this was the estate of that deceased Downlord over there. Autarch Titanos intervened for the sake of that kid? Azure Fiend glanced downwards at the valley. The bald old man had already walked down into the valley, easily tearing apart and destroying the formations. He was chatting with that fragile-looking youth, whose gaze was calm and distant. It was as though the youth had long ago seen and suffered countless torments and had endured everything one could endure. Ha ha ha. That Tao Lord over there, just judging from his gaze, I can sense that he has experienced much pain, Azure Fiend said. This chaos world is an absolute hell. Ning swept the area with his gaze, seeing everything there was to see within this chaos world. That demonic Tao Lord had clearly delighted in tormenting and abusing all the living creatures of this chaos world, treating them as his playthings. A short while later. Time to go. The bald old man returned to Ning's side. All right. Ning and Azure Fiend cast a final glance to Tao Lord Cleardust, who remained within the gorge. Tao Lord Cleardust looked back at these foreign cultivators, a slightly confused look in his eyes. He had no idea who was before him. One was a terrifyingly powerful golem, one was a supremely talented Tao Lord, the third was a hegemon, and the old man was an autarch, supreme amongst the cultivator civilizations. Autarch. While flying away from the chaos world, Azure Fiend couldn't help but ask, why did you intervene to save a Tao Lord of the first step? Couldn't you sense how much karmic luck swirled around him? Of course I had to aid him, the bald old man said with a merry grin. You have to help him because of his karmic luck? Ning was puzzled. Karmic luck was just a side benefit, personal power was what truly mattered. No amount of karmic luck would protect you in the face of overwhelming power. Of course. The bald old man said hurriedly, you clearly don't understand. Each time I help someone like him out, my own karmic luck increases as well. When I act in accordance with the will of the prime essences of the Chaosverse, my own karmic luck will continuously increase. Do you know what will happen once your karmic luck reaches an incredibly high level? What will happen? Ning was curious. All sorts of rare and incredible treasures will appear out of nowhere, almost as though they are throwing themselves at me. I could choose a random boulder to sit on, and then I'd find out that it was part of an incredibly rare or vein. Any random tree I chose to take shade under could possibly be a spirit fruit tree of great value. The bald old man sighed. All sorts of treasures will throw themselves at me. It is quite the pleasant experience. But I've come here to help you reverse spacetime to revive a celestial immortal. That goes against the will of the Chaosverse. The bald old man sighed again. Looks like my karmic luck is going to drop by quite a bit. An awkward look appeared on Ning's face. Ha, I'm just teasing you. Honestly, karmic luck doesn't matter all that much. Once you've trained to my level, it really makes no difference at all. It's just a little game we play to keep score. The bald old man swept the area with his gaze. Boom! Suddenly, the space around them seemed to retreat as karma, spacetime, and luck all withdrew from them. A field of absolute void was formed around them, a region of complete stillness. Ning and Azure Fiend could both sense that they were completely unable to move. This invisible pressure had forced away even the prime essences of the Chaosverse, to say nothing of them. See this? This area is now devoid of the prime essences of the Chaosverse. This is now my absolute domain. The bald old man laughed. Ning suddenly remembered how the area around the Azure Flower Estate was similarly devoid of all outside types of energy. But of course, the effect wasn't as strong as it was right now, where Autarch Titanos was personally and actively maintaining the effect. In the end, personal power is what matters the most. Kid, as a practitioner of an Omega Dao, if you somehow manage to succeed in your Dao merge, you'll probably understand. The bald old man continued, alright, hurry up and bring out your realm ship. Lead me to your homeland. Alright. Ning, Azure Fiend, and White Thaw could sense that they were able to move again. They immediately entered the realm ship. Whoosh! After just a short spacetime blink, the realm ship appeared within the void outside the new three realms. The bald old man stared at the distant three realms, then let out a surprised breath. What an impressive chaos world! Just by looking at it, I can tell that it is extraordinary. No wonder it was able to produce a freak of a Dao Lord like yourself, someone who trains in an Omega Dao. It has already been destroyed once. Ning pointed at the void next to the new three realms. That place over there used to be my homeland, a world within the three realms which was known as the Grand Xia world. My Dao companion used to live by my side there. The original three realms took up much more space than the new one, as it had been shattered and splintered into countless pieces. There had been a celestial realm, a netherworld kingdom, and 3,000 major worlds that had been scattered across an enormous amount of space. The new three realms was a single complete entity which took up much less space. The location the Grand Xia had been in was now just an empty patch of space. Oh. Over here, right? The bald old man walked over and chuckled while spacetime churned around him and began to reverse at increasingly high speeds. Whoosh! Spacetime continued to reverse, and they quickly reached the scene of the old three realms. Slow down a bit, Ning urged. Don't worry. I'll find the old you first, the bald old man said. Oh. There you are. A projection of the Grand Xia had appeared, centered around the old Black-White College. The scene was that of Ning, who had just entered the Black-White College. He was about to begin his duel against Yue. The Black-White College? The bald old man pointed towards Yue's image. That should be your wife, yes? Yes. Ning felt as though his blood was boiling from nervousness. It had been a long, long time since he had been this nervous. It seems she really did have a big impact on you. The bald old man laughed. Wait for me to reverse the flows of spacetime and bring her back to life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 3, Origins. Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 3, Origins. Oh, right. Where's the realm ship? I conduct business fairly. I have to take your realm ship in payment for reviving your Dao companion. The old man looked at Ning. Here it is. At a time like this, the realm ship meant absolutely nothing to Ning. He immediately waved his hand, sending the palm-sized realm ship flying over. Hegemon Azure Fiend watched with a rather agonized look in his eyes, but all he could do was sigh to himself. Dark North truly is willing to sacrifice anything in order to revive his Dao companion. A realm ship has been lost, just like that. The bald old man cared as little about the realm ship as Ning did. He waved his hand to accept it, then said solemnly, "None of you are to disturb me. Stay far away from me as well." All right. Ning, Azure Fiend, and White that all immediately retreated off into the distance. Chaos Verse, I've come to steal yet another true soul fragment from you. A hint of a smile appeared on the bald old man's lips. He then reached out with both hands, the fleshy antennae on his head wriggling as a terrifying amount of power began to spread out from him. He became the absolute master of this area of space. Condense. The bald old man waved a finger, causing the illusory phantom of the black-robed Yue to begin to light up. Boom! 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 Countless specks of light began to appear deep within the incredibly distant prime essences of the Chaosverse. They flew into the illusory phantom of the black-robed Yue, pulling at her. It has begun. Ning watched nervously. The illusory Yue was nothing more than a phantom of the past. In order to make the phantom real, it had to have a true soul within it. However, when the living beings of the three realms lost their true souls, those true souls would return to where they came from, the prime essences of the Chaosverse. To reverse spacetime and revive someone who perished, this is my first time seeing an autarch do such a thing, Hegemon Azure Fiend sent mentally. Look at how nervous your master is. Whitethaw looked at Ning, then nodded and sent back, this is my master's deepest desire. Of course he is nervous. For an ordinary mortal to train to such heights and then be able to ask an autarch to help him out. I truly do feel a great deal of admiration for him. Azure Fiend sighed. Both Azure Fiend and Whitethaw were fairly calm. They watched this rare sight with interest and appreciation, but the only thing Ning felt was nervousness. In that empty region of space, the bald old autarch Titanos had already completely unleashed his power. The black-robed Yue was glimmering with countless specks of light, and she was becoming increasingly real. However, gradually, the gathering of the light seemed to slow down. Some of the light actually started to disappear. Eh? The bald old man's face tightened, while Ning's heart shuddered. Get over here! A hint of anger flashed past the bald old man's face, and more light instantly began to gather around Yue's phantom once more. The bald old man's face became increasingly ugly to behold, but Yue's body began to become more and more real. Slowly, the light that gathered over her eyes caused a look of sentience to appear within her eyes. Senior apprentice sister. Ning looked at Yue. The light-bathed Yue looked back at Ning. A hint of life flashed through her eyes. She was no longer a phantom of the past, it was as though a real person was looking back at Ning. Their gazes met, and in that instant, Ning suddenly felt as though it was all worth it. Anything was worth it, so long as she could come back to life. Ugh! The bald old man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was ashen, and Yue's phantom immediately began to crumble apart as the countless specks of light began to dissipate. No! Ning frantically reached out, wanting to claw back the dissipating light. Alas, the power of the prime essences of the Chaosverse caused all the specks of light to disappear into nothingness. Damn it! The bald old man's face was ashen. He was so angry that even the two fleshy antennae on his head were quivering with rage. He howled furiously, prime essences of the Chaosverse, the true soul fragments of countless living beings have returned to you upon death. All I want is to bring a single one of them back. A single true soul is nothing to you. Why must you fight me to the death like this? Why must you seize it back? The binding power of the prime essences of the Chaosverse was simply too great. Normally, hegemons and even other verse lords did not have the power to try and resist it. Only autarchs were qualified to make the attempt. Is it worth it? Is it worth it for you to spend so much effort in fighting me? The old man's entire body was trembling from rage. The area around him, however, remained completely silent. The prime essences of the Chaosverse made no response at all. The bald old man forced down his rage, then turned to look at Ning. Autarch. Ning looked at autarch Titanos. Where did your Dao companion come from? I should be able to revive even a world god with ease, to say nothing of a celestial immortal like her. The bald old man stared at Ning. Just now, when I tried to reverse spacetime and revive your wife, the prime essences of the Chaosverse fought me so hard, I felt as though I was trying to revive a hegemon. Even if I killed myself trying to bring her back, I still wouldn't stand much of a chance. Ning's face turned ashen as well. What? An autarch could kill himself trying to revive Yue? Ning knew that there was no need for autarch Titanos to lie to someone like him. In fact, autarch Titanos had tried so hard that he had suffered an injury because of it, vomiting blood as a result. How is this possible? She's nothing more than an ordinary celestial immortal of the three realms. There was nothing special about her. Ning couldn't understand either. Why can't you revive her? This makes no sense. Let me take a closer look at things. The bald old man turned to stare at the surrounding void. Rumble, countless images began to flicker through the void. These images included what had happened in the new three realms, the events of the old three realms, the collision between the Pangdo Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World, and even the images of what had happened prior to the Pangdo Chaos World being born. Countless images flashed through the void around him. So that's how it is. The bald old man nodded slowly. Autarch? Ning looked at the bald old man. During the Dawn War, when we fought against the Sith, we had a number of autarchs on our side, the bald old man said. One of them was named Autarch Awakener. Autark Awakener? Hegemon Azure Fiend had a puzzled look on his face.
Ning, however, turned pale. He naturally knew that Autark Awakener had been the master of the Azure Flower estate.
He immediately said, "This has something to do with Autark Awakener? You seem to have heard of Awakener before."
The bald old man laughed. The number of people in the vast Chaosverse who were able to become Autarks can be counted on just 2 hands.
Autark Awakener died long ago. It could be considered a form of suicide. He died? Suicided?
Azure Fiend became increasingly confused. Ning, however, had heard this long ago and thus simply continued to listen attentively.
Dark North, kid.
World hearts can be naturally birthed from the primordial chaos, but there is also a second way a chaos world's world heart can be formed.
Do you know what that way is?
The bald old man looked at Ning. An eternal emperor's god gems, Ning said. This was a secret, but Ning had studied the countless techniques Autark Awakener had acquired from the Sith and the cultivator civilizations. Thus, he knew these secrets long ago.
A Samsara Downlord could have at most a total of 108,000 god gems in his divine body.
Once he completed his Daemerge, those god gems would become eternal god gems and be filled with miraculous powers. If an eternal emperor perished, each of his god gems could give birth to a new chaos world. The living beings in this chaos world would generally be fairly special, and it would give birth to experts at a slightly higher rate. However, the difference between these chaos worlds and ordinary chaos worlds wasn't all that great. However, the god gems left behind by a deceased hegemon could give birth to extremely special chaos worlds. Correct. The bald old man nodded. As you may know, your 3 realms was born from a collision between the Pango Chaos World and the Seamless Chaos World, but what you didn't know was that each was formed from a god gem.
A god gem?
Ning immediately thought back to the fused and dazzlingly beautiful world heart he had seen when the old 3 realms had been destroyed.
Yes. God gems from Autark Awakener.
The bald old man said.
What?
Azure Fiend called out in shock.
And Autarka's god gems?
Ning was stunned as well. Autark Awakener died, but he made preparations prior to his death. He made arrangements for all 108,000 of his god gems, the bald old man said. 2 of them were sent into the void and ended up becoming a chaos world. The living beings in these 2 chaos worlds were all blessed with incredible talent. These 2 chaos worlds vastly outstripped all other chaos worlds, and each of them gave birth to as many geniuses as an entire territory might, the bald old man said. Ning was starting to understand. No wonder the Pango Chaos World and Seamless Chaos World had so many freakishly talented people. They didn't have any good techniques or legacies, but they were still so talented that they were able to fight at a higher level of power than they were at. Once they were given good techniques, they skyrocketed in power.
Later on, these 2 chaos worlds collided against each other.
Their world hearts smashed together as well, and parts of their world hearts were actually broken off and splintered, the bald old man said. The shattered world heart bits were completely melted away and their power was dispersed upon the countless living beings of the new world.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 38, Chapter 4, A Graceful Departure.
Book 38, Downmerge, Chapter 4, A Graceful Departure. Ning immediately remembered that the world heart of the 3 realms was indeed composed of 2 damaged crystals that had somehow managed to fuse together. Both were indeed incomplete, but they had managed to come together and form a perfect whole. In other words, small parts of an Autarka's god gems were completely dispersed into energy which was bestowed upon the living beings of that era. That was why all of the living beings in that first era underwent certain changes, the bald old man said. This was why the woman known as Niwa was able to suddenly break through to become a world god during that war. She had no techniques and no teachers, but she was still able to break through.
The one known as Wind Fiend was also dramatically strengthened during the course of that battle. All living creatures below the world level in that chaos world were blessed by the Autarka's energies, the bald old man said. This was why your master Subhuti, as well as many of those other major powers, continued to slowly grow more and more powerful. Their potential continued to deepen as well. As for the countless ordinary mortals of the three realms, all of them possess tremendous talent. You used to be nothing more than an ordinary mortal. Back then, the amount of karmic luck you had was vastly inferior to the amount your master Subhuti and the others had. Eventually, you rose to sudden prominence. As your power skyrocketed, you gained more karmic luck, and thus many of the blessings of the three realms became focused upon you. During that battle against the Seamless Alliance, you finally broke through to a new level of power, draining away a large amount of karmic luck from the three realms. The bald old man looked at Ning. You were blessed with tremendous potential, becoming the most powerful figure of the three realms era. However, in the end, karmic luck is secondary. It was primarily your own hard work which brought you to this point, the bald old man said. Ning was beginning to slowly understand. He had indeed been blessed by luck, which was why he was able to make it this far, but every single powerful cultivator had his own lucky encounters. Take Archon Silks now as an example. Although he was a fiendish figure, he had also experienced many lucky encounters in his life, but in the end, he had still been forced by Ning to commit suicide. The more powerful you became, the less of an impact the prime essences of the Chaosverse would have upon you. There were evil figures who had butchered entire territories, but they were still living happy lives, yes. The prime essences of the Chaosverse weren't able to do anything to them. The Three Realms era ended, and the new Three Realms began. By now, the World Heart is in good shape. There are no longer any God Gem fragments, and so it is impossible for the generations to come in the new Three Realms to be quite as monstrously talented as the generation of the Three Realms era. The bald old man laughed. Your era was a special one which gave birth to special figures. If you missed it, you missed it. Nin nodded. That era was an era where two Autarka's God Gems had collided and given birth to a brand new world. It had indeed given birth to many major powers, including over 10,000 world-level cultivators and numerous Samsara Downlords, with Ning himself being the strongest.